One Piece: The Legend of Creation, Chapter 1 to 20. 1001 Name Discrimination. Failed again. Does this society have name discrimination in addition to racism and sexism? A young man with black hair and black eyes in his early 20s, a handsome face and ragged clothes in a suit, he was walking aimlessly on the street holding a bottle of mineral water, and at the same time, he could not forget to make a grumbling sound full of resentment. Don't underestimate him just because he doesn't dress well. Although this young man doesn't dress well, he was successfully admitted to Peking University as an orphan and even completed the course ahead of schedule. Now he is going out to work. He said that although 2011 is full of talented people, it is very difficult to find a job, but it is not difficult to find a job with his education. It's a pity that he changed his name and he was very unlucky. Every time he went for an interview, the first sentence of his self-introduction was that I was Lu Meng, and maybe God was also unhappy with his name. Every time he went to see him. When I went to interview for a job, there was a person with a similar educational background to him, but he failed the interview every time. It is not the first time that his friends have asked him to change his name, but Lu Meng has not changed it for one reason. He is an orphan, and this name was given to him by his parents when he became sensible in the orphanage. So no matter how bad the name was, he didn't give up. In his words, the name was given by his parents, and it was the only thing left for him. If he even lost the name, then he was really a complete the bottom orphan. It's also because of him and his unfortunate luck that he has interviewed for more than 10 jobs for more than a year, and without exception, all of them have failed. Today is 101, and the economic pressure has made him survive by part-time work and study. Lu Meng finally couldn't help but let out a loud roar. Damn, don't tell me, God, you really can't get along with me, you won't make me feel better if I don't change my name. Lu Meng stood on the street and roared for a few minutes, completely ignoring the pointing of the people around him. After that, the resentment, anger, and resentment in my heart also decreased a lot, and I immediately walked back to my own nest. What kind of fruit is this? How is it so cooked? It took him 10 minutes to return to the downstairs when he was about to go upstairs. A unique fruit attracted him, who was in a very bad mood. However, this fruit seemed to have the infinite charm generally attracted Lu Meng's spirit when he noticed it, and his body seemed to have lost control and walked over involuntarily. I'm dizzy, this is not the Thief King I watched yesterday. Yes, is it the devil fruit in One Piece, King of Pirates? Why is it so similar? When did China's technology become so advanced? Even the devil fruit has been researched already. Lu Meng walked up to the fruit that was almost identical to the devil fruit and couldn't help but pick it up and look at it carefully. The owner of the fruit shop appeared at the right time, and patted Lu Meng on the shoulder like an old friend for many years. A moment. Lu Meng is in his 20s, how can he still like these fruits like a teenage kid? The owner of the fruit shop said softly. What do you mean? At this moment, most of Lu Meng's attention was concentrated in front of this fruit, and the operation of his brain was several hundred times slower than usual. I really doubt whether your kid came from Peking University. You are usually so smart, how can you be stupid at this time? Young people nowadays like to watch anime, so people who study fruits are trained based on an anime called Wong Lai. This kind of fruit is a few % more expensive than the usual ones, but after I got these fruits back, my business has really improved a lot. You see, I took dozens of them and sold them out within a few hours. Come on, this is the last one, forget it, treat it as a gift for you, I'm in a good mood today. The owner of the fruit shop looked at Lu Meng with contempt, and said jokingly, just when he was about to say something, someone in the fruit shop called him. So he could only say a few words and he saw that Lu Meng was interviewing again. He failed and was in a bad mood. He was honest, but he gave this fruit to Lu Meng. He also saw that Lu Meng was very interested in these things. Although it was not something valuable, he was polite and affectionate. Thank you. Lu Meng, who had regained his senses, immediately understood what was going on, looked at the owner of the fruit shop with grateful eyes, and returned to his nest with the fruit. Hey, this should be the paramesha fruit. I don't know how it tastes. It's not really going to be displayed, or it's worse than shit, like it said in One Piece, King of Pirates. Back in the nest, Lu Meng couldn't wait to turn on the computer immediately, and after a while, he found the name of the fruit. He was in a bad mood, and he didn't know why he felt better after seeing this fruit. He even seemed to be very rational. Ah, it's killing people. Such unpalatable fruits are actually sold and sold out. Lao Zhang's fruit shop won't be smashed tomorrow. Lu Meng couldn't wait to bite. One mouthful, when he was about to swallow, an indescribable taste immediately spread to his palate. No matter how strong his endurance was, he would not give up to interview for so many jobs for one name, but after eating this he couldn't help but vomit when he ate the fruit. It's a pity that he was very impatient and found a very good thing. That is, he had swallowed it in his stomach, and no matter how much he vomited, he couldn't spit out anything. Just when he burst into tears and was about to stand up and rush downstairs to find Lao Zhang to settle accounts, a deafening voice rang in his ears. The sound was so loud that it almost shattered his soul. You bastard, you actually eat the good things you made. You bastard, don't you like it very much? Think of it as a devil fruit, right? If you like YY, I will let you experience it yourself. Outside, it can spread all over 100 miles, but the strange thing is that this sound seems to sound from Lu Meng's soul, and no one except him hears it. Just when he wondered if he had seen a ghost, he discovered one thing in horror. That is, his body was out of control, and every part of his body seemed to be fixed except for the brain that could think. HMPH, my food is so delicious, I let you eat it. This is my punishment for you. If you like YY so much, I will turn your body into a child and throw you into One Piece, King of Pirates. The owner of this voice seemed to be very angry. Maybe the fruit that Lu Meng ate was a treasure to him. As soon as the voice fell, he only felt that his body was shrinking, and it suddenly became a child of about 4 years old. At the same time, the space where Lu Meng was distorted into a black hole without a trace of light. The infinite gravity sucked him in without giving him time to react, and then the black hole disappeared quickly. If it wasn't for Lu Meng's people who were gone, maybe all this was an illusion. HMPH, this is the devil's spirit. I used the blood and soul of many kinds of demons and beasts to refine it. I originally planned to find someone to test the effect, but I didn't expect it to be cheap for you. It is also a kind of fate. Whether it is a blessing or a curse depends on your good fortune. After spitting out this incomprehensible sentence, this voice seemed to have left and didn't speak again. 2002 crossed. Huh, what's the matter? Is it really a ghost? There is an ordinary but prosperous town on a small island near Sabayati Archipelago in the world of One Piece, King of Pirates, and surrounding this town the edge of the beach is the forest and the beach. Today, this beach, which is rarely visited by people, has ushered in an uninvited guest today. I want it. A black-haired, black-eyed child who looked at most 4 years old was sitting on the beach looking at his hands and feet in horror and disbelief. I'm really getting smaller. Does that voice really exist? I'm not dreaming, so if all this is true, didn't I leave the earth and come to this world with anime, One Piece, King of Pirates the world? People will experience various changes in the face of many emergencies. Some people will be extremely irritable and fearful and even do many terrible things, but some people will be calm and terrible, and will analyze their own in all cases. Lu Meng is such a person. If all this is true, I am in the world of One Piece, King of Pirates, then I am not very dangerous. This world is not bound by the so-called legal morality. No, now the most important thing is to determine what is here. It is not in the world of One Piece, King of Pirates, that I can make a choice for the future. Lu Meng is indeed Lu Meng. He has been self-reliant since he was a child and raised himself. Even when faced with this situation, he did not lose his mind. Instead, calmly analyze what you should do. Huh, this is a footprint. It seems that the owner of this footprint should have left for a while. If you follow it, there may be unexpected gains. Jun Tianchi, who was seriously lacking in information and desperately wanted to know where he was, immediately follow the direction of the footprints and drive the body that has become smaller to run. In the process of running, Lu Meng did not stop the operation of his brain, and all kinds of thoughts and assumptions kept appearing in his mind. What if he really came to the world of One Piece, King of Pirates? Are you trying to hide here to be a mermaid, or go out to sea to be a pirate, or be a marine? Novel Network. 3 different ideas kept spinning in his mind, and he couldn't decide for a while. After all, there was a beast lurking in every man's heart, or an ambition lurking, but on earth because of congenital conditions and the constraints of laws and morality can only lurking in the depths of my heart. But in this world where the strong eat the weak and the fittest survive, the strong can sit on the rivers and mountains, lie drunk on the knees of beautiful women, and wake up to hold the murderer's sword. As soon as the idea appeared, the ambition in Lu Meng's heart followed. It's strange, the owner of that voice said rightly that I've changed back to 4 years old. Although I have been exercising for so many years, my current 4-year-old body has been running for so long, so how can I breathe so smoothly? So powerful. Just when Lu Meng didn't know what to choose, he suddenly discovered something he had been neglecting just now. Starting from the beach, he now ran more or less for about 10 minutes, and the speed was still at the speed of his long-distance running before, but the now 4-year-old's body actually ran for so long without blushing or panting. This change immediately made his face full of ecstasy. Is this the plug-in opened by the protagonist in the time travel novel? Some have powerful souls, some are powerful, and some have summoners. My physical potential has been greatly improved, according to my current physical function. At least I'm stronger than when I was in my 20s. Fortunately, at least I'm slightly better than others, and if I exercise a little bit, at least I can protect myself a little bit. Although Lu Meng has not yet confirmed that this is the world of One Piece, King of Pirates, he has basically believed and accepted this fact in his heart. When watching anime in the past, don't watch the anime world so bloody, but this world is very cruel. It's hard to meet some perverted pirates, but he's dead without a corpse. Now he finds that his body is so much stronger. Although he is just like an ant compared to people in this world, this has already made Lu Meng very happy. 2 hours later, Lu Meng followed the directions of the footprints and finally found the human town. He was basically sure how strong his body was. If he compared his previous body, his body was at least stronger than before. 30%, but the 2-hour-long run still left him flushed and out of breath. If it wasn't for a thought in his heart, he might have sat down and rested. This is really the world of pirates, what should I do? Lu Meng, who was very calm just now, fell into a sluggishness when he walked into this town, because he saw some Marines patrolling here. Those costumes in One Piece, the world of King of Pirates is exactly the same, and the bars, guns, etc. are the same. These things clearly tell him that this is the world of One Piece, King of Pirates. Chang Kong, what are you doing standing there stupidly? Come here quickly. Just when Lu Meng was helpless and didn't know what to do, a voice that sounded immature, but very pleasant came into Lu Meng's ear and brought him his mind pulled back, and he subconsciously looked at the source of the sound. The target was a blonde loli who was not much older than himself. The facial features were extremely delicate, and the combination was like a beautiful and lovely Barbie doll, but what surprised Lu Meng most was that this little boy who looked only 6 years old at most. The girl actually has a hint of coquettishness that does not match her age, and when she grows up, she is obviously a beauty who turns all living beings upside down. Hey, aren't you really stupid? Going out to catch fish and catch stupid. I just came back now, don't you know people are worried about you? Just as Lu Meng was wondering if this blonde loli was calling him at that time, the blonde loli in front of her ran to her on the cat's footsteps and took the initiative to take her hand and led her to a small house in the distance that looked dilapidated. She taught Lu Meng a lesson, but still in his eyes, there is unconcealed love and concern. Facing this kind of purest concern without a trace of impurities, Lu Meng, who came to this strange world, was surprisingly warm in his heart, as if someone who was hurt in his heart was helping him when he needed help and care the most. Zisho cares and helps him unconditionally, which is the case with Lu Meng now. I'm Zongkong, are you calling me? My name is Lu Meng. Lu Meng's heart warmed. Although he was admitted to a famous university on Earth, many people despised him because of his orphan status and poor economic conditions. The only people who can be friends with him are people who are in a similar situation to him, and the loli in front of him looked at him with the eyes of a sister looking at his brother. This situation made Lu Meng, who had no parents and no mother in his previous life, enjoy it very much. I didn't break free from little loli's hand, but I still ask the doubts in my heart. Rogue, you don't really catch fish and fools, do you? You forgot who you are, ah. Don't you even forget your elder sister. Don't scare me, you are your elder sister's last relative in this world. Now, if you have any problems, how can you call your sister to live? The blonde loli suddenly looked flustered and scared, and asked in a tense and trembling voice. 3003 Sister Khalifa. Me, facing the blonde loli's worried eyes and the worry and panic on her face, Lu Meng couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction in his heart. For the first time in his heart, he thought that maybe it was a good thing that he came to this world, at least in his previous life. I have no father and no mother and no one really cares about me, but this world of One Piece, King of Pirates, has a little loli who is full of love for herself. What are you? Did you hit your head and lose your memory? Tell sister what's wrong with you now. The blonde loli was nervous and didn't notice that the person in front of her was not her brother at all, neither soul nor body, but Lu Meng from Earth. I don't know. When I woke up, it was already on the beach. I only knew that my name was Lu Meng. It was this Lu Hameng, not that hooligan. Facing the blonde loli's watery and clear eyes, Lu Meng found he actually couldn't bear to lie to her, but when he saw how upset she was at the moment, he couldn't open his mouth to say that I'm not your brother, and your brother might be dead, so he could only say this in a compromise. What Lu Meng, I'm your sister Khalifa, your name is Lu Chengkong, we both grew up with each other since we were young, how could you leave your sister behind? Hearing this, the blonde loli couldn't help screaming. Pretty his face was pale, giving people a kind of pitiful feeling, and people couldn't help but feel compassion and caring at first glance, and our brother Lu Meng was no exception. Lu Chengkong, although the pinyin is Lu, but the surname is different. Wait, Khalifa. This name is so familiar. Blonde, is it Khalifa from CP9? Yes, I will say why this loli looks familiar. It turns out that she was Khalifa of CP9 when she grew up. Lu Meng nodded suddenly, and Khalifa, who had been staring at him closely, thought that his words evoked his memory, and immediately chirped with excitement. I said all my own past. I hope Lu Meng can remember it. After a while, when Khalifa said that he couldn't help but drink water, Lu Meng recovered from the sluggishness, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. Like a 9th-level tsunami appeared in his heart. Khalifa and Lu Chengkong were originally the children and daughters of a wealthy businessman. They were attacked by pirates because of a shipment by sea. The marine who invited them to see the pirates abandoned Khalifa and others and fled alone. Khalifa's parents is a businessman. I have no power to fight chickens. Facing the invasion of pirates, I can only leave this world with hatred. Fortunately, God may not bear it. Just when Khalifa and Lu Chengkong were about to be captured by pirates and sold. Encountered a shipwreck. When Khalifa woke up, he found that he and Lu Chengkong had come to this town. After that, the little things of living in this town for a year, although these things are just the most common things in the chaotic world of One Piece, King of Pirates, but Lu Meng saw the fear on Khalifa's face when he talked about it. And fear, and the memory of dead parents, there is a feeling of empathy. I was also very unlucky when I was on Earth. The name Lu Meng was left to me by my parents. Although you abandoned me, I didn't give up the only thing you left for me. I don't hate you. I don't have you. I will not come to this world. Maybe this is a turning point for me, since I left the Earth, although the body, blood, soul, etc. have not changed, but some things should be put down. Lu Meng's thoughts became clearer and clearer at the same time. It was originally because of the strangeness in this world that he just came to, and because of Khalifa's concern. Khalifa's words dispelled the last sense of strangeness, and at the same time he accepted that he came here. The facts and everything in the world also made Lu Meng think in terms of people from the world of One Piece, King of Pirates, instead of thinking of people on Earth. When he looked up and saw Khalifa looking at him expectantly, Lu Meng's dark eyes suddenly flashed a gleam. Now I am no longer the Lu Meng on Earth who is struggling to survive for 2 meals a day. I have come to the world of One Piece, King of Pirates. Everything should be changed. Let him pass the past. Some not it is time to let go of the necessary attachments. Lu Meng has become the past. This may be the so-called fate. Since I came to this world and happened to be regarded as a younger brother by Khalifa, then. Lu Meng flashed countless thoughts in his heart and even made a decision. He opened a pair of piercing eyes and looked at Khalifa's beautiful big eyes, and said in a very serious voice. Although I don't remember everything from the past, but I believe in you. From today onwards, I will be Lu Chengkong, and if I have a sister, I will be Khalifa. These are not important anymore. As long as you're fine, you'll be fine. Hearing Lu Meng, no, it's Lu Chengkong now. Khalifa's face was gloomy when he heard Lu Chengkong's words in front, but the words came out later after that. Khalifa's face suddenly changed with a 360-degree change, and he said happily. Where do you go in the future? My sister must follow you. Good luck this time, you can come back. Who knows what will happen next time? Come on, you have been gone for a day. You should be hungry. I have already cooked. Let's eat first. After Khalifa finished speaking, he didn't give Lu Chengkong a chance to say anything else and immediately ran to the side holding a bowl of porridge. The hope of only a dozen meters is really crystal clear. Does she eat these every day? Lu Chengkong looked at Khalifa in disbelief. The thin figure clearly told Lu Chengkong that what he had in mind was right. Although he was an orphan when he was on Earth, but it wasn't so miserable, but now a 6-year-old girl actually eats these every day, and she still ate it for more than a year. For a time, Lu Chengkong's heart was filled with anger that was enough to burn the sea. Pirate, Marine. Lu Chengkong thought through gritted teeth in his heart. When he said that he was Lu Chengkong just now, he already regarded Khalifa as his sister, but now seeing Khalifa's appearance, he thought that all this was because of the pirates and Marine. Lu Chengkong actually had a huge resentment against them in his heart, and wished he would immediately turn into a Superman wearing underwear and kill them all. Pirates are hateful, and Marine is even more hateful. This world is so cruel. You don't want to be trampled on. You need a lot of strength to live a good life. At this time, Lu Chengkong's heart rose a little bit of enlightenment, and at the same time in my heart, I also made the first promise and goal of coming to the world of One Piece, King of Pirates, that is, to make Khalifa live a good life. 4004 Sisters and Brothers Concentric. Eat it quickly, it won't taste good when it's cold. Khalifa looked at Lu Chengkong, whose eyes were dull, and thought he was thinking about what he just told him, so he pushed him back to his senses. What about yours? Lu Chengkong immediately put away these thoughts when he heard Khalifa's words, and then subconsciously asked Khalifa with the porridge in his hand. Ah, I ate it a long time ago, and I ate it before you came back. Khalifa tried to calm her tone, but Lu Chengkong still caught the panic that flashed in her eyes. Although I don't know how you treated me before, but I can be sure that you are definitely the best older sister from your performance just now. How can you still eat with peace of mind when your brother is gone? The explanation is that you haven't eaten at all. You don't have to do that. Since I'm your younger brother now, we should share weal and woe and eat together. After crossing over, Lu Chengkong was not only stronger than before, but his 5 senses were also much sharper. In addition, Khalifa's lies were so flawed, how could he be able to hide from Lu Chengkong? He immediately understood and drank half of the porridge. Then handed it to Khalifa. Yeah, Khalifa's eyes were red and tears were falling. He felt that his younger brother had changed and grown up. Although he lost his memory, he was no longer the younger brother who used to be willful and always concerned about him. He learned to care. I am, although it is just porridge, not some delicacies from the mountains and seas, but Khalifa's mouth is more delicious than anything. Sister, after so many things, I understand a lot. This world is a world where the strong are respected. I may have been stupid before, but now I will not be like this anymore. I will let you live the best life, eat the most good food, wear the best clothes, live in the best house. After eating, Lu Chengkong immediately spoke out his thoughts, which made Khalifa on the side very relieved and happy, and even had a feeling of being able to rely on his heart. and he no longer had to support himself like before. She had a person who can shelter her from the wind and rain. And all of this is based on strong strength. If we want to change, we must become stronger. I don't want you to live like this anymore. I want everyone to bow their heads in the face of you. Looking at you. Tomorrow we will move to the beach, okay? Lu Chengkong said eloquently, and after he finished speaking, he did not forget to ask Khalifa's opinion. My sky has grown up, and now I have learned to care about my sister. If you have this idea, my sister will of course support you. Khalifa agreed without thinking, and even immediately packed up the little things. Don't worry, elder sister, since I have recognized you as my elder sister, then I will fulfill my duty as a younger brother. Lu Chengkong clenched his fists and thought firmly in his heart, but at this time Lu Chengkong simply did not. I don't know that in the future he will not only fulfill the duty of a good brother, but also the duty of a good husband. The next day, Lu Chengkong and Khalifa picked up a few old clothes with several patches as they said yesterday, and went to the beach according to yesterday's memory. Lu Chengkong, who has good self-care ability, took over the task of building the house without a word, because he didn't want people to know where the two of them lived, so Lu Chengkong found an ideal location after searching for a long time. Trees and hills are not so easy to find as natural barriers. Sister, I will start exercising from today. There are many herbs here that are very helpful for injuries, so there is no need to be afraid of injuries, and there are also many deep in the forest about a kilometer from here. Beasts, as long as we become stronger, we can hunt them down to help our family, but now we can only eat some fish and the little rabbits and puppies nearby. Quote. Lu Chengkong never thought of letting Khalifa follow him to practice. He didn't care what the original book was, but since he came here, he would never allow Khalifa to suffer. As long as he hadn't fallen, he wouldn't allow this to happen. No, I want to practice with you. How can there be a younger brother to protect my elder sister? It should be my elder sister to protect my younger brother. Don't underestimate me, I have been exercising since I was a child. Khalifa shook his head, holding on. Said the little chest that didn't have it. But, Lu Chengkong, who was about to blurt out the rejection, immediately swallowed the words that came to his mouth after seeing Khalifa's stubborn eyes. At the same time, Khalifa's performance and character in the original book emerged in his mind, some narcissism and self-esteem. Strong, and a little idiot. I used to use 3 blue wave balls and used Chopper to go berserk as Nami. Okay, let's become stronger together. In the end, Lu Chengkong gave in, mainly because Khalifa's self-esteem is very strong, and Khalifa can become the only woman in CP9 history. Her qualifications are absolutely nothing to say, although she is the weakest one in CP9, but it does not mean that her aptitude is poor. What she lacks is just a motivation to become stronger. Moreover, Lu Chengkong also knew that Khalifa's younger brother did not appear in the original book, so now that he is here, he is definitely dead, so Khalifa hates pirates, and cultivates to kill pirates. There is nothing else. The motivation to become stronger, but now in Khalifa's heart, his younger brother is not dead. In order to protect his younger brother, Lu Chengkong has a hunch that Khalifa's achievements are definitely not comparable to the original work. Luffy and the others can burst out extremely powerful potential to protect a person, so Khalifa is the same, but now Khalifa has someone to protect. The motivation to become stronger is not the one in the original book who only knows how to kill pirates and get the design of Hades she can compare. Yeah, Khalifa nodded happily, not only happy for Lu Chengkong's growth, but also happy to be able to practice with Lu Chengkong, mainly because Lu Chengkong's previous amnesia made her dare not let Lu Chengkong leave her. Within sight, this may be a different kind of protection and love from a sister to her brother. With the motivation and determination to become stronger, and Lu Chengkong has modern knowledge, although he did not study biology when he was on Earth, he can be said to have read a lot of books when he lived in Peking University, and he has knowledge in all aspects. I understand, and in addition to having seen the cultivation of some people in One Piece, King of Pirates in his original book, he has already initially set up the cultivation plan and steps. Running 10 kilometers in the morning, resting for 10 minutes, doing 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, then 50 pull-ups and repeating until lunch and lunch break, and swimming in the afternoon. Of course, all of this is just preliminary training, although for the people of Earth, this kind of exercise is basically inhuman exercise if it is maintained every day, but for the strong people in the world of One Piece King of Pirates, which is full of superhumans, it can only be said to be slightly stronger than ordinary people. 5052 years. Roar. The roar that was full of domineering all his life suddenly came from the mountain forest. As the saying goes, the wind comes from the tiger and the cloud comes from the dragon, and there is a sudden gust of wind in the forest. You don't need to know that this roar is definitely from the tiger, the king of the forest. As expected, a man dressed in animal skins, with long hair fluttering, and thin stripes on his facial features and face looked childish, but those piercing eyes with mature eyes that did not match his age told everyone absolutely. I can't look at the 6-year-old child in front of me with ordinary eyes. It's been 2 years, and I've been increasing my training for the past 2 years, hoping to see how far my body is, but I didn't expect my body to be like a bottomless pit. No matter how much I dig, it's bottomless. Those things in YYY's novels are not exaggerated. That's right, this child who is only about 1.3 meters is exactly Liu Chenggong, who has traveled from the earth and is now Khalifa's younger brother. After 2 years of training, and with sufficient nutritional support, Liu Chenggong's development can be called a metamorphosis. At the age of 6, he is already 1.3 meters tall and almost 1.4 meters tall. In addition, because of his long-term practice in the sun, his skin is a healthy wheat color. If it develops at this speed, it is not far from the bronze color. The most surprising thing is that Liu Chenggong's body muscles at this time are simply the most perfect going proportions. They are not as bloated as Western muscle men, but instead give people a streamlined figure that is light and elegant, but does not lose strong explosive power and speed. I believe even if Bruce Lee was resurrected, he would feel ashamed when he saw Liu Chenggong's body that he had trained at the age of 6. Roar. Liu Chenggong was thinking about his own business and did not attack, but the tiger, the king of the forest, had a strong sense of territory. Liu Chenggong entering his territory without his consent was tantamount to contempt for his majesty. How can the tiger not be angry? Now, seeing that Liu Chenggong completely ignored himself and didn't take himself seriously, he had an IQ that was a little higher than that of a tiger on Earth, and he immediately exploded. I want it. A deafening roar resounded through the mountains and forests, but what followed was his body turning into a gale and rushing towards Liu Chenggong like a tiger descending the mountain. HMPH, I originally wanted you to live a few more seconds. Since you want to die so much, then I will fulfill you. Liu Chenggong, who was still thinking about his own affairs a moment ago, was like a lurking animal in the next second. Like a terrifying beast, his muscles suddenly tensed. Facing the huge momentum and terrifying body of the tiger, Liu Chenggong stomped on the ground with his right foot, and his body shot out like a sharp arrow that had been off the string. Do not retreat but advance. In the face of the enemy, whether it is strong or weak, you must despise the enemy in strategy and pay attention to the enemy's tactics. If you don't make a move, it will be like thunder and lightning, unstoppable. This sentence is in Liu Chenggong's 2 years of crazy training, and it seems simple and easy to understand, but there are a few people who can really do it. Give me a blast. Liu Chenggong shouted. The rationality in his eyes that belonged to humans disappeared in an instant, and was replaced by a kind of madness that only wild beasts have. Concentrating on his right fist, he slammed into the tiger in front of him. Bang! Without the guidance of a famous teacher, he could only absorb useful knowledge from the opponent and improve his combat skills in the constant fighting with the beasts. 2 years of frantic fighting had made Liu Chenggong understand that he must be ruthless in battle, not to fight. But to the enemy, to be even more cruel to yourself, forgetting pain, forgetting life and death, only then can you explode your combat effectiveness to the limit. Just a punch. Liu Chenggong's fist actually made a loud sonic boom in midair. With the perfect combination of speed and strength, the tiger that rushed in front of him only felt a blur before his eyes, and he didn't even have time to figure out what was going on. At that time, he only felt a pain in his head, and a huge force spread from his forehead to his whole body, knocking him out with a bang. In terms of overall combat effectiveness, I and this long-toothed tiger are just on par, but beasts are beasts after all. How can you defeat me, who has mastered all the advantages and disadvantages of beasts' battles? Lu Chengkong thought with disdain, but at the same time his body did not stop. His feet stepped on the ground several times in a row. A huge rebound force made Lu Chengkong's body shoot like a bullet to Chengfeng in an instant. In front of the tiger. "It's over, go to hell," Lu Chengkong shouted. A look of enjoyment suddenly appeared on his face. Obviously Lu Chengkong had already experienced the thrill of battle, the beauty of battle. He is no longer for his own fighting for life, but fighting for enjoyment. The right foot pulled a sharp track in the air like a long whip, and kicked it fiercely on the head of the long-toothed tiger. Click. A crisp sound of broken bones suddenly sounded from the head of the long-toothed tiger, and the eyes that were still full of killing intent and madness suddenly lost their vigor, and the arrogant head fell weakly to the ground. Hoo-hoo, it's really not for human use. No wonder the people who learned Rokushiki in Blueno are superhuman beings. I saw in the anime that Luffy was easily brought down and thought it was very simple. The principle of shaving is the simplest, but I can only step on the ground 3 times in an instant, and the 4th one can't be done with my current body, and I can only use it once. Hey, there is still a long way to go. Quote. At the moment when Lu Chengkong killed the long-toothed tiger, he sat down on the long-toothed tiger as if he had been exhausted. His whole body twitched and trembled, especially Lu Chengkong's legs. Nothing. In the past 2 years, Lu Chengkong has not been trying to find a way to use his body's combat power. However, he can only rely on his own exploration. Even if he is a fighting genius, he can't improve in a short time. Reminds me of Rokushiki in One Piece, King of Pirates. Each style has powerful abilities, speed, defense, strength, and explosive power are all gathered in it. It's just that he can't practice Rokushiki without a training method, and with his physical strength, even if he knows Rokushiki's training method, he can't succeed in training, and it may even end in death, but the shaved in Rokushiki is the easiest is also the most difficult. The principle is instant explosive power. The method of cultivation is to continuously step on the ground dozens of times, hundreds of times, or even thousands of times. It is easy to learn but difficult to master, and Lu Chengkong has mastered this skill after many trials. But the 2 years of crazy training can only allow him to step on the ground at most 3 times at a time in battle, and if he can't instantly kill the enemy after using it, he will lose his combat effectiveness and become a mermaid. 6006 Peeking at Marine Training. It's time, go back to have a meal, and then go to steal the teacher. Novel Network. 10 minutes later, Lu Chengkong felt that his body had almost recovered and immediately stood up, carried the long-toothed tiger, and moved towards the house he built at an astonishing speed. Run away. Chengkong, you're back, you're worried about the dead, Isn't this the long-toothed tiger on the other side? You actually killed him, so what is your strength? The moment Lu Chengkong returned home, what caught his eye was Khalifa looked worried. Khalifa said coquettishly after seeing Lu Chengkong's return. At the same time, he looked at Lu Chengkong's body up and down to make sure he was not injured, and he was relieved. After all, in the past 2 years, Lu Chengkong has been fighting beasts in order to improve his strength. She was injured many times, especially the first few times. She almost died, but in the end, when Khalifa planned to commit suicide and went with Lu Chengkong, she found that Lu Chengkong's body was repaired at an astonishing speed. Suicide, but Khalifa reprimanded Lu Chengkong severely afterwards. My shave has improved by 1 step. Now I can take 3 steps on the ground in an instant. With the combination of speed and strength, I caught it off guard and killed it. Lu Chengkong saw Khalifa's surprise and Vivi grew up. The small mouth couldn't help reaching out and gently pinching it on his pretty face. Khalifa in this way is really too cute and cute. Really, Chengkong, you really are the best. You're not as useless as your elder sister. Now you can only take 2 steps, and you can't advance to the third step. Khalifa was first happy for Lu Chengkong, but then, thinking of her own situation, her small face suddenly stepped down, and her pretty face was full of unhappy emotions. How could it be useless? Elder sister, I would not be where I am today without elder sister. And elder sister, you are a genius, I can only use it once, so let's not talk about this, let's have a good meal today and make up for the body. Then I went to steal the teacher. When Lu Chengkong said this, Vivi paused. He knew very well that Khalifa is definitely a genius. She has only been practicing for a long time, and she has already taken 2 steps. Her fighting power is very strong and sturdy. Soft and weak look down on her. She is a ruthless Valkyrie when fighting. And Lu Chengkong also knew that if he hadn't ate the fruit of that mysterious man, his physical potential had become very terrifying, as if some kind of mutation had occurred, he would have been left behind by Khalifa. And Lu Chengkong has seen the battle between Khalifa and Nami in One Piece, King of Pirates. Khalifa's strength is completely overwhelming, but in the end, because he underestimated the enemy, he didn't strike hard at the beginning. Killing led to the final loss. Because this is not the first time that Lu Chengkong has transformed Khalifa for this aspect. The current Khalifa not only fully inherits Lu Chengkong's advantages and true heritage of the lion and the rabbit, but it is even better than the blue. It was the ruthlessness of fighting against the most common beast, Khalifa. Even Lu Chengkong was shocked when he saw it. This effect is entirely due to Lu Chengkong's words. Sister, if you don't completely change your underestimation and narcissism towards the enemy, and instead do your best not to give others a breath of resistance when facing anyone, one day you will lose me. It was precisely because of Lu Chengkong's words that deeply stimulated the forbidden and soft place deep in Khalifa's heart. For her, Lu Chengkong was her taboo, and her inverse scales were absolutely not allowed even if she died. If there is any problem with Lu Chengkong, now hearing Lu Chengkong's words, she may lose her younger brother because of her own mentality. She immediately experienced a 360-degree qualitative change. The ruthlessness in the battle is everyone's heart. Trembling. After 2 years of facing each other, they fought countless times of life and death battles together. Their relationship has long reached a level that cannot be described in words. Even if Lu Chengkong told her that he was not her brother was already even if she died, she couldn't leave Lu Chengkong. Because of the 2 years of life, Lu Chengkong is already her younger brother in her heart, and looking at Khalifa's careful performance as a secretary in the original book, how could she not find out that Lu Chengkong is not her brother in 2 years? It's just that she doesn't think about it, and she doesn't need to think about it. In front of her heart, Lu Chengkong is her younger brother, the last motivation and goal of her life in this world. She doesn't want to care about the rest. After dissecting the tiger and having a full meal, Khalifa washed the fur of the tiger and made Lu Chengkong clothes at night. Then the two ran towards the town at a speed of 10 seconds and 100 meters. Don't look at the two. It seems that the speed of the people is not as fast as the people who have the Olympic sprint record. Those people are unable to keep up after 100 meters, but the two of them are running at high speed in the forest like apes, and their breathing is not disturbed. The speed remains the same. Obviously the stamina of both of them is very amazing, and these are all exercised by swimming and long-distance running in the sea. After about half an hour, the two came to a relatively large square in the town. They walked to the edge with ease, and let people sit on the ground and put 2 rice bowls on the ground. Obviously, the two were disguised beggars. But the ears of the two of them stood up quietly, obviously eavesdropping on the voice inside. Logically speaking, Marine's training base is basically kept very secret, but don't forget that this is Sabayati Archipelago. Tenryubito, so basically all the powerful Marines are concentrated on the side of Mariajoy. This is another small island, and there are no secrets, and they never thought that someone would steal it. After all, although it is the era of the great pirates, but for most people, the majesty of the world government marine cannot be violated. There is no one who dares to peek at the cultivation of marine like Lu Chengkong and the other two. Besides, it does not teach any advanced combat skills. It is basically some basic skills. Even if someone steals it, it is nothing. The combination of many reasons has created such a smooth learning for the two of them. Hey, you guys simply ignore that the emergence of any strong person is based on a solid foundation. What I lack most now is the method and basic skills to exercise my body. Thank you, Marine. Lu Chengkong focused his attention. Hearing the voice coming from inside, he thought proudly. 7007 dragons have reverse scales, those who touch will die. Let's go, what we heard today is enough for us to cultivate for a while. Lu Chengkong feels about the same for about 2 hours. If he stays here for too long, he will be suspected. Now the two are still children, plus the disguise. Very good, and there are indeed many small beggars here, so it will not be suspected in a short time, but it is difficult to say for a long time. Yeah, the relationship between Khalifa and Lu Chengkong seems to have undergone a 360-degree change after 2 years of life. Although Lu Chengkong still refers to Khalifa as his sister, when it comes to major decisions, Khalifa has just like an obedient little daughter-in-law, it is completely left to Lu Chengkong to decide. As long as Lu Chengkong decides, she will do it without asking the reason. The relationship between the two has surpassed everything. Right or wrong, the reason is right for her. In other words, it has no effect at all, as long as Lu Chengkong's choice of recognition is the truth in Khalifa's heart. Hey, Lu Chengkong, where did the two of you go? I haven't seen you for a long time. Khalifa, you too, what do you do with this useless kid? If you tell me, I promise you will eat delicious and spicy food. The playboy boy who was a ruffian blocked the way of the two of them. When he looked at Khalifa, he was full of strong possessiveness and wanted to eat Khalifa in one bite. I was in a good mood today, but now I am confused by you. I said that as long as I am not dead, no one is allowed to disrespect Khalifa. You are the first, so I will use your blood to prove it. My words. Lu Chengkong's face sank, his eyes flashed with cold light, the temperature in the air dropped suddenly, and an icy murderous aura emanated from his body. These ruffians who only know how to bully the soft and fear the hard are in Lu Chengkong's life and death fight with beasts for many years. Immediately, his face turned pale, his body trembled, and his lips trembled as if he was about to say something, but he couldn't say anything. Novel Network. I hope you remember one sentence. The dragon who has the reverse scales will die, or you will die again in the next life. After Lu Chengkong finished speaking, his body swayed like a ghost and came between the ruffian and the people who followed him. A roundabout kick, the huge force kicked all the most vulnerable parts of their bodies. Click. 5 crisp and pleasant bone-smashing sounds suddenly sounded, and at the same time, the 5 people fell to the ground. Their bodies trembled, their throats trembled as if they were about to call for help, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't say a word, and they left after a while. Out of this world. Fortunately, these people did some shameful things in a place where no one was seen, so no one except Khalifa saw Lu Chengkong violently kill people. Let's go, Lu Chengkong said with an expressionless face, not even looking at the corpse under his feet, as if the person just now was not homicide. He pulled up Khalifa soft and boneless, and strode out of the town with his fleshy little hands. Giggle, Chengkong, you were so handsome just now. Khalifa didn't know what was going on with him today, but seeing Lu Chengkong violently kill people because of the way the other party looked at him and his words, his heart was actually very sweet. She didn't feel unhappy because Lu Chengkong wanted to kill people. Instead, there was a sweet smile on the corner of her mouth, just like a girl who was pregnant with spring. Even when Lu Chengkong held her little hand, she usually felt normal, but today she actually felt that she was in her heart. She was shy, 2 blushing groups flew up, her heart was jumping like a deer, and she couldn't calm down for a long time. Of course, don't even look at who your brother is. Hearing this, the ice cold on Lu Chengkong's face thawed instantly, and he said to Khalifa with a gentle smile on his face. On the way home, the 2 brothers and sisters seemed to have changed back to the most normal siblings. They were chatting and laughing on the way, but when they almost got home, their expressions changed at the same time. Obviously, they both found something abnormal at the same time. From this, it can be seen that the strengths of the two are actually not far from each other, at least in terms of the senses. Shish. The two of them looked at each other and put a finger on their lips at the same time. A smile flashed in their eyes. Sure enough, they were in the same heart. A medium-sized marine ship is in sight of the two of you. After being transformed by an unknown fruit, Lu Chengkong's body is simply a treasure trove with endless potential. Now Lu Chengkong only needs to continuously train and fight as a key to tap. After 2 years of training, Lu Chengkong's 5 senses have improved a lot, not to mention that his eyesight has more than doubled compared to before. Damn! Anger flashed across Lu Chengkong's face. Vivi exuded a cold murderous aura, and Khalifa, who was standing beside him, almost rushed out to kill the people on board. There is only one thing that makes them so hot. Every time, the so-called Absolute Justice Marine actually escorts the children. Almost all of those children are about 6 to 13 years old. Marine turned a blind eye and threw them all into the iron cage, and there was a man in gorgeous clothes pointing fingers at those Marines, and those Marines actually bowed and nodded like a dead dog. This is the paradise of Sabayati Archipelago pirates, bounty hunters, etc., but this is the Marine headquarters. Those Marines do not dare to traffic people even if they are crazy, so they are the only ones who can direct Marine to do these things blatantly. Lu Chengkong's mind was running at a high speed, and he immediately guessed their identities. This is the benefit of the Prophet, so Lu Chengkong quietly told Khalifa his thoughts. Yeah, Khalifa's pretty face turned slightly red, mainly because Lu Chengkong's actions when talking to her were too intimate, almost biting her earlobe, which is a girl's sensitive point, especially when facing her most important thing when she was human. She was even more sensitive than usual. The numbness and itchiness in her ears almost made her cry out, but in the end, it was the concentration she had cultivated over the past 2 years that made her suppress it. What? It's them. The nobles of the world can actually do these things, and Marine actually helps them. Sure enough, they are all filthy guys who actually join their ranks. Bastards, garbage. Khalifa's pretty face was already on his face after hearing it clearly. Several layers of frost formed. You don't have to be angry with these people. If you get angry, your health will be bad. Huh, that's it. Lu Chengkong comforted Khalifa, and when he was about to say something, Vivi's face changed, his eyes widened, as if see what it looks like. Sure enough, it's her. Wait, count the time. She is 4 years older than Khalifa, 6 years older than me, and was taken as a slave by Tenryubito when she was 12 years old. Isn't this the time period? Sure enough, it was her, the future Shichibukai, the emperor of the daughter country, the pirate empress Boa Hancock. Lu Chengkong thought to himself. For support, flowers, rewards, reminders, click. 8008 Amazing decision. What should I do? To save or not to save? She is my favorite person when I watch anime, but now there is a chance for me to save, but although my strength can fight ligers, I can't face it. There are so many Marines and they are not weak. Can I do it with a gun? Lu Chengkong couldn't help but have this thought when he confirmed the identity of the person on the opposite side. Forget it. I'd better ask Khalifa. After all, I'm not alone now, I have a sister. Lu Chengkong thought about it, and immediately asked Khalifa beside him. Sister, are we going to save them? I think that's an opportunity to make us stronger, albeit at a huge cost. Huh, save them. But in the face of so many Marines and guns, can we save them? You have to know that you are the most important thing in my sister's heart. As long as you are okay, even if they die, my sister will not have any problems. Comfortable, do we have the strength to save it? What is the opportunity you said to become stronger? Hearing this, Khalifa Vivi was stunned for a moment, and then persuaded, but he did not immediately refuse, but asked Lu Chengkong. Because she knew very well that her brother was definitely not a reckless hero. Since he had this idea, he absolutely had his reasons, so Khalifa didn't immediately refuse to speak up. Tenryubito claims to be descendants of the creator, and is arrogant and domineering, because they regard themselves as great and disdain to breathe the same air as ordinary people. Although they are disgusting, they will never rob them. These kidnapped children are all Tenryubito was sent to the auction house in Sabayati Island to buy it with money. This is a huge amount of money, and it is of great help to the operation of marine, which is why marine will help them without any effort, and as far as I know Tenryubito has a lot of hobbies, one of which is collecting a lot of rare treasures to improve his worth and status. Quote. Lu Chengkong thought for a moment, and then based on what he knew in the original book, plus his own analysis, he slowly expressed his own opinion. Marine is definitely not just bringing slaves to Tenryubito in order to get more funds. Although slaves are sold to Tenryubito for several times, or even dozens of times more profit than when they are sold to others, but with the temperament of the world government, these opportunities will never be missed, so there are definitely other goodies on that ship, including devil fruits. Quote. You mean the devil fruit, the secret treasure of the sea? Khalifa, who wanted to reject the devil fruit, took it back when she heard the word, demon fruit. Lu Chengkong understood her temperament, and she also knew Lu Chengkong very well. Since there is a possibility of a devil fruit on the ship and it is still a devil fruit sold to Tenryubito, it will definitely not be bad. And even if there is no devil fruit, there are definitely a lot of rare treasures, and even some things that are helpful for the improvement of strength. After all, he does not believe that the Lord with so much money from Tenryubito will have no one to attack them, if they do not have hidden powerful power. The world government would never let them down, so they would have the power to order admiral, then the only explanation is that these Tenryubitos are just the real core on the bright side. What Tenryubito makes the world government fearful is hidden behind the scenes. Yes, Lu Chengkong nodded. Khalifa used to be the daughter of a merchant, so it wasn't a large business association, but it was still okay to know about devil fruits. But you are not sure that there are devil fruits there. It is very dangerous to become marine, as wanted criminals. Our strength is so weak that we have no resistance to marine. It would be good if there are devil fruits there, but the problem is fundamental. I can't be sure that there is a devil fruit there. Khalifa calmed down after being surprised, and even analyzed the pros and cons very rationally. Am I going to tell you that devil fruit and the like are one of the targets, and the other hidden target is Hancock? If I say that, you will never let me go. Lu Chengkong thought with a bit of shame, but he didn't lose his mind just to save Hancock. Although she was his favorite character, it didn't mean that he would risk his life for someone who had nothing to do with him. Do you think that we have been staying on this island to fight the beasts, and how can we improve our strength by stealing the basic knowledge of marine every day? Lu Chengkong asked rhetorically. Khalifa was speechless for a moment. Don't look at how much the two of them have improved their strength in the past 2 years, but compared to those who have special guidance, they are completely different. The two of them can say that what they lack the most is other people's guide. This ship will be our stepping stone on the road to the strong. Sooner or later, we will have to face the marine of the world government. It is better to fight it once instead of spending a few decades here. Anyway, the worst result is it's just one death. Lu Chengkong said here. A dazzling light erupted in his eyes, a determination to see death as if at home, and to sink the boat into the water appeared in his heart. Sister accompanies you. Yes, the big deal is death. Only in life and death will our strength improve, and only in the face of the pressure of death will we become stronger, so what good plan do you have? Chengkong's lofty aspirations were driven, but she did not lose her mind. Of course there is. Not being afraid of death does not mean that we are going to die, we have to sneak in. The light of wisdom in Lu Chengkong's eyes kept flashing, and he told his plan. The biggest possibility that we were sent to the auction house of Sabayati Archipelago was to be made slaves by Tenryubito. We just wanted to kill all the people in the boat before going to Tenryubito. This is my goal. Lu Chengkong said there was a terrifying murderous intent in the sound. I understand what you mean. Then we are going to let them find us now, thinking that we are just wild children, without any resistance, and then take advantage of this period of time to catch them by surprise. Killing them will not only save you, let those children go, and everything on the boat belongs to us. Khalifa's eyes became brighter and brighter, and finally he couldn't help showing joy. Otherwise, you think I want to be their slaves? This is a test for us. In the face of the test between life and death, if even these Marines can't defeat us, we will die. After Lu Chengkong finished speaking he pulled up Khalifa. tender little hands and ran forward, because he had seen someone disembark to catch some children, so it was time for them to catch them. The unstoppable new book needs the support of all loyal brothers. Flowers, rewards, reminders, click all to come together. The update remains the same as before, just ask everyone to continue to support. 9009 Ferocious Fangs. Hey, Tony, look, there are 2 wild children here, and they are both good seedlings. If the man's skin is a little paler and grows up, he will definitely be a little white face, and the blonde woman will definitely grow up. Waiting for a beauty, we have made a fortune now, and we never thought that we would meet 3 good seedlings in a row, and this time we will definitely be able to sell for a good price. A bald Marine holding a gun suddenly found 2 children, a boy and a girl, and immediately shouted loudly. Sure enough, after a while, 5 or 6 Marines came to him, and they were equally overjoyed when they saw the appearance of the 2 children. Cheer up. Now we can be promoted and made a fortune. 3 good seedlings, plus the good stuff on the boat. Kid, I advise you to stay still and capture your hands, otherwise I don't care if you take a few bullets. The bald Marine took it. The spear pointed at the 2 children in front of them, and the 2 children also pretended to be frightened and wanted to call. If you dare to scream, I will kill you. The bald Marine spoke with a familiarity. Obviously, he has been abducting children for many years. He is a household name and has rich experience. The wild child in animal skin didn't know the power of the gun and fired a shot at the big tree next to him. Boom! White smoke rose, and a bullet slammed into the tree at a speed that could not be seen by the naked eye. The huge force actually pierced through the tree, leaving a. When the 2 children in front of them saw this situation, they immediately trembled with fright, and their tears were about to flow. No need for wise readers to guess the identities of the 2. Their defense then violently attacked the murderous Lu Chengkong and Khalifa. Although the 2 of them have never acted, but seeing their current performances on Earth, they are definitely Oscar-winning and Queen-level existences. Very good, now you all follow me obediently, or I will kill you. The bald Marine Lu Chengkong and Khalifa were very satisfied with their performance, and then took the lead in walking towards the Marine ship, and the Marines who had just arrived took the gun pointed at Lu Chengkong and the 2 of them, clearly because they were afraid of them escaping. After all, with their years of experience, they could tell at a glance that the 2 children in front of them were sold to Tenryubito, who had perverted hobbies, for a very good price. Performance promotion and making a fortune are just around the corner, such a good thing cannot tolerate them being careless. It's done. Lu Chengkong and Khalifa exchanged glances quietly, the corners of Vivi's mouth twitched up, but on the surface, they followed these Marines with a terrified and helpless look. When they came to the Marine, those Marines who stayed behind saw Lu Chengkong and Khalifa immediately cheered like those Marines who had escorted Lu Chengkong and Khalifa just now. All pairs of eyes turned into Bailey's eyes, which was simply the evolutionary version of countless Nami. Hee hee, you guys who are blinded by greed, tonight is your death date. Lu Chengkong was still the same as the children in the iron cage on the surface, but he thought sarcastically. The 2 of you, considering that you are our wealth, we will treat you both very favorably. Let the 2 of you stay in a cage, and let me stay in it, or I will kill you. The bald Marine gave his first priority. Tien was very happy to find these 2 good seedlings, so he waved his hand to let Lu Chengkong stay together. Let's go, a good start is half the battle. I'm so lucky today, maybe I can pick up a few when I go out for a walk. The bald Marine greeted a few Marines and immediately charged with a gun excitedly. It's really stupid to go on, this kind of person doesn't even know how he died. Wait, Lu Chengkong thought so in his heart, and at the same time noticed the 3 girls in the cage next to him. One of them was Boa Hancock. At this moment, she looked at herself with curious eyes, and there was a trace in her eyes. Natural color. So sharp eyes, can actually see through my disguise, worthy of being the people of Amazon Lily Island who are all soldiers. No wonder she can become an empress in the future, although the life of a slave has caused a huge shadow in her heart, but why is it not one? This kind of test, you have to endure hardships in order to become a superior person. Lu Chengkong's expression did not change, but he was surprised. At the same time, he also understood that the panic on Boa Hancock's face at this time was definitely fake. How could someone who can come out to be a pirate would so unbearable? Obviously she is also waiting for the opportunity, but unfortunately in the original book, she is the only one who can't resist and has no chance. But maybe now, I think tonight's plan will be simpler. Lu Chenghong glanced at the 5 Marines around him. The man in gorgeous clothes should have gone back to the cabin to rest, maybe catch him. There will be unexpected gains. Thinking of this, Lu Chenghong's eyes can't help but flicker. Looks like we might have a chance to escape. Lu Chenghong, who had already closed his eyes, obviously wanted to maintain his fighting power and wanted to kill people at night, didn't even know that there were various thoughts in Boa Hancock's heart at this time. These 2 people are not easy. With their strength, it is absolutely impossible to be caught so easily. The only explanation is that they came here on purpose, but why? What are you doing here at the risk of becoming slaves? Boa Hancock didn't say anything. After all, 2 powerful people would be of great help to her. She didn't even tell her 2 younger sisters who were worried about the leak. Her beautiful eyes slowly closed. There is a hunch that there will be a big change tonight, so she is also saving her stamina. When the 3 of them are thinking about their own affairs, there is no change in the outside world without you, and even the passage of time does not pay attention. The light of the sun in the sky slowly dimmed with the passage of time, and at the same time, the sun that was originally high also slowly descended. It was a wolf howling and roar coming from the forest. Obviously, the forest at night is the most terrifying. Come on. Lu Chenghong, who had been keeping his eyes tightly closed, suddenly opened his eyes as black as ink seemed to merge with the night. The safety of these slaves for many days, and these are the children's powerlessness. Trapped in the iron cage, they didn't concentrate on guarding, plus they had been guarding for a day. These Marines were also tired. This time was also when Lu Chenghong made his move, and he was also the first Marine in the world of One Piece, King of Pirates. Once showed his hideous fangs. 10:10 Killing Night. Lu Chenghong glanced around and found that there was only 1 Marine left standing guard outside the door. The others should be going to dinner or going to town, so now is the best time. Open. Lu Chenghong took out a silver needle from the belt made of animal skin, and quietly opened the iron lock. In the past 2 years, Lu Chenghong has learned everything about the world of One Piece, King of Pirates, in addition to practicing and fighting. Knowledge, including unlocking, is a good thing after all, not to mention the role of unlocking is very useful in the world of One Piece, King of Pirates. Although his unlocking skills are not very high, he can still open these locks. Shish. Lu Chenghong found that the children here were all asleep. Only a pair of bright black eyes looked at him. Needless to say, it was also Boa Hancock. Seeing her performance, Lu Chenghong confirmed his guess this morning, but even if he knew about it, he couldn't help but made a quiet gesture to her, and the latter nodded knowingly. Kill. Lu Chenghong gestured to Khalifa beside him with a decapitation motion, and then his speed suddenly increased to the maximum, and the distance of less than 5 meters was crossed in an instant. Although the Marine soldier, wow, is a low-level existence, he has undergone a lot of training. He has no problem with ordinary thieves and guns in his hands, but now he has no idea that someone will attack him. I didn't even think that the children inside would attack him. So he instinctively turned around to block Lu Chenghong's attack. When he opened his mouth and was about to shout, Khalifa's attack also arrived. It was impossible for him to resist the sudden attack from 2 different directions at the same time. The throat appeared. A red line, blood splattered, and the body fell into a pool of blood. This is your weapon. I know that the 3 of you are not weak, especially you. These children will only be killed if they are released now. After we fool these Marines, we will release them, okay? Lu, after killing the dragon-set Marine, Chenghong immediately searched out all his guns and weapons, then rescued Boa Hancock and her 2 sisters, and handed the weapons to the 3 of them. Network. Yeah, the 3 of them are also 12 years old, plus they are soldiers from 9 Snake Island, and they are not unreasonable people. They also understand that Lu Chenghong's words are the most correct, and now they are caught by surprise. It's the best time, absolutely can't go wrong. and these children have been panicked for many days. They are all tired and fell asleep, and the movement just now was very small, so they didn't wake up, which saved a lot for Lu Chengkong and others. Unnecessary effort. Let's go. Lu Chengkong has trained himself in sneak attacks in the past 2 years, especially in the face of sneak attacks by various beasts at night, and he has gained a lot from them, although the aura on his body is not as good as it is. Those who have gone through death training on CP9, but even so, they should not be underestimated. At least Boa Hancock can't feel the existence of Lu Chengkong and Khalifa when he closes his eyes. 2. Lu Chengkong folded the deck and saw the 2 Marines in front and left drinking there. The bald Marine I saw today was not there, and apparently went to town. I and Khalifa pack one, can you guys do the other? Lu Chengkong asked Boa Hancock in a low voice. Don't underestimate me, I'm a warrior from Amazon Lily Island. If they hadn't used anesthesia on us, how would they have caught us so easily? Boa Hancock felt that he was underestimated, as the Queen's strong temperament was immediately dismissed. Excited, he held on to the little steamed bun that he had begun to develop, although it did not exist much. He proudly raised his little head as if to tell Lu Chengkong that he was absolutely fine. I really underestimated her. It seems that her strength is still higher than that of Khalifa and me. She didn't lie. She should have used drugs such as anesthesia to catch them. Lu Chengkong heard Boa Hancock's words and looked at the situation slightly. At that time, Boa Hancock, although still a lowly, but at the age of 12, her amazing charm has begun to exude, because the damage caused by the anesthetic has long disappeared, and now the breath on her body tells Lu Chengkong that Boa Hancock's strength is absolutely stronger than himself and Khalifa. But better this way, at least it won't get in the way when fighting. Kill, don't leave one. Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Lu Chengkong immediately rushed up with Khalifa after he finished speaking. Boa Hancock behind him was stunned when he heard the words. Vivi suddenly appeared in his little head that he had become a slave. The tragic life after that was caused by the Marines in front of him. Boa Hancock, who was still a little unbearable in Vivi, suddenly had a cold murderous intent in his eyes. What? How did those little ghosts escape? Quick! Everyone came out, and some people escaped. This is a little distance from the center of the deck, and the sound caused by the full speed dash immediately aroused the vigilance of these Marines, and their instinct was to shout. With a bang, at the same time, they picked up the long spear from their backs and aimed at Lu Chengkong and the 2 of them with a single shot. Although I don't know how you came out, this shot is enough to make you fight. Although this will make your price cheaper, it's better than nothing. Marine soldiers thought so. It's a pity the next scene was that his shocked eyes almost fell to the ground. Shave! Lu Chengkong roared in his heart. His feet stepped on the ground twice in an instant, 1 foot twice, combined to make 4 times. The originally slow speed suddenly doubled, turning into an afterimage to avoid the bullet that came from the blast fired, and a pitch-black arc was drawn in midair. At some point in his right hand, he held a dagger. It was a knife to the pirate in front of him who was in a sluggish state because of surprise. At the same time, Khalifa, who was not as fast as herself, was worried that she would not die and also hit her heart with a knife. Not bad, you guys. When Lu Chengkong picked up the Marine's weapon and looked at Boa Hancock and the others, he found that they had also killed the Marine, so he threw the weapon in his hand, because he was worried about being searched. So Lu Chengkong, I don't dare to bring too many weapons, and now one of Boa Hancock's sisters doesn't have a weapon. This gun and a long knife are the best for her. If you don't leave any of them, kill them all. The man in gorgeous clothes cut off his limbs and took him as a hostage. This man's identity is not low, and he should be an entourage who serves Tenryubito. Lu Chengkong did not finish speaking to Boa Hancock. Opportunity ran to the place of light immediately. At least 1/3 of the Marines here went to the town. They must kill all the people here before they come back, otherwise it will be more troublesome, because Lu Chengkong has been in trouble since this morning. Knowing that the bald Marine is the strongest, no less than Boa Hancock at this time. A man with a lot of personality can actually ignore my charm, but I like it. Boa Hancock looked at Lu Chengkong's performance and saw that he looked at him with no sense of except for admiration. Boa Hancock was very fond of Lu Chengkong under her great kindness, but this was obviously not the time to think about it, so she greeted the two sisters behind her and rushed towards the bright spot. 11:11 Khalifa goes crazy. What? Those little ghosts escaped, what's the matter? Except for the three girls from 9 Snake Island, the others should not be so powerful. What's going on with Mother Cha? Hearing this after the dead person named Cha Mu shouted, the entire marine was boiling, and immediately entered a fighting state, and ran out with a handful of guns. Fortunately, 1/3 of the people went. In the town, Lu Chengkong and others also killed 3 people just now, and now there are 7 marine soldiers on board besides the man in gorgeous clothes. Trouble, let's go all out. Khalifa next to Lu Chengkong shouted. At this time, he was desperate. If the 7 marines in front of him were to fire at the same time, it would be very dangerous. He is not afraid of Luffy eating the rubber fruit. Bullets, nor the terrible endurance and rebound of his rubber, can bring the shaving effect to an astonishing level. After all, Lu Chengkong is only a 6-year-old child. Even if his physical strength is far greater than that of ordinary people, he cannot change this fact. He is still a mortal body. It would be better if he learned about iron. If you hit it, you're done, even if it's just one. Shaving. Lu Chengkong also did not care about the damage and sequelae to his body after using shaving for many times. Anyway, Khalifa told him that his body's resilience would become very amazing when he suffered huge trauma. In this situation, Lu Chengkong could not tolerate so much scruples. Die! Lu Chengkong roared, like a wild beast after being injured. With a terrifying murderous aura, he slashed to increase the speed and came to the nearest marine. The dagger in his hand was on the moon. It turned into a crescent moon under the illumination of, and cut out a dazzling arc. Ah! The sad marine never thought that the 6-year-old ant in front of him would be so strong. And Marine's Rokushiki shaved, although only 2 steps on the ground, but the speed is also very fast under the clever use amazing. Novel Network. Oops, these little bastards are not easy. Don't keep your hands, money is important, but you also need to enjoy fame. One of Marine's eyes suddenly shrank, and he roared, and then took the lead in controlling the spear in his hand to face Lu Chengkong in front of him. Deadly shooting. Boom. Boom. Lu Chengkong and Khalifa instantly killed 2 people with the most basic shaving and the opponent's scruples of underestimating the enemy, but even in the face of the 5 marines who no longer kept their hands, Lu Chengkong pushed away Khalifa at the critical moment, but 3 of the 5 bullets hit his left hand, chest, and under his right foot, and poignant blood shot out from his body. Ah! Khalifa, who had escaped the catastrophe, watched Lu Chengkong's body as a shaky body that was about to fall asleep at any time, and she couldn't help but let out a high decibel scream, but she didn't. Without losing her mind, she knew very well that as long as she didn't hit the key, Lu Chengkong's powerful resilience that would appear on the verge of death would have absolutely no problem to recover. I want you to die. Khalifa screamed, and for a moment Khalifa only felt that all the blood in his body was boiling, and there was a crisp crackling sound from all over the body, as delicate as a small foot carved out of white jade. She hit the ground 3 times, and the speed was 3 points faster than before. The 2 daggers in her left and right hands were drawn in the air, and the 2 lives were immediately harvested by her. Not only that, Khalifa, who had fallen into a semi-mad state, completely forgot the burden on her body. Continued to shave at the speed of the other 2 marines. Come on, that's the marine superhuman skill Rokushiki. I've heard of this skill, and all I can learn is perverted. The only 3 marines' pupils shrunk into a small dot, and they screamed in fear, but it's a pity it is very dangerous to have the heart to run away during the battle. If they choose to shoot instead of fleeing at this time, Khalifa in a straight line thrusting state is sure to die, but it is a pity that they are afraid of death, but Khalifa is ruined. So these marines are sure to die. Die. Khalifa's lotus arm waved the 2 marines who were about to escape and immediately blood flowed, and fell to the ground with a snap. The queen on the other side shot and killed the last marine after dodging the bullets, but even so she saw at this time, Khalifa's beautiful eyes were still full of astonishment. At the critical moment, Lu Chengkong's potential finally exploded in order to save her from an accident. Her strength finally broke through, and she could use the three-step shave several times in a row. Chengkong, don't worry, you promised my sister that you won't leave me. Khalifa, who killed 4 Marines in an instant, didn't care about the blood on his body or the trembling body. The Boundwell came to Lu Chengkong and hugged him in his arms, shaking his body gently, for fear that he would leave him. Cough, don't worry, I can't die, I'm not a fool, I was ready when I saw the trajectory of those bullets. None of these bullets hit the key, it's okay. Hello, girl from 9 Snake Island, hurry up and bring up the well-dressed person below, and at the same time let him bring all the valuables over, hurry up. Lu Chengkong first stretched out his trembling right hand and patted Khalifa, indicating that he was fine. Don't worry, and then turned to the side in a daze. Boa Hancock growled. Oh, Boa Hancock snorted involuntarily as if she had just woken up from a dream. She didn't realize that she seemed to be different from usual. Usually she was very arrogant. Even if the powerful warriors of 9 Snake Island and her elders ordered her, she would not dump them, but now Lu Chengkong yelled, her body ran into the cabin like an instinct. After a while, Boa Hancock and her 2 sisters came out with a beaten man. This guy was obviously taught a lesson by Boa Hancock, and his arrogance were long gone. Okay, push these corpses into the sea, and then set off the boat. Lu Chengkong's face was as pale as paper, but he still resisted the coma that kept coming from his nerves and said bluntly. Boa Hancock and the others immediately followed Lu Chengkong's words. As soldiers of 9 Snake Island, they had received various trainings and teachings since they were children, not to mention the simple things of sailing and controlling ships. Although his body is petite, he is still very skilled at doing things. He is familiar with the road. Kojima Lu Chengkong, who has watched the marine ship slowly leave this life and has been living for 2 years, is suddenly relieved, but he does not let himself fall asleep, because there are still 2 bullets in the body that have not been taken out. The most valuable thing should be the contents of these boxes. Sister, kill him and throw him into the sea. There should be medicines and tools for wounds in the cabin, you can find them. 12012 Mysterious Dream. After a lot of hard work, Khalifa and Boa Hancock finally found the tools and medicines to heal their injuries. As for Boa Hancock's 2 sisters, of course, they are in charge of controlling the ship. At this time, they must find an island as soon as possible due to their strength and situation, otherwise it will be very difficult. It will be found by those Marines soon, and it will really be dead by then. I found it, but there's no anesthetic. Boa Hancock happily ran over with a box in hand, only to think of something and his face suddenly stepped down. Cough, I thought you said nothing. It turned out to be anesthesia. It's not a problem if you don't have these things. Sister, come on. Lu Chengkong chuckled lightly, as if he was not the one who was injured. Boa Hancock, who was still a little girl at this time, was full of admiration for his audacity. The female warriors of 9 Snake Island admired the strong, because the status of women was inherently low. Therefore, the people of 9 Snake Island admire the strong. Although Lu Chengkong is not a strong man yet, his performance today deeply shocked Boa Hancock. Yeah, Khalifa didn't refuse either. After all, for the 2 years they were injured, they were all handled by the other party. Khalifa had learned these methods and skills from the doctors in the town. Self-taught with their books, the subjects of the experiment are of course cats and dogs. Khalifa, whose body has recovered a lot, is very proficient in checking the tools in the medical box. After confirming that there are not many tools needed, Khalifa immediately picked up a lighter and heated all the tools such as the scalpel, and then opened a knife to Lu Chengkong's wound. Holding the pliers and putting it into Lu Chengkong's wound. It sounds complicated, but Khalifa did nothing wrong, and it didn't cause Lu Chengkong to suffer unnecessary pain. Hey, there are 2 more. Khalifa breathed a sigh of relief after taking out 1 bullet, and Boa Hancock on the side immediately picked up the towel that had been prepared for a long time to wipe the sweat off Khalifa's forehead, and also for Lu Chengkong. After wiping the blood off his body, there was a cold sweat on his face because of the pain. However, this is not the first time that Lu Chengkong, who has been injured, did not hum during the operation. Obviously, his 2-year jungle fighting career has greatly helped him. Whether it is now or in the future, this is a solid foundation. Benefit: the foundation is not only the foundation of the body, but also the foundation of the mind, will, and nerves. There is no doubt that Lu Chengkong has done a good job in this regard. Whether it is willpower, endurance or endurance, he is very sturdy. After 10 minutes, Khalifa finally took out all 3 bullets with hard work. At the same time, the wound was not infected with bacteria, and the treatment was very good. At this time, Lu Chengkong's strong resilience played a great role. Although it is not exaggerated to recover instantly like the Majin Buu in Dragon Ball, the granulation of the wound is slowly wriggling at a speed that is unseen by the naked eye, and there is no blood coming out of the wound. Obviously Lu Chengkong's wound recovery is from the internal organs of the body have begun to recover, and the bleeding has already stopped, so there is no need for stitches at all. Hey, I'm really exhausted. I want to take a rest first. I'll leave it to you. Lu Chengkong breathed a sigh of relief. Although he could endure the pain, it didn't mean he wasn't afraid of the pain. The feeling of the rest of his life after the catastrophe, just after he finished saying a sentence, the boundless darkness suddenly eroded his damn trouble and Lu Chengkong fell into a glorious slumber. Khalifa, you should take a rest too. I thought you had a breakthrough just now. Now you are tired too. Leave it to us here. Boa Hancock tried to make his tone softer. It is the same life and death, and Lu Chengkong and the 2 of them have shown each other that they can sacrifice their lives for each other, which has made Boa Hancock fully admit the 2 of them, so they speak like sisters. Okay. Khalifa didn't refuse either. After all, he still had to seize the time to recover. Who knows what would happen in the next moment. After nodding, he gently picked up Lu Chengkong and walked towards the shipyard. Sister, I have a feeling as if I had a dream. Boa Marigold, one of Boa Hancock's sisters, said with emotion. I think so too. Boa Sandersonia nodded in agreement. Okay, don't talk about this. We are not out of danger yet. Now we take turns to watch the night and try to preserve as much physical strength as possible. Boa Hancock waved his hand to prevent the 2 of them from continuing to talk, and her petite body actually spread out following her orders. With an aura that only a leader can have, people can't help but give birth to the idea of trusting her, and the body can't help but follow her words. Yes, facing her eldest sister, her 2 younger sisters would never refuse but obey. The 2 nodded at the same time and then discussed the order of the vigil. At this time, Lu Chengkong, who was in a coma, found himself in a world with a red moon. A man with a handsome appearance had a pair of wings that only demons could know from his back. He held a sickle in his hand and kept chasing him. When he fell to the ground and saw that the sharp sickle was about to cut off his neck, the whole world suddenly stopped and then shattered. At the same time, Lu Chengkong also opened his eyes, obviously awakened. Is this really a dream? Why do I have this dream every time I get injured in the past 2 years? Is it a coincidence or? Lu Chengkong thought about it for a while, but he didn't have a clue. It could only be summed up after eating the fruit of that mysterious man. The sequelae, or the sequelae of crossing, but when he waved his body, he noticed that his body had actually recovered a lot, and even the wound had almost healed. It seems that this is not a coincidence at all. Every time I am injured to a certain point, I will enter this dream, but after waking up, my body will recover. The more time I tremble with the man with devil wings, the more the wounds healed after I woke up, the faster. Quote. Lu Chengkong can already be sure that his phenomenon is definitely not a coincidence, and he has already guessed in his heart that it is because of the effect of the mysterious fruit. This fruit definitely has some magical effect, otherwise it has the ability to allow him to travel through time and space. The people of the sect would definitely not care so much, and would not be so angry that they would throw themselves into the world of One Piece, King of Pirates. Thinking of this, Lu Chengkong has more confidence in his path to becoming a strong man. 13.013 Mysterious Paramesha. Forget it, it doesn't matter, as long as I can become stronger, I will know all this one day. Net, Lu Chengkong shook his head, suppress these thoughts, stood up and covered himself with the quilt that was originally on him. On the other side of Khalifa, who looked like a sleeping beauty, and then walked out on tiptoe. Huh, you woke up so soon. Wow, you didn't eat some devil fruit, did you? Why did the wound heal so quickly? Boa Hancock, who is now in charge of the night watch, saw that Lu Chengkong had woken up, and his face was full of joy. However, after noticing that the wounds on his body had actually recovered, he suddenly said with a surprised expression, he looked very cute, as if he had discovered a new continent. I'm not too sure, by the way, what's in these boxes? Lu Chengkong patted his forehead as if I wasn't very clear, and then changed the subject. If you don't tell me, I almost forgot, they're all here. 2 of them were taken out of the dark compartment only by the guy who was coerced and lured by me. I think they're all good things. Boa Hancock is still young after all. Adding Lu Chengkong's shifting topic also attracted her attention, so she didn't ask any further questions. Let's see. Wow, it's a devil fruit, from Paramesha. Lu Chengkong looked at the 5 boxes in front of him. The last 2 were in brocade boxes. They were very gorgeous and precious. Just by looking at their appearance, they knew they were good things. Wow, the first one to open is the devil fruit, the other 4 will not be the same. Boa Hancock was also surprised, and couldn't wait to open the other 2, only to find that they were all devil fruits, but different from the previous Paramesha. The last 2 are Zone's devil fruit. There are 5 here. If the last 2 are devil fruits, then let's divide it equally. After all, everyone here has contributed to the things here. Lu Chengkong doesn't have to be domineering and use it all for his own use, because the performance of the 3 Boa Hancock sisters in the battle is also after the fact. His performance was acknowledged by Lu Chengkong. When they were sleeping with Khalifa, they completely occupied all these devil fruits and then killed themselves and Khalifa, but they didn't, so Lu Chengkong made such a decision, not to mention that 1 devil fruit can only be eaten by 1 person, which is more it's useless. On the contrary, it is definitely worth using these devil fruits to befriend an empress who will surpass the strength of the original book in the future. In the original book, Boa Hancock caused a huge shadow in her heart because of the incident of Tenryubito, which had a great hindrance and influence on her cultivation, but now Boa Hancock has left with her own strength and perseverance, and there is no such shadow that adds to her side by side. If guided, Hancock, whose strength is no less than Admiral's in the future, will definitely be stronger. It seems that many things have changed under the influence of his own variable, and it also proves that the future of the original book is not immutable. The first 3 are Paramesha and Zone, so the last 2 are so well packaged must be Logia. Thinking of this, Lu Chengkong's eyes couldn't help shooting out 2 hot flames, and at the same time he reached out and opened the last 2 brocade boxes. How is that possible? Lu Chengkong said in surprise, making Boa Hancock beside him think something happened and quickly asked, what's wrong? Since the first 3 are Zone and Paramesha, then the last 2 boxes are so precious, so they should be Logia, but now only one of them is Logia, and the other is not, so I was surprised. Lu Chengkong calmed down and said after being surprised. At the same time, he made an analysis in his mind. The fact that this Paramesha fruit can be treated like this absolutely proves that this fruit is not simple. Hancock, I want this Paramesha, as for this Logia, I want to leave it to Khalifa, okay. Lu Chengkong said a little embarrassedly. After all, these 5 fruits are obviously the most precious of the last 2 devil fruits, especially the one among them. This is especially true for Paramesha in a brocade box. Now, he actually asked for the most precious 2 of them right away. Hee, can you ask me for my opinion to prove that you have accepted my friend? Without the 2 of you, I believe that the future of the 3 of us will be very miserable, not to mention that we can get the devil fruit now. These are all you and Khalifa fought back with her life, so these should all be yours. You saved the 3 of us. I am already very grateful to you. Why would you be so embarrassed to ask for these spoils? Quote. Boa Hancock smiled lightly, looking at Lu Chengkong with more satisfied eyes, then shook his head and said. How can this be? I said just now that if there are 5 fruits, then we will share it equally. Each person can only eat 1 devil fruit. It is useless to eat more. how can you take the credit for the things here? And if you haven't escaped, one more fighting force is one more chance to live, so don't talk about it. I'm a little ashamed if you say it again. When Lu Chengkong saw what Boa Hancock was going to say, he immediately waved his hand to stop her from speaking, and then pushed 3 of the devil fruits in front of her. Lu Chengkong was sure that the 3 fruits in front of him were the 3 Boa Hancock sisters. The 3 that the original book ate. As for the mysterious Paramesha and Logia, I don't know. As for why Lu Chengkong didn't want Logia but chose this Paramesha, it's very simple. It's just a 2-word feeling. After crossing the border, Lu Chengkong sometimes has a strange feeling about certain things and some people, and it has proved him in the past 2 years. How accurate the feeling is, just like the decision to kill these Marines before, at that time there was a voice in his heart telling him that if he didn't go, he would regret it for the rest of his life. That's why he worked so hard. Now this feeling has come again. After seeing this mysterious Superman fruit, the familiar voice appeared in his heart. Since Tenryubito's followers will value this mysterious Paramesha fruit so much, plus their own feelings, so Lu Chengkong made this decision. As for Logia's giving to Khalifa, it was entirely because of his care and love for Khalifa, and he was very dissatisfied with the bubble fruit she ate in the original book. She is. I'll eat it first, but I heard that devil fruit is hard to eat. It's more painful than eating shit, so you have to be prepared. Sister, you're also awake. Here is Logia's devil fruit. What is it? I don't know about the ability. Let's eat first. Logia has improved a lot in a short period of time. Lu Chengkong saw that Khalifa, Boa Marigold, and Boa Sandersonia also woke up, so he told what he knew. Them. Even with the 3 of them watching intently, Lu Chengkong picked up the mysterious Paramesha fruit, swallowed it, and stuffed it into his mouth, just like a person who would die because of his righteousness. 14:014 Brunette. Ouch! As soon as this fruit was eaten, Lu Chengkong's face turned blue and purple, and he immediately knelt on the ground and vomited. But the devil fruit is very strange that once you eat it, you can't spit it out, and the effect is very fast. Come on. Luffy turned into a rubber body about 10 seconds after eating it. Damn, it's too painful. What's worse than shit? It's the worst thing in the world to eat. Lu Chengkong said with lingering fears. His face was full of the color of the rest of his life, and he was not afraid of the sky. It smells like devil fruit. Is it really that bad? Khalifa said with a curious look on the baby's face, and then picked up the Logia fruit and ate it. In an instant, her complexion was as blue and purple as the former Lu Chengkong, but because the girl's restraint was not as low as Lu Chengkong's. Zhang Kong vomited like that in public, but looking at her sweating profusely, she knew how hard she had endured. Eldest sister, can the jagged goddess of war Khalifa be so unbearable? Is this devil fruit really so unpalatable? Boa Sandersonia asked a little scared when she saw Lu Chengkong's performance. Well, let's not talk about it. We are the warriors of the Amazon Lily Island. You also know the benefits of devil fruits. Are we afraid that they have eaten them all in the sky? Boa Hancock said indifferently, but if you look closely, it is still Vivi could find that her right hand was shaking at this time. Obviously, her heart was not so indifferent on the surface, but in order to maintain her majesty and status as the eldest sister, she could only eat it indifferently, not even blushing or panting. Khalifa and Lu Chengkong on the side were full of admiration. Wait for me here, I'll go get something. Boa Hancock walked into the cabin with a blank face and the appearance of a facially paralyzed woman, but Lu Chengkong, who had a very good hearing, waited for the sound of vomiting. Obviously she was also enduring it. No longer. Puff. Lu Chengkong's ability to hold back his laughter doesn't mean that Khalifa, who also understands what's going on, can't help it. Seeing her smiling face, Boa Sandersonia, who was a little confused beside her beautiful smile, also understood, although they were not directly like Khalifa. The smiles were so direct, but their faces couldn't help but laugh. I want it. Eat it. The 2 girls, Boa Marigold, looked at each other and ate the last 2 devil fruits at the same time. The 2 of them couldn't compare to Boa Hancock, not even Lu Chengkong, so they vomited. It took about a minute to recover, but her pretty face was still covered in cold sweat. Is it still a step slower? Damn it. Just when Boa Hancock, who had already returned from the cabin, was about to say something, a cold humming sound came out from the boat, accompanied by it as a terrifying momentum that covers the sky and the sun. Under the cover of this momentum, even the tumbling sea has calmed down. There is not even a wave of waves, and the sea covered by the momentum is completely still and no flow. What is this, hockey? Lu Chengkong thought in shock. At the same time, just as he was about to pass out, the momentum disappeared in an instant. Fortunately, the momentum was fleeting, otherwise it would have been conqueror hockey. Boa Hancock, who has not awakened, will also pass out. So far, the 5 people present have the strongest resistance to hockey. However, if this hockey lasts for 1 more second, even Boa Hancock can't bear it. How is it possible? Even the sea must be still. Even the top conqueror hockey powerhouses of the level of red-haired Shanks and Whitebeard can only make the sea kings tremble, but this person's hockey actually even the sea must be still. Is there such a strong person in this One Piece, King of Pirates? All kinds of light flashed in Lu Chengkong's eyes, and he shouted in disbelief, but his body didn't even have the strength to speak under the pressure of the fleeting hockey just now. Lu Chengkong reluctantly opened his eyes and looked at the source of the sound. At some point on the Marine's military flag, there was a man whose face could not be seen clearly, but it could still be seen from the outline that the person was a black-haired woman. Is it a step too late? Did she mean devil fruit? Did I eat the devil fruit that originally belonged to her? And the only person who knows everything here is Tenryubito. Is she the Tenryubito who is hiding behind her back? And only this explanation can explain why do those rubbish Tenryubito in the original have the power to command Marine. Quote. After about a minute, Lu Chengkong felt that he had finally regained control over his body. He stood up slowly, his eyes had long since lost the horror he had before. And with the strength of the other party, if they want to kill themselves and others, let hockey be released for a few more seconds, and they will directly break down several of them, so Lu Chengkong will be so calm. It seems that you know a lot, you have already guessed my identity. The mysterious black-haired girl hummed Isho, but her voice was as cold as ever, making it impossible to guess what she was thinking at this time. If you want to kill or cut, give me a word. I want to know if the fruit that you care about is Khalifa's Logia fruit. No, it's the Paramesha fruit that I eat. Lu Chengkong forced himself to calm down. The more he said this, the more calm the situation is, the faster the speed of thinking is improved to the extreme, it will be understood. It's very smart. It seems that you not only know a lot, but you are also very smart. You can support my hockey for a second without awakening hockey. Although it is only a few % of hockey, your nerves and will are still good. Yes, without the guidance of a famous teacher, you should have cultivated yourself by fighting beasts in the jungle and stealing the basics of marine. Quote. The black-haired girl is like a prophet, as if all the truth cannot be hidden from her. She is the strongest wise person. No, she is someone who can see through the future. Just by looking at Lu Chengkong, she will know everything about Lu Chengkong. See through. Who is this woman? It's terrible. Lu Chengkong thought so in his heart, but he could only passively listen to the woman in front of him. Hockey, released at will, is to make the sea still. If it is full force, it will be fine. Even if I eat the devil fruit, I can't take it out. Even if I kill you, it's not easy to find it again. You are lucky, you have eaten the fruit that originally belonged to me. It's a pity that such a fruit that was close to perfect in the early stage. It's gone. It seems that I can only eat this, although this fruit is not inferior to that one. Hey. The black-haired girl's tone suddenly became a little helpless, and she actually took it in front of Lu Chengkong. A pineapple-like fruit came out and ate it. Logia fruit. Vivi was surprised when Lu Chengkong saw the fruit clearly, and secretly thought to himself when the Logia fruit became popular, and the fruit that the woman in front of him could see would definitely not be garbage, or she wouldn't keep it. A Logia didn't eat this Paramesha, but instead looked for it to eat. At this time, Lu Chengkong was even more grateful for his previous choice, and at the same time believed more in his indescribable feeling. 15:015 Tenryubito Niels. The taste is really unpalatable. I want it. The black-haired girl's tone fluctuated slightly, and sure enough, the taste of the devil fruit really ignored the difference in strength, even if the girl in front of her with a powerful and terrifying strength ate it. A little mood swing. Since you ate my devil fruit, you have to do something for me, but only if you can survive. Take this thing, go to the nearest marine base, just show them and they will know what to do. Of course you can choose to run away, but when the time comes, what will happen to you? The black-haired girl didn't say any more, but Lu Chenggong also knew what he meant. The girl's luck is good. The logia fruit she ate is one of the most mysterious fruits, the fruit of light. Forget it, her qualifications are not bad. It is your chance to get these. As long as you can survive, then forget it. The black-haired girl said this with a bit of bitterness. Obviously, she searched for the fruit Lu Chenggong ate for a long time and spent a lot of time to find it. Maybe it was because Lu Chenggong couldn't get the result directly for some reason. As for the fruit of light that is placed in Logia's fruit, it is also a top fruit, but such a fruit in the mouth of this black-haired girl is not as good as the paramesha fruit that Lu Chenggong ate. From this, it can be seen that the one Lu Chenggong ate. How extraordinary and terrifying the fruit is. The fruit that can make people of her strength care so much is definitely not simple. I wish you good luck. I hope you won't let me down, hey. The brunette sighed, but in the end she managed to pack up her mind. After all, she also had 2 hands to prepare, and the logia fruit she ate was no worse than a willow. The difference in Chenggong is just that her heart is more inclined towards the fruit of Lu Chenggong. After the black-haired girl let out a sigh, she disappeared in the same place as before she came, without making a sound. Lu Chenggong, Khalifa and Boa Hancock, who were not in a coma, didn't realize how she left. Hee, the fastest red-haired Shanks and the shiny Kizaru are just jokes in front of her. Lu Chenggong let out a complicated sigh, then picked up the document that the black-haired girl threw to the place, only to find it inside. It was written with some words that Lu Chenggong did not understand, and it was obviously some secret communication text, but at the point it was stamped by a dragon with claws and claws, not a Western dragon but a Chinese-style dragon. It seems that I still have to face this woman in the future, but it's good. At least let me know that this world of One Piece, King of Pirates, still hides people who are far more powerful than Whitebeard and others, and get so many benefits, too. It's a worthwhile trip. With this document, it seems that even if Marine and other Tenryubito know that it was me who killed the people here, they won't be held accountable. It's really giving me a pillow when I'm drowsy. What I need most now is the guidance of a famous teacher. You actually gave it to me. Brought this thing. Lu Chenggong looked at the document in his hand. Although he didn't know what was stamped by this woman, he still understood the words in the title, CP9. That's right, Lu Chenggong guessed that this woman wanted to let herself join CP9 based on her own strength. This was a test for herself. If she couldn't join her strength and couldn't reach the level she expected, then she would definitely kill herself and come to Lu Chenggong. There is no benefit to saying that. The strength will improve faster under huge pressure, and he has been fascinated by Rokushiki in CP9 for a long time, but the physical strength is not enough and there is no cultivation method. Of course, the easiest and most difficult shaving is the exception. Go to the place where the memory pointer points. That should be the area of Sabayati Archipelago's auction house. Lu Chenggong said to Boa Hancock, who was just waking up from a dream and still in a daze. Oh, Boa Hancock came back to his senses after hearing Lu Chenggong's voice, and immediately drove past the place pointed by the memory pointer. This place has not left the sea area of Sabayati Archipelago. At this speed, I believe that it should be able to arrive tomorrow morning. The 3 of Lu Chenggong did not speak that night, because what they had experienced today was too much and too complicated, not to mention anything else. Only the 3 Boa Hancock first became slaves, then escaped, and then the devil fruit. In the end, a strong perverted mysterious black-haired girl came out. A series of events overwhelmed Lu Chenggong and the others. Even Lu Chenggong didn't even bother to pay attention to what kind of fruit he ate. As for the unconscious Boa Marag, the two German girls are not so easy to wake up. After all, people who were suffocated by hockey and fainted by the perverted and strong hockey are not so easy to wake up, they can only wait for them to wake up. When he woke up the next day, Lu Chengkong found a large and small island in his line of sight. As he kept getting closer, when he finally stopped to the side, Lu Chengkong found that there were many bubbles on the island, and it flew very far. Tall skies don't break so easily. When the marine ship came to a stop, Lu Chengkong found that there were soldiers all around, and even Tenryubito came out. Obviously, even Tenryubito on the bright side wouldn't dare to underestimate the contents. The people inside raised their hands and surrendered immediately, otherwise we would open fire immediately. What surprised Lu Chengkong most was that there were actually two admirals in marine, Kuzan and a kainu of water and fire, namely Red Dog, two people. They all looked like they were waiting, and even the people nearby opened their eyes wide to see who was facing the lineup who could get such treatment from marine. Even Sabayadi Archipelago, who was hiding there, Rayleigh, the king of the underworld, was also hiding and watching the boat. People. It just makes everyone unbelievable or even unacceptable that the children who came out of the marine are all children. The oldest is only 11 or 12 years old, because Lu Chengkong and Khalifa's heights do not look like 6 years old and 8 years old at all. Year-old children can have it, so it is also classified into the 11 to 2-year-old crowd. The leader is a boy with black hair Karome. Compared with the marine's powerhouse, his strength is not outdated. Why are so many people surrounded and suppressed? This idea not only appeared in marine but also in the hearts of Pluto, Rayleigh and Kuzan, a kainu. You guys are Tenryubito, you really are such rubbish. After Lu Chengkong came out, he looked disdainful of everything, and the first sentence made everyone present, including the two admirals, change their faces. What did you say? You actually dare to insult us? You, Tenryubito, who was wearing a bubble hood, was obviously being scolded like this for the first time. Apparently he is also facing this situation for the first time. 16016 Tragic Traffickers. Why are you unhappy with me? Is it wrong for me to scold you? Tell me, is it wrong? Lu Chengkong didn't stop, but continued to speak disdainfully, but this time he raised the document in his hand, the golden shining one. The dragon-shaped imprint of the dragon fell into the people present, and those who don't know may not have it, but the two Tenryubito and Kuzan, who was recommended to be the next Marine Headquarters Marshal, suddenly changed their faces when they saw this imprint. You're right. Tenryubito, who was about to wave someone to kill Lu Chengkong just now, saw a 180-degree change in his attitude after seeing the imprint of the document in Lu Chengkong's hand, and even knelt down to Lu Chengkong, completely ignoring the sluggishness of the last person. The stunned eyes and appearance directly fell to the ground, and said with sincerity and fear. Oh my God, what is going on here? The arrogant and domineering Tenryubito actually knelt down to people. What could be more devastating than this incident? Only Tenryubito and Kuzan, who knew the inside story, understood what the mark meant. Kneel down for me. Tenryubito raised his head and looked at the people around him who dared to stand, as if thinking of something terrible, and immediately roared at those Marines. Forced by Tenryubito's long-standing majesty and the power behind them, some of the Marines knelt down almost instinctively. As for those nearby who were used to being bullied by Tenryubito, they fell to the ground in fright. Damn, this is what's going on. They are all vicious criminals, and they let the righteous Marine kneel down for them. Ah, the red dog on the side is a kainu, who can sacrifice everything for the so-called justice. The scene where all the Marines other than him kneeled down was about to roar immediately. Fortunately, Kuzan next to him punched him on the head and forcibly pressed him down. Seeing that he was about to resist, Kuzan immediately fell in his ear. Said a word. What? Akainu's face changed dramatically, and finally, under Lu Chengkong's playful eyes, his expression changed drastically, and he looked very ugly, but he could only kneel on the ground helplessly. Akainu, who was the most stubborn, knelt down. People are even more astonished. What are the identities of these little ghosts in front of them? If things go out here, things may change. She asked me to give it to you. Lu Chengkong walked up to Kuzan with a blank face and handed the document to Kuzan, but his heart was not much better than the people here. Although he knew the mysterious girl, the status of S identity is absolutely high in Tenryubito, but I never thought that it would be so high. Just a mark would have such a big energy. Just now Lu Chengkong was also very worried when he saw so many people besieging him, but in the end he decided to fight because he believed that woman would never let him die so easily, so he thought of giving it a try. Chengkong deliberately pretended to be incomparably strong and then took out this document hoping to have an unexpected effect. Sure enough, not only did it have this effect, but the impact was even greater than Lu Chengkong thought. This woman is not simple. Compared to Lu Chengkong's composure, the Khalifa girls behind him were dizzy and distracted, and they couldn't imagine that woman's energy was so great. Even Marine Admiral and Tenryubito were all because a one imprint knelt down, so if she was a real person, I really didn't dare to think about it. Kuzan can really understand these words. It should be that the woman also expected such a situation early in the morning, and the woman did this to tell herself how much energy she has. Don't think about running away, otherwise no matter where you go, you can't escape death. This is terrible. Why is this terrible woman not described in the original book? If Roger is the king of pirates, then this woman is simply the emperor in the world of One Piece, king of pirates. Even Tenryubito would have to see her mark. Kneeling down, then who else is more noble and terrifying than her status? Please come with me. Compared with a Kainu, Kuzan is obviously more suitable to be a marshal. If Marine is under his leadership, he will definitely be better than Sengoku. A lot of indiscriminate killing of innocent people. Of course, this is only relative. Lu Chengkong didn't refuse either. His family knew his own affairs. He was just a fox and a tiger right now. These things can't be overdone. It's enough to achieve the effect of standing up. Larger resources are then too much to say. Although you are the ones recommended by the adult, you must rely on your true abilities to enter CP9. Even I have no right to let you in directly. Kuzan was afraid that Lu Chengkong and the others would not know the situation and go back and file a complaint. Marine's headquarters can't bear to walk around, so he put down his body and the so-called career of acting as a tour guide to explain clearly to Lu Chengkong so as not to cause misunderstanding. All good to say. If I guessed correctly, the world government's tolerance and care for Tenryubito is entirely because of that woman. It seems that my previous guesses are all correct. But unfortunately your abacus is wrong. You want to get that through me. The woman's favor, but you don't know that that woman still wanted to kill me last night, hee. Lu Chengkong pretended to be attentive and comprehended, but his heart was very evil. The girls behind Khalifa and the others knew about this situation, but they almost didn't laugh when they saw Lu Chengkong's appearance, and finally held back for the sake of the overall situation. By the way, Mr. Admiral, can someone send the two of them back to the Amazon Lily Island? By the way, they were abducted by Marine. I hope this will not happen this time. Do you think it's okay? When going to Marine Admiral's unique ship, Lu Chengkong thought that Boa Hancock was from Lily Island, where there is the most exquisite hockey practice method. It would be a waste not to go back there, and he also felt that Hancock's cultivation on Lily Island was the best way. Okay. And he can also get hockey's training method from Boa Hancock when they meet in the future, which is two birds with one stone. There's absolutely no problem with this. Hearing this, Kuzan's expression changed. If there were no outsiders here, he might have jumped up and scolded his mother. Which Marine is so daring and dared to kidnap the person whom the adults valued? My friend, first can't help Marine if I don't cut you to pieces when I go back. For Marine's great cause, I can only sacrifice you, and you're more than worthless. Lu Chengkong didn't know that because of his words, the few remaining Marines who abducted them and survived, that is, the bald Marine and others, had a very miserable and tragic end, but even if he knew, it was nothing. In Kuzan's words, they are indeed dead. 17017 Farewell. What, Chengkong? You want me to go back? What am I doing wrong? Boa Hancock was already exquisite when he heard Lu Chengkong's words, and his pretty face, which became more beautiful after eating the sweet fruit, suddenly crossed. She came down and said with an unhappy face, an invisible charm exuded from her body, because Boa Hancock, who was unable to control her after eating the devil fruit for a long time, showed such a pitiful appearance. Those deep marine soldiers immediately petrified. However, Lu Chengkong, who was prepared early in the morning, was very lucky to escape, and Kuzan, who was walking in the front, immediately understood what was going on, but he didn't dare to swear, and he didn't know what to do. Let Boa Hancock solve it. After all, he already knew from Lu Chengkong that she had a very bad impression of Marine, and this situation was not her intention. Obviously, she couldn't control the natural emission after eating the devil fruit. You are good everywhere, gentle and virtuous. If someone grows up and marries you as a wife, it will definitely be his greatest happiness, but I believe that after this incident, you also know the importance of strength, and there is no strong strength as a backing. In other words, you can't even protect the people you care about, let alone live the life you want, and as far as I know, Lily Island is hockey's paradise. If you go back there, your strength will definitely improve the fastest. Lu Chengkong suggested to let Boa Hancock solve the petrification of those people. If he has the strength, he will not care about those people. After all, those people have bad thoughts for Boa Hancock, but now he is only a fox and a tiger. Facing Kuzan's help, the look in his eyes was not good and too disrespectful, so he could only let Boa Hancock solve their petrification and explain to her at the same time. Let's make an agreement. You are 12 years old now, and you will go to sea at 17. I will come to you on the day you go to sea and make a name for yourself. I will come to the ends of the earth, how about it? With rational and affectionate persuasion, Boa Hancock is also very homesick, and she is also a sensible person who knows that Lu Chengkong is for her own good, so she finally nodded reluctantly and agreed. Although the time between her and Lu Chengkong is only 1 day since they met, but sometimes the relationship between people is so strange. If there is a relationship, even if it is only a minute, even a look can get each other good feelings. The two of them are exactly like this. Although the time they have known each other is very short, the feelings they have built up with each other are very deep. Please come with me. After the previous lesson, those Marine soldiers did not dare to look at Boa Hancock, not to mention Boa Hancock's ability. Just because they can make Marine Admiral and Tenryubito kneel, they are not offended. So they all lead the way with their heads bowed. Let's go too. You don't need to give me the back door. Other people can give me the same training. If I die like this, it will prove that I am just like this, and that woman won't blame you. Lu Chengkong was worried that Kuzan was afraid of offending that woman and let him go through the back door, so he immediately blocked his thoughts with one sentence. Don't worry, CP9 depends entirely on his own strength, and I have no right to interfere. On the surface, Kuzan was still dressed in elegant clothes, but there was still a hint of embarrassment in his eyes. Obviously just now in his heart the face also has this idea. In order to please the adult, even Kuzan, a person with a firm position, has to make a series of actions and ideas that go against justice, but it is precisely because of Lu Chengkong's words that Kuzan is looking at Lu Chengkong. There was a hint of admiration in his eyes. As expected of the person that the adults saw, he can have such a realization at the age of 6. I hope he can survive, otherwise Marine will be miserable. Kuzan thought with a sigh in his heart, although Lu Chengkong said the mysterious girl wouldn't blame them, but how could they believe it? Obviously, all of this was due to Lu Chengkong's previous strengths and proper use. If Lu Chengkong was timid, the effect would definitely not be as good as it is now. 18:018 Perfect. Chengkong at this time knew that Kuzan, who had nothing to do, would be so worried and care about because of his little means. He would definitely laugh so hard. How could he have any background? You must know that under the gaze of so many strong people just now, his heartbeat speed has increased countless times. Network. After waiting for the Admiral warship belonging to Kuzan, Kuzan arranged for him to take a shower in the most advanced room and change into clean clothes. Only after Lu Chengkong remembered that he seemed to have eaten that mysterious girl, the mysterious girl wanted to take it as her own. Some Paramesha fruits have not been studied and obtained information until now, and they don't even know what this fruit is called. Thinking of this, Lu Chengkong determined that there would be no danger here, and immediately focused his mind on the piece of information that appeared in his mind after eating the devil fruit. I finally understand why the woman of this Paramesha fruit wants so much. This is an almost invincible fruit, but it is also the most tasteless fruit. Lu Chengkong couldn't help after accepting this piece of information after a while. Sighed. It's a long story. This devil fruit is the mirror fruit. The ability is very simple. It is to create mirror images, whether it is one's own or someone else's can be. This fruit falls into the hands of powerful people is simply the most terrifying ability, but falling in the hands of ordinary people with weak hands and no fighting power, it is the most tasteless fruit. Why do you say that? It's very simple. Every devil fruit, whether it's Paramesha, Zone or even Logia, has the weakest ability at the beginning. With continuous digging, the training also depends on the user's talent fruit ability. It will become more and more perverted. For example, Whitebeard's real fruit can even be shattered by control. At the beginning, it will shake the air at most, and the power is very small. Everything depends on how the user uses him. I want full text. And this mirror fruit is actually very simple. At the beginning, you can only create your own mirror, which is exactly the same as yourself, but it can't move and has no strength. However, with the continuous development of these mirrors, it will be able to walk and move like a monster swordsman. Without strength, with the continuous improvement of the ability to develop the mirror fruit, the final mirror created will have exactly the same strength as himself. You can imagine how terrifying the strength of that woman is. If you have this mirror fruit, it will be developed to a certain extent, not to mention how much it will be produced. Just 2 mirror clones and 3 with the same strength will be so terrifying. No wonder it would take so much effort to get this fruit. This is only Lu Chengkong's preliminary guess. After all, he has only just acquired the ability of this fruit. He can only split a mirror image and still cannot move. I don't know if these mirror clones will have their own thoughts like the incarnations of mythical novels after this fruit is developed to the extreme. Lu Chengkong couldn't help but think of why, and at the same time determined that he would work hard to become stronger. Thought, the stronger the strength of his body, the more terrifying the ability of the mirror fruit. Try it first. Instead, Lu Chengkong never dreamed that he would come to the world of One Piece, King of Pirates, let alone get a devil fruit and still get such a perverted fruit. Thinking of this, Lu Chengkong he couldn't wait to test it, and thought, mirror clone. Lu Chengkong only felt that his brain was suddenly a little heavy, and he didn't know when a person with a blank face appeared beside him, but both his body, appearance and temperament were exactly the same as Lu Chengkong. At the same time, Lu Chengkong only felt that his line of sight seemed to be divided. Second, it seems to have 2 bodies at the same time, but it is not contradictory at all. It is a pity that this avatar can't move even Dong except for sharing the perspective, but even so, Lu Chengkong is very excited. Wait, I remember that the devil fruit's core is a bit strange, that woman's tone, isn't it? Just when Lu Chengkong was going to study his fruit ability, a picture suddenly appeared in his mind, and at the same time he thought of the woman the tone of speech at that time. This fruit was like a perfect fruit in her heart, and she saw that the core of the devil fruit she ate was different from that of Khalifa and Boa Sandersonia, so Lu Chengkong did not throw it on a whim. Dropped, saved. At this moment, an idea quietly appeared in his heart. As soon as this idea appeared, even Lu Chengkong, who had experienced many life and death battles, couldn't help his face full of ecstasy. The clothes made of toothed tiger skin took out a crystal-like fruit core from the pocket, and then let people get a big poke of seawater from the sea, which can definitely fill a bathtub. For safety's sake, Lu Chengkong immediately ran to the side. The room brought Khalifa, whose face was reddish and looked as beautiful as a hibiscus just after taking a bath. Khalifa, I'm going to do an experiment. If you see me sinking, you have to pull me up immediately. Lu Chengkong took a deep breath and poured the seawater onto the bathtub, then put the crystal-like fruit in his hand. Put the nucleus aside and sit in the seawater. Ah! Lu Chengkong exclaimed, he found that he could no longer control his body. It was obviously just a bathtub that was too shallow to dive in, but he found that the swimming that he had already learned was forcibly deprived, and his whole body was like ooze sunk down. Khalifa on one side saw that the situation was not right, and immediately stretched out his right hand to pull Lu Chengkong up before his body sank into the bathtub. But even so, the feeling of helplessness facing the sea just now, the sense of powerlessness still made Lu Chengkong feel helpless. With a look of horror on his face, in just a moment just now, there seemed to be countless voices in his own mind condemning him. He couldn't resist, or even thought of resisting, as if he would die at any time. What's wrong with you in the sky? You can only reach out and touch the sea water at most after eating the devil fruit. Your body must not touch the sea water too far, it will be abandoned by the sea. The power lost by the capable person is proportional to the amount of water it touches. How can you be so messy? Come, Khalifa said with a worried look, trying to reprimand Lu Chengkong but couldn't use a serious tone. What he said instead turned into a kind of doting. Of course I know this, try again, don't worry, this time I'm sure it will surprise you. Lu Chengkong immediately amused Khalifa by pretending to be a funny look you were waiting to see, and his originally bad mood also improved. At the same time, he couldn't help but look at Lu Chengkong with curious eyes to see how he surprised him. 19019 Honest and Relative. Instead of explaining, Lu Chengkong smiled confidently, but his heart was not sure. After all, he was also guessing that the woman pursued a fruit for so long. Even if she had the same powerful fruit, she would not eat it. She had to find the ideal in her heart. Fruit, and those two words, perfect, proves that she is a person who pursues perfection, and she absolutely does not allow herself to have any flaws. But this time she was accidentally destroyed by herself, so that the fruit that can be said to be perfect will definitely not be so simple. Lu Chengkong, who thought of this in his heart, immediately picked up the crystal fruit core beside him, and then put it in the sea again. The same feeling of being criticized by others came again, but at this time Lu Chengkong only feeling that his own spirit seems to have suddenly raised an invisible barrier to block all these condemnations. The feeling of powerlessness, Lu Chengkong found that he could stay in the sea without becoming a landlubber. But there is one disadvantage is that can't use ability, but for Lu Chengkong, this is already the biggest benefit. How could this be? Khalifa was shocked and stared at Lu Chengkong, who was swimming freely in the bathtub for a long time, unable to say a complete sentence. In the end, the only remaining reason made her shut her mouth immediately. Looking at the crystal fruit core in Lu Chengkong's hand, he immediately understood that it was all because of this thing. This is a secret treasure. It is countless times more precious than the Logia fruit. If anyone knew about it, Lu Chengkong would definitely be very dangerous. There is a fly in the ointment that I can't use the fruit ability. It should be the crystal core that seals the devil fruit in my body, so that the sea can't feel the existence of the devil fruit ability, so I can move freely, but I don't know when facing sea stone. I don't know if this is the case. As far as I know it will be so weak that it falls into the sea and can't swim and automatically control its ability to drown, but that's not the case with sea stone. Sea stone will make people weak but will not lose the fruit ability, and if you exercise for a long time with things like sea stone's handcuffs, you can completely overcome sea stone's weakness. Of course, all this is just my guess. Sea stone is only ore after all. Yes, the curse of devil fruits is nothing compared to the sea. After Lu Chengkong sorted out his thoughts, he said that he had seen the materials in the original book, and then slowly expressed his opinions through the experience he had just experienced. So I think sea stone is of great help to us. If we use sea stone to cultivate, the effect will definitely be greater, especially for those with Logia ability. Don't look at me like this, I'm talking about you, sister, I am also for you. Yes, and I also said that we will share weal and woe. Since my sister wants to train like this, of course I will accompany you. Quote. Lu Chengkong saw Khalifa put his eyes on his face, and quickly said the following words. I didn't want to admit it before, and I didn't dare to admit it, but I know that today I have to face it. My brother is a cowardly person, and he knows very little. A playboy boy. But over the past 2 years, your performance, your insights, your opinions, and your knowledge have all told me that you are not my brother, but I dare not think about it. I am worried that I will lose the motivation to live after knowing the truth. But today I know that I have to face it. You are right, to cultivate one is to be brave and diligent to fight all the shadows that affect your state of mind. Khalifa said in a very serious voice. Lu Chengkong on the side seemed to have expected this day to come early in the morning. His expression was very calm, without a trace of emotional fluctuations, but sat quietly in front of Khalifa like a listener. Listen to Khalifa. Thank you for your care, concern, and company for the past 2 years. I think without your presence, I may have gone crazy, or I may not have the motivation and courage to live, and even I will commit suicide, but you came to let me find it again. Lost joy, smile, thank you. Khalifa said while his eyes slowly turned red. 2 lines of clear tears flowed down slowly, his voice trembled a little, and in the end Khalifa couldn't help throwing himself down on Lu Chengkong. I burst into tears in my arms. Fool, don't cry, am I still here? I said that Lu Mang has become a dead person in the past tense since that day. My current name is Lu Chengkong, and I have a sister named Khalifa. The fact that it will never change. Lu Chengkong looked at the pitiful Khalifa, his heart suddenly filled with tenderness, and he couldn't help kissing Khalifa's tears. This intimacy immediately made Khalifa, who was still crying, blushed. Even the sobbing stopped. Coco, I found that I not only regarded you as my brother, but also regarded me as me. Khalifa is only an 8-year-old girl after all, although her body and mind are very mature. Her physical development is not enough a girl who is no less than 14 or 15 years old, and her psychological development is even more than an adult woman who is no less than 18 years old. But let her daughter say those things to the person in front of her who is a younger brother in her heart and who she likes. Shame words still can't be said. Take it as a lover, right? Lu Chengkong Vivi was stunned for a moment and then understood. Khalifa's unusual behavior recently has made him feel something unusual. Although he has never dated and procrastinated, he has seen many lovers walk together, and then separated. He has seen a lot of his roommates' pairings and breakups alone, so Khalifa's abnormal changes are only a few days before he understands it. You heard the words. Khalifa's conditioned reflex board raised his head. His watery and tearful eyes were full of surprise and puzzlement, obviously asking Lu Chengkong, how did you know? In the past 2 years, our lives have accumulated little by little, although there is no vigorous love, but little by little, it has turned into a small river, a long river, and finally turned into a lake and sea, a long stream of water, although I have never been in love. But I also know that in my heart this is the most perfect kind of love, not to mention that we have experienced many life and death separations, and we also know in the bottom of our hearts that the other party is not our own sister and brother, so emotional qualitative change and sublimation will happen sooner or later. I have discovered it before and prepared for it. Quote. Like a love expert, Lu Chengkong told Khalifa his solution and answered the questions in her heart. In the end, Lu Chengkong stretched out his hand and pulled her into his arms under Khalifa's wide eyes. She whispered something that made Khalifa cry with joy. Sometimes men just have to take the initiative. Although I am not a man now, I am a boy. From today onwards, I am not only your brother, but also the other half who will accompany you through the journey of life, a lover who will never leave, a man, it can be said to be my boyfriend and husband. Are you willing to walk with me? 2020 relationship change. Woo, I'm willing. Khalifa sobbed in Lu Chengkong's arms and nodded his head forcefully, as if afraid that Lu Chengkong would go back on it. I want it. For a time, this pair of men and women, who are only 6 and 8 years old, but whose physical and mental ages are no less than adults, quietly embraced each other, enjoying this share on this unique admiralship. Uncomfortable warmth and affection. Admiral's warships are indeed worthy of the award-winning speed of warships. Although the Sabayati archipelago is very close to the marine headquarters, the general pirate ships or marine ships don't have a day's time. Don't think about it, but this marine ship it only took a little more than 3 hours to arrive. It really deserves to be the world government. Although the high-end combat power is not as much as the big pirates of the Great Channel on the surface, it can suppress the pirate forces. In terms of technology, marine, it is true that there are too many winning pirates. Of course, this is generally speaking, and the big pirates with fleets like Whitebeard are exceptions. After going ashore, the building of the majestic marine headquarters is the largest and most magnificent building that Lu Chengkong has seen since he came to this world. No prisoner has ever escaped from the marine headquarters, even the Golden Lion is no exception. There are definitely many hidden inside. Unknown power. Kuzan is worthy of being a marshal candidate. Immediately after disembarking, he had Lu Chengkong take him to the training place for CP9, but he himself ran back to Sengoku to report. After all, Lu Chengkong is not so the simplicity of it, of course, this is in his thoughts. In the eyes of Lu Chengkong and others, this is simply a very simple matter, and everything is very Lu Chengkong. With Kuzan's arrangement, these Marines did not dare to embarrass Lu Chengkong and the two of them. They arranged dormitories for Lu Chengkong and Lu Chengkong with astonishing speed and efficiency. Under Lu Chengkong's strong request, the two lived in the same house. Don't think about it, the two of them are only 6 and 8 years old, no matter how mature they are, they can't overthrow the game. This is to have a good care, and they can discuss with each other when cultivating and studying devil fruits. Network. The next day, Lu Chengkong and Khalifa got up early. After eating a hearty breakfast, they were led by a rear admiral to a small island behind the marine headquarters. What surprised Lu Chengkong was the small island. The nearby sea area is full of huge vortexes one after another. It seems that the people who train in it don't even want to escape unless they are trained to come out alive. There are so many vortexes, and they are so huge. The powerful physique of a level powerhouse is simply impossible to swim in the sea, with the exception of those who know Moonstep. You two are new here. From today onwards, you two will receive the same training as them. I don't care what your identities are. When you come here, you are one of the students here. Go feed the sharks. A one-eyed dragon marine appeared in front of Lu Chengkong, and behind him also followed a group of children between the ages of 6 and 12. Maybe these were all newborns, and most of the children had a green look on their bodies. Not even a little murderous. Of course, there are a few exceptions, such as a few very familiar faces. Rob Lucci, wearing the same clothes as in the original book, but a smaller version, and the pigeon that is always with you. Kaku, looks like a wooden man, has a very charming smile and a cheerful personality, and has a kind heart, but Lu Chengkong, who knows about him, doesn't think so. With Lu Chengkong's scans, he found that many of them are members of the future CP9, Bluno, Otanashi Fukuro, but the two oldest in the original book, namely Jabra and Kumadori, no wonder Lucci is in the original book. When I saw Jabra and Kaku quarreling, it was obvious that they both favored Kaku. It turned out that one was acquainted after joining CP9 or later, while the other grew up to do tasks and practice together since childhood, as long as it is not anyone with mental problems knows what to do. Enlisted. The one-eyed dragon roared, in order to deter the newcomers, including some noble people such as Admiral's descendants. The one-eyed dragon even radiated his powerful murderous aura to cover Lu Chengkong and Khalifa. It's a pity that Lu Chengkong's life in the past 2 years has not been in vain. Although the murderous aura they cultivated in the face of countless ferocious beasts in the jungle life and battle is far less than that of the one-eyed dragon, they are very powerful in terms of psychological quality and will endurance. Especially after the mysterious girl's earth-shattering Haki baptism, both of them were Haki who completely ignored the one-eyed dragon and walked slowly into the queue at a leisurely pace. The unconventional performance of the two immediately attracted the attention of several of the powerhouses. For example, Rob Lucci, who was 5 years older than Lu Chengkong and was already very powerful, looked at Lu Chengkong and his eyes no longer with disdain but with an acknowledgement. After all, he could see at a glance that the two people in front of him were about the same age as Kaku. Of course, there was a gap in strength between him, who had been practicing for more than 5 years, but the strength of the two should not be underestimated. As expected, it was introduced by Admiral. He is completely immune to my murderous aura. Only Rob Lucci can do it here, but he can often do it under my murderous aura, but these two newcomers in front of me are only 6 years old. And the 8-year-old kid can actually do this, he is really a good seedling. One-Eyed Dragon's eyes flashed. His strength is stronger than Rob Lucci, he also knows more than him, and his views and vision are not comparable to Rob Lucci at this time. I am very satisfied with the performance of the two. Put on these 2 sets of clothes. The One-Eyed Dragon said loudly to Lu Chengkong and Khalifa immediately after nodding, pointing to the vest-like clothes that he put aside. Lu Chengkong found that everyone present was wearing them, but people like Rob Lucci it's all worn inside and no one can see it. It's sad that this vest is really ugly enough. Hey, Lu Chengkong couldn't help but gasped as soon as he picked up the vest and put it on. It was so heavy, so heavy. For the past 2 years, Lu Chengkong was worried that weight-bearing training would affect his developing body. Inflicted damage so he didn't do it, and this time was also the first time he used it. What shocked Lu Chengkong was that this piece of clothing was not simply a weight-bearing training for a certain part of his body. He found that the instant he put it on, the piece of clothing seemed to have turned into a gravity chamber and covered every part of Lu Chengkong's body, organs. Even blood and cells, otherwise Lu Chengkong's power would never show such an expression. Follow me, if you can't keep up with the sea outside, you will be buried. The One-Eyed Dragon roared, not giving Lu Chengkong and Khalifa time to get used to it, and immediately took the lead and ran. The future shows will be exciting. Lu Chengkong and Khalifa didn't care either. Instead they looked at each other with a look that you know, and then took a step that was several times heavier than before and ran at the end of the team. Stand up. Naruto Bone Demon World has been finished, and the fattening brothers can start slaughtering. At the same time, please support the new book. One Piece The Legend of Creation, Chapter 21-40. 21021 Friendship. Lu Chengkong, who came to this small island to start special training, basically lived a life that could be said to be worse than death every day. Why did they say that? It's very simple, because Lu Chengkong and the others not only have to train 1/2 more every day than they did yesterday, but at the same time, the vest that can put a load on every part of the body is replaced almost every 3 days. Gravity is also getting bigger and bigger, so a lot of training is received every day at such a young age. No wonder Marine can have such perverted skills as Rokushiki, and can also be practiced. Just look at Luffy, you can only practice to shave, other Rokushiki cannot learn. Is really killing people. Lu Chengkong took off his extremely heavy vest and went to a small dining hall with Khalifa and immediately ate a big mouthful of Sanchi and 20, although the One-Eyed Dragon arranged for him to practice. All those who were ruthless were thrown into the sea, but the effect was very good. Under the oppression of death, everyone's potential continued to explode, but the same damage to the body was also huge, but fortunately it was possible to the ones who survived are probably Marine's future powerful combat power, and Marine can't be so excessive. Therefore, one day every week, Marine will send someone to check and treat everyone, and also to check the strength of everyone. I have to say that Marine's medical equipment is really good. If Whitebeard after receiving this kind of treatment every day, his dark wound has long since healed, but unfortunately this can only be thought about. Lu Chengkong and Khalifa are the happiest of all. Why do you say this? Because Khalifa eats the fruit of light. At first, the two were not used to this kind of training. When he returned to the dormitory, he found that there were huge scars all over his body, and even a lot of internal injuries. If he didn't ask about it in the long run, he would definitely cause the same dark wounds as Whitebeard. At this time, Khalifa's fruit of light has played a great role. Every day, she uses holy light to treat Lu Chengkong and herself. With the long-term use and understanding of Khalifa's development of the fruit of light, progress is also being made every day. Of course, see as his sister and girlfriend's fruit ability is getting stronger and stronger. Lu Chengkong, as a man, is of course a man with traditional Chinese chauvinism, so he quietly and constantly uses his fruit every night when no one finds the dead of night. Ability, continuous use, until the brain is tired and heavy and the spirit can't bear the consumption until it stops. The world is really cruel, But Marine, who is absolutely righteous, is even more cruel. I remember that when the two of us first came here, there were about 50 people here, but now there are only about half of them left. It's ironic, Khalifa said in a mocking tone, and at the same time quietly stretched out his jade hand into Lu Chengkong's chest. From an angle that no one could see, Khalifa's jade hand began to emit a faint golden light. It's really comfortable. Lu Chengkong immediately looked intoxicated. Not only was Khalifa's jade hand touching his body, it was physically and sensually comfortable, but also Khalifa's holy light entered his body to wash his body. The scars can make the internal injuries of the body disappear, and at the same time, the wounded parts of the body can be healed quickly, which is why Lu Chengkong and Khalifa can train without any scruples and even keep up with Bluno's progress in a short period of time, compared to Rob Lucci. The difference is just a thin line. You must know that Lu Chengkong and Khalifa have only been here for 2 months. Bluno came a year earlier than Rob Lucci, 6 years earlier than Lu Chengkong, Rob Lucci 5 years, and Lu Chengkong and Khalifa took 2 months to catch up with a 6-year-old trainee. Humans, the role played by the Fruit of Light is enormous. Hey, the two of you are hiding here quietly again. It's really enviable and jealous. We train to die every day, but the two of you are here to kiss me and me. Just as Lu Chengkong was enjoying himself, they joined together. A hearty voice suddenly rose from his ears, and Khalifa quickly withdrew his jade hand, and his pretty face couldn't help but blushed. I said, Kaku and Fukuro have told the secret of your hemorrhoids, so you shouldn't come out and be embarrassed. Lu Chengkong was very unhappy that Kaku, a guy who didn't understand the style, disturbed his enjoyment and treatment. The first sentence is to open his scars. Asshole, I said that I didn't have hemorrhoids, it was just a common wound inflammation. Kaku looked at the people around him with strange eyes, and suddenly roared, almost not fighting with Lu Chengkong, but in the end, I still thought of the two people in front of them who were advancing and retreating together, and the speed of their strength improvement was regarded as a monster. With their strength and their own IQ, Kaku could only vent all his anger on Fukuro. Hey, Lucci doesn't have to pretend to be cool here. There are no outsiders here. The cool appearance is just a disguise to protect himself. There is no superfluous conspiracy here, only the strength of strength. Your disguise can be accepted. Get up, this person is too tired to take you. Lu Chengkong said as if he and Rob Lucci had been friends for many years and put his hand on his shoulder. The strange thing is that Rob Lucci, who has always been known for his ruthlessness, didn't push Lu Chengkong's right hand away, and he didn't panic. Instead, the corners of Vivi's mouth curled up, and a very ugly smile was squeezed out. This change suddenly made the people nearby who knew him to be surprised and noisy, not to mention them, even Fukuro and others who were very close to him couldn't help showing a surprised expression. Even the Kaku, who was growing in the willow and growing in the air, also quietly gave him a thumbs up. For the past 2 months, Lu Chengkong and them have been living and training together every day, except that they are not sleeping together. They basically stay together. Even if they don't say a word, the relationship will not be bad. In addition, Lu Chengkong is good at sociability. After 2 months as far as establishing a good friendship with this group of future CP9s, even Rob Lucci was convinced by Lu Chengkong's Tai Chi method. Why do you say that? At this time, Rob Lucci was only 11 years old and had not yet started to learn Rokushiki. He was still 2 years away from killing a boat of pirates and 500 hostages in an indiscriminate manner when he was 13 years old. Lu Chengkong is here. For 2 months, the training he received was incomparable to even Rob Lucci in the team, at least twice as much as Rob Lucci. Lu Chengkong was already very terrifying in terms of physical potential, in the most efficient training and death. Under pressure and Khalifa's bright fruit as a backing treatment, Lu Chengkong's physical fitness and strength began to improve every day, regardless of the burden on the body. 22-022 Battle. Although he has only been here for 2 months, his physical fitness has reached the level of Bluno, which is only 1 line worse than Rob Lucci, but in the actual battle, he actually brought down Rob Lucci and wanted to win Rob Lucci because of the mutilation of pirates. And the quickest and best way to friendship with a person who has a tragic end and is under the guidance of Marine is to defeat him in terms of strength first, and then use the policy of Wairo, and Lu Chengkong doesn't have any bad intentions for him. In the case of carrots and sticks, Rob Lucci also accepted Lu Chengkong as a friend. After all, no matter how cruel and ruthless he is still only an 11-year-old child. No matter how much Marine brainwashes him or changes it cannot change the fact that he is only 11 years old. If it is Rob Lucci when he grows up, no matter how old you are, sticks and carrots are also useless. It is only possible to succeed at a young age. Fortunately, the bright fruit of Khalifa allows me to use shaving without any scruples, otherwise I would not be this guy's opponent at all. Luck is indeed a part of strength, and it is also an indispensable part. Lu Chengkong watched Rob Lucci's smile while eating and almost didn't laugh, but in order not to hit him, he finally endured it, but looking at the way his two sword eyebrows kept shaking up and down, he knew that he had to endure very hard. That's right, Lu Chengkong has only been here for 2 months. No matter how talented he is and how much training he has, it is impossible for him to catch up with Rob Lucci, the genius who introduced marine training since he was a child. Defeating him in actual combat was completely taking advantage of his moves and skills, completely ignoring the burden and damage to his body and using the shave 6 times in an instant to defeat Rob Lucci with absolute speed, but afterward only he knew that he returned to the dormitory. At that time, he received Khalifa's teaching, and then took the holy light treatment for about half an hour to completely heal his body on the bed. Zongkong, do you laugh when you want to laugh? Don't show it like this, it's too funny for you. Kaku said very shamelessly. As far as I know, it seems to be preparing for actual combat, and it seems that it is still in the afternoon. Hey, I really hope that the one-eyed dragon will make you my opponent. Lu Chengkong hihi isho, the smile is very kind, but in Kaku's eyes it is not inferior you demon's smile. Thinking of the tragic situation in the afternoon if his opponent was Lu Chengkong, he was like a duck pinched by his neck, and his proud smile was stuck. Sure enough, the fruit of that mysterious person is not simple at all. In the past, strong resilience and that strange dream only appeared when he was severely traumatized, but with the development of his body and the improvement of his strength, he has more and more abilities. It's gone. Lu Chengkong didn't care about Kaku's appearance at this time, but he was thinking about his own affairs. When I was climbing up, I accidentally rolled down the mountain and suffered huge trauma to my body. It can be said that I almost died. When Khalifa rushed down to find herself, when she was about to treat herself with holy light, Lu Chengkong a blood-red light burst forth from his body, and wounds all over his body healed at an astonishing speed. Not only that, Lu Chengkong, after recovering his body, obviously found that his body strength was slightly stronger than before. Although the death of long-term training cells continued to increase the strength of his body after rebirth, these were accumulated over time and persevered. However, Lu Chengkong's body improved by about 1% after recovering from the injury. This obvious leap was too exaggerated. At that time, Lu Chengkong even suspected that he was a Saiyan, otherwise why would he recovering from injury will improve strength? Boom! A loud gong sounded suddenly, and the loudness of the sound spread throughout the entire island. At the same time, it also pulled Lu Chengkong back from his contemplation, and then took Khalifa's little hand and walked outside. Obviously, this was the sound of the assembly. A minute later, Lu Chengkong's people came to an open space, and the one-eyed dragon was standing there early, but today his face was a little weird, even a little dignified, clearly telling Lu Chengkong what would happen later might not be simple. This afternoon is actual combat training, but the senior management has given an order. Today's battle is no longer a simple test of your actual combat strength and actual combat special training, but also a test to determine whether you are eligible to learn the marine superhuman skill Rokushiki. Among them, only those whose strength meets the requirements can learn marine Rokushiki. Each style has unique and powerful abilities, and the ultimate ability is no worse than the owner of the devil fruit. Even if the Logia fruit is used properly, it may not be impossible to defeat. Marine hero Garp Vice Admiral is a Rokushiki cultivator and a general. Rokushiki has cultivated to a very high level. Under his Rokushiki, even the 3 admirals can only escape, so today is a godsend for you. Whether you can grasp it depends on yourselves. Sure enough, what the one-eyed dragon said next not only made the eyes of the people present glow with scorching light, but even Lu Chengkong was not much better. After all, what he has always lacked the most is offensive and defensive skills. His physical fitness is under constant training. He improved every day, but without the support of powerful moves, he couldn't exert his full combat power at all. Now that he has waited for so long, how can he be unhappy? I will arrange for you to fight one-on-one. Whether you win or lose, as long as your strength reaches the point of learning Rokushiki, then you can all acquire Rokushiki's training methods and qualifications. There are no rules in battle, even if you kill each other, you can. Okay, now, let me know whoever reads the name. After the one-eyed dragon finished speaking, he did not give the following people the time to digest and accept it, and immediately began to call. First, Kaku versus Khalifa. It's miserable. Kaku's face suddenly became very ugly. He didn't care that he would lose, but he knew that Lu Chengkong was a taboo for Khalifa. Who would dare to speak unkindly to Lu Chengkong to make him unhappy? Then that person's fate would be absolutely it is very tragic. You must know that Rob Lucci glanced at Lu Chengkong with disdain at the beginning, but in the private battle against Khalifa's lifeless appearance, even Rob Lucci did not do anything wrong with his sharpness, with a bright fruit as a constant. Under the treatment of Khalifa is almost immortal, and Rob Lucci has no resistance at all after using shaved for a long time. Now he remembered that he had disturbed Khalifa and Lu Chengkong's intimacy just now, so he knew very well what would be waiting for him. For the people here, after offending Lu Chengkong, they would rather fight Lu Chengkong than fight Khalifa. He had been praying before that he would not meet the 2 demons in front of him, but he did not expect that God did not let him face Lu Chengkong but let him face the more terrifying Khalifa. 23023 Miserable Kaku. I wish you good luck. This time, no matter who it is, I wish you good luck. I hope you can look at Kaku with your eyes alive. Fukuro, who is open-mouthed, directly said that he hoped that you would not die so miserably. Just even the most indifferent and cold Rob Lucci couldn't help but say, don't die. Facing the blessings of so many people, Kaku only felt that there was an idea in his heart. That is, the wind is xiao xiao shi shuihen, and the strong man will never return. Speed up. The one-eyed dragon roared when he saw that Kaku had stood there for so long and did not come out. Under the enormous pressure of the one-eyed dragon, Kaku could only walk forward step by step with trembling steps, as if the one in front of him was not very glamorous. Khalifa, but an ancient beast. Ha ha, Khalifa gently isho, but this smile is full of icy coldness, and there is a flash of light in his eyes, and the lotus step moves slightly after hearing the one-eyed dragon say start. Shave. Khalifa shot out like a cannonball, and turned into an afterimage and arrived in front of Kaku. Although Kaku was second only to Rob Lucci in strength, in fact, he was only the same age as Lu Chengkong and came here. It didn't take long for him to face Khalifa, whose strength was no less than Lu Chengkong's, and even Khalifa, who secretly used holy light on himself in his body. Kaku did not fight back at all. I saw a kick from Khalifa void. Fortunately, Khalifa has not worn the high heels of the later generations at this time. Otherwise, Kaku will definitely be pierced, but even so, the speed is also the weight. This sentence is said by Kizaru. Although it is not absolute, it is absolutely correct when used in human battles. Boom. Facing the surging Khalifa, Kaku instinctively felt the presence of danger, and raised his hands like a shooting condition because his eyes couldn't keep up with Khalifa's movement speed. He could only rely on his body's instinct to defend. I want it. On the side of Kaku's face, a huge bang came from his hands, and the dull sound like a boulder hitting the ground was accompanied by his body flying backwards several meters, but Khalifa obviously didn't want to let him go so easily. The continuous use and continuous stepping on the ground made it impossible for anyone present except Lu Chengkong and One-Eyed Dragon to fully see where Khalifa was moving, not even Rob Lucci. Only those who shave can see clearly. Although Rob Lucci is stronger than Khalifa in terms of physical strength, Rob Lucci's actual combat power is not as good as Khalifa. As far as I know, Khalifa and Lu Chengkong are not the children of high-ranking admiral officials, they are just brought back by Kuzan Admiral from outside. But how did she know how to shave, although she can only step on the ground 6 times in a row, but with her current state it's already amazing for his age. What did he find out? If the use of power and body control could be stronger and more subtle, then Kaku would definitely be instantly killed, but it's also true, this kind of unfinished shaving is just as she figured it out by herself, and it is unacceptable that she can achieve this level without the correct cultivation method. Quote. One-eyed dragon's eyes fluctuated when he saw Khalifa's superhuman skill Rokushiki's shaving. In 2 months, he already knew about Lu Chengkong and Khalifa, not from the Marine headquarters, so how did the two of them know about Rokushiki? In the end, it can only be concluded that the genius of the two of them developed and comprehended by themselves. Kaku has not been here for a long time, but he can keep up with the big army, and his potential is only under Rob Lucci and he is only 6 years old, not bad. One-eyed dragon's eyes flashed, and in his heart, the two had passed the test. With the inhuman exercise and adequate nutritional support, the people here are not comparable in development to those of the same age. Take Kaku for example, he is only 6 years old and has a height of 1.4 meters. Although it is not that there is no, but for the yellow race, it can't be less. Although the one-eyed dragon was thinking about his own business, the battle did not stop. Kaku had lost his ability to defend in the open space, and was kicked by Khalifa with the soles of his shoes like a sandbag. In the end, Lu Chengkong was a bit, I couldn't bear it, before Khalifa stopped, but even with Marine's medical equipment, he couldn't get out of bed and walk for a week. Killing stars, you must never meet these two killing stars. Everyone thought to themselves. Before Khalifa and Lu Chengkong didn't come, they all had an idea in their hearts, that is, never meet Rob Lucci, but it became Lu Chengkong and Khalifa. Very simple, because Rob Lucci basically gives you a happy, not so miserable torture. Lu Chengkong versus Rob Lucci. As soon as the one-eyed dragon's voice fell, everyone's hearts calmed down after hearing that it was Lu Chengkong and Rob Lucci. At least they wouldn't encounter the 3 most terrifying people. Moreover, the battle between Lu Chengkong and Rob Lucci was hard to see. I want to see who is the strongest among the 3, the veteran strongman Rob Lucci or Lu Chengkong, because the last battle between Lu Chengkong and Rob Lucci was conducted in private, and the only person who knows is Khalifa except for the future CP9. So people who don't know really want to see their battles. I already understand the move you and Khalifa used before, stepping on the ground dozens of times in a row, hundreds of times, and using the force of the rebound to increase your speed. It's easy to say, but it's very difficult to do. To fully grasp the power that bounces back, as well as your own path, as well as every sense of the body, the coordination of organs, it is a very simple principle, but it is the most exquisite physical skill, am I right? After Rob Lucci walked out, he looked at Lu Chengkong, who was looking so elegant, with an indifferent smile on his face, and said so many words for the first time. Sure enough, he is a genius. In the original book, Luffy's ability to beat him is too big. It is the protagonist's halo. After all, this is not an anime but the real world. Although the protagonist's halo exists, it will not play a decisive role. The real speaking of strength, it is said that the strongest CP9 player in the past 800 years could be so simple. In the anime, he actually stood still and let Luffy fight. Hey, maybe it was a secret injury. Quote. Lu Chengkong glanced at Rob Lucci with admiration. If Rob Lucci looked down on the principle of shaving, he would be really disappointed. After all, how could Rob Lucci, who has so many glory halos, be so simple? It's a pity that he is not the protagonist. He doesn't have the protagonist halo to protect him. Only to be defeated. Bone Demon is already finished. Please subscribe with all your strength. 24:02 for another defeat to Rob Lucci. Indeed, but even if you know how, can you keep up, Xiao? Lu Chengkong Isho, he shoots out like Khalifa as well. With Lu Chengkong's continuous development and improvement, Xiao's application has been able to break, divert routes, directions, etc. Wait, although I still can't reach the heart, but it has improved a lot compared to the previous time when I could only stab in a straight line. Very fast, faster than Khalifa. Rob Lucci's pupils shrank, and a bitter smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Although he saw through the shaving, it did not mean that he could break the shaving. This is the terrible speed. Resist. Since knowing this principle, Rob Lucci has also practiced shaving. Unfortunately, shaving is the easiest and most difficult skill in Rokushiki to master. Although Rob Lucci can shave now, he cannot completely master it. For his own use, after all, the sensory organs of his body are not fully adapted to the speed and process of shaving. Although I don't have a grasp of it, the naked eye can't keep up, but I don't even think about defeating me just by doing this. Rob Lucci obviously has undergone a lot of training, and he is much stronger than Kaku. He was also in the moment Lu Chengkong moved, he stepped on the ground continuously in an instant, and the number of times actually reached 5 times. After so many years of training, even Lu Chengkong couldn't match his physical strength, but he hadn't completely turned shaving into an instinct of the body, and he couldn't control it. Stay, but it is still possible to avoid Lu Chengkong's thrusts. It didn't disappoint me, but you thought you would be able to escape. Lu Chengkong looked at Rob Lucci, who had disappeared from the spot. The corners of his mouth twitched. His body actually stopped abruptly in violation of his physical state. Obviously his body was already able to withstand the inertia of stopping suddenly at high speed, and he swiped and disappeared at the moment of the pause, chasing after Rob Lucci, who was on the left. Lie down and give it to me, Lu Chengkong said softly, swinging his right leg at the speed of his forward charge, making a crisp sound in midair, and his right leg kicked Rob Lucci like a long whip. Boom! Rob Lucci didn't dodge, and couldn't dodge. Instead, a conspiracy succeeded in his eyes. He saw that Lu Chengkong's right foot was actually taken down by him. At the same time, he forcibly endured the pain from his hands. With all his strength, he grabbed Lu Chengkong's right leg. Your weakness is that you don't have a powerful attack that will kill you in one hit. Your physical strength is not as strong as mine. Although I can't keep up with your speed, it's just your moving speed. I'm not necessarily slower than your attack speed. I am indeed older than you. This time you lost. Rob Lucci is indeed a genius in combat, worthy of being Marine's strongest ruthless killing weapon, and his combat talent is indeed not guaranteed. Really, do you think I don't know my weakness? And catching my leg is your biggest failure. Lu Chengkong suddenly hit his right fist to block Rob Lucci's right fist, while his left foot lightly on the ground. His body rose in the air with Rob Lucci grabbing his right leg, and his left leg shaved against Rob Lucci's chest. Damn it, Rob Lucci secretly said, knowing that he was defeated. Shaving seems to be a simple movement acceleration technique, but it is also a big killer when used. Just look at the ground. 2 grounds are Lu Chengkong to the crack created by using the shaving step for the first time. Now Lu Chengkong uses shaving on Rob Lucci's body like this. Of course, he is worried that Rob Lucci is pulling his foot too hard, and using the force of the lift to bounce back will pull his foot off, so he also hits just 2 consecutive kicks in Rob Lucci's chest. It must be passed that the 2 sides are not enemies of life and death, so there is no need to fight hard. The whip leg that had endured the combination of Lu Chengkong's speed and strength, plus the hands that had grabbed Lu Chengkong's right leg just now, was already at its limit, and now Rob Lucci kicked him twice in the chest and could only let go. Tighten the hands of your right leg. Boom. Fortunately, the 2 sides were not mortal enemies, and Lu Chengkong also wanted to prevent his legs from being pulled by the other side, so the burst of power was also very appropriate. It only made Rob Lucci lose his combat effectiveness, and did not cause any huge damage to his body. Just rest for a day. Recovered. Okay. Although I said so much just now, in fact, the battle just now was almost completed in a few seconds from the beginning to the end. Although the battle of this level was far from enough in the eyes of the one-eyed dragon, in Lu at this age, Zhang Kong doesn't have any skills, and it's already amazing to rely on pure speed and strength. Next, Fukuro vs. Bluno. The two are of similar age, and they came here to practice at the same time. In the original book, the difference between the two of them is only 20. The current strength is also very similar to the last two. It's all a draw, both lose. Dragon Armor vs Dragon Armor B. After Khalifa's sturdy performance and Lu Chengkong vs Rob Lucci's stunning battle, the subsequent battles were all unremarkable, and only 10 of the last 25 people passed the level, except for the CP9 members in the original book. All of them should go to Marine's branch base later, or go to CP1 to CP8, and what Cyclops didn't say just now is this battle, but it is the qualification to learn Rokushiki, and it is also a test as a reserve member of CP9. Okay, after today, 10 of you will leave this island and go to different places to learn Marine Rokushiki. How far you can reach in the future will depend on your aptitude and fortune. Disband now. Everyone left under the watchful eye. It's finally here, hehe. Rokushiki still has the mysterious return of his life, but I've been looking forward to you for a long time. Lu Chengkong thought with great anticipation, and then went back with Khalifa. He and Khalifa have been hiding their relationship for a long time. The fact that people have devil fruit powers, it's better to keep their cards because he and Khalifa both know that one day the two of them will leave CP9, because both of them are people who don't want to be tied, and they are really serious to Marine. There is no favor, they like a free and unfettered life. After returning to the dormitory, Khalifa immediately pulled out Lu Chengkong. Looking at Lu Chengkong's suspicious eyes, Khalifa smiled lightly, 2 small dimples rippled on her beautiful face, and then watched Lu Chengkong's body in surprise. It slowly turned into light, not a part, but the whole body turned into light, not the dazzling and fierce of Kizaru glint fruit. The elementalization of Khalifa gave Lu Chengkong a kind of warmth, tolerance, like a spring breeze. Feel. Have you mastered complete elementalization? Lu Chengkong said ecstatically, his happy expression as if he had mastered not Khalifa but himself. 25025 Fruit Level. Elementalization is also divided into partial and complete. Generally, people who eat the Logia devil fruit can perform a short-term local elementalization in about half an hour, but to achieve a long-term localized elementalization requires a certain amount of exercise and development. Now Khalifa has clearly surpassed long-term local elementalization to short-term full elementalization. In addition to the Logia fruit that belongs to Xing and the Haki practitioners, Khalifa is basically invincible, and this bright fruit can make that mysterious girl one of the most mysterious and powerful fruits, so the ability is absolutely incomparable. It's simple, and the dark fruit, which is opposite to the light fruit, conceal the fruit's ability, so the light fruit that restrains the dark fruit definitely has the same ability, and can even purify the darkness. Obviously, the very rampant black beard in the original book has been born. Nemesis. How long can you be fully elemental now? Lu Chengkong asked quickly. The devil fruit is the source of the light element, definitely has very powerful abilities, but these abilities have not been developed by Khalifa. This fruit is very powerful. Glint fruit is just a branch of the fruit of light. Now I can move at the speed of light. Of course, the duration is very short. After all, moving at the speed of light consumes a lot of mental energy. Now I just eat it. It's only been 2 months, and it's limited in strength, but even so, I'm very satisfied. Khalifa immediately cracked out all the secrets that belong to him like a treasure, without any concealment, as if telling Lu Chengkong to her it's something to be happy about. That's right, you can only move at the speed of light after complete elementalization. After all, if you move at the speed of light with pure Ruti power, what kind of physical fitness will it take? The resistance caused by the ultra-high-speed movement and the heat radiated by air friction, it can completely crush a person's body into pieces. Lu Chengkong nodded. Kizaru's light-speed movement in the original book can only be carried out after it becomes a light, so the same is true for Khalifa. Network. And what about yours? Khalifa asked, standing in the same place as a curious baby after removing the elementalization. You can see for yourself. Lu Chengkong's body suddenly swayed, as if the space was folded, and there was a person who looked exactly like him. Not only that, this person who looked exactly like Lu Chengkong was not I couldn't move like that before, and it was as dead as a piece of wood. On the contrary, just like the main body, it could move and laugh. No matter where it was the same as the main body. Of course, the strength was an exception. Your mirror avatar has reached the level of agility. Khalifa's expression was the same as Lu Chengkong's before. Obviously she was sincerely happy for the other party. Not only that, look. As soon as Lu Chengkong's voice fell, the avatar actually shaved and came to Khalifa in an instant. He punched him. Khalifa didn't dodge, or defend, because he knew that Lu Chengkong didn't do anything at all. It will hurt her. This kind of thought goes deep into the soul and bone marrow. It is almost a natural instinct. Click. The mirror clone's fist hit Khalifa's body, but Khalifa could not feel any pain. Instead, the mirror clone slammed like glass shattered and appeared out of thin air as before, but now it has become out of thin air. Now my mirror image clone is the same as the main body except that it has no attack power. I don't want it to be long before I can break through the existing level and reach the level of psychic. Lu Chengkong entered. Smart, psychic, control. Is there 5 levels of divine transformation? Simply explain that getting started is the most basic and preliminary ability that you have after eating the devil fruit. Just like Lu Chengkong can only separate a rigid mirror image clone that cannot move without any ability at the beginning. Smart is the initial mastery and understanding of the ability of the devil fruit to the point of flexible use. Psychic is the qualitative change, that is, the improvement of the realm. Taking Lu Chengkong as an example, it is the beginning of the development of the devil fruit and the improvement of the level. The development direction and route of each ability person are different. The realm of psychic is that the mirror clone has the power of the main body. Of course, whether it is 1% or 100% depends on the user's development. To what extent? As for Lu Chengkong behind him, he couldn't explain it clearly. After all, his current realm was still too low. The graded nouns of these realms are only what he has distinguished based on his own understanding of the mirror fruit and the materials in the earth animation, not the inherent grades. Once you know the path of cultivation, you don't need to blindly explore. What is needed now is the baptism of life and death battles. I think my mirror image clone can achieve spirituality, but these abilities can't be taken out. Khalifa, you have to remember that if someone knows our abilities, they will kill. Lu. Although Chongkong was expressionless when he said the last 2 words, his voice was icy and biting. I know. Khalifa didn't have any disgust, but nodded with such an expression as it should be, and then the two hugged each other and rested. Although it can't be really Xiaohun, but hug and feel the support of Loli. Success is also a process of enjoyment. The early morning sun shone on the two of them through the window, as if covering them with a warm golden Wong's quilt. It didn't have any weight, but it gave people a warm and comfortable feeling. Yeah, Lu Chengkong has developed a habit of living in the jungle for 2 years. Then he won't sleep to death at all, no matter where he is. As long as there is a slight change within his perception range, he will immediately woke up. Khalifa did the same. After waking up, the two looked at each other and smiled lightly. After kissing Khalifa's small mouth, the two got up and packed their little luggage. Let's go. After washing his face and rinsing his mouth, Khalifa took the initiative to lean against Lu Chengkong's left hand, and Lu Chengkong also cooperated to wrap around Khalifa's waist. Everything was so harmonious, so natural. When the two arrived at the meeting point they knew yesterday, they found that everyone else had arrived. Even the severely injured Kaku had arrived, but they knew that he was swollen like a pig's head and walked like a mummy. He has only regained his mobility now. You guys, next time you have to take care of your wife. Everyone's brothers for so many years are so ruthless. Kaku immediately complained loudly after seeing Lu Chengkong's couple appearing, but it's a pity that his lips are like Dongcheng Liangfeng in Shiju turned into 2 sausages like that, and the pronunciation of the words he spit out were all inaccurate. If it wasn't for Lu Chengkong's good hearing, he might not really be able to hear what he said. Wait Tuo, it's been at most 2 months since you and I met, okay. When did we become brothers for so many years, and I'm only 6 years old. How many years can I have? Lu Chenggong said a little speechlessly. Why didn't I find how funny Kaku was in the original book? He was just a little cheerful in the original book. Why is it so funny now? Che, I don't have any sense of humor. I know I shut up. Kaku immediately gave Lu Chenggong a contemptuous look, but just when he was about to say something, he saw Khalifa's sharper eyes and shut up very smartly. 26026 Beauty Queen. Okay, you guys come here, and the others go over there. Novel Network. The appearance of the one-eyed dragon saved Kaku's little life, and it was at this time that Kaku realized how cute the one-eyed dragon's original hideous appearance was. Justice. Sure enough, the test was already carried out yesterday. The special training here is simply to train CP9 reserve personnel. The death training that the real CP9 people receive will never be so simple. Looking at the murderousness in Lucci's original book, he must be cold. It became like this after entering the training grounds of the reserve members of CP9. Otherwise, although Lucci is very cold now, it is definitely not to the point where Shalu is ruthless. Quote. Lu Chenggong knew about Isho, and it was exactly as he had guessed. Yesterday's seemingly simple fight was actually a test to see if the people here were qualified to enter CP9. Everything was as Lu Chenggong knew, except for Jabra and the besides Kumadori, the two oldest people and himself, basically the people who are CP9 in the original book are here. Lu Chenggong looked at the 5 people around him, Fukuro, Bluno, Rob Lucci, Kaku, and Khalifa, and found that there was no more or less. Then the real death training began. After all, the training here is not called death at all, even killing people. How can the training without it be death training? Here is just to exercise the physical fitness and will of these people, and of course to see their aptitude and then grading. The highest level is of course CP9. After getting on the boat, Lu Chenggong looked at the boundless sea, and couldn't help but stretch out his hand Fumo to look at the crystal core hanging on his chest. From time to time, all kinds of lights flashed in his eyes. Obviously, his heart was not as peaceful as his. It's already the age of the great pirates. Luffy should have been born. Time flies so fast. More than 2 years and almost 3 years have passed like this. It's getting more and more interesting, because my appearance has changed so much. I don't know what unexpected things will happen in the future. I'm really looking forward to it. I want the full text. Lu Chenggong thought of it with great anticipation, and at the same time, he couldn't help but burn a flame called the flame of ambition. Since he came to this world of One Piece, King of Pirates, if he didn't compete with the powerhouses of this era then I'm so sorry. This group of flames that can be said to be Yi's heart has developed in the most secret place in the heart after 2 years. It has completely surrounded Lu Chenggong's heart. Yi Beast has also fully awakened, and only in this way can Lu Chenggong live better and more nourished in this era of One Piece, King of Pirates. Is that where we are going to train? It doesn't seem to be anything special. If there is no program on the sea, it will be very boring for a long time, especially for Kaku, who has ADHD tortured. His body and mouth never stopped for a long time, until Kaku's mouth barely stopped when he saw the outline of an island in front of him. Kaku, can you stop your mouth? It's been a long time, and your mouth hasn't stopped. Bluno, whose reaction and thinking were half a beat slower than others, suddenly said, let alone him. Everyone else on the boat it looked like he was about to explode. If it wasn't for Khalifa pulling and comforting Lu Chenggong, Kaku would have been the first to kick off the boat. You are jealous that my eloquence is better than yours. After Kaku finished speaking, he saw that everyone around him was full of vicious expressions, and immediately closed his chirping mouth. In the face of the cheerful and excessive Kaku, everyone could only be speechless. It seems that only after the death training of CP9 and the constant fighting can Kaku's cheerful and excessively cheerful personality and mouth be restrained. It's finally here. It's even harder than going to jail. If you kill me in the future, I won't be in the same boat as you. If it goes on like this, Kaku may not only have hemorrhoids in his butt, but even his mouth. Let's go. Without Fukuro, he accidentally told Kaku's Jinji, a secret that he couldn't tell. Shut up for me. Kaku's face turned red, and he immediately pulled the zipper of Fukuro's mouth, but thinking that Fukuro would open it by himself, he took a lock from somewhere to lock his zipper. Is indeed cruel enough. Go down. The one-eyed dragon immediately said to the people below after the marine boat docked and stopped. After Lu Chengkong and the others all got down, he immediately turned around and left, as if there were floods and beasts on this island. Then Lu Chengkong and others quickly understood why the one-eyed dragon ran so fast. There is a road in the middle, and there are dense forests on both sides. The moment they landed on the island, the earth began to vibrate. Huge, different. A very ancient lizard slammed out of the ground, but Yi's beast-like pupils shone with wisdom that only humans can have, and the powerful aura on his body made people tremble. Lu Chengkong can be sure that the strength of this lizard is definitely far better than that of the one-eyed dragon. Jia, you guys are the little bastards of the CP9 candidates in this world. Before you do death training, why don't you accompany Lao Su to have a good time? The corner of the giant lizard's mouth showed a wide smile, and then it became a muscular man with a height of 2 meters, but his eyes were not looking at the little beauty Khalifa, but at all the men present. Is there something wrong with his Xing orientation? Facing Tai Luo's naked eyes, Lu Chengkong's hearts throbbed swiftly. It is the vast sea, they are not Rayleigh, they can swim to the Amazon Lily Island with their bodies, so Lu Chengkong and others can only fight to the death in order to protect their Zhen Sao. Enough of the lizard man, it doesn't matter how you want to deal with the others, but if you don't want to die, it's best not to touch the black-haired Karome boy and the blonde girl. Just when Lu Chengkong and others were about to make a move, they all went out of the valley. The female voice like a yellow warbler suddenly appeared, and the lizard man shuddered when he heard it. Didn't you leave here? Why did you come back? Everyone followed the lizard man's gaze, but if they didn't look at it, they were shocked. God, what a Mei Yan woman, young and beautiful. Mei Yan is inexhaustible, but those beautiful eyes exude a noble and mature atmosphere, making people know that this person is definitely not as youthful as he looks. He is simply a Juice Yu. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the queen of Mei Yan, and in terms of beauty, she is not much worse than Boa Hancock. It's nothing, I killed the captain of CP0, and then I was a little bored, so I came back here to see, and also to see what was extraordinary about the person that woman saw, but now it doesn't seem to be anything special. Things. Mei Yan, a beautiful queen-like beauty, walked over with small steps, and looked at Lu Chengkong and Khalifa up and down with her beautiful eyes, as if to see what was special. 27027 Training Rokushiki. You killed that man. The lizard man stared at him with an unimaginable expression. If he didn't know that the woman in front of him wouldn't make these jokes, he would definitely think that the person in front of him was lying to him. But looking at the beauty, the queen's unhurried and calm look obviously told him that the woman in front of her was not joking. It just happened to be a little boring. Let me see what's extraordinary about the person that the woman chose. These 2 little devils are handed over to me. You can decide the rest yourself. Okay, Lu Chengkong, Khalifa, come with me. Mei Queen Yan said to Lu Chengkong and Khalifa in an unquestionable tone. After finishing the words, she turned around and left, not at all worried that Lu Chengkong and Khalifa would not listen to her and do it. Let's go, kid, good luck. The lizard man glanced at Lu Chengkong and Khalifa with sympathy, as if the glamorous queen walking in front was some kind of terrifying creature. What is CP0? This beauty queen seems to know that mysterious girl. Oh my god, is this One Piece, King of Pirates? How come there are so many people who are not mentioned in the original book, and it seems that everyone it's a strong pervert? Lu Chengkong and Khalifa looked at each other and exchanged glances, even if they couldn't keep up with the glamorous queen who had gone far ahead. Oh my god, why is Lu Chengkong's luck so good, and where he goes, he is so good with women, jealous. Under the influence of strong jealousy, Kaku completely forgot his own situation, and directly put his heart in his mouth. Ideas come out. Oh, you mean it's not good for me to teach you? Don't worry, although your woman's relationship is bad, your man's relationship is still good. The evil light flickered in the eyes of the lizard man, like a big bad wolf. Appearance step by step toward Kaku, the little sheep. Don't ask for help, pervert. In the end, Lu Chengkong could only be silent after Kaku's piercing plea. God bless you in the West Bay. Lu Chengkong could only do his friend's duty to pray to Kaku, and then followed the beautiful queen to a huge waterfall. Lu Chengkong, Khalifa, I hope you two don't let me down. If you make me lose interest in you, then you will be miserable. The beautiful queen used her curious eyes as if she was looking at a very fun toy. He glanced at Lu Chengkong and said, and at the same time, she reached out her hand and pressed it lightly on a large rock. The open space in front of the waterfall suddenly separated, and then a mattress-like thing made of unknown material rose inside. I'm your instructor from today on. I don't want to hear any nonsense. You only need to answer the words, yes, and, can. If you say something superfluous, you will know what will happen when you say it. Now I will briefly tell you about Rokushiki, Shigen Finger Pistol, Rankyaku, Tempest Kick, Shaved, Kami-e, Moon Step, Iron Nugget, each of which has a unique ability. Of course, the hidden skills other than Rokushiki are Life is Returned, and you will know what power you have when you comprehend it. Quote. The beauty queen didn't speak, but she was very popular. It was simple and direct without any unnecessary nonsense. Although Lu Chengkong knew what Rokushiki was, it was an anime after all. So many strong people who did not appear in the original work knew that reality and animation were not all the same, so he also listened to the beautiful queen seriously. No matter what, he should be serious. This is a respect for the strong. Among them, Shigen Finger Pistol, Rankyaku, Tempest Kick are attacking skills, Shaving and Moon Step are moving skills, Kami-e is dodging skills, and Iron Block is defensive skills. In addition, the order of learning 6 moves is also important. The martial arts that one cultivates must be the most innate skills of oneself, so the cultivation time is the longest, the most efficient, and the greatest reliance in the future. Of course, those who have realized the return of life are the exceptions. Quote. Now let's test your talents first, but I think most of the two of you are people who practice shaved first. The beauty queen glanced at the small body of the two of them. Of course, this small body is relatively small. The 2-meter-tall lizard man with bulging muscles. Sure enough, after testing with some instruments, Lu Chengkong and Khalifa are the most suitable and most talented people to practice shaving. In addition, the two have already trained themselves into semi-finished shaving, and they have a solid foundation. It's such a waste. Very well, it seems that my eyes did not wear this dress, and then put 4 pieces of metal on each of the trousers, and jumped to the top of the mountain with a half-squat jump. The beauty queen also seems to be a little narcissistic like Khalifa in the original book. She unabashedly praised herself in front of Lu Chengkong, but she was definitely the best and strictest teacher. Why did she say that? After a while, Lu Chengkong understood. When Lu Chengkong and Khalifa put on weight-bearing clothes and put metal blocks on both sides of their trousers, they immediately felt as if their bodies were being pressed by 10,000 jinns. The exercise on the small island behind the marine headquarters was simply enjoyable compared to now. Suddenly Lu Chengkong found that there was a hint of conspiracy and evil in the eyes of the glamorous queen. She took out some powder from her pocket and sprinkled some on the two of them. At the same time, Lu Chengkong's head bulged, a kind of a bad premonition appeared in his heart. You'd better jump desperately and constantly exceed your physical limits. If you can't keep breaking through, then you can only become the lunch of the beast. I will watch you from the side. You can't resist, you can only jump, or you won't. The lunch that becomes a beast will also be killed by me. The beauty queen said here, although her face was still so charming, but her tone was full of naked murderous aura. Sure enough, after the woman sprinkled the powder on the two of them, she took off in a moon step. After a while, the ground began to tremble. Lu Chengkong and Khalifa turned their heads at the same time, only to see several jackals rushing towards them and others behind them. Come, there is no trace of emotion, only cunning, cruel and bloodthirsty eyes staring at Lu Chengkong and the two of them, as if they regard Lu Chengkong as a delicious meal. Let's go. Lu Chengkong's face changed drastically. This is the real death training. He didn't break out in silence. He died in silence. He immediately yelled at Khalifa, and at the same time he squatted down and kept jumping forward. It was fine at the beginning. After all, the two of them had a very solid foundation and good physical strength, but after 5 minutes the speed of the two of them had slowed down. The jackals, who were not far from the two, saw Lu Chenghong and the two of them. The speed slowed down, the desire and greed in his eyes became more and more obvious, and he could not wait to eat the bodies of the two immediately. 28028 If you don't want to die, then break through. Are you going to die? It's really shameful to die, not in the battle with the strong, but in the training, and even in the mouth of a beast. Lu Chenghong suddenly felt that his spiritual power was being destroyed. A darkness that represents death and destruction is shrouded in it, and it even smells of death. Just when Lu Chenghong couldn't help but want to give up, he saw that he was clenching his silver teeth. Even though his pretty face was pale, there was no trace of discouragement or giving up in his eyes from beginning to end. Compared to himself, he was so easily discouraged and gave up. Did you eat free food for the past 2 years? It seems that he is complacent about his achievements recently, but this kind of mentality is unacceptable. No, I don't want to die. I promised Khalifa that I will never die. Lu Chenghong's proud heart was instantly abandoned by him, and the madness that he had cultivated when he fought with wild beasts in the jungle once again burned in his eyes. The body that had already reached its limit and was about to collapse was supported by Lu Chenghong's tenacious will beyond the restraints of the body. The speed of the body that was about to be bitten by the jackal behind him suddenly increased again. Queen Yan nodded and said in her heart, although I haven't seen how high the aptitude is, this will alone is enough, and the physical strength has reached the critical point of breakthrough. It seems that it will not be so in the recent time. Boring. If Lu Chenghong, who was still working hard at the moment, knew that everything he was doing was just watching a performance to relieve his boredom in the eyes of the glamorous queen, I wondered if he would ignore the difference in strength and immediately look for her desperately. Is this beyond the limit of physiology? It's so cool, I feel that the hidden and blocked potential has appeared again. Haha, I like this feeling. No wonder those strong people say that the biggest enemy is themselves. Think in order to conquer others, you must first conquer yourself. This feeling of constantly breaking through yourself is really wonderful. With a will to never give up, Lu Chenghong clenched his silver teeth tightly. Every time his body couldn't bear the fatigue of his muscles and was about to lose his strength and fell down, he would endure it like this. This kind of breakthrough in life and death is really cool. There is another strength from the body. I don't know where this strength comes from, but it naturally occurs. Even every time the physical limit is broken, his head would suddenly relax for a while, and he could even feel the changes in his body, which was the stimulation of the body's hidden potential. And Khalifa next to him was also influenced and driven by Lu Chenghong's crazy will. She had never given up and bit Lu Chenghong's tail tightly, and there was no lag behind. Obviously Lu Chenghong broke through, and she followed suit. Very good, the breakthrough of the physiological limit is easy to say, but there are several people who can do it. Yes, it seems that the woman's vision is really unique. That girl should eat some kind of fruit with strong resilience, otherwise she will be considered as long as her will persists, her body will also collapse. Is this considered cheating? Probably not. I just said that I can't resist. I didn't say that I can't use devil fruits. Flexible, not bad. The beauty queen actually keeps using moon step to stay in the air from beginning to end. You must know that even a Rokushiki expert like Garp can't stay in the air for a long time like her. You must know that the consumption of moon step is in Rokushiki. The biggest one is that even the combined consumption of the other 5 styles in Rokushiki is not as big as the consumption of moon step. Half an hour later, with the incomparable training of the beautiful queen and the oppression of death, Lu Chenghong, with his powerful potential, and Khalifa, with the assistance of the devil fruit, both climbed to the top of the mountain, and Lu Chenghong climbed to the top of the mountain at the moment he found that there were 5 other islands nearby, a total of 6. In an instant, he understood that coming to practice Rokushiki definitely needed a different venue as an assistant, so that he could get twice the result with half the effort. If it was placed on the small island before, Lu Chenghong would never be able to do the cultivation with all his heart and mind like this time, and the effect would be far less than what it is now. Huhu is so good. no wonder those guys in CP9 in the original book have low stamina, but they can use such perverted skills. Their physical limits and will have long reached a non-human level. No wonder they are called superhuman skills. This superhuman skill simply requires the same superhuman physique and will. Quote. Lu Chengkong glanced behind him and found that the wolves had already left. Obviously, he had left them far away. He really couldn't imagine that he could escape the pursuit of the wolves at a speed that burst out in a half-squatting jump. It's unimaginable that he and Khalifa have broken through so many times within half an hour. Sure enough, having a famous teacher's guidance is much more effective than groping and cultivating on your own. Lu Chengkong sat on the ground, feeling the numbness in his muscles, and he could even feel the slow changes in his muscles. His face couldn't help it. He sighed with an expression of enjoyment. If this world could become a strong person simply by groping on your own, the strong people would already be flying all over the sky. The beautiful queen came to the back of the two at some point, and looked at the two with a playful expression, especially her. The mature, deep eyes stared at Khalifa when Khalifa had a feeling of being completely seen through. Fighting in life should not be too rigid, flexibility is king, but don't be happy. Waiting for your training has just begun. Such training can only last for a month, and the future will no longer be training, but life and death battles. Either kill your opponent, or you are killed. There is no second choice. Rest for 10 minutes, and then jump back from the top of the mountain to the place where you just started. Queen Lengen's words suddenly let the guilty Khalifa feel relaxed. It took a breath, but the words behind it made the two almost faint. Letting the jackal to chase you can't have a significant effect. This time, let's replace it with a tiger. By the way, these tigers are all trained, and they are much stronger than ordinary tigers, especially their speed. Right. Sure enough, Queen Lengyan completely regarded Lu Chengkong and Khalifa as her own entertainment program, but in the same way, the effect received under the guidance of such a strong and famous teacher is also very huge, otherwise Lu Chengkong would have turned his face long ago. Recognized. Roar. A very familiar but louder roar suddenly came from behind. Lu Chengkong and Khalifa, who had killed many tigers before, still didn't understand what was going on. They were even very sore and numb in their legs. Not so much anymore, and immediately jumped down desperately, but what made them depressed was that it was easy to go up the mountain and difficult to go down, especially for the half-squat jump. This time not only exercised their physical strength and will, but also exercised both human control and coordination of the body. Damn, it's so scary on the first day. What about the next days? I remember that Rob Lucci killed those hostages and pirates when he was 13 years old before entering CP9, which means I still have to living with this woman for 2 years. Oh my god, she's so wicked despite her training. Lu Chengkong frantically squatted and jumped while thinking with tears streaming down his face. After hearing the sound of footsteps and roars coming closer and closer behind him, Lu Chengkong could only throw away these thoughts and devote himself to training. 29029 For me, you die. For collections, flowers, rewards, reminders, and urgent requests for these, all the brothers who support are a little stronger. The month-long special training that can be called Absolute Death has finally been completed. For the past month, Lu Chengkong has been living a life that is worse than death every day. Although he is constantly breaking through the physical limits, even so, coupled with Khalifa's bright fruit, he continues to use and develop it. Only barely able to keep up with the crazy training system of the glamorous queen, no wonder the lizard man would say good luck to himself at that time. Hey, I have a superhuman physique now. Lu Chengkong smiled bitterly, standing on the top of the mountain, although there was such a feeling that the earth was calling me, but thinking of the past month life, even if he had survived it now, he couldn't help shivering. For the first day in the past month, he has been squatting and jumping to climb mountains to exercise his leg strength, but the next day has changed. Although he is also squatting and jumping, in addition to the weight-bearing vest he wears constantly increasing every day, the beauty queen every day, they come up with new ways to rectify Lu Chengkong. From the 10 kilograms dumbbell at the beginning, the 100 kilograms alloy hammer in the middle stage, to the last 1000 kilogram rock. In the last 10 days, it was even more terrifying. Maybe Lu Chengkong's performance far exceeded the expectations of the glamorous queen, so when she looked at Lu Chengkong and Khalifa, her eyes became brighter and brighter. It was a child who saw it. Like a toy that keeps changing with new features every day. During those 10 days, not only did she carry heavier and heavier stones for half-squat jumps every day, but the beautiful queen got 2 huge round stones from nowhere, like a big ball, and tied them under Lu Chengkong's feet. With a thick chain, the other side is connected to 2 huge spherical boulders. When going up the mountain, it is difficult to jump on the sloping road. The force used is very huge. If there is a problem with any step, it will be crushed to death by the rocks behind, or it will be bitten to death by the beasts chasing behind it. The time was even worse. The sphere boulder simply rolled down the mountain. If Lu Chengkong's speed couldn't be faster and more stable, he would definitely become a jerk. Superman's physique. Don't laugh to death, your current body is barely able to enter CP9, but in CP0 it's just trash, but your performance really shocked me. I didn't expect you to survive. I think your control of the coordination of all parts of your body, as well as the use and tolerance of shaving, have been greatly improved. You deserve it. Although you are my entertainment program, I said that I will do it. If I teach you, I will teach you seriously. As long as you cannot die under my teaching, I guarantee that you will become a first-class powerhouse. Of course, the ranks of the super first class and top powerhouses depend on your own good fortune. The beauty queen is still as elusive as ever. Even Lu Chengkong and Khalifa, who are now very powerful, are completely unaware of how she came, but Khalifa and Lu Chengkong, who have long been accustomed to her elusive appearance, are long ago. No wonder. By the way, I almost forgot that you still don't know what a top powerhouse is. For example, the Whitebeard in the Great Channel is barely a superpower. If he is in his peak state, he is a real superpower. Now forget about your body, it may not be a good thing to know too much with your current strength. From today, you will fight to the death. Each of these 6 islands has a large number of death row prisoners. The strength is for you now. Still very strong. Quote. When the beauty queen said this, she stopped, and when she saw Khalifa's face that she wanted to speak, but she didn't dare to speak, Vivi raised her lips, and said softly, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. In Rokushiki, we can only complete the shaving training and learn how to shave. We haven't learned the other 5 yet, so let's fight people like this. Hearing this, Khalifa immediately asked what was in his heart. Hee, I said before that you are very smart, why are you now stupid? I said that since you can become an entertainment program that makes me less boring, no matter what I say, I will give you some benefits. Do you think this 1 moon's cultivation is in vain? If it's the one who taught you the useless lizards, you really have to learn one by one. The results in this month are completely comparable to the results of the people who taught the lizards in a year. If it's him, you too need to learn slowly. I also have to go to each island to practice Rokushiki slowly with the help of the special environment and equipment there, but didn't I teach you how to practice before? Comprehending and groping in battle is the easiest thing to learn. With a strong physique and will, what else do you need? Ah, Lu Chengkong and Khalifa were speechless when they heard the words, but after thinking about it, they also understood why the special training has been so terrible this month. It turned out that it was not simply to learn to shave, but to build a strong physique and will. At the same time, it is also a special training to use Rokushiki in order to support the practice. The practice for shaving is just to fool the 2 of them. Okay, if you don't want to die in the fight with those people, you should understand Rokushiki in the battle. By the way, I forgot to tell you that these people are basically either swordsmen or capable ones. Good luck. Come with me now. Meiyan. After the queen finished speaking, Lu Chengkong and Lu Chengkong came to that strange piece of metal material a month ago. Come in. When Lu Chengkong and the 3 came here, they found that 6 people had appeared here, and they were basically wearing prisoners' clothes, but these prisoners looked a little weird, and they were like trained Marines. Like a good baby, no one escaped without being guarded, but stood in place very disciplined, and only came out after hearing the call of the glamorous queen. You can't leave the range of this metal substance under your feet, enjoy it. After the beautiful queen finished speaking, she stepped out and disappeared in place. Why is it so strange? If you don't need to step on it, it's no different from stepping on the flat ground, but once the force is applied, the elasticity is really good, like a spring. Oops, then I'll use shaving. Lu Chengkong stepped on the ground and immediately I understood the intention of the beautiful queen, and when I looked at her, I found that her eyes were full of jokes, just like someone who watched a movie in a movie theater in a previous life. Obviously, she regarded this as the best movie. After all, it's superfluous to think about it. You can only devote yourself to the battle. For me, you will die. The training effect of the past month was vividly reflected at this moment, and Lu Chengkong instantly abandoned the distracting thoughts. Staring at the prisoner who walked in front of him with fierce light in his eyes, his muscles tensed and he was about to kill at any time, and at the same time, he kept recalling Rokushiki's training and usage methods. 30.030 Comprehension, Beheading. I can only sell it now. Lu Chengkong's eyes narrowed, and he tapped lightly on his feet. It's not that he didn't want to force a little bit, or that he didn't want to use shaving, but that he couldn't use shaving at all on this piece of metal material. The whole person sinks. Isn't this courting death? Gaga, will you be free if you kill this kid? It's simply too simple. The pirate thought grimly, his eyes blazing fiercely, and his pace was no less than that of Lu Chengkong who didn't use shaving. Not only that, his huge body gave people a sense of oppression. Just to test how strong I am now. Lu Chengkong looked at the pirate who was pounced like a polar bear. His face remained the same, his body did not retreat, but instead advanced. His whole body concentrated on his right fist, facing towards him that was about to come to him the polar bear as a punch. Boom. The two fists intersected, and the huge impact sound suddenly spread out. The aftershocks of the two fists rippled with fist pressure, and the air nearby Vivi seemed to become a little heavy. Gia, little devil, I didn't expect your strength to be not bad. With such a small body, your strength is not worse than mine. But if you have such little strength, then you can die. The pirates saw that Lu Chengkong was actually competing in strength. Vivi was a little surprised, but even then showed a sneer. Under Lu Chengkong's surprised eyes, he saw that this pirate actually made a roar of a beast, and his body changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The white fur covered his body and turned into a polar bear that was close to a human shape. No wonder. It gave people a feeling of strength. It turned out that he ate the bear fruit. By the way, I forgot to tell you that although the pirate in front of you is only 5 million Baileys, that's because he met Garp who was traveling as soon as he made his debut, so he was caught by him, but his strength even an average pirate of more than 10 million or even 20 million may not be as strong as him. The glamorous queen on the side of, I want it, explained it to Lu Chengkong very, timely. Damn. Why don't you say it? Strength and defense are perverted fruits. Now that I'm close, I can't escape if I want to. Lu Chengkong smiled bitterly, but at this time he couldn't think about it anymore. The pirate who turned into a polar bear let out a beast roar, and the huge and sharp claws cut through the air and pressed against Lu Chengkong's small body. At such a close distance, facing the polar bear pirate whose power suddenly changed at least doubled, Lu Chengkong could only raise his hands like a conditional launch, and forcibly endured the polar bear's sharp claws. The terrifying force of the bang forced Lu Chengkong's hands to the point that they were about to be twisted into twists. Not only that, Lu Chengkong couldn't fully bear the intangible force like a truck. Push him away. I will die if I leave this piece of metal. No, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. He glanced at his body that was about to fly out of the metal plate. One side was life and the other was death. Lu Chengkong only felt a little irritable between life and death. His heart calmed down instantly, and it was still calm to the point of indifference. In his mind, the shaved extension in Rokushiki and how to use Moonstep appeared in his mind. In an instant, Lu Chengkong only felt as if he had lost control of his body. The double script was able to step on the metal block under his feet. The strength was so great that Lu Chengkong's whole body dented, but at the same time, it prevented Lu Chengkong from flying out. In the ending, the force that bounced back made Lu Chengkong VV bounce. Moon step. The whites of Lu Chengkong's eyes suddenly disappeared, and the black pupils were infinitely enlarged. In the end, the two eyes had no whites at all, turning into black eyes, like a black hole. Kicked with both feet in the air, kicked dozens of times in an instant, changed the moving trajectory before falling, and actually floated into the air in violation of the laws of physics. And with Lu Chengkong's continuous kicks, the higher the liftoff height, and with the constant use of Lu Chengkong, he seems to have gotten the hang of it. Obviously, between life and death, Lu Chengkong exploded with amazing potential, both in the brain and in the body. He understood the mystery of the moon step. Not only that, because the beauty of the Queen's cruel training can fully withstand the moon step. The burden required, in just a few seconds, Lu Chengkong used the moon step more and more gracefully, and his moon step became more elegant and agile. It was not rigid at the beginning, and the power consumption was also reduced. Control and use are constantly improving. How is it possible that you can fly with your body alone? What's the power? This is not a devil fruit at all. In it, he can basically be said to be close to being invincible, but in the face of people who can fly, he is absolutely useless now. Even if you can fly, I don't believe that you can stay in the air forever. I'm here to wait for you. When you don't have the strength to fly in midair, it's before your death. But this pirate is after 100 battles. He calmed down quickly after being surprised, and even thought of a way to deal with it, because he knew that Lu Chengkong could not escape, and sooner or later he would come down to face him. As soon as he thought that he was about to leave these small islands, a burst of excitement and killing intent burst out in his eyes. Stupid, I can use Moon Step, which consumes the most feet and stamina, so Renkyaku Tempest Kick, which also relies on foot strength, do you think I can't use it? Sure enough, Rokushiki have a certain relationship with each other. The premise of contacting, learning and using is superhuman will and physique. Now that these two beautiful queens have helped me to create them, then learning Rokushiki is just like picking up a water glass. Lu Chengkong grinned, but it was a sneer, and the glamorous queen below clearly caught Lu Chengkong's sneer. The color of admiration flashed in his eyes, and a secret thought in his heart finally understood. Renkyaku Tempest Kick. Lu Chengkong's icy voice came out of his mouth. His right foot BB bent, kicked a super high-speed kick in midair, and at the same time, a blue streak appeared in front of Lu Chengkong. The colored vacuum instantly slashed his body from the sky like a spark hitting the earth, under the terrified gaze of the polar bear pirate set. Ah! The polar bear pirate only had time to let out a scream before he died, and then his body split in half, and the scream that was going to last could only stop abruptly, let alone death. Even the other pirates standing on the side were a little overwhelmed when they saw so many changes in an instant. 31031 Rokushiki Graduation. What kind of ability is this? It's scary, it can fly in midair, and it can kick out a vacuum slash that destroys the cutting force at super high speed. After a while, the 5 pirates who were extremely surprised shouted in surprise. Rokushiki has already realized 3. It seems that in this guy's heart, speed should be the main thing, and the pursuit should be only fast without braking, and only attacking but not defending, advancing and not retreating. Every move is attack. The enemy has to guard. Of course I don't have to guard myself, just like that woman. They are all people who pursue absolute speed and attack, but you are still early. The beauty of the queen is not the eyes of these pirates. For example, Rokushiki's studies are sequential, so Rokushiki, who comprehends first in her teaching, can also see what a person's path to becoming stronger is. Lu Chengkong's most talented talent is shaving, and what he has learned is the attacking trick Renkyaku Tempest Kick and the auxiliary speed ability Moon Step, so he should remember Shigen Finger Pistol Kami-E, and finally the Iron Nugget. I wonder if you can comprehend the return of life. You are getting more and more interesting, and I am more and more interested in you. While the glamorous queen thought to herself, her eyes were burning with fire of interest. In the next 2 battles, Lu Chengkong maintained this state of comprehension, and as the beauty queen thought, he comprehended Shigen Finger Pistol Kami-E, and iron blocks, even in a very short period of time. The 3 superhuman skills were used in actual combat. According to this development speed, it would not take long for Lu Chengkong to combine Rokushiki to create the most suitable skills for him. Compared with Lu Chengkong's hard fight at the beginning, Khalifa on the side was much more relaxed. Lu Chengkong concealed the ability of the devil fruit, so he couldn't use the mirror fruit for sneak attacks and confusion, etc., but Khalifa didn't use it and used the bright fruit directly. Her ability completely suppressed her opponent, and she had been watching Lu Chengkong's performance just now. After Lu Chengkong used Rokushiki, she also got inspiration, so having Lu Chengkong's example as a help to Khalifa as a comprehension. It's easier to get up. Network. Very good. With the current strength of the two of you, you can actually enter CP9, but entering CP9 requires a certain amount of records, and this record is also related to your status after entering CP9. So starting today, you can go to Marine Headquarters to accept for some tasks. When you think your record is enough, you can apply to the Marshal of Marine Headquarters or Admiral. Quote. The Beauty Queen said, a little depressed, obviously because Lu Chengkong was about to go out to do a task, and she couldn't teach Lu Chengkong in her own life, so she was a little depressed, but although she usually likes to rectify Lu Chengkong and Khalifa, she also treats them. It is regarded as an entertainment program to relieve boredom, but it is undeniable that her teaching effect is really good. At least Rob Lucci and others who are taught by Lizard Man need 2 years to graduate, but under the guidance of the beautiful queen, not only does the time shrink, it only took 1 month for many times, and the effect was even better than the 2-year teaching effect of the Lizard Man, so Lu Chengkong and Khalifa were more grateful than angry to the woman in front of them. Life is like this. She uses us to relieve her boredom. As an entertainment program, why don't we use her teaching to improve our strength? Lu Chengkong suddenly had a kind of enlightenment in his heart, and then came to the coast more than a month ago and found that a marine ship has long been docked here. Needless to say, it is also prepared by the glamorous queen. It seems that she had expected Khalifa and I to pass the test early in the morning. Sure enough, after I left here, my life is a constant battle, and my strength will continue to break through. The level of strength determines my status and treatment. Quote. Lu Chengkong thought so in his heart, but his movements did not stop. He took Khalifa's jade hand and boarded the marine boat. Seeing the reluctant appearance of the glamorous queen on the island, Lu Chengkong immediately hit a chilling. Of course he knew that the other party was not reluctant to give up on him, but the entertainment they brought her. Go, get off the boat. Lu Chengkong yelled at the marine soldier who was still there in a daze. The marine soldier may also know that the people who came out of this island are all powerful people, and the sooner they come out, the future the higher his status was, so he did not dare to offend Lu Chengkong, and immediately started the boat without any dissatisfaction on his face, but a flattering smile on his face. Is this the benefit of strength? If I hadn't come out so early, my strength was not so strong, and yelled at him like this, he would have shot me a long time ago. Is this the benefit and importance of strength? It really is the truth of the ages. Changed. Lu Chengkong got some insights from the appearance and performance of these marine soldiers, and at the same time, the pursuit of strength and the motivation to become stronger became more and more huge and eager. When Lu Chengkong was sailing on the sea, Rob Lucci and others were living a life that was worse than death. If Lu Chengkong saw their appearance at this time, he would definitely understand why the people in CP9 in the original book were so ruthless, especially Rob Lucci and Kaku have changed even more. One has changed from Luo Kuo's overly cheerful person to a person who can only be regarded as cheerful. A person who was originally just a little cold but still kind in his heart has become an almost complete killing weapon. Your two friends Lu Chengkong and Khalifa have already completed Rokushiki learning, and they have even been able to skillfully apply Rokushiki to combat. Hey, you have only just started, it's a shame. The tortured Rob Lucci and others let out a faint sigh. What? The people present, including Jabra and Kumadori from other places, showed disbelief involuntarily. It's impossible, look at you guys, others will graduate in a month and become CP9 Feet's backup members with their strengths. As long as they create their own tricks and have enough records, they can become full-fledged members of CP9. What about you? Until now, I'm still exercising here, Hey, why is the gap so big? The lizard man did not think that it was his own fault and that his teaching level was not enough. He put all the responsibilities on the future CP9 members in front of him. Not only did he have no guilty conscience, on the contrary, he speaks arrogantly. How is this possible? Whether it was Kaku who knew Lu Chengkong and Khalifa, or Jabra and Shangxi who didn't know them, they all thought in their hearts, especially those who knew Lu Chengkong were horrified. But watching Lu Chengkong become stronger, it has only been 3 months since he arrived at the Marine headquarters. 3 months. 3 months have surpassed their years of training. How can this prevent them from taking a huge blow? 32032 Sengoku with a bad heart. What? Those 2 children have already completed Rokushiki's training. But it is indeed possible to accomplish what that woman taught. I really didn't expect them to finish it so quickly. Novel Network. Marine Marshal Sengoku in the office of the Marine Headquarters. Marshal looked at his hand. The latest information. I can't help but scream. You must know that Rob Lucci, the so-called Enies Lobby, the strongest in 9,800 years, also took 2 years to complete Rokushiki's training, but now Lu Chengkong is going to the island behind the Marine Headquarters for basic training. It has only been 3 months since I went to Rokushiki Island to learn Rokushiki. It only took more than 3 months to complete Rokushiki's training, and the information has already said that the 2 of them have been able to use Rokushiki in battle. How can Sengoku not be surprised? Even Garp's pervert took half a year to complete. But it only took 3 months for 2 little ghosts to appear in front of him. Haha, it's true that the back waves of the Yangtze River pushed the front waves, and the front waves died on the beach. The old man can't even recognize his old age. Sengoku, why are you frowning? Aren't the 2 of them from Marine? There is such a genius as Marine's new blood, you. I should be happy, to celebrate Marine's 2 amazing talents. Let's have a donut eating contest. Garp said with a strange expression looking at Sengoku, who had a very heavy face. You bastard, eat it, you know how to eat it. Just look at this thing yourself and then talk about it. Sengoku, who was already irritable enough to hear Garp's heartless words, burst out suddenly, and his body burned even if it was Ace's burnt fruit. Not as good as the flames, he casually picked up the documents on the desk and threw them at Garp. What? I'm still preparing to break a new record for eating donuts. There's nothing to see, isn't it, that my parents were killed by pirates? Isn't this better? Hate pirates, so wouldn't it be more helpful to Marine? Garp is still the same, only read the front and completely ignore the later records. Network. You slaying 1,000 knives, talking to you is a kind of torture. Do your eyes always look at donuts? Didn't you see the latter? His parents hired Marine as a guardian, but it was a critical moment. Those Marine scum escaped, causing their parents to die in front of them, and finally survived with good luck, living the life of beggars in the Sabayati archipelago. Do you think the 2 who have experienced these things will have a good impression on Marine? Marshal Sengoku was instantly enraged by Garp's 7 orifices, couldn't help but stretched out his hand to cover his heart, and roared at Garp in anger. Oh, is that so? Let's see. It seems so, so you can just send someone to kill them. Didn't you do these things a lot before they became popular? Garp said here. He actually spoke to Sengoku in an uncharacteristically sarcastic tone. Are you still angry about that incident? Sengoku, who was furious at first, miraculously calmed down when he heard Garp's words. His face was a little guilty, a little ashamed. Obviously he seemed to have done something wrong to Garp, but he quickly put away these expressions. I hope you will remember that first I'm Marshal Marine. You are Marine Vice Admiral and Marine's hero. That is the child of One Piece, King of Pirates. He will die no matter what, otherwise he will grow up as a king's seed and definitely one of Marine's disaster. Sengoku said a little helplessly. Obviously he knew about One Piece, King of Pirates, entrusting his wife and children to Garp before he died, and it was through Garp that he found Portgas de Rouge, which also led Rouge to make Ace safe. The biggest murderer who only dies in life. This incident has caused a great blow and injury to Garp, who is the most affectionate. Forget it. Don't tell me the identities of these 2 little devils. You don't know the identities of these two little devils. Do you think the current Marine's combat power can compete with that woman? Now it's not only her, but also the one who killed the CP0 captain. The women taught them both personally. What can you tell me to do? Shoot them and kill them, Sengoku said with a headache. Is there such a thing? But you are Sengoku the Buddha, known as the resourceful general. These troublesome things are left to you, and you just said that you are a marshal. Of course, the marshal has to work harder. Hey, I'm going on vacation, back to eating donuts and teaching my grandson about birth. Garp completely ignored Sengoku, who was looking at him with pitiful eyes, while eating donuts at an astonishing speed, while leisurely walked out of the marshal's office. Damn Garp. As a marshal, when has he been so ignored and so angry? But only Garp is angry with him every time, and this time it is even more serious. Even if he has been stimulated by Garp, he had already exercised a strong cardiopulmonary function, but when he saw Garp walking very casually without taking away a cloud, he could only lie on the desk with his heart covered. But this guy deserves to be a marshal. His reaction ability is not guys. Before he passed out, he shouted loudly, "Help me find a doctor." At the same time, when Garp went back to East Blue, Lu Chengkong and Khalifa also came to Marine headquarters, and they were even looking for their own tasks. No, after reading the introduction to Lucci in the original book, I thought that these tasks were assigned by the world government, but I didn't expect to be able to choose it myself. It seems that in the original book, the world government is very optimistic about Lucci, so they will assign some high-level officials. The difficult task is given to him, and it is also a test to test how far his strength can go. Quote. Lu Chengkong looked at the large number of task documents in front of him and let him choose, but these were not chosen randomly. For those who want to enter CP9, they cannot tolerate failure, not even once, and there are also tasks to choose. The minimum requirement is not to randomly choose some very simple answers to increase the record. That's it, Chengkong. Khalifa stood on the side pretty, looking like a well-behaved girlfriend, and handed over a document in his hand. If people on Earth can see what Khalifa looks like at this time in the original book, the comparison will definitely make the glasses fall to the ground. Clown Buggy, the torn fruit, is now in East Blue, and has established the Bucky Pirates, 15 million Baileys, request, kill, lead the population. Lu Chengkong muttered to himself when he looked at the information on this mission, but thought with disdain in his heart, is the senior marine really an idiot or just pretended he didn't see it? Whoever dares to take this mission is simply courting death. Before the big incident, Buggy's strength was average, but he was known as the swordsman's nemesis. Even Hawkeye couldn't kill him, and there was this red-haired Shanks behind him, which was heavier than Garp. Emotional people, killing Buggy is not to offend the redhead. This task can't be taken. Even if we can kill Buggy, we will be waiting for endless trouble with our current strength. Lu Chengkong shook his head. He was not afraid of red-haired revenge, but it was unnecessary. Now it's the era of the big pirates. Little pirates, there are as many big pirates as the sands of the Ganges, and I am not a die-hard marine, and I don't have to rely on this task to join CP9, and now that he has learned Rokushiki, it is no longer for him to join CP9. Importantly, all he wants is to use Marine's intelligence ability to help him find the most suitable opponent to increase his combat experience through a large number of battles, consciousness and help to comprehend and create his own moves. 33033 Target, Kuro. Why? Khalifa asked curiously. As far as he knows, Lu Chengkong is not a person who is afraid of trouble. He even likes trouble to come to him sometimes. In his words, proper trouble will become the seasoning of life. However, looking at Lu Chengkong's current appearance, it is obvious that there is something in his words. He and the red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, were brothers when they were young, and when they were young, they were the odd crew members of the One Piece King of Pirates Gul D. Roger pirate ship. You said that if we kill him, we can meet with our current strength. The pursuit of the undead powerhouse is on the One Piece King of Pirates. Lu Chengkong glanced around and found that there was no one, and then whispered in Khalifa's ear. Oh, that's it, I understand. Khalifa, expression was suddenly enlightened. With her delicate and lovely face, she looked very moving and agile, like a Barbie doll. Lu Chengkong couldn't help but hold her in his arms. Inside. Sure enough, this guy is not easy. How can it be easy to teach Kuina and Zoro to be such disciples? I just didn't expect him to be a pirate once. Lu Chengkong searched for a while, and suddenly found a person's name. Attract him. Koshiro, once the head of the Sword King pirates, disbanded the pirates after an accident, with a bounty of 65 million baileys. Lu Chengkong softly read out the information of the person in his hand. It really wasn't easy. This person, you must know that the period of Kushiro was not the period of the original Luffy. The bounty was flying all over the sky and it was easy to increase it. At that time, the price of the bounty represented the strength of the pirate. 65 million yuan was there. The time is very high, and Kushiro has retired for so many years. If he hadn't retired, he would definitely be a pirate of over 100 million. Forget it, after so many years, his strength is definitely very strong. Let's go to him in the future. Okay, that's it. NovelNet, Lu Chengkong finally chose 2 pirate groups as his 2 after some screening. The first goal. It seems that Marine is really not an ordinary. This guy is dead to outsiders, but I didn't expect it to be included in the task list. Oh, I am stupid. In the original book, he retired, but now he is still working as a Marine. Thief, Kuro, who has never seen a real powerhouse, should have just started to rise. In the original book, did he think he was already strong enough to not want to live the life of a pirate, so he planned to retire? It's really interesting. Let me meet you. Lu Chengkong asked the lady in charge of handing over the tasks. Took Khalifa to East Blue after receiving 2 tasks. Chengkong, what's so special about this Captain Kuro that can make this expression look like this? Although Khalifa and Lu Chengkong have hardly separated in the past few years, Lu Chengkong still hides some things. No one will believe it, so it is better to keep the whole secret in your heart forever. Because I saw this guy, I got inspiration about the extension technique of shaving. Lu Chengkong suddenly remembered Kuro's unique move in the original book in the head of Marine who rushed to East Blue, although his strength is compared to the later period. He is not very strong, but his moves are definitely very subtle, silent movement and errands. The ability to run errands is similar to the original version of shaving. Compared with the shaving that Lu Chengkong has learned now, there is still a little gap, but his ability is still comparable to that of shaving. Compared with the semi-finished shave that Lu Chengkong cultivated himself in the past. But all of this is not what Lu Chengkong values. What he values most is that Kuro can make no sound when moving at high speed. As long as everyone knows that Rokushiki's shaved weakness is not a weakness, it is too noisy. The collision sound caused by stepping on the ground dozens or even hundreds of times in an instant is too loud, and the faster the speed, the louder the sound. Although the speed is so fast that even hearing the sound is nothing, because the eyes and nerves of the other party can't keep up, so this weakness can be said to be a weakness, but in pursuit of perfectionism, as long as there is a way to improve one's own shortcomings, Lu Chengkong will do it. Try it out. So Lu Chengkong told Khalifa what he thought. Khalifa on the side immediately looked at Lu Chengkong with admiration. Obviously, in her heart, she thought Lu Chengkong came up with it. After all, in Khalifa's heart, Lu Chengkong is the strongest. Yes, the best. I'm not as good as you said, and I also got inspiration from the enemy we are about to face. Lu Chengkong scratched his scalp a little embarrassedly, facing Khalifa's most innocent look of worship. Even Lu Chengkong, no matter how thick Zongkong's face is, he is a little embarrassed, but he is also very proud at the same time. Anyway, you are the best. It is not everyone who can absorb the advantages of the enemy for their own use. Khalifa looked at Lu Chengkong with a loving look on his face, and spoke with a bit of blind worship and acting like a spoiled child, but Lu Chengkong also enjoys Khalifa's little daughter's attitude that can only be shown to himself. When he thinks of the coldness she showed in the original book, compare it with the tender look on his face now holding one of his arms. Chengkong felt a sense of accomplishment. It is a long way from Marine headquarters to go to East Blue, and Lu Chengkong and Khalifa are not the admiral-level warships that Kuzan can guess, so it took them almost 2 months to come to East Blue. According to the records on the file, Lu Chengkong quickly found the location of the Black Cat pirates. It's no wonder that Kurogai is interested in the legacy of Kapal Kaya's father. Although Kapal is not a super rich man, he has been lurking in East Blue for so long. He is the richest person in this sea area. The worst is his family, and Kuro knows the situation in his family best, so he is the only one who is most suitable to start. Quote, Lu Chengkong came to an island town not far from Syrup Village and thought to himself, East Blue is relatively the most calm and stable among several sea areas. Even if pirates appear, they are not big pirates, and they would not dare to make any major incidents. After all, this is the most thorough sea area that Marine has mastered. I don't know how to die. Kuro, it seems that you have no chance to wait for the original. For me, you can only sacrifice yourself. Lu Chengkong's visual ability is very powerful, especially after the perverted special training of the beautiful queen. All aspects of physical function have been improved. After an astonishing improvement, he saw the pirate flag of the Black Cat pirates from a distance and sneered. Let's go, Khalifa. Lu Chengkong said to Khalifa from the sneer on his face when he turned his head to talk to Khalifa. Yeah. Khalifa nodded obediently, leaned on Lu Chengkong's shoulder, walked side by side with Lu Chengkong to the Black Cat pirate ship, and at the same time her right hand was quietly clenched, obviously a pair of violent. It's a pity that the Black Cat pirates, who are still celebrating with a big piece of meat and a big glass of wine, don't even know that their end is coming. 34034 I will destroy you. Captain, it's really cool. A few days ago, our Black Cat pirates devoured the Lynx pirates. Now, Captain, your bounty has reached 10 million Bailey. It won't be long before East Blue is conquered. One of the tricks in the Black Cat pirates is flattering Kuro, who is still very young and apparently has not debuted for a long time. Really, after all, Kuro is still young. He's not that ruthless, scheming, and shrewd guy after more than 10 years. He has achieved such good results not long after his debut. As long as he is young, he is a little proud. Now being photographed like this, the whole person is suddenly a little flirtatious. However, the words of the dragon pirate are not unreasonable. You must know that it is not long before the era of the great pirates. The bounty is not comparable to that of the original Luffy. It is strictly clear here. The bounty represents the strength of a pirate. It's not that when Luffy did something casually and was valued by Marine, the bounty soared to 30 million Bailey in a flash. Now is the peak period of the era of the great pirates. There are many pirates, both weak and powerful. If each of them is like Luffy's time, it will be 30 million at every turn, and it will be 300 million for a long time, then the world government will be bankrupt long ago. Now, you must know that facing the pirate Marine, who is at the peak of her strength at this time, needs a lot of money to be invested in research to strengthen its force to fight against the pirates. Where can there be extra money to reward some kittens and puppies? As far as Lu Chengkong knows, the existences that can exceed 100 million are basically at the level of the big pirates, but after more than 10 years, the strength of the pirates began to decline when Luffy went to sea. Thief, you'll know just by looking at Luffy. So a few people have such a high reward, but it is so hard to face a robot that imitates Bartholomew Kuma. I want the whole text and even pay the price of serious injury to kill one. In the face of Marine's strong men, anyone can destroy the Straw Hat pirates. If the pirates with this bounty are in this era, they will not move. Admiral, it is impossible to fight against or kill at the level. This is the difference caused by the difference of the times, so although Kuro has only 10 million now, it must not be underestimated, at least in East Blue, it is definitely not to be underestimated, otherwise he will not be floating. Of course it's true, now there are a few people who can be like you, Captain. A mocking voice suddenly sounded just as this pirate dragon set continued to flatter. Calm down, there are a lot of people who just debuted like your captain and will die soon. As soon as the voice sounded, Kuro and Django, who were the captain and co-captain, changed their expressions, because the two of them didn't realize how close each other was. His eyes immediately followed the direction of the sound, and two teenagers who looked 13 or 14 years old and were about 1.5 meters tall and almost 1.6 meters tall appeared in their line of sight. Who did I think it was? What kind of kid is screaming here, don't you? The dragon pirate just now saw that the people who came were just teenagers and young girls. After seeing that the strength was poor, he immediately shouted because of his poor eyesight, but unfortunately he didn't say anything yet. He got stuck when he spoke. It was very simple. Several sharp knives like cat claws had penetrated his lower abdomen. Why is the captain of the ship? The pirate turned around with all his strength and found that the person who killed him was still being flattered by him, and the captain was very happy, but he had no chance to hear about killing him. Reason. It's very simple, because you blocked my sight. The young version of Kuro held up his glasses in a strange posture, looked at the person in front of him with a gleam of light, and intuitively told him that the two people in front of him were definitely not simple, only it's a pity that Lu Chenggong didn't intend to waste his time with this person who likes to engage in intrigues and tricks. Today is your day of death, and of course the day your black cat pirates disappear, Shave. After Lu Chenggong finished speaking, he immediately used Shave's speed to soar like a cannonball and rushed in front of Kuro. He stretched out an index finger without thinking. Shigen, finger pistol. Kuro's pupils shrank suddenly, and he only felt that the flowers and willows in front of him disappeared in place, and came to him at almost the same time. The index finger that was about to touch his body actually gave him a huge stress, as if this finger on his body can completely take his life away. Running errands. Although Kuro is young, how can he be weak as a leader of a pirate group? And now is the period when he is young and vigorous, and his body is at its peak. Although it is not as good as the Kuro in the original book more than 10 years later, but the strength is not to be underestimated. Brush. Compared with the sound caused by the shaving made by Lu Chenggong, Kuro had an alert conditioned reflex and used his own moving trick to run errands to escape the disaster. Although Kuro's errand speed is not as fast as shaving, the advantage is that he moves silently. Kuro, who had escaped Shigen, finger pistol, immediately used errands to come to Lu Chenggong's back with the cat claw knife, slashing across Lu Chenggong's body, and a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Your speed is very fast, but it's a pity that the noise you make when you move is too loud. It's far worse than my errands. Kuro said to Lu Chenggong with a victorious look. It's a pity his smug smile didn't last long before it stopped. Clang. The sound like swords colliding suddenly sounded, and both Kuro and the members of the Black Cat Pirates widened their eyes, because they saw that Kuro's invincible killing technique had failed. No, it should not be said that it failed. But Kuro's attack was too weak. I saw his cat's claw knife slashed on Lu Chenggong's body. Apart from seeing through the clothes, the flesh was not at all except for a little white mark after being cut. Blood dripping out. Iron, it's really stupid. You thought you could dodge my attack with your nerve reaction that you can't even control your own body speed. I didn't kill you immediately because I wanted to learn your silent movement, run errands, and now I already understand a little bit. Lu Chenggong stretched out an iron hand, ignoring the sharpness of the cat's claw knife, and slapped the cat's claw knife away like the dust on his body, returning the same tone that Kuro had just said to himself. Give him. You, was originally a very intelligent Kuro. Why didn't he understand that Lu Chenggong was just playing with himself, and Lu Chenggong's disdainful voice kept him smooth. The eyes that were originally full of wisdom and cunning suddenly burst into anger, but fortunately he is a rational person after all. Although he is very angry in his heart, he still has not lost his mind. Learn my silent movement technique. Don't laugh to death, who do you think you are? You can learn it by watching it once. Kuro said sarcastically. He was very confident about his errands, although pure speed it's not the fastest physical skill, but the effect of silent movement can definitely make his errands enter the ranks of powerful physical skills. Now that Lu Chenggong actually said that he learned how to use it after watching it once, how could he believe it? 35035 Complete Extermination. Kuro's self-confidence is not without his self-confidence capital. In Luffy's original book, he experienced a CP9 battle, relying on GARP's solid foundation for his training since childhood. The body and the rubber man are full of elasticity, and the endurance is amazing. The characteristic quickly learned to shave. It can be said that shaving is the most suitable physical skill for rubber people. It can be said that it is the best skill to make up for Luffy's lack of speed. But Luffy only learned to shave. He fought with Kuro and he never learned his silent movement technique, running errands. From this, it can be seen that the ability to run errands and move silently is not so simple. Shaving is like Tai Chi, which is easy to learn and difficult to learn. Jing, there are no people who can cultivate to the level of Zhang Sanfang, but there are many people who can do it, and running errands is equivalent to a martial art that is very difficult to learn at the beginning. Once learned, it is very powerful. So Kuro didn't believe that Lu Chengkong could learn to run errands at all, and of course he couldn't help but ridicule Lu Chengkong when he heard Lu Chengkong's arrogant words. Really, Lu Chengkong sneered, but he didn't take action immediately and said to Khalifa beside him, "I said that the Black Cat pirates will disappear from today, Khalifa, all the Black Cat pirates will disappear. Kill it." Okay, Khalifa nodded. Don't think that only men have ambition, can be belligerent, and have the motivation to become stronger, and women also have it. Obviously Khalifa is this kind of woman. Rankyaku, Tempest Kick. Lu Chengkong didn't make a move. Instead, he found a chair and sat down, watching Khalifa's performance with an expression of safety and enjoyment. Obviously, he wanted to wait for Khalifa to kill the people here. Anyway, he has found inspiration in the errand that Kuro used just now. Killing Kuro early and killing Kuro late is nothing. This can also be regarded as a little favor for Kuro, because he not only got the inspiration to improve the shave into his own special move from Kuro just now, but even got the iron block. As the old saying goes, things that are too rigid are easy to break. And physically speaking, hardness is only a measure of a substance's ability to prevent something harder than it from entering its interior, while strength is a measure of a substance's ability to prevent being destroyed. This means that as long as the impact force is sufficient, even a hammer can smash diamonds, so it is very inadvisable to completely rely on physical strength to resist enemy attacks like iron blocks. Fukuro in CP9 being defeated by Frankie's powerful iron fist is the best example. In his previous life, Lu Chengkong kept exercising. When he ran into the park every day, he saw some elderly people playing Tai Chi. Although some followed the trend, 1 out of 10 would have some fur, so I watched these elderly people every day. While playing Tai Chi, Lu Chengkong still understands some principles of unloading, and now his mind is basically all about iron blocks and shaving. While strengthening the body, focus more on how to unload the opponent's strength, so that the opponent's full-strength strike seems to hit cotton. This is what Lu Chengkong thought about the ability of the new iron block. Just when Lu Chengkong was thinking about his own affairs, Khalifa had almost slaughtered the Black Cat pirates who were currently in a weak period. That is to say, the remaining Deputy Captain Django was lingering there, but it seemed that he couldn't support it for long. As for Kuro, he originally didn't care about the lives and deaths of his subordinates. These people were just tools for him. What he had to do now was to guard against Lu Chengkong, so he was indifferent to the deaths of his subordinates. Oops, both of them have these terrifying abilities, and they can actually kick out a vacuum like slash. Even if they are one, I may not be able to handle them. Now both of them are so strong, it seems that they can only escape first. It's gone. Kuro was already resigned when he saw Khalifa showing his strength, but unfortunately Khalifa's killing speed is too happy, and Khalifa, who has no scruples at all, regards the people in front of her as her to improve the use and power of Rokushiki. The stepping stones are also the objects of practice. When he was about to escape, Lu Chengkong suddenly stood up, because he had completely remembered the flash of inspiration when he saw the errands just now. This kind of thing is illusory, and sometimes it is a flash of light, but if you can't grasp it, then it's very likely that you won't be able to remember it no matter how much you think about it. This is one of the reasons why Lu Chengkong didn't act immediately. I just want to leave now. It's too late, let's see what the real speed is. Lu Changkong saw Kuro's eyes twinkle, but he didn't understand that he was already thinking of quitting and wanted to escape, but Lu Changkong would give it to him this chance. The answer is no. Shave. If Lu Changkong's speed was 60 kilometers in a sports car before, it is now 120 kilometers, which is double the speed before. Not only that, Lu Changkong's shaving seems to be the same after every use and the next time. With a little improvement, it is obvious that with the use, research and development of Rokushiki, the power of Lu Changkong Rokushiki is also more and more huge, and the consumption is also less and less. It's so fast. Kuro's face changed drastically. After hearing a crash in his ears, he immediately understood that Lu Changkong was coming, but his brain responded, but his body's neural response speed couldn't keep up with his brain's running. Even the instinct to raise his hand to resist the defense didn't even have time to complete. His throat felt a pain, and at the same time, he only felt some fishy and sweet taste on his tongue. He wanted to speak, but his throat had been penetrated by Lu Changkong's Shigan finger pistol. He could only shake his Adam's apple up and down, unable to breathe or speak. After a while, he could only die with unwillingness and resentment in his eyes. Rangkyaku Tempest Kick. Lu Changkong lightly kicked Kuro's head with his right foot. A small vacuum chopped off Kuro's head, and randomly found a plastic bag to hold Kuro's head. This guy, but I haven't done anything major. It's been more than 10 years since the original work, and it's basically a life at sea in the past, and I didn't directly do anything with marine. Plus he has the idea of retiring. How can the bounty be high? His strength is definitely more than the price of 16 million Bailey before, but unfortunately he has no future. Let's go. Lu Changkong didn't even look at the guests and the boss who were scared to urinate because of his and Khalifa's methods. He took a handkerchief and wiped off the blood of his index finger, and then he hugged Khalifa with an astonishing appearance. The bouncy and sensual willow waist wandered away in awe and terrified gazes of people at the bar. 36036 Jealous Khalifa. Juliana. A lone swordsman, a swordsman with strength. No matter whether she is a pirate or a marine, she can't escape death. The method is brutal, and the reward is 35 million. I want the full text. Lu Changkong looked at the woman in the photo, and the shiyu that was burning like a flame, and the name Lu Changkong had a feeling that this woman had a great relationship with Kuina. Only Zhang Kong will write down the location recorded on the document to come to her. Zhang Kong, we didn't take this task. Why did we go to find that woman? I don't know why Khalifa always felt that her heart was empty today and was very uncomfortable, especially the closer she was to Gulina's place, the better her heart was. It's uncomfortable. Don't look at her looking like a 14 or 15-year-old girl now, but in fact she's still 8 years old and has no experience in love at all. Of course, she doesn't know that her current appearance is called jealousy. Khalifa, why do I feel that your tone and appearance are a bit weird today? It sounds a bit sour. Are you jealous? Lu Changkong Vivi was stunned for a moment, and suddenly remembered the time he said he was going to find Juliana. When I saw Juliana's mature body and beautiful face in the photo, Khalifa's performance was a little weird. Before Lu Changkong didn't take it seriously, but now he heard the obvious sourness in Khalifa's tone. It is understood. What's so jealous? Khalifa looked at Lu Changkong with a bewildered expression. That confused look was really cute, so Lu Changkong couldn't help but hug her in his arms, facing her cherry lips. It was just a bit of gnawing, and only when I knew I was satisfied, I came to Khalifa's ear and told her the meaning of jealousy. Yes, I'm just jealous. What's the matter? I'm your girlfriend and now you're looking for other women in front of me. Don't I have the right to be jealous? Khalifa not only didn't feel shy after understanding what was going on, instead, he said confidently and coquettishly, obviously Khalifa, who was jealous, was also a little temperamental. Hee, you look so cute now. Of course you can, but I think you are a little jealous this time. Although I didn't take on the task of killing this woman, I'm looking for her for experience. The first is the fight with Janao, and the second is to ask her to verify one thing. Lu Changkong never thought that it would be so difficult to get jealous of Khalifa, who has always been obedient to himself. However, Lu Chengkong didn't feel annoyed or disgusted about this, but was very happy, because this proved that Khalifa's heart was all about herself, otherwise she wouldn't be jealous of herself. Any woman is incomparably calm, and Lu Chengkong would be strange without a trace of mood swings. Oh, although Khalifa was in a state of jealousy at this time, her reason was not lost. Lu Chengkong didn't ask any further questions when she said this. In fact, she just wanted a reason in her heart. Now you can see from Lu Chengkong's appearance. He didn't go after her or fancy her at all, otherwise he wouldn't go to fight with her. Thinking of this, Khalifa's small temper suddenly calmed down. Vv's bulging cheeks also recovered, and he put on a smile like a spring breeze again. A woman's heart is really a needle in the bottom of the sea. I don't think even a wise man can understand a woman's psychology. Lu Chengkong sighed. He finally understood why his roommate would tolerate his jealous girlfriend in every possible way. Because it is not a painful and troubled thing at all. On the contrary, girls are jealous for themselves, sometimes a little temper, and acting like a spoiled child can enhance the relationship between the two parties, making this love even more unbreakable. Just when Lu Chengkong was thinking about these things, 3 hours had passed quietly. The outline of an island appeared in the boundless sea, but just as the marine was about to approach the island. Bang! The marine ship suddenly trembled, and a huge tail appeared from the sea and pierced the marine ship directly, tearing it into 2 pieces. Lu Chengkong and Khalifa had used Moonstep to get into the air long before the marine ship broke apart. I saw a huge snake-like creature at the position of the marine ship just now, and the marine soldier in charge of sailing the ship has been swallowed by this snake-shaped sea king. Not only that, this sea king, seeing that Lu Chengkong and the 2 escaped their sneak attack and rushed out of the sea, they opened their blood trays to Lu Chengkong and Khalifa and bit them wildly. HMPH, Rankyaku Tempest Kick. At the critical moment, Lu Chengkong and Khalifa fully explained the word concentricity of husband and wife. Consistent. Hiss. Serpentine sea kings have obviously never encountered such a situation. In the face of 2 sudden vacuum cuts from Rankyaku Tempest Kick, it was cut in half without even having a chance to escape. Let's go. Lu Chengkong looked at the nearby seawater because of the blood of the snake-shaped sea kings, and his face changed immediately. The 2 of them were not the glamorous queen and the mysterious girl, one hockey robber perverted, one body strong enough to be able to use Moonstep for a long time, and it seems very relaxed without any fatigue, as if there is no burden at all. The 2 of them are already superhuman beings in ordinary people, but they are not enough to see in front of the real powerhouse. In Moonstep, the 2 of them can only stay in midair for at most 1 minute, and they will definitely rest after 1 minute. Falling into the sea will definitely lead to death and no life. Don't forget that Khalifa is a capable person, and although Lu Chengkong can move freely in the sea, he is bound to die in the face of the siege of so many sea kings. No, there are still at least a few kilometers away from the small island in front of us. If we go on like this, we will definitely be doomed. Khalifa's pretty face turned pale. She was not afraid of snakes like ordinary women. She was afraid that she would not be able to be with Lu Chengkong anymore. If Lu Chengkong is not there, she will definitely leave this world without hesitation, but the problem is Lu Chengkong. If she is alone, she can escape completely. Don't forget that she can move at the speed of light, and she can go in a second she has reached the small island in front of her, but she will never leave Lu Chengkong behind. And what she was most afraid of was that Lu Chengkong asked her to use elementalization to move at the speed of light and leave first. Sure enough, Lu Chengkong looked at him with irresistible eyes, and said word by word, "Quickly use elementalization to move at the speed of light, don't hesitate. I won't die. If you fall, I have to save you, and you won't have a chance to escape. When you go to the island, immediately bring a few pieces of wood to help me, hurry up." When it came to the last few words Lu Chengkong almost shouted. Khalifa suddenly looked sad and his eyes were red, but Lu Chengkong never said a word to himself aloud, let alone shouting like this now, but in seeing Lu Chengkong's eyes and this angry look, she also knew that she could only do what she said, and she also knew that what Lu Chengkong said was right. If the 2 of them fell, they had to protect themselves. Man is mortal. 37.037 Volleyball Escape Method. But according to Lu Chengkong's words, the speed of moving at the speed of light instead of the two of them survived almost even more. Although Khalifa keeps elementalization and moves at the speed of light, the time and number of times she uses her mental power at this time are very high. It's very short, but at this time, I can't care about that much anymore. Who would have thought that they would suddenly be attacked by the Sea Kings, and it is not one of them. Now add the blood of the Sea Kings who died just now as an attraction. It can be said that the Sea Kings in the nearby seas classes are basically concentrated here. You must wait for me. Khalifa resisted the tears from her eyes, turned around and turned into a golden light. She didn't dare to look at Lu Chengkong again, she was worried that she would see Lu Chengkong again. It looked like she couldn't bear to go. Brush. Although this time is dangerous, it's not an opportunity for me, a crisis. I hope you won't let me down. Mirror fruit, mirror clone. Lu Chengkong saw Khalifa disappear into a beam of light in front of him. The worry finally disappeared. Lu Chengkong stopped at this time instead of rushing to the small island ahead, and suddenly a determination called breaking the cauldron and sinking the boat emerged in his heart. After the clone came out, Lu Chengkong immediately controlled him and threw him down to attack the Sea Kings. Unfortunately, the mirror image clone was not attacked by the surging Sea Kings below. Instead, he hit the Sea Kings and disappeared. No, it's still not enough. The pressure is still not enough. The mirror image clone. Lu Chengkong's expression remained unchanged. His mental power kept pouring out. One after another mirror clones kept appearing out of thin air, but unfortunately all of them were touching without exception. The body of a Sea King, or it is bitten by a Sea King. The eyelids are suddenly heavy, and the brain is heavy. Is this a sign that the fruit's power is being used too much and the mental power is being consumed too much? It didn't go out, but it burned more and more vigorously. The unwavering and never-shrinking heart became more and more firm. At this time, the super-solid foundation laid by the glamorous queen for Lu Chengkong played an extremely important role. Network. The more dangerous, the closer you are to death, the easier it is for a person's potential to explode, both physically and mentally. As an assistant, the fruit ability has greatly improved my combat effectiveness, especially after the breakthrough. The help and improvement of combat power far exceeds the potential of other fruits, and today must give me a breakthrough. Quote. Lu Chengkong felt that his boundless darkness began to sweep over his mind and spirit. The originally very rhythmic moon step became more and more chaotic. The violent sea was getting closer and lower, and the height was getting lower and lower. Immediately, all of them had a fierce look in their eyes, looking eager and greedy. Seeing that Lu Chengkong had reached his attack range, all the Sea Kings stretched their necks to bite at him. Is this what it feels like to die? It's getting closer. Am I going to die? No, I don't want to die. I finally found my purpose in the world of One Piece, King of Pirates, and found someone to cherish. I got devil fruits, learned Rokushiki, and I also made an agreement with Hancock that this One Piece, King of Pirates #1 beauty, the queen is waiting for me. I can't die. Lu Chengkong roared wildly in his heart. Lu Chengkong's eyes, who were about to be overwhelmed by the heavy eyelids, suddenly opened, and his eyes immediately turned black like black gems. It was even stronger than it was in its heyday. At the same time, Lu Chengkong only felt that his incomparably heavy brain suddenly lightened, and his body made a crackling sound like the sound of a gun battle after it was ignited. Moon Step, a mirror image clone. Lu Chengkong shouted, his mental power poured out like a tide, and he saw two people exactly like him suddenly appear on the left and right sides of Lu Chengkong. Not only that, this clone actually exudes harmony with the same momentum as the body. His eyes were sharp, and at the same time, Lu Chengkong only felt that a piece of information appeared out of thin air in his mind. Haha, very good, I actually have 5% of my strength, and finally reached the point where the mirror fruit has changed in quality. Lu Chengkong read the information clearly in his mind and immediately showed ecstasy. The two mirror avatars are real, the physical clone of, as long as Lu Chengkong's mental power can support it and the mirror clone is not destroyed, it can exist forever. Of course, the existence of the mirror clone consumes Lu Chengkong's mental power every minute and every second. If it weren't for this mirror fruit is really a perfect and invincible existence. After all, there is no absolutely perfect thing in the world, whether it is a creature or the ability of a devil fruit. Rangkyaku, Tempest Kick. With Lu Chengkong's current mental power after the breakthrough, he can only support the existence of the mirror image clone for 5 minutes. If there are 2, it can only last for 2.5 minutes. Only the clone with 5% of the main body's strength can use it with all his strength. The Rangkyaku Tempest Kick can only make the body Vivi of the 2 Sea Kings closest to Lu Chengkong stagnate for a moment, but what Lu Chengkong needs is this moment of time. Moon Step. This time, the most powerful air volleyball battle in history, or the volleyball escape method officially started in the sky of the One Piece King of Pirates world, only to see the 2 mirror clones summoned by Lu Chengkong while using Moon Step. Lu Chengkong was slapping it like a volleyball. Because even if one of the 2 clones raised their heads and the other raised their tails, since they only had 5% of the overall strength of the main body, they would not be able to use the Moon Step while holding Lu Chengkong alone. Lu Chengkong would almost fall into the sea in an instant, but the tacit understanding between the mirror avatars is incomparable even for twins who have been trained and cooperated for many years. It was thrown to the other party at the moment of Luo Hai, and then the avatar was used immediately. The Moon Step rises, and the mirror clone has the most perverted ability, that is, there is no so-called physical limit. As long as Lu Chengkong's mental power can still support the existence of the mirror image clone, then the mirror image clone will not rest, and there will be a situation where the physical energy consumption is too large and the situation will collapse. It can be said that this fruit ability will increase with the continuous development and strength. The later stage is more terrifying, and Lu Chengkong has a feeling that the mirror fruit is definitely not only the ability to use the mirror clone on himself, or even the ability to use the mirror clone. There are other unique abilities and effects, just the current Lu Chengkong has not yet been developed. Although this method is a bit embarrassing, it is the best. Even if Khalifa has not arrived in 2.5 minutes, my stamina will recover a lot. Lu Chengkong thought a little speechlessly. The 2 clones rose and fell. It would be very embarrassing to throw his body around. Fortunately, there is no one here, otherwise Lu Chengkong would be embarrassed and embarrassed. 38038 Swordsman. Halo, why hasn't Khalifa come yet? Will something happen? Lu Chengkong looked at the island that was getting closer and closer in front of him, and found that Khalifa hadn't come back even after a minute had passed. It shouldn't take that long to bring some wood as a leverage point, right? The only explanation is what trouble Khalifa was in. Wait, Juliana. A lone swordsman, she is a strong swordsman. Anyone who is strong in her favor, whether it's a pirate or a marine, can't escape death. The method is brutal, and the reward is 35 million. Could it be that Khalifa just joined Dao met her, and she took a fancy to her strength and fought? Lu Chengkong flashed all kinds of thoughts in an instant, but he finally chose this. Thinking of this, he couldn't help worrying in his heart. No, hurry up, Lu Chengkong thought with a thought, and the 2 mirror avatars immediately received the order, and the speed was getting faster and faster as if they had eaten expired Viagra, but at this speed even if their mental power was exhausted, the mirror avatars even if he disappeared, he couldn't reach it, but under the guidance of the glamorous queen, Lu Chengkong knew how to recover his stamina faster in your desperate situation. Although he didn't master the return of life outside of Rokushiki, it was not enough to concentrate on recovering his stamina. Slow, after all, his physique and will is there. After a minute and a half passed, Lu Chengkong's 2 mirror images suddenly disappeared without leaving a single white smoke. Lu Chengkong could only use Moon Step, but unfortunately with his current physical strength, he supports the 30-second Moon Step. After 30 seconds, he will also be able to rest, but he will not even have the strength to swim, and the Sea Kings below don't know if they have some deep hatred with Lu Chengkong in the past life, but they are dead. Chasing after Lu Chengkong, biting his tail tightly, as if he would never give up. Hey, I really didn't look at the almanac when I went out today. Lu Chengkong glanced at the Sea Kings who were chasing after him. The joy brought by the breakthrough of the mirror fruit disappeared instantly, but fortunately, Khalifa also not letting him down, in the last 5 seconds, Khalifa turned into a ray of light and instantly appeared beside Lu Chengkong. Khalifa, who kept half of his body as an element, immediately used the ability of the Fruit of Light on Lu Chengkong, who was almost exhausted. Bathing the light, Khalifa used his most powerful move without saying a word. This is no longer the simple ability to heal wounds, but the ability to restore physical strength and eliminate physical muscle fatigue. It can be said to be mysterious. The terrifying powers of the Fruit of Light, one of the most mysterious devil fruits that the girl has praised, are just beginning to unfold. Khalifa is not Lu Chengkong. She doesn't need to hide her fruit ability at all, because she doesn't have the crystal core, so she can't swim in the sea, and if she eats the fruit that defies the sky, it doesn't matter if people know it, but the problem is that Lu Chengkong can swim. If this news is known to outsiders, let alone Marine, even other pirates will attack him in groups. Think about it, a person with ability will not become a land duck. What a horrible thing that would be. Therefore, Khalifa's bright fruit is used the most times on her body and Lu Chengkong's body with her continuous use, especially during the special death training, so the ability of her bright fruit is gradually revealed, just like this one today. Ability, actually can restore physical strength instead of healing damage. Haha, it's so cool, but unfortunately Khalifa can't use your current mental power much, otherwise as long as the opponent's strength is not overwhelming, we will be invincible. Lu Chengkong, who was happy, saw Khalifa's with a pale face. I still don't know that this ability consumes a lot. After all, the Fruit of Light is not a simple fruit with only recovery ability, but a very comprehensive and all-encompassing fruit. Otherwise, the mysterious girl will not praise this fruit. Just when Lu Chengkong was about to say something, a sword energy visible to the naked eye shot from the front like Lu Chengkong kicked out a Renkyaku, Tempest Kick, and the sea actually separated a crack where it passed, and was struck by this sword energy. The sea kings that were touched were all dismembered without exception. It's so strong. Although it's not as good as Mahawk, he is definitely a swordsman. The reward of 35 million Bailey is an insult to her. Lu Chengkong's pupils shrank rapidly. Looking around, immediately I found that a boat appeared in the distance, and there was a woman standing on it, 90% similar to Kuina, holding a weapon with a flame pattern on the blade, which was the opposite of the name of the knife. Shiyu, that is, among the knives of One Piece, King of Pirates, it is not considered a high-end knives, and it can only be used in the back. It seems that this weapon has great meaning to her, but why does it fall to Tashigi? Where's your hand? Lu Chengkong glanced at Khalifa beside him, and immediately understood that it must be Khalifa's reason that he came back to save him. But no matter what, the other party still saved his own life. If he can kill these sea kings without taking advantage of his current strength, he will surely die, and the blood of the dead sea kings will also attract more sea kings. Therefore, without Juliana herself, this time, she could not escape death. Let's talk about it in the past. Although he was full of questions, it was not easy to ask questions at this time. He immediately used the moon step to run over and landed on Gulena's boat. I'll talk about it when I'm ashore. Juliana glanced at Lu Chengkong. A hint of satisfaction flashed in her eyes, but this look was accidentally caught by Lu Chengkong, and an idea suddenly appeared in her heart. This guy will not come to save me because Khalifa told her that my strength is very good. Saving is definitely a good opponent, and she saw Khalifa's elementalization and believes that her friends will not be weak. And then when I came here, I saw that I was stagnant in the sky, and I thought I was very interested in myself. My physical fitness is still too bad. I thought I had a superhuman physique when I learned Rokushiki. Now it seems that I am really good at what the beauty queen said. Even facing these are not great fairways. The perverted sea kings are so hard, it seems that I still have a long way to go. Quote. Lu Chengkong remembered how embarrassed he was just now, and a strong motivation to become stronger suddenly rose in his heart. Unfortunately, at Lu Chengkong's current level, simple crazy training can play too little role. Only combined with high-intensity life and death battles only with proper training can he become stronger. Thinking of this, when Lu Chengkong looked at Juliana beside him, a powerful flame of war ignited in his eyes. Very good. With this kind of fighting spirit that will never give up and never admit defeat, it will be more interesting to fight. What woman can't become a swordsman, a great swordsman? Haven't I reached the level of a swordsman now? Very soon I will reach the great swordsman, and then I will find the best swordsman in the world, and when I become the best swordsman in the world, I will see what else you can say. Juliana clearly felt Lu Chengkong's psychological change, nodded with satisfaction. She was still very satisfied with her opponent. 39:039 Lu Chengkong's challenge. Now that you have the leverage point, you don't need to use the Renkyaku Tempest Kick while maintaining the Moon Step. The consumption is also very small, so I will give it back to you now, Renkyaku Tempest Kick. Lu Chengkong grinned and sneered. He came to the bow of the boat and watched more and more sea kings swimming towards here. Although the boat had already traveled to the island, the speed of this boat was higher than that of the sea kings. The speed is really far behind, but since Lu Chengkong has leveraged his strength, he is no longer afraid. Brush. I saw Lu Chengkong constantly using Renkyaku Tempest Kick against the sea kings in front of him under the stunned eyes of Juliana and Khalifa. One after another, blue vacuum slashes flew out from Lu Chengkong's body, which was originally fierce. The sea kings were all cut off, their necks fell into the sea, and then they were eaten by other sea kings who did not die or came later. Sure enough, beasts are still beasts. Up to now, they only know how to eat the bodies of their own kind. But using Renkyaku Tempest Kick so many times at one time is really tiring. Looking at the sea kings who were all beheaded by him in front of him, the bad breath in his heart because he was chased by so many sea kings just now finally came out. At the same time, it also made his heart stronger, and he would never allow himself to be like this again. Now being chased like this is so embarrassing, although it is because of an accident and the ability to be a land duck. Even if other people encounter this situation, they may be even worse than themselves, but Lu Chengkong will never allow this kind of thing to happen again. Pop. Seeing Lu Chengkong's performance, Juliana couldn't help but clapped her palms and gave a crisp applause. This should be Marine Rokushiki. I used to fight a Marine before. He was very arrogant and said that he learned to learn. Superman Rokushiki is the Marine Rokushiki you are now able to kill even if he is capable. As a result, when I fought with him, I found that he had not learned all of it at all, and was killed by me in the end. Now it seems that you should have learned all of it. Even capable people can be killed. Why is this sentence so familiar? Lu Chengkong Bibi was stunned for a moment, and touched his nose behind him. After thinking for a while, he suddenly remembered what the one-eyed dragon said, thinking that the guy must be being brainwashed by the one-eyed dragon. You have to cultivate to the extreme and develop your own moves before you can kill it. It is not as strong as simply learning. A poor child, her comprehension ability is really low enough. After being fooled by the one-eyed dragon with a few random words, Rokushiki, it is undeniable that after developing their own moves, they are very powerful, but they are definitely not invincible or the strongest. It is true that I have learned it all, but it didn't take long for me to learn it. Many enemies have not been able to send and receive them freely, and they have not developed their own unique moves. As far as I know, although Marine Rokushiki is powerful, it still doesn't have you. It's such an exaggeration. Just when Lu Chengkong and Juliana were chatting without a word, they had come to the island without knowing it. At the same time, during the chat, Lu Chengkong also understood what happened after Khalifa went to the island. Of course, Juliana took a fancy to it, because Juliana has never fought against the strongest Logia-capable person in the Devil Fruit. Of course, she caught her and fought with her, but unfortunately she was anxious about whether something would happen to Lu Chengkong. Khalifa didn't have the whole heart to fight her at all, and Juliana saw it too. So Khalifa told all about Lu Chengkong's experience, and also said that when Lu Chengkong's strength was stronger than her, Juliana drove her own boat to save Lu Chengkong without saying a word. I think you should have made a breakthrough in the desperate situation just now, otherwise you won't be able to hold out until I come, and you just spent a lot of money. You are an opponent I like, I don't want to take advantage of you, etc. After you've consolidated your current state and recovered, we'll start. Juliana, performance immediately won the attention of Lu Chengkong and Khalifa. If Juliana insisted on fighting Lu Chengkong now, Lu Chengkong would not mind, but Juliana's performance made Lu Chengkong and Khalifa disagree. She glanced high, and only this kind of mind can go further in the road of the strong. This night Lu Chengkong is basically familiar with the Battle of the Mirror Fruit. Anyway, he has never been in the water, and Juliana's performance has also won her respect, so he plans to fight her with all his strength. An insult, as long as you don't go into the water without anyone in the future. The next day, Lu Chengkong woke up early, and after doing the warm-up exercise to bring his body and state to the best state, he found Juliana. As for Khalifa, Xiao Niji was because he was still working on it. She was too weak to help herself and blamed herself. Last night, she practiced all night and didn't fall asleep until dawn, so Lu Chengkong didn't wake her up. She had seen this island last night, except for there is no other life outside of Juliana, maybe with the exception of a few small bugs, and Khalifa is also in his line of sight, so nothing will happen. Looking at your appearance, you should have recovered. Very good, Now, Juliana. Juliana took the posture of a swordsman and drew out her weapon Xiu and then said solemnly. With her own name, she obviously regarded Lu Chengkong as her opponent. Lu Chengkong, the capable one. Lu Chengkong's words immediately made the light in Juliana's eyes brighter. Obviously, the stronger Lu Chengkong's strength, the happier she is, and only in the battle with the strong can she become stronger. Very good, one shot, ghost cut. Juliana's trick even made Lu Chengkong affirm that this person is Kuina's mother. Under the guidance of Kushiro, Zoro's strongest move in the early stage was ghost cut, but one was cut. One is just a slash, but overall it's still very similar. Kami-e. Lu Chengkong's face remained the same, his eyes were full of dignified expressions. The person in front of him was neither Kuro nor Zoro in the early stage of the original book. Dare to use the iron block that he had just trained for a long time to resist her slash. Lu Chengkong was about to cut into his body when Guichi was about to cut him. He felt the change of air flow caused by Juliana's movements, and without saying a word, he unleashed his whole body strength, making him weak and boneless, and his body seemed to have no weight. With the airflow driven by Onikiri, the whole body can control the body as easily as painting on paper, and like a piece of paper blown by the wind, it avoided Juliana's Onikiri at the moment. Damn, it's terrible. The feeling that Juliana gave me just now was that I was facing the cut of an evil ghost. The pores on the whole body were erected, and I almost couldn't escape. Lu Chengkong used Kami-e dangerously and dangerously escaped this terrifying Onikiri, but even so, there was an expression on his face called lingering fear. The new book desperately needs everyone's support. Ask for flowers, give rewards, and collect. 40,040 Fighting Juliana. Very good, you can dodge my one-shot kill Onikiri, and you're unscathed. You're better than the marine I faced back then, but it's just the beginning. Take the trick and dance with the demons. Juliana not only was she not disappointed but even more happy when she saw that her ultimate move was avoided, but the movements in her hand did not stop while she was speaking, and Shiyu in her hand swept away towards Lu Chengkong like a pear blossom in a torrential rain. No, moon step, Renkyaku, tempest kick. Lu Chengkong's eyelids jumped, knowing that if he was covered by this sword skill, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Under the dangerous pressure, Lu Chengkong not only did not panic, but instead acted calmly. Jumped up lightly and stepped on the air to instantly lift up the distance between the two, and then kicked a blue vacuum slash in a way without dead ends. You already used this trick yesterday. I've seen it before, and it's useless to me. Juliana's expression remained unchanged. Although she said so, there was no contempt in her eyes. In other words, the power that Shiyu burst out under her control was so amazing that she even used Shiyu as the blade to cut the vacuum that flew into Russia and Japan abruptly. It's a lot of power. Lu Chengkong's pupils and Vivi shrank. Although Zoro also blocked the Renkyaku tempest kick with the weapon in his hand in the original book, now Juliana is not resisting, but smashing directly. From this, it can be seen that at this time, Juliana is definitely bigger than Zoro in the Enies lobby battle in terms of strength alone. I really can't imagine how this woman has such a huge power. It seems that it should be the woman who Kushiro said that her physical strength cannot be limited to become the world's #1, so she has exhausted all methods and efforts to exercise it. It is really a worthy admiration. Is it worth it to just give up your strengths and cultivate your weaknesses? Quote. Liu Chengkong used Renkyaku Tempest Kick to confine Juliana to the same place, but he still sighed in his heart. What Kushiro said was not entirely right, but not entirely wrong. Generally speaking, women's physical strength is not equal to men, but God is fair. Women may generally be inferior to men in terms of physical strength, but women also have their advantages, not to mention dodge power, but their flexibility is far better than that of ordinary men, and they can do better. More powerful and more difficult skills and tricks. Network. Of course, this is the statement of the Earth in the previous life. It was not the case when I came to this world, but in general there is still a little gap, but Juliana's current strength is far greater than that of many male powerhouses. How can this be? Don't let Liu Chengkong be surprised, but Juliana gave up her innate advantages to pursue her own shortcomings, but Liu Chengkong felt a little pity, but now is not the time to talk about this. Liu Chengkong is using Renkyaku Tempest Kick to block Juliana had already landed on the ground when she moved. Shave. Liu Chengkong immediately used Shave the moment he landed. Although the loud crashing sound immediately caught Juliana's attention, Liu Chengkong used Shave 3 times in a row to get behind her. Shigen Finger Pistol. Liu Chengkong came to Liu Chengkong's back and immediately joined the flow of blood. The index finger of his right hand was in a state of iron and the whole body's strength was concentrated to a point. Using the burst of speed as an auxiliary Shigen Finger Pistol, the power is even greater. Not good. Juliana's face changed. She is a swordsman. Although she has been very strong through long-term training, she did not focus on physical combat at the beginning. Her combat power was basically concentrated on the weapons in her hands. Just like Saro losing a weapon, his combat power is greatly reduced. After all, she is not Liu Chengkong's main body, so in the face of this situation, she can only conditionally fire and chop Shiyu backhand behind her. Bang! Juliana's expression changed, and a huge force spread from Shiyu to her body. She couldn't use any strength in a hurry, but Liu Chengkong was deliberately deploying and bursting out with all his strength. Therefore, it is clear that Juliana's strength is stronger than Liu Chengkong's, and the strength is greater than him, but Liu Chengkong seized the opportunity with Rokushiki and caught the opponent by surprise, making Juliana's slip into eternal hatred. The matter suppressed Liu Chengkong, but now it was Vivi who was at a disadvantage. If you want to go, Shigen Finger Pistol Flurry. Liu Chengkong saw that he would use the power to hit her on top of her. The distance between the two of Kalai would allow her to succeed, but he knew very well that he could suppress Juliana with Vivi. Not as entirely due to her ignorance of Rokushiki's abilities. Although she has fought against people who know Rokushiki, not everyone knows Rokushiki. Many people only know a few of Rokushiki's tricks. He knew that if Juliana opened the distance between the two, with her strength and just now, he had basically used Rokushiki's ability in front of her. After seeing his physical skills, he would think about it. It was extremely sleepy to be effective, so he absolutely couldn't let Juliana escape. Damn, I have basically figured out his Rokushiki's routines and abilities. It is indeed a superhuman skill, but you are not strong enough now, and Rokushiki's power can't be fully exerted. Juliana saw that Liu Chengkong actually imitated his own group of demons, has developed his own moves. Although the power of learning and selling now seems to be a bit lacking, and the movements are not as smooth as they can send and receive freely, but it is enough to hold him back. HMPH, if I only had such a little strength, I would be dead by now. Zhanao's strength is not as simple as you think. Juliana, who was at a disadvantage, was not at all flustered. Obviously she was not concerned about her own strength. But she has absolute confidence, but it is also true. If she had such a little strength, she would have been killed by Marine or a pirate long ago. You must know that the sword chi she slashed out yesterday split the sea, although it is not as exaggerated and powerful as Hawkeye. But it is definitely not comparable to the current Lu Chengkong. Obviously, from the beginning to the present, she is also testing Lu Chengkong's strength. One-shot flow, wind cut. Juliana actually did not need to prepare to directly charge up and directly face Lu Chengkong while retreating. Click. A crisp air-cutting cracking sound rippled out of the air, and a condensed sword energy that was visible to the naked eye flooded Lu Chengkong at a speed beyond what was visible to the naked eye. Oops, iron nugget. Lu Chengkong's expression changed. At this time, he still didn't understand that Juliana didn't use all her strength in the beginning, just because she hadn't used her sword energy to release it from now on. And you can see that Juliana can release such a fierce sword chi without having to store up and prepare at all. Just now Lu Chengkong was caught off guard by relying on Renkyaku, Tempest Kick, Moon Step, Shao and Shigen Finger Pistol. Using the iron block in a hurry, the muscles of his whole body swelled up, and at the moment when the sword chi slashed himself, Lu Chengkong immediately generated the sword chi that drummed strength into his body, hoping to barely block Juliana. One Piece: The Legend of Creation, Chapter 41-60. 41:041 Mirror Image. Boom. Although he has already used iron blocks, Lu Chengkong is not specializing in iron blocks after all, and he has only practiced Rokushiki for a long time, and the battles he has experienced are limited. Although his progress is fast, it is better than those of CP9 in the original work. There is still a big gap between the powerful stunts that the guy has cultivated after more than 10 years of life and death battles. No, the iron block will be broken if it goes on like this. Lu Chengkong's face was very heavy, and at this moment he thought of what the beautiful queen said: "You already have the foundation of your body and will, so it is necessary to slowly go to school. Learning now and selling now is the best way to learn. Success or failure is here, let's fight." A flash of determination flashed in Lu Chengkong's eyes. He decided to achieve the combination of rigidity and softness he had envisaged before under the pressure of external force, and to focus on the hardness of the iron block to a greater extent. Unloading force. Iron nugget, Tai Chi. Lu Chengkong tried his best to keep his mind empty, thinking about nothing, only one thought, that is, Tai Chi's hardness and softness are combined, and while controlling his muscles to resist the sword chi and wind cutting, use 4 or 2 strokes of 1,000 jins. The stance will remove all the terrifying power of these sword chi. Of course, this is ideal. Now that Lu Chengkong is using it for the first time and he is still thinking of giving it a try, it is already good to be able to remove 1/3 of the power. Unload it for me. Lu Chengkong's tone suddenly calmed down, like an ancient well without waves, but what he didn't know was that his eyes had turned into black gems unknowingly, without a trace of light, but his heart is very calm. He will not be happy because of success, nor sad because of failure. He doesn't like things and doesn't feel sorry for himself. He just does his best and that's enough. Strange, his aura has changed. He was fierce just now, but he seems to have lost a little stamina and has the mentality of absolutely believing that he will win. But now it has really changed, the kind of eyes that believe that he can definitely do it. This is the look that a strong person should have. This kid is not simple. Juliana was a little worried that if she shot Lu Chengkong, something would happen, but after feeling the change in Lu Chengkong, the last bit in her heart worry is gone. Snapped. How is that possible? If he has endured this sword chi, then it is normal. The sword chi wind has clearly been cut on him. Why did it suddenly transfer on Lu Chengkong's body, but the next second later, he left his body very strangely. Could she not be surprised when she faced such a light situation for the first time? Have you succeeded? Sure enough, you have to have absolute confidence in yourself. If you don't even believe in yourself, then how can I succeed? Vivi raised the corner of Lu Chengkong's mouth. As expected, he grew the fastest in battle. Under the pressure of strong external pressure, Lu Chengkong completed the iron block Tai Chi in one time. After the iron block hardened, his body endured 70% of the power of wind cutting, and the remaining 30% was destroyed by him. All removed. The battle is really starting now. Lu Chengkong said softly. His aura suddenly changed. He finally found out what he was missing before. Yes, that is the confidence to win. In the original book, Luffy had this kind of confidence. Every time he fought, he never thought that he would lose, and Lu Chengkong was not timid after knowing that the opponent's strength was stronger than himself, but his momentum was obviously weaker than the opponent in the battle. Because his subconscious already thinks that the other party is stronger than himself, and his chances of losing are very high. This kind of mentality is a huge defect for a strong person, but just now Lu Chengkong has successfully made up for his own defect. Really? Then use all your strength to show me how strong you are. At this moment, Kuina was completely concerned about the person Vice Admiral Lu Chengkong put on the same starting line as her. Although she had previously admitted that he was the opponent, but absolutely did not admit his existence on the same level as himself. Just like the first time Zoro faced Hawkeye in the original book, he just admitted that if Zoro didn't die in the future, he would have the opportunity to become a powerhouse of the same level as himself, and also reported his name and pulled out his strongest weapon, but at that time the eagle eye in his heart did not regard Zoro as a powerhouse at the same level as himself. This was just a kind of affirmation for Zoro, just like Juliana's affirmation of himself before. Then open your eyes and see clearly. Shave, Shigen, finger pistol. Lu Chengkong also used shave, and then used a straightforward charge as a boost to use Shigen, finger pistol, which was one hit kill. This is the strength you said. If you can only reach this level now, I'm so disappointed. Juliana's tone was full of disappointment with Lu Chengkong, but disappointment is disappointment, and the battle must continue. Lina also used the previous wind cut, but the power was more than twice as powerful as before. I'm sorry, you've been tricked, the mirror image clone. Lu Chengkong's eyes flickered, but unfortunately, the black gem-like eyes seemed to absorb all light, so Juliana couldn't see the light, otherwise she would definitely be alert. I saw two people who were exactly like him suddenly appeared on the left and right sides of Lu Chengkong, and then one of the three stopped, maintaining Shigen finger pistol posture and directly collided with Juliana's wind cut. What? Juliana's face changed. Seeing the appearance of the three Lu Chengkong, he immediately remembered that the other party said that he was a capable person, and he didn't understand that everything just now was just to confuse himself, but she was a master after all. In an instant, she entered a state of alert. In her heart, she obviously subconsciously believed that these clones were just to confuse herself, and the only real attack was the main body. Gecko slash. Juliana's eyes narrowed, and without even thinking, she slashed a slash to the left like a moon, directly piercing the air and slashing towards Lu Chengkong, who suddenly appeared on her left. You can confuse my eyes, but you can't confuse my perception. Even if you minimize the breath on your body, you will be noticed by me the moment you approach me. It seems that I look up to you. Juliana sighed with regret, as if she had already won. Although Gecko's slash is not her most powerful trick, hitting Lu Chengkong can make her lose her combat effectiveness or even be seriously injured. I'm sorry, you've been tricked. Just as Juliana sighed, another Lu Chengkong's voice sounded behind her, and suddenly a creepy feeling spread throughout the body. As a strong person's perception of danger is very sensitive, within 1/100th of a second, she had already realized that the other party's clone was offensive, and she sent this clone to confuse herself. Just when she was about to fight back, she suddenly felt that her hands were tight. When she raised her head, it happened that Lu Chengkong, who was slashed by her gecko just now, came to her side without incident, even ignoring that she had already inserted herself into it. The weapon in her body grabbed her hands so tightly that she couldn't fight back in the first time. 42042 Breakthrough. How is that possible? Even if your clone has attack power, it's too weak to survive under my gecko slash. Gulina shouted in disbelief. This is the inverse of the mirror fruit heaven's place. Yes, the clone with 5% of the main body's strength in the early stage is very weak, but he has an advantage, that is, as long as the mirror image is not hit by a devastating blow in an instant, then Lu Chengkong can use the spirit force to repair him. To put it simply, the spirit of the body is immortal, and the mirror image is also immortal. I want to know, I'll tell you after you lose. Shigan finger pistol. Lu Chengkong sneered, and stabbed her back with a finger, sending out the speed of his power in midair. A sound burst. Damn! Juliana's face changed greatly. It was easy to break free from the restraint of the mirror image clone's small power relative to her with her strength, but the outcome of the battle is often divided in such a second. Don't say for a second, the stronger the person who fights, even in 0.01 seconds, can decide victory or defeat, or even life and death. Therefore, after breaking free from her avatar, which was barely considered immortal, she was about to use her strongest move. After that, she only felt a pain in her back, her body suddenly tensed, and the color of pain flashed in her eyes. She didn't care at all. What really hurt her was that she underestimated the enemy. She underestimated Lu Chengkong in the last second of the battle, so it was clear that her strength was far superior to Lu Chengkong, but she lost in the end. It was clear that if Lu Chengkong wanted to kill her just now, he could completely attack her heart or throat, and she was already dead in the battle of life and death. There is still a huge gap in strength between us. If it wasn't for my abilities and moves, it was the first time you faced each other. Even if you underestimated the enemy, I would never have won you. Of course Lu Chengkong knew that Juliana was at this moment. The idea of for a swordsman, defeat is not a shame, but a baptism to make him stronger, but a swordsman can obviously beat his opponent, but in the end he lost because of a little underestimation of the enemy. So the blow to her is very huge. Unreal swordsmen are absolutely not allowed to underestimate the enemy, especially after I admit you, although this is your strategy, but at the last moment I did have a slight underestimation of the enemy, which I cannot forgive myself. Gulina's face is full of sadness. She has failed many times and has been defeated many times, but she has never been discouraged, but today she lost to a person who is much weaker than herself because of her underestimation of the enemy. Can't a woman really be the number one in the world? Otherwise, why would I lose like this? Isn't a woman not only inferior to a man in terms of physical strength, but also mentally? Juliana muttered to herself, that sad look seems to have lost the whole world. Obviously, the failure just now has caused a shadow in her heart. If she doesn't deal with a bad one, Juliana's kendo career will stop there for life. Hey, Juliana, you have no confidence in yourself. As long as you are not dead, as long as you stand up again, you will be fine. If you make a mistake, you can correct it and not let yourself do it again. People's hearts are firm and firm. There are also times of negligence and flaws. As long as you break it and stand up, you can even overcome the innate limitation of a woman's strength, so you will admit defeat for such a trivial matter. Lu Chengkong knew what he had to do, whether it was because the other party saved him or because she admired him very much, and he got his own recognition. He couldn't just watch this woman sink like this. I don't admit defeat, so what if I don't admit defeat? What if I overcome my lack of strength? I'm not defeated yet. Maybe what he said is right. Otherwise, why have I never heard of that strong woman until now? It's a pity that Juliana is not as simple as a failed blow, but triggered what Kushiro has already said. These words caused a great shadow when she was young. If you can't completely break this shadow, the ancient the same will happen to Liana one day, and maybe this will be an opportunity for her as well. Really, that's just your short-sightedness and shallow knowledge. Chengkong and I have seen two terrifying female powerhouses, and a little hockey released by one of them can make the sea covered by her hockey completely still. It's hard to stay in the air for a long time only by the power of the, but they don't care about these false names at all. It's because you are too persistent. Go your own way and let others say it. Just when Lu Chengkong was about to say something to free Juliana, Khalifa's voice suddenly came. Lu Chengkong immediately looked over and found that Khalifa had woken up at some point, but she was able to say these words because of herself and her. Juliana had already woken up when she was fighting, and only she who knew the cause and effect of all the feelings would say such a thing. Is there really such a strong person? You didn't lie to me. Gulina raised her head and stared at Khalifa's eyes with sharp eyes, as if to see if Khalifa was lying in her heart. Why did I lie to you? If you didn't save Chengkong, I wouldn't be bothered to care about you. It's no good for me to lie to you. Is it important to have such a strong person? Do you have to have a strong female powerhouse before you believe in women? Can you hold up for half a day? Can't you try to use your own efforts to create your own strong road? I really doubt how you got the strength of the swordsman. Although Khalifa's words are a bit bitter, but every word was like a sledgehammer, constantly beating in her heart, making Juliana unable to listen even if she wanted to. Yeah, isn't that what I've always pursued? I'll do what others can't do. If others can't break the legend, then I'll break it, go my own way, and let others say it. Khalifa. The words were like the twilight drum and the morning bell, which shattered all the shadows in Juliana's heart like a slam, making her stunned and suddenly enlightened. As she kept muttering in her mouth, the decadence and sadness in her eyes continued to subside, and in the end, her eyes shone with dazzling light like star diamonds. At the same time, a strong momentum suddenly erupted from Juliana's body. Just now, Juliana, who was calm and confident, has returned. Not only that, after breaking the shadows and obstacles in her heart, her swordsmanship has become more advanced. Obviously, she made a breakthrough again, just like what Lu Chengkong said, she broke and then stood up. 43:043 Gulain is past. I owe you a favor. After Juliana recovered, she immediately returned to the way she used to be, and she admitted that she owed Lu Chengkong and Khalifa a favor without saying a word. You don't owe me. If it wasn't for you yesterday, I might have died, and if I died, Khalifa would have followed me. At that time, it will be one corpse and two lives. In fact, we owe you a favor, don't say it. How about a fight? Lu Chengkong glanced at Juliana, who was going to say something, and immediately blocked her words and gave them no chance to entangle on this topic. Okay, I'll make you two friends. Juliana is also a hearty and generous person, especially after the breakthrough. There is a hint of arrogance, but when she speaks, there is no cover up, and she seems to be generous, gives a sense of openness. Hearing this, Lu Chengkong and Khalifa looked at each other, and they both saw approval from each other's eyes. Obviously, the two also agreed with Juliana as a friend, whether it was character, strength, or actions. Recognized by both of them. So the three of them sat together and wanted to chat. During this period, Lu Chengkong asked vaguely about Juliana's identity and family relationship, etc. It may be that Lu Chengkong and Khalifa's help to her just now won her favor. So she didn't hide it. As a result, she and Lu Chengkong guessed the same, and it was Kuina's mother. She and Kushiro had been practicing with a master since they were children, and they naturally came together in the end. It's a little inconsistency, but nothing major. But after Kuina was born, because the idiot Kushiro didn't know how to accommodate, I didn't know that what women needed most at that time was comfort, tolerance, and a sense of security. Instead, they continued to say that women can't be great swordsmen. At the last moment, Under Extremes left the family to pursue his own path, and then went back to refute him on the day he did it. I want it. I was young and energetic at the time, and when I got married later, I realized that I didn't like him at all. Juliana said with a look of nostalgia, a little regretful and a little helpless on her face. I heard you say that the person who taught you and Kushiro swordsmanship seems to be your father. If you don't want to marry him, someone can force you. Did your father force you to marry him? Lu Chengkong asked a little strangely, and Khalifa on the side was also nodding his head in agreement. You also know that fighting in the world of pirates is very cruel, especially when I entered the Great Waterway. I was born. Growing up in such an environment and teaching, of course, I developed a kind of strength. The concept of respect. In addition, I was still a bit handsome at that time, and many people were drooling over me. In addition, my father fanned the flames behind and asked me to get married quickly. If I was annoyed by him, I decided to make a bold statement, saying that I would. The man who becomes my husband must have the strength to overcome me. And my father also agreed with my words. After all, in the Great Waterway, how can I protect me if there is no strong strength? So in the end Kushiro won me, and I had no choice but to marry her. After all, the one in our pirate group everyone is a promise, I can't wipe my father's face. At the beginning, it was just a little contradiction. At that time, I naively thought that it was enough to have strength, and feelings could be established and cultivated under the protection of strength, but later I realized that I was completely wrong. I didn't like him at all. Just at that time, I already had Kuina, so no matter how big our conflict was, I didn't have an attack. After giving birth to Kuina in the end, his first sentence was not caring, but a disappointed sigh, and said that he was not a man. I was almost for a woman who died in childbirth. He didn't care about me for the first time, but about this issue. The more Juliana said, the more sad, the more she said, the more angry she became. In the end, she couldn't help but pull out Shiyu and slashed against the sea continuously, and the terrifying sword she continued to shoot out from the blade. The calm sea divided into cracks under the erosion of Juliana's sword energy. Later, I couldn't stand him anymore, so I left alone. Originally, I wanted to leave with Kuina, but at that time, I had just given birth, and I was weak, and it took a long time to recover from my strength. I have so many enemies, I can't ensure Kuina's safety at all, so I leave her behind and go out alone. From the first time I saw my daughter, I knew that her future was definitely the same as mine, and I didn't want my daughter to follow the same path as me, so I must become a great swordsman, the best swordsman in the world. When Kuina grows up, she knows that a woman can also become the number one in the world. As long as she is willing to work hard and pursue it, she can do it. Hearing this, Lu Chengkong remembered all the information about Kuina in the original book, and he had to admit the word, mother-daughter connected heart, and admired Juliana's vision far beyond Kushiro's. At least as a father, he doesn't know how to comfort his daughter, and he doesn't know what his daughter needs. But a mother can know what her daughter needs at the first sight of her daughter, and even fight for it. No wonder she can cultivate to this level. At this point, because she is not simply to become stronger for herself, but also for Kuina, so that Kuina will not be at a loss in the future road of swordsman, and have greater confidence and motivation. Sister Juliana, this man is so hateful, I will definitely help you kill him when I see him in the future. Khalifa was immediately excited, and she was even more annoyed after hearing about Kushiro, but as soon as she said it, she remembered that it seemed like Kushiro Itsugulena's husband, saying in front of his wife that he killed her husband made Khalifa very embarrassed for a while. I didn't have any relationship with him at all. I was with him for so long because of Kuina. From the day I left, I made a decision that I have nothing to do with him anymore. My daughter is my surname. Don't you understand? Compared with Khalifa's embarrassed look, Gulena didn't care at all, but said to Khalifa. So that's the case. It seems that Kushiro also knew Juliana's thoughts, so he didn't change Kuina's name. He is really a husband and father who has lost all face. Lu Chengkong and Khalifa are not stupid. How can they not understand meaning in Gulena's words? Just because she was a woman, Kushiro didn't have any hope for her, and he didn't even value her very much, so he didn't care who his daughter's surname was. On the contrary, when Kushiro was born in Kuina, the first thing he did was to know whether it was a man or a woman. It can be seen that if it is a man, Kushiro will never let Kuina and Juliana's surname. This can also explain why his strength will increase faster and faster after Zoro arrives, and even catch up with Kuina, who had a big gap. It should be that Kushiro saw Zoro's qualifications, so he opened a small stove for him in private, and only so Zoro's strength can improve so fast. 44,044 New Decisions. Fortunately, you are not the same as him, Chengkong. I want it. After being silent for a long time, Khalifa suddenly hugged Lu Chengkong with a fluke, and the attitude of a little daughter looked like a little woman in love. Happy and sweet look. Don't compare me with someone like him. Maybe in his heart he thinks it's normal, but in my opinion it's too much. Since marrying her, whether you have feelings or no feelings, you have to do it my husband's duty. Lu Chengkong said to Khalifa, his voice full of disdain for Kushiro. Lu Chengkong also saw a lot of this kind of thing in his previous life, especially in the feudal landlord period. Many families were like this, and one of the people from one country, Japan, was the best among them. For this kind of thinking, this kind of person is most disgusting. Well said, I hope you can do what you said today. If one day I find out that you have failed Khalifa, I will never let you go. Juliana first praised Lu Chengkong, and then she looked threatening said. It's a pity, you won't have this opportunity. Lu Chengkong didn't care, instead he was sincerely happy for Khalifa. Just now Lu Chengkong knew that Juliana is definitely a person who promises a lot of money, since she can speak for Khalifa in this way. Khalifa is regarded as her good sister and good friend, so how could Lu Chengkong be angry about this? Everyone is talking about me, what about the two of you? What are your plans in the future? You two are only 7 and 9 years old, right? You have such strength at this age. So are you two going to work for Marine for the rest of your life? Juliana suddenly realized that she was talking about her own affairs, so she immediately shifted the topic to Lu Chengkong and the two of them. I believe from the previous battles, you have also discovered that my fruit is not easy, and Khalifa's as well. We can't be too public until we don't have enough strength to protect ourselves. Appropriate publicity is necessary, but for now we don't have arrogant capital yet. This world is too big. People in the world think that the most powerful ones in the Great Waterway are the dead One Piece, King of Pirates and Whitebeard, and of course the Golden Lion who has been imprisoned, but where are they? It will be thought that the real strong are always hidden behind the scenes, and the two of us are eating the fruit of one of the strong perverts. Quote. Speaking of this, Lu Chengkong couldn't help but imagine the scene when the godlike girl came. Haki, who was overwhelming like a god, actually stopped the sea. Now that he thinks about it, he can't help but fight. There was a shudder, not only him, but also Khalifa next to him remembered the strength of that mysterious girl. Is it one of the two women you told me before? Hearing this, Juliana was also interested. After all, she had never heard of a woman who could be so strong. Now that she heard Lu Chengkong if so, she also knew that Lu Chengkong and the two were not lying to her. And of course she was interested in the identity of this mysterious girl. Do you know about half a year ago in Sabayati Archipelago all the Marines and Tenryubito collectively knelt down to 5 young girls. Lu Chengkong himself also wanted to know who the woman who did not appear in the original work was, but unfortunately he himself I don't know how to tell Juliana, I can only tell her what I know. I know, you wouldn't say that 2 of the 5 people are you and Khalifa. Juliana nodded and said without thinking, but she understood the words as soon as she said it, and her face was full of horror. Looking at the 2 in front of him, he said in disbelief. This incident had already spread throughout the world of One Piece, King of Pirates that day. Although Marine and Tenryubito joined forces to suppress the news and prevent him from spreading it out, there is no such thing as an airtight wall in this world. There are so many people. At most 5 people who can block. Most people do not know who this incident is, and the cause and effect of this incident, but the 4 emperors, Shichibukai, the Revolutionary Army, etc., as long as they are not low-level people everyone knows who it is, and a loner like Juliana can only know that Tenryubito and Marine collectively knelt down to the 5 boys and girls, and they don't know anything about the others. Now I know from Lu Chengkong's mouth that the friend I just made in front of me is actually so big. But I just said that the other side Marine is working. Now it seems that Marine is serving the 2 of them, right? Don't think about it, it's like this. Lu Chengkong saw Juliana's expression and didn't know what she was thinking, and quickly explained the cause and effect of the incident. During this period, Juliana also raised her own questions from time to time. Khalifa also interjected from time to time. Of course, this Loli is more focused on Lu Chengkong. But she doesn't want to care about other things and has no interest in it. After the night, the 3 of them all told their own stories. Although the relationship between Lu Chengkong and Juliana was only established for one night, sometimes when fate came, even if they wanted to stop it, they couldn't stop it. Overnight, the relationship between the 3 of them has gone up in a straight line, almost to the point where they can talk about everything. After waking up the next day, Lu Chengkong was not in a hurry to go back to the Marine headquarters, because the tasks he and Khalifa had done had already been completed. As for Kuro and the head of another pirate, he had already been sent back through the Marine branch base. The top of Marine's headquarters also knows the identity of the two, and they can only take laissez-faire behavior until the two do no harm to Marine, unless the mysterious girl goes to Marine and tells them about these two things. This kid has nothing to do with me and explain it clearly, otherwise Marine would definitely not dare to do anything excessive to Lu Chengkong and the two of them because he was afraid of the mysterious girl. I plan to be a bounty hunter for a while. Anyway, there is still almost a year before the deadline for entering CP9. This time is when I am working hard for my achievements. I think I will experience the bounty hunter with you during this time. Feel it. Lu Chengkong finally made this decision after discussing with Khalifa after waking up. Anyway, those tasks that enter CP9 are not only accepted by the headquarters. It's not the same when people send them to headquarters. Moreover, Lu Chengkong didn't believe that Sengoku and the others would be so at ease with him. He might be constantly being watched by something researched by the crazy doctor of Marine in the sky. If that's the case, then it doesn't matter if he doesn't go back, and he also believes that as long as it is mysterious if the girl didn't come out to clarify this matter, Marine would definitely not dare to push herself too hard. Okay, anyway, I'm a little bored by myself for so long. I just happen to have the two of you with me. Let's discuss when we have nothing to do, and our strength will improve faster. After knowing that, Juliana not only did not refuse, but was happy to die. When it comes to the last eyes, a strong fighting spirit burst forth. Obviously, she was very dissatisfied with her loss to Lu Chengkong before, and she planned to wash away this shame all the time. 45045 Nico Robin. After making the decision, Lu Chengkong and Khalifa left the island together with Juliana. During this year, Lu Chengkong took on Marine's tasks and became bounty hunters. From the beginning, they could only hunt, killing about 10 million to 15 million pirates. In the end, all the pirates below 30 million were without exception, and everyone encountered by Lu Chengkong and the three had their heads removed. Anyway, now is the peak of the era of the great pirates. Unlike more than 10 years later, the strength of the pirates is getting weaker and weaker compared to this time, so Lu Chengkong does not have to worry about being killed by the pirates that he kills too much. As a result, the strength of the two sides is unbalanced, because every day, even every hour, new pirates go out to sea, and these pirates of no more than 100 million will not have much impact as long as they are not almost killed. Of course, there have been a lot of battles in the past year. Almost every time either Lu Chengkong or Khalifa made a shot, the Rokushiki and fruit abilities of the two of them increased in a straight line, so Juliana on the side complained countless times that she regretted bringing the two, because over the years, she hadn't made a few shots at all, which made her hands very itchy. Fortunately, Lu Chengkong would also discuss with her when they were okay, otherwise she might have left the team and left. After today, we will go back to Marine headquarters to join CP9, how about you? Lu Chengkong asked Juliana, who was sitting next to him in a small town bar called Persian Island in West Blue. For more than a year, Lu Chengkong and Khalifa have developed very advanced. One is just over 8 years old and the other is just over 10 years old. Lu Chengkong already has a height of 168 cm, and Khalifa is not much less than 163 cm. It is worth mentioning it is not only that the two people are developing in advance, but also some aspects, such as their own younger brothers and younger sisters, all started to develop in advance. Khalifa, who was in airport more than a year ago, has begun to take shape at this time. At least it looks like a small steamed bun. He walks with a straight waist, black high-heeled shoes that make a crisp sound when walking, and black underwear. The stocking skirt and hands are wearing black gloves. Although she is not as sexy and charming as the original book when she grew up, her body is sultry, but at this time, she has begun to exude a trace of coquettish charm. I want it. However, Lu Chengkong is much simpler, because he was not very wealthy in his previous life, so he didn't do much research or interest in wearing it. That is to say, he just found some brand name casual clothes to match them, and they looked unrestrained and uninhibited at the same time. Easy to fight at any time. Wow, that's Nico Robin, the devil's son. He's only 13 years old and worth 79 million Baileys. Catch him. Just when Juliana was about to answer Lu Chengkong's words, a voice suddenly came from outside. So one to the sound. Nicole Robin, the mature and intellectually beautiful royal sister in the original book. I've inquired about her over the past year, but unfortunately I haven't found it. I didn't expect that she was delivered to the door by herself before she was about to leave. I don't have the ability to go to her. She is still young now. If I save her at a critical moment, even if I can't capture her heart, I can still gain a certain favor. Lu Chengkong's brain immediately became active after hearing this voice, but on the surface, he still had to pretend to be watching the fun and go out with the two Khalifa girls. You must know that as Khalifa grew up, she knew more and more things. Many times, but it is very powerful to be jealous. Many times Juliana sees Lu Chengkong robbing her opponent, and she deliberately leans against Lu Chengkong or hugs his hand. As a result, Khalifa immediately became jealous. However, Khalifa is a very rational person. Her heart has long been filled with Lu Chengkong. In addition, the two of them have grown up together since childhood, and the battle has almost never been separated. She is very aware of Lu Chengkong's psychology. It's amazing, but it's never too much. Instead, it's more like a flirtation between men and women, and Lu Chengkong also enjoys the small fight with Khalifa. It's really her. Lu Chengkong walked out of the door of the bar and looked in the direction of the voice. Sure enough, a emaciated purple shadow with a cowboy hat appeared in Lu Chengkong's line of sight, and had been wandering for 5 years. The more Nico Robin has a lot less childishness, and she has even learned to see through many social experiences such as conspiracies and tricks. Her strength should not be underestimated, at least those who underestimate her are basically dead. Is she Nico Robin with a bounty of 7,009? She seems to be the same age as Lucci, right? Her strength seems to be average. Why is the bounty so high? Gulena looked at Nico Robin's figure a little bit. Said curiously. Because she understands the historical text, she is a thorn in the eyes of the world government. Speaking of which, she is much more miserable than me and Khalifa. She has never enjoyed even a minute of family since she was a child. Her mother, no, a woman like her is not qualified to be someone else's mother at all. Why did the bullshit history leave her to go overseas to find history when she was 2 years old? Since she gave birth to a child, she should not be left behind. With the burden of finding the text of history entrusted to her, it can be said that the person who brought the most misfortune to Robin was none other than her mother. Lu Chengkong said with the same feeling, because he was an orphan in his previous life, so he can understand the feeling of being abandoned best, but he is much luckier than Robin, because Robin knows everything about her mother. And she still knew that she had abandoned herself for the so-called history, and in the end she had to live a life of wandering around and being chased and killed like a mouse crossing the street, so Lu Chengkong was luckier than Nico Robin in this respect. Then have you fallen in love with her? You want to keep her by your side and take good care of this injured flower. Khalifa, who was beside him, was keenly aware of Lu Chengkong's subtle changes, and his heart suddenly tightened. Lu Chengkong left the hand of the arm as more forceful, and the tone is a little sour. Hee, I have this plan. I need the help of this woman, whether it's public or private, but if my Khalifa doesn't like it, then I can only give up this idea. Lu Chengkong hummed Isho, pouting in Khalifa, said in a mocking tone. Khalifa didn't understand that Lu Chengkong was teasing herself, but she was very satisfied with Lu Chengkong's confession. Although she didn't want a woman to steal a man from her, she knew that Lu Chengkong's heart was not something she could keep alone. It's okay, how could she not know Lu Chengkong after living with Lu Chengkong for so long? And as a rational girlfriend, she knows how to make a choice. It can be said that as long as Lu Chengkong likes it, she will do it without hesitation, even if Lu Chengkong has other women. Although she doesn't want to, but it doesn't mean that she will try to make things difficult for her. At most she is jealous, because she knows that no matter how many women Lu Chengkong has in the future, she will occupy the biggest position in Lu Chengkong's heart, because her experience with Lu Chengkong is incomparable to all women. Even Boa Hancock. 46046 First encounter with the future Mr. 1. I'm not as domineering as you think. Since she helps you, how can I stop you? I just want you to remember that I'm the big one. Khalifa said quietly. Her words not only surprised Juliana, even Lu Chengkong, although she knew that Khalifa would not stop her, she did not expect Khalifa to say such a thing. I'm getting more and more jealous of you, to be able to find such a good girlfriend. Juliana said in an envious and jealous tone. This is the tone of my brother. I feel lucky for Sansheng to have such a gentle and considerate girlfriend as Khalifa. Lu Chengkong said sincerely. He was not complimenting, although he came to this One Piece king after the world of pirates. He planned to live a good life in the harem, but he never thought that he would like the new and hate the old, and he never thought that someone could replace Khalifa's position in his heart. Let's go, save her first. Lu Chengkong knew that this was not the time to discuss this topic, so he immediately said, and at the same time took Khalifa to Nico Robin first, so that he was still angry about Khalifa, and wanted to Juliana, who fought against Lu Chengkong's injustice and crusade, lost this opportunity. In the end, this woman could only keep up with Lu Chengkong's pace unhappy. From this, you can see the friendship between them over the past year. But to a very deep level. Do you really want to force me to kill you? I have never offended you. Why do you come to catch me again and again? Nicole Robin thought very tangled. She is not yet mature and full of intellectual beauty in her 20s in the original book. Although the cruel reality has made her mature and rational at an alarming rate, she is only in her teens after all, and she can't kill her while talking and laughing like she did in the future. Kill some people who have plans for themselves. Rangyaku, Tempest Kick. Just as Nico Robin was struggling to decide whether to take action, a voice as cold as the freezing wind in the Antarctic suddenly sounded, and Nico Robin only felt a flower in front of him. A blue-white vacuum zone flew past her eyes, and when she turned to look, she found that the bounty hunters who were chasing her had all been dismembered. This is the first time that Nicole Robin, who has seen such a bloody scene, turned pale and almost didn't vomit. If she hadn't seen the dead many times, she might have fallen on her knees and vomited, but even so the pale complexion and Vivi's trembling body, which was so thin due to malnutrition, still looked pitiful, making people unable to bear the thought of holding her in his arms and taking good care of her. At least Lu Chengkong, who was present, and Khalifa, who knew about Nico Robin's deeds and the past from Lu Chengkong, had this idea, especially Juliana, who also let go of her daughter and went out to take risks, looked at her with a motherly gaze. The little girl in front of me, Nicole Robin, is not Khalifa. One has been malnourished for a long time since she was a child. The age is younger, but the development is much better than Robin. And Juliana couldn't help walking over and hugged Nicole Robin. Although she didn't deliberately let go of her daughter and left, the reason for leaving was largely to pave the way for her daughter, but she could not deny her no matter what. The fact that she left her daughter, so after knowing about Nico Robin, she saw the shadow of her daughter Kuina in Nico Robin, and even thought she was Kuina in her heart, otherwise she would not do it. Act like this. Ying Ning was originally picked up by a strange woman, which made Nico Robin's delicate body suddenly tense after more than 5 years of dark life, and even when she was about to use her ability to knock this woman away, she touched Gulain as the eyes full of motherhood and love were like ice and snow meeting fire, and the whole person softened. I don't know why I told her that the woman in front of her would never hurt her. If it was the past, she would never believe it, because before someone tried use this method to deceive her. But the strange thing is that she actually chooses to believe unconditionally in the face of Juliana, but she is tired. It may be that Juliana's true feelings touched her, or that Juliana's embrace is just like her mother's embrace. Knowing that there might be a trap that will deceive Nicole Robin is also willing. After all, she lacked maternal love since childhood, and suffered a lot of bullying and dark injuries, but she desperately longed for her mother to be by her side, and now Juliana's performance totally more mother to her than her mother was to her. In her mother Olivia's heart, the history text is more important than her daughter. When she finally reunited with her daughter, she also said everything about history. It can be said that her mother's love is too impure. On the contrary, Gulaina is knowing after talking about her affairs and her own experience, she is treated like Kuina. The gap between the two is huge. Come out, I've been with Robin for so long, do you want me to invite you out? Lu Chengkong motioned for Khalifa to take care of Juliana, who was in a very uneasy mood at this time, and said while looking at the corridor to the side. Pop. Originally, I was debating whether to take this convenient bounty, but since you appeared, I am more interested in taking your head. A man in his 20s dressed in a Shaolin monk-style costume walked out. Originally, according to his outfit, it would definitely arouse Lu Chengkong's goodwill. Even if he didn't have good feelings, he would not have any bad feelings. Unfortunately, his intentions for the two of them were destined to become mortal enemies. Daz Bones. Lu Chengkong's eyes narrowed, and he immediately remembered the identity of this person, of course, his identity in the future. Although he is much younger than in the original book, his unique shape still made Lu Chengkong take a look. Remembered him. Oh, you know me. You know it not long after I debuted. It seems that your back is not easy. It's a pity that you are destined to die here today. Daz Bones just glanced at Lu Chengkong and said his own. The name is a little strange, but after the surprise is a cold murderous aura. Obviously he is a killer now. He has not yet joined the Ba Kuro Society, and his strength is not as strong as in the original book, but it should not be underestimated. After all, his strength was far superior to Lu Chengkong's. Juliana was defeated just because of a little bit of love for the enemy. Although luck accounted for a lot of it, it is undeniable that underestimating the enemy will definitely be very miserable. Really, I hope your strength can be as powerful as your mouth. Lu Chengkong knew that he had killed so many pirates in the past few years. Some of the pirates must have some background, so it is normal for the killer to kill himself. So I wasn't at all surprised that someone wanted to kill me. Instead, he acted very calmly and in a masterful style. Compared with Daz Bones, both his appearance and style were much better. 47047 Dufufu Mr. 1. I won't let you down. Daz Bones is cold to issue. His body moves very fast. Of course, this is for ordinary people, but in front of a powerhouse like Lu Chengkong, who combines speed and strength, it seems a bit slow. Daz Bones, killing people, saw that Lu Chengkong was standing in the same place without dodging. To what extent has it become stronger and go all out? Iron. Lu Chengkong's expression did not change, and the people nearby were surprised, standing in the same place under the eyes of astonishment, but just spit out 2 words from his mouth, letting Daz Bones' right hand, which had become a knife-like hardness, hit his own voice. When Daz Bones was originally very angry when Lu Chengkong didn't hide in the face of his incomparably hard body, but he was more ruthless. Since you are courting death, you can't blame yourself, but when he hit Lu Chengkong with his right hand when he was on his body, he actually found that he seemed to have hit a piece of metal with similar hardness to his own body, and the dull sound of impact spread out immediately. How is it possible? I ate the fruit and my body is as hard as a sword. You are just a mortal body and face my attack. How could there be nothing at all, and how can your body be so hard? Do you also eat hardening? Physical devil fruit. Daz Bones raised his eyes, and his voice was full of surprise and disbelief. In the end, he could only summarize Lu Chengkong's energy into devil fruit. At this time, he has not yet joined the Ba Kuro Works Club, and he has no idea about the superhuman skills of Marine Rokushiki. If it is in the future, he will definitely see it. Unfortunately, it is still unknown whether he will have the future after today. After all, Lu Chengkong has always treated the enemy. They are all just to slaughter them, cut the grass and eradicate the roots. It's amazing. Nico Robin let Juliana hug and see the battle between Lu Chengkong and the two of them, and sighed involuntarily. After 5 years at sea, she is no longer as ignorant as she used to be, and she also knows herself he ate devil fruit, and now that he heard that Lu Chengkong is also a capable person and that he had saved him just now, he couldn't help but feel a little good about him. Hee, little Robin, this is just the beginning. Now Chengkong is just testing the strength of that Daz Bones. The real battle is still to come. The sister next to you. No, it should be the strength of the younger sister, but not worse than that big brother. Juliana said, touching Nico Robin's cute 3-dimensional nose with a little amusing. Don't touch my nose, it will become uglier if you touch it again. Nico, Robin said coquettishly. She was stunned when she said this. How many years? She even forgot how long she had not been so relaxed and comfortable. You don't have to worry about being calculated by the other party to say these words. And it is like speaking in a petite girl's tone like now. She seems to have never said it since she was a child. Juliana, who has been holding her, doesn't understand what Robin looks like when she sees her. As a mother, she knows very well what kind of thoughts such a girl would have. If Khalifa didn't have Lu Chengkong, she would also. It will become like Nico Robin, or it will become as hateful of pirates as the original, and unscrupulously start killing, almost like a tool of the world government. The ability person. Maybe, but if you're talking about this ability, it's not very true. Shigan finger pistol piercing the heart. Lu Chengkong hihi isho, but it is not the usual face of Khalifa and Juliana. That peaceful smile was a sneer, and Lu Chengkong used his own unique Rokushiki extension for the first time. Over the past year or so, he has not been in vain. In the constant battles, he has realized that the Rokushiki that is best for him is different. Almost all of them are realized in a flash of inspiration in the battle, so these moves are not cultivated. They are all moves made for battle, and the destructive power of each move is astonishing. Boom. Obviously it was just a finger, but the powerful force pushed Daz Bones out of the whole body. His body, which had become stronger as a sword, was forcibly dented by Lu Chengkong's Shigan finger pistol. One more point and his defense will definitely be broken. Your slashing fruit defense is pretty good. Shigan finger pistol didn't bleed in the face of me, but I don't know if you can resist it. Shave and silence. Lu Chengkong was a little surprised and asked, knowing that as long as he used Shigan finger pistol penetration for more than a year, no one could survive, and even those who survived were seriously injured. It's just that this bit of surprise was immediately put away by him, and then he used the shave, and disappeared in place in an instant. But what makes people feel terrible is that the shortcomings of shaving are not shortcomings, but Lu Chengkong has eliminated them, at such a high altitude. There is no sound at all when the frequency is stepped on the ground. It is obviously the result of the past year. It was developed by combining the effect of Kuro's errands and silent movement. Now it seems that the effect is very good. So fast, where are you? Daz Bones' pupils shrank, his eyes moving around in a state of beheading people, but he didn't dare to return to his original state. Lu Chengkong's Shigan finger pistol penetration just made him up. To now there was still some lingering fears. It was only a little bit. As long as Lu Chengkong exerted a little more force, his defense would be broken. He never thought that Lu Chengkong's small body would have such a huge strength compared to him. It was only after cutting the fruit and his height of more than 2 meters that he had so much power. But Lu Chengkong is only 1.69 meters and looks rather thin. Although his muscles give people a streamlined beauty full of speed, he doesn't think Lu Chengkong is big in terms of strength, so when he shot just now, he wanted to press it. To fight against Lu Chengkong, do not give the opponent speed. It's a pity that he miscalculated. Lu Chengkong is not a pure speed expert. If he didn't learn Rokushiki, he could only simply pursue the truth that speed can't be broken, but now, whether it is speed, strength, skills, defense, dodge, he can do anything. Yes, it is a real all-round comprehensive powerhouse, and of course the most prominent thing is speed. Of course it's behind him. Renkyaku, Tempest Kick Raging Dragon. Lu Chengkong's voice suddenly sounded from behind him. When Daz Bones turned around, he was not facing Lu Chengkong, but a huge blue and white dragon. Master Slash. Daz Bones secretly said trouble. Now it seems that Lu Chengkong has not used the ability of Devil Fruit until now, but some powerful physical skills. Obviously, he is also a little knowledgeable, but it is a pity that the speed is not fast as a strong type. He was at a disadvantage from the beginning, and Lu Chengkong could only master the rhythm of the battle, and he could only passively counterattack while looking for opportunities to turn the tables. 48-048 lost to Daz Bones. Chi. I saw that Daz Bones' hands suddenly turned into 2 huge blades at the critical moment, and slashed out at the surging blue and white dragon. A harsh sound suddenly rippling from the collision between the two, Daz Bones stomped on the ground with his feet, like a century-old tree taking root. "Break it to me," Daz Bones roared, his whole body concentrated on his hands, and the blue veins appeared on his muscles. With a bang, Daz Bones finally chopped the blue and white dragon in front of him, but it was a pity that he resisted Renkyaku. After Tempest Kick Raging Dragon, Lu Chengkong's attack came again. Obviously, he had planned to suppress Lu Chengkong with a single gesture, but now he was stubbornly suppressed by Lu Chengkong. "It's been a tough fight. That's your strength. If that's the case, then I'm so disappointed." Shigen finger pistol boom. Lu Chengkong also came behind Daz Bones, but Daz Bones couldn't stop it. Obviously the rhythm of the battle has been completely mastered by Lu Chengkong. Hiss. The terrifying temperature burned from Lu Chengkong's index finger. Although it was just a flame, the temperature emanating from it made Daz Bones' whole body tense. Why? It is very simple that what he is cutting fruit, and what he has turned into is a metal-like sword material, so what will happen to the high-temperature flame? Of course it melted. Flutter. Daz Bones' body was rippling with a clear voice like inserting a finger into the water at high speed. The body that could barely resist Shigen's finger pistol attack was pierced by a dick, and bright red blood continued to flow out of it. In this way, the wound actually turned fiery red, followed by charred black, and even a little burnt smell could be smelled in the air. Obviously, his wound was burning in Lu Chengkong's Shigen finger pistol moving at a high speed and rubbing the flames that burned in the air. The bottom has been burned. Ahem, you can't go away, you can't go away. Daz Bones' face was a little pale, but as a killer, his will was still very tough, and he saw Lu Chengkong's left hand stubbornly grabbing Lu Chengkong's hand and sticking it in his outstretched hand. His right hand and right wrist turned into a blade-like shape, and they slashed towards Lu Chengkong by rotating at a high speed. Stupid, iron nugget, Tai Chi. Lu Chengkong didn't worry at all, and didn't force Daz Bones to grab his left hand. Instead, his tone was full of ridicule, and then he did not blink under Daz Bones' unbelievable gaze. He stood in place without hiding and let his high-speed rotating blade slashed at him, but unfortunately the expected blood spurt and screams did not appear at all. What he couldn't believe was not that Lu Chengkong could safely resist his own trick, but that he found that his spiral blade had hit Lu Chengkong's body, and it felt like hitting cotton but also hitting steel. The two extreme feelings made him very contradictory, and he almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Tai Chi is worthy of being the national quintessence that has been passed down in China for countless years. I only know a little bit of fur and understand it, and it has such an effect. If it is a real Tai Chi master such as Zhang Sanfang, it will not be more scary. Lu Chengkong felt a little bit. Thinking of it as a joke, it's a pity that he didn't know that he was completely wrong when he thought this way. After all, everyone has their own specialties. He has little knowledge of Tai Chi, but after more than a year of constant fighting, he has completely integrated the iron block and the unloading force. If the comparison is purely based on the unloading force, Lu Chengkong, even if it is compared with the Tai Chi masters in China, there is not necessarily any difference. After all, this is condensed in the battle of blood and fire, not simply. And Tai Chi is not purely based on unloading. There are many powerful advantages and abilities that only need to be cultivated to a high level, such as 4 or 2 strokes of 1,000 pounds and a cannon hammer above it. I won't explain it in detail here. If you need to know, just go to the Dragon and Snake Romance of the Dreaming Machine. Goodbye, Daz Bones, Renkyaku Tempest Kick Burst. Many people think that the power of Shigen finger pistol in Rokushiki's attack skills is greater than that of Renkyaku Tempest Kick, but it's not, but both have their own advantages. The most powerful part of Shigen finger pistol is that he concentrates the energy and blood of the whole body to a point and explodes instantly, and the penetrating power is very amazing. However, Renkyaku Tempest Kick is a long-range attack. After a certain distance, the power of the kick on the enemy will be weakened, but what if the distance is the same as using Shigen finger pistol? Then the destructive power of Renkyaku Tempest Kick is not comparable to Shigen finger pistol, let alone Lu Chengkong's even more powerful Renkyaku Tempest Kick Burst. Bang! You can tell by the name, the vacuum slash kicked by Rankyaku. Tempest kick is compressed into a single point, and it explodes like a bomb when it touches the opponent's body. The huge explosive force immediately broke the defense of Daz Bones' killing state, and the residual power exploded in his body, causing a huge wound to explode on his upper body, and blood spurted out as if he didn't want money. The strength of his strength also knocked him out. With his injuries and the house behind him, he would be dead in a short time. Unfortunately, life is often full of changes and variables. Lu Chengkong's life is so does Daz Bones. Just as Daz Bones was about to be installed on the house at the back, a gust of wind blew, along with a small amount of sand, forcing the people around them to close their eyes because of the sand, and when they opened their eyes again it turns out that Daz Bones didn't knock down the house, but didn't even know where he went. In the original book, it was said that Daz Bones was originally a famous killer in West Blue, and then he became the Mr. One of the Bakuro Society for some unknown reason. Could it be because he was seriously injured and almost died because he was beaten by me? In the end, Crocodile rescued him, and as a result he died. Grateful Date. Even though Crocodile just used him as a tool but he didn't betray him, this is too bloody right. Is it because of me that Mr. One appeared? Others don't know who rescued Daz Bones, but he is very clear. He knows it is Shichibukai Crocodile with a little sand on the ground. As for why this guy didn't solve Lu Chengkong easily or win over the stronger Lu Chengkong, it's very simple. How did he come to be Shichibukai? Said to be marine people, Sengoku and the others were worried that if those guys from Shichibukai didn't have long eyes to kill Lu Chengkong, then he would not be able to explain it. So he told everyone in Shichibukai about Lu Chengkong, and at the same time marked it. The label of not to be provoked. Of course, this is temporary, and I will not know it in the future. Sengoku, you never thought that the mysterious girl you were worried about wouldn't bother Marine for me at all. Your arrangement has helped me a lot, at least it won't make me appear so easily on the road to becoming stronger. Being bullied by others makes it easy to die. Although Lu Chengkong saw the process of Crocodile saving Daz Bones, he did not block it. It was very simple. Although he knew the opponent's weaknesses, he didn't think he belonged to him. As an opponent, he didn't think he had Luffy's terrific constitution and luck. 49,049 Teaching Robin. Since the other party didn't deal with him unknowingly, it was obviously to give Sengoku face, and he was also worried about being retaliated by others, so he was still weak and there was no need to be someone who could not hurt himself now, and would be even less capable of hurting himself in the future. Do the right thing with someone who is much stronger than you now, and treat it as someone else giving you face, and you should give face to others too. I want it. After all, he is very clear that he has no strong protection, and now he is still in a weak position. It was very difficult to face Logia before he learned hockey, and now he is still young, only 8 years old, and sometimes he will become stronger with time. Stronger, if Daz Bones doesn't know how to find himself, then he doesn't mind taking Crocodile easily. Someone rescued him. Khalifa immediately came to Lu Chengkong's side. Although she also saw that Lu Chengkong was not injured just now, her face was still full of worry, and she looked up and down carefully at Lu Chengkong to make sure he didn't. Only after a few scars did he feel relieved, and at the same time he stretched out his hand to smooth Lu Chengkong's clothes that were a little wrinkled because of the battle just now. His gentle and skillful appearance made the people nearby drool. The strength may be that some people with ulterior motives have come up to grab people. Nicole Robin, do you want to find the historical text? Lu Chengkong waved his hand to tell Khalifa to stop talking. Carly nodded knowingly and didn't say anything, so the two he walked to Nico Robin and said to this delicious loli. I'm right, I'm looking for the historical text. I saw Lu Chengkong's formidable strength just now, but now Lu Chengkong's piercing gaze is staring at his own eyes, making Nico Robin suddenly a little reddish quietly. The body was a little scared and arched into Juliana's arms, but after hearing Lu Chengkong's words, she immediately remembered everything about O'Hara Island and her mother. Her eyes suddenly turned red, although she was a little timid, but in the end she still said with courage. Then do you know how much it will cost you to find this? Lu Chengkong was ignoring the hen who was watching him, like a hen guarding the chicks. If you scare Robin, I'll have a fight with you. This, Nico. Robin immediately fell silent when she heard Lu Chengkong's words. She is not a fool. The performance in the original work shows that she is very good at archaeology, work, communication, games, analysis, and painting. It's amazing, although it is not as heavy and calm as the later generations, but the light of wisdom has appeared in her eyes at a young age, so she knows very well what Lu Chengkong means. If nothing else, the shadow that Buster Call brought her when she was a child has not dissipated. In the original book, she still managed to overcome the incomplete version of Buster Call without the existence of Admiral and high-end combat power. Only then did she barely eliminate the fear of Buster Call. To find the historical text means to fight against Marine. The more you know, the more powerful the Buster Call will be. Even if she is young now, she knows this. You are living by betrayal now. If you are like a mouse in the street, you want to find the historical text like this. It's not me who hit you, Khalifa and I are also a member of the Marine. If I want to catch you, you think you are, can you escape? Lu Chengkong deliberately pretended to be cold, but it was a pity that Nico. Robin's IQ had already understood Lu Chengkong's intentions in a short period of time, so she knew that the man in front of her was not hurting her. Of course she wouldn't be afraid. Then what can I do? In Nico. Robin's original novel, she found her own way after wandering for many years. It can be said that she has always been able to rely on different forces to help herself, not because she did not want to rely on her own efforts to find it. But she knew that her strength alone could not resist Marine, so she could only rely on one force after another to struggle to survive. Now that she has Lu Chengkong's guidance, she can of course avoid many unnecessary wrong paths, and she can use the most correct and possible method to find the historical text, so she hurriedly asked. The first one is to become stronger. Don't think that you are not good before you start, that you can't beat Marine, and that you can't beat the Buster Call that destroyed O'Hara Island. If you think like this, you are inferior to others. Why can others be strong? Can't you? You've already eaten devil fruit, so why not try to maximize the power of devil fruit? Lu Chengkong thought for a moment and then said simply, he knows very well that Robin's aptitude is very good, and Huahuaguo's ability is also very scary if he wants to assassinate. If he learns hockey, plus physical training, then Robin's strength is definitely not weak. Can I really become stronger? Nicole. Robin has never thought about this question. She has seen the horror of Kuzan who ate the Logia fruit, so she doesn't think she can beat those strong people, although now in the original book, her devil fruit ability is also much stronger in the later stage, but she has not really cultivated to become stronger at all. It is only with the increase of the number of uses that the power will increase, but she is definitely not like Lu Chengkong and Khalifa. Do your best to exercise your fruit ability. Why not? Everyone says that Logia is the most powerful of the three fruits, but what? Which of the four emperors is Logia? There are no rubbish devil fruits, only rubbish users. This sentence is not entirely true, but it is also true. Not all wrong, think about it for yourself. The reality in this world, how many people do you think can treat you as her own daughter at the first sight like Juliana and won't tie you to Marine? Without equal strength, even if you find a partner who is willing to give your life for you, can you protect them? At most they died because of you. Well, that's all. Khalifa and I are leaving, so you stay with Juliana. After Lu Chengkong finished speaking, he left with Khalifa. As for whether Nico. Robin and Juliana would be in danger together, Lu Chengkong didn't have to worry at all. You must know that it is not only yourself who will improve, Juliana is also the same. After being able to break the shadow of her state of mind, Juliana's kendo path can be described as a smooth one, but everything before has become a setback to fulfill her swordsmanship. And in the original book, Nico. Robin can live for so long without dying. Is it too funny? When she was a child, her strength was weak and pitiful. In this era, 79 million is very scary, but it is not that there will be hundreds of millions after more than 10 years. Even if she encounters 79 million pirates, her strength is so weak. Even a big pirate can't help but catch it, and so do some of the Marines, so Nico. Robin can live to the original book is so cool. you can see her without going to prison or even being caught in marine. There is someone operating behind it. Then there is so much energy that the strong men of Pirate Marine will not catch Nico Robin, and there is only one person who knows Nico Robin and her relationship, Kuzan, that is Admiral Kuzan, and only him, because the reason for Saren is to help let Nico Robin go many times, and he is indeed a person who is cold outside and hot inside. 50,050 Kick Jabra. Enies Lobby ENIESLOBBY, also known as the island that never sleeps, is set up for the world government. It is full of nominal courts. As long as those who are brought to Enies Lobby must have been identified as prisoners, at this time, the Justice Tower of Enies Lobby is inside. The usually very deserted conference hall was full of people at this time. Among them are all the characters that appeared in the original work. Among them, Spandam and Spandane, who are hideous, despicable and afraid of death, are sitting on the desk at the same time and looking at the two young people in front of them. Rob Lucci, Kaku, Jabra, Bluno, Kumadori, Otanashi Fukuro. They have been with the lizard man for a while, and they have also experienced a lot of killings in the completion of the task, especially Rob Lucci is the best among them, so the resentment in their hearts has been vented a lot, plus the reason of the world government, so they didn't kill the two people in front of them who were ants to them, but it was completely impossible for them to order them at that time, but because of the world government, they could only ignore the policy. Bastard, what are the two people who are late for CP9? As the CP9 chief, I have the right to judge them. Today's Spandam officially became the CP9 chief under the leadership of his father, although the top 6 face-to-face he is a powerful man with awe-inspiring killing intent, but with his father, Spandane as his backer, Spandam is also a little bit arrogant. Although he is very idiot, he also knows that there are 3 fires when a new official takes office. When he established his majestic reputation, he found out that 2 people were late. Isn't this a sleepy delivery of pillows? So this guy who didn't know the situation showed his official prestige. Of course, this official prestige was imagined in his own mind, at least the people present didn't feel it. Poor guy. Hearing what Spandam said, Kaku, who was standing in the hall, thought disdainfully. At the same time, he couldn't help feeling sad for him. Of course, he was more fortunate. At least there was this idiot. Even if Khalifa and Lu Chengkong came, he wouldn't be harassing him, and he could get out of the clutches of Lu Chengkong and Khalifa. Sure enough, you are bold enough. Although I don't know how strong you are, it is definitely not easy to complete Rokushiki's strength so much earlier than us, and it is indeed enough to dare to be late at this time. Jabra, who has become a wolf-type person, thought to himself. Boom. Just when Spandam was about to say something, the closed door of the conference room suddenly opened, and for a while, whether it was the newly added CP9 and others, or the former and current officers Spandam and Spandam, they were all in the room. He looked at the person who opened the door. What catches the eye is a man and a woman. The man is handsome, with sword eyebrows and star eyes. The woman wears black sexy clothes, with an oval face, willow eyebrows, cherry mouth, red phoenix eyes, and a small chong nose. The figure gives a strong visual impact, and every move has an amazing charm. At least there are young people with vigor and vitality. Rob Lucci and others who know who they are coming to know are very smart and do not show their satyr appearance, but there are 3 people who don't know the details, but they look like pig brothers, especially Spandane father and son. Of course, one of them is Jabra, who will become a wolf in the future. Today is the first time, for the sake of you who don't know me, I will spare you not to die, but the death penalty can be avoided, and the life penalty is inevitable. I hate the woman who sees me in this way. Renkyaku, Tempest Kick. Lu Chengkong's eyes froze. His right foot suddenly kicked out. The air in front of him suddenly thickened. Vivi twisted up, and a huge blue-white vacuum slash appeared in front of Lu Chengkong's body and shot towards Spandane and Jabra. As for Rob Lucci and others, they hid to the side when Lu Chengkong appeared, and it turned out that their choice was extremely correct. Help. Facing death, Spandam and Spandane, the despicable father and son, could only lay their heads on the ground and shout for help in horror. As for the fact that he had never seen Lu Chengkong, Jabra, who was very unwilling to admit defeat, immediately burst out with strong fighting intent, and also used Rokushiki to face the vacuum slash that came to him. Rankyaku Tempest Kick. 2 vacuum slashes, one large and one small, collided from midair. Of course, the small one was pulled by Jabra. The vacuum slash kicked out by this good boy who dared to resist was deadlocked with Lu Chengkong's vacuum slash for a while. It was shattered, and the remaining power flew towards him unabated. HMPH, Iron. Seeing how vulnerable his Rankyaku Tempest Kick was, Jabra's eyes shrank rapidly, but the battle had already begun, and at this time he could only resist and resist, so he immediately used his best. The iron block he was good at resisted the weakened vacuum slash, but even such a powerful impact would push him 3 or 4 meters away, just in time to collide with the father and son of Spandam. Jabra, who remained in the state of iron, was no less than a piece of human-shaped steel, and slammed into the father and son of Spandam with the support of a huge impact force. Of course, the strength of 9 can only scream. "You bastard, you dare to be arrogant, and you dare to be presumptuous in the face of the former and current CP9 chiefs, and be late." The 2 father and son Spandaean, who only stood up after a few minutes, roared and planned to ask the teacher to ask the guilt. Lu Chengkong is not giving them this opportunity. "I don't think the top Marines will blame me and Khalifa because of the 2 of you, and although you are the former and current officers of CP9, please open your dog eyes to see who is listening in CP9. Your words." Lu Chengkong snorted coldly. Although Spandam's copy is unscrupulous, despicable, arrogant, selfish, greedy, hypocritical, insidious, twisted, and perverted, but they can reach high levels, but they are very good at flattering and observing their words, and even if they are usually idiots, when life is threatened, people become very smart. At least the 2 father and son in front of them are the best example. When the 2 raised their heads, they found that CP9 was present, whether it was Rob Lucci and others who knew Lu Chengkong early in the morning, Kumadori who didn't know Lu Chengkong, or even Jabra who was annoyed by Lu Chengkong's kick. Looking at the 2 of them with disdain and mocking eyes, he also noticed that Rob Lucci and the others had already stood by Lu Chengkong's side at some point. Obviously, their intentions were obvious. No matter how stupid the 2 of them were, they knew they were there. People simply looked down on the 2 of them from the bottom of their hearts and didn't take them seriously. How did the 2 of them get angry like this? Especially Spandane, who used to hold Buster Call, but no one dared to treat him like this. This is what he thinks. The previous CP9 chose to ignore him, but he doesn't know it. Now I see a little devil who is only 8 years old according to the information. How dare he treat him like that? And he is so angry that 1 Buddha was born and 2 Buddhas ascended to the sky, but it is a pity that his anger was flown by his side before he could express his anger. The 2 halves were separated, and the vacuum slash, which blasted a huge crack on the wall behind them, was completely eliminated. Everyone, do your best. Flowers, collections, and rewards should be more violent. 51051 Let's go together. If the 2 of you want to die, I don't mind fulfilling you. CP9 has always been a leader. What we need here is only the strong of CP9, not you useless. Wouldn't mind having another person be the prefect. When Lu Chengkong spoke, he didn't even look at the 2 of them. If Nicole Robin hadn't sent these 2 people who were not as good as trash, and Khalifa had been very generous before, Lu Chengkong was in a very good mood. In addition, it is very close to Marine's headquarters after all. As long as I don't go too far, Marine will choose to ignore it before the mysterious girl comes out to clarify, and even if there is no mysterious girl, Lu Chengkong's combat power plus he gets so much CP9. The support of the people, Marine headquarters will definitely not give up Lu Chengkong and others for this pair of weak and deadly useless waste materials. At this moment, under Lu Chengkong's strength, the 2 Spandam father and son, who had recognized the reality clearly, didn't dare to let go of Lu Chengkong's cold words. How could they dare to be arrogant when the situation was stronger than others? After finishing speaking, Lu Chengkong took Khalifa and left the conference hall directly. As for Rob Lucci and others, they were also very satisfied with Lu Chengkong's performance. that is, only Lu Chengkong's strength and daring talent were worthy of being theirs. Captain, anyone who has read the original book knows that CP9 is ruthless to outsiders, but for their own sake, they can definitely give up their dignity. In the original book, everyone can give up their dignity in order to collect medical expenses for Rob Lucci. You can watch it on the street. Out. When he walked out of the conference hall and came to the square below, Jabra immediately stopped Lu Chengkong. Lu Chengkong also stopped and looked at Jabra, indicating that he would say anything. Although I know I'm not your opponent, I'm going to fight with you. If you win, then you'll be my boss, how about that? Jabra's voice fell. Even if he was the most heartless, he liked it the most. Kumadori, who committed suicide, also looked at Lu Chengkong with his eyes burning with the flame of war. Obviously, although Lu Chengkong completed Rokushiki's graduation in just over a month, it did not mean that they would admit defeat so easily. I want it. They are all elites in each region, and it is impossible to be young and arrogant without arrogance, so even if Lu Chengkong's performance just now made them very satisfied, if they can't really defeat them, their hearts will not be completely acknowledging Lu Chengkong. Lucci, you guys think so too. Lu Chengkong didn't get angry, didn't answer Jabra directly, but asked Rob Lucci and others. Indeed, although I was defeated by you twice in the past, your strength was indeed worse than mine at that time. You were able to win because you understood the half-finished shave by yourself at that time. Even if Jabra didn't say anything, I would look for it. You have a fight. Rob Lucci nodded. The fighting spirit bursting out of his eyes was no less than that of Jabra, or even worse, but he was the strongest CP9 in the original book for 800 years. Okay, then let's go together. Lu Chengkong's words immediately surprised them. Although the power of Lu Chengkong's Renkyaku Tempest Kick just now surprised them, they definitely wouldn't think that Lu Chengkong could fight with one hit. All of them, even 1-on-2, didn't think Lu Chengkong could win. You are insulting me. Rob Lucci's voice was a little cold, and his tone was a little annoyed. If it was someone else, he would have killed him long ago. Really? In that case, let's go one-on-one with Lucci. You should be the strongest among them, so that you can see whether I have insulted you or whether you are qualified to fight me one-on-one. Lu Chengkong also knew that his words were useless, so let Rob Lucci, the strongest among them, fight him first. Okay. The anger on Rob Lucci's face immediately subsided when he heard the words, and at the same time he was more cautious. He knew very well that Lu Chengkong was not the kind of arrogant person. Since he dared to let go of such arrogant words, he definitely had him. The capital, but even so, Rob Lucci does not believe that Lu Chengkong can defeat everyone here alone, with the exception of Khalifa of course. Come on. Lu Chengkong took off his black leather jacket. Khalifa on the side immediately showed his duty as a girlfriend, just said don't get hurt and helped Lu Chengkong get the jacket and walked aside. Khalifa's the performance immediately caused the men present to look at Lu Chengkong with jealous eyes. If they had kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes, they might have killed Lu Chengkong just by looking. Shave. Shigan finger pistol. Rob Lucci is always direct. Without saying a word, he immediately shot, stepped on the ground more than 10 times in an instant. His body disappeared in Yuan and then appeared in front of Lu Chengkong, hitting Shigan finger pistol with terrifying penetrating power to Lu Chengkong's chest. Just plug it in. The speed is good, but the strength is a little worse. Iron Nugget Tai Chi. Lu Chengkong was not nervous in the face of Lucci's powerful Shigan finger pistol. On the contrary, he still stood on the spot to evaluate Rob Lucci's performance in a leisurely manner. Flutter. How is that possible? The pupils of the people present except Khalifa shrank rapidly, and each of them knew how to use iron. They all thought that Lu Chengkong was using iron when he didn't hide, but in fact Lu Chengkong also used iron. But the collision between the iron block and Shigan finger pistol is absolutely impossible to make such a crashing sound. You will die if you are distracted during battle. Shigan finger pistol piercing the heart. Lu Chengkong sighed inwardly as he looked at Rob Lucci, who was surprised. Terrible Rob Lucci, who completely disregarded all of Luffy's moves and was easily dismissed at the same time, has a long way to go. Oops, Iron Nugget. Rob Lucci was also a Superman who learned Rokushiki after all. At the critical moment, his body instinctively used Iron Nugget, but the difference between him and Liu Chengkong was reflected in this moment, and only Liu Chengkong was seen. His index finger was like a blocking bullet, completely ignoring Lucci. The iron block like a bulletproof vest penetrated directly into his body, and the powerful force knocked him out. Rankyaku, Tempest Kick Flurry. Liu Chengkong's expression did not change, as if it was not his friend who was injured by him. Instead he directly added a blow to Rankyaku, Tempest Kick, and countless small vacuum slashes flew towards Rob Lucci. In fact, Liu Chengkong has already left, otherwise Rob Lucci would have already died under Liu Chengkong's Shigan, finger pistol Chuanshin, which means that Chuanshin hit the heart, of course, but although Liu Chengkong pierced Rob Lucci's the body shed a, but Liu Chengkong still chose to play. And it was not a fatal position. With Rob Lucci's strength and physical treatment, he could recover in a week. The brothers who said that the update is unstoppable and slow, I will give you an explanation here. The new book's grades are not good, and the old book recommendation is frightened. The editor said that if the new book's grades don't improve, then I will also be frightened. Hey, this is the first time I have been told by an editor, let's stand up with your strength, stand up, my motivation has come, and the speed will also increase. Now I work 8 hours a day, and I have to code when I come back. It's really hard. If I don't have the motivation, I really can't pick up the keyboard to code. Now I still check 3 times a day, but if my grades don't go up, I'm worried about my support. I can't go on anymore. Please do your best, and understand that the overwhelming force is overwhelming. After returning from the 8-hour work, I am really tired every day. If you stand up, then the tiredness is worth it, but now I find that more and more are superfluous. 52052 Deserved Boss. Cami E. I want the full text. Rob Lucci's face changed greatly, and a bitter smile hung on the corner of his mouth. He knew that he had been defeated just now. If it was a life and death battle, he would even be dead, so he was using Cami E. He also stopped after escaping the Rankyaku, Tempest Kick Flurry like a piece of paper being blown by the wind. Although he was very uncomfortable and couldn't believe it, he was not as obvious as those so-called geniuses. Ken admits. I lost. Rob Lucci's face was very ugly. When Liu Chengkong came to the base behind Marine headquarters 2 years ago, his strength was far behind him. To win him twice was entirely due to Rob Lucci's lack of actual combat experience. There is also the advantage of moves, but now after 2 years of training and becoming Rokushiki, Rob Lucci is confident that he can definitely defeat Liu Chengkong, but he did not expect that Liu Chengkong not only surpassed him in overall strength and body, but even Rokushiki was far away. Far ahead of him. Do you still want to duel with me now? Liu Chengkong glanced at Rob Lucci with admiration. In the original book, Rob Lucci was undefeated before he met Luffy. Now he has been defeated by himself 3 times. This time, he defeated him with an overwhelming advantage. It is definitely a good thing for his future development, and he believes that Rob Lucci is not so easy to be knocked down. As long as he walks out of the shadow of failure, then his future strength definitely better than the original. No need. Jabra, Kaku and the others did not expect that Rob Lucci, the most powerful among them, would be defeated all at once when Liu Chengkong deliberately kept his hand, especially Jabra, who was a big one. He was hit and looked at Liu Chengkong at the same time with the eyes of a monster. You must know that the oldest person in CP9 is his Kumadori, while Liu Chengkong and Kaku are the youngest in CP9, but they have the shortest training time now. Liu Chengkong's strength was completely superior to them. How could he not suffer a huge blow? I lost this time, and I was convinced by the loss, but this time, I will never lose again when I look for you again in the future. Rob Lucci did not disappoint Liu Chengkong. After a while, his expression changed. His face said solemnly, I'll wait for you. I hope you won't let me down, but don't forget that you're not the only one who will become stronger. Liu Chengkong did not comfort Rob Lucci, but said very strongly, Rob Lucci is the kind of frustrated the braver person. He doesn't need extra comfort, he doesn't need pity, he just needs encouragement. After this battle, I have taken the position of the boss of CP9, but now Rob Lucci, Jabra and others have not eaten devil fruit, and Rokushiki has also integrated into the battle. That is more than 100. I should have more than 200 or even more than 300 now. It is a matter of course to defeat them. Because of my own reasons, the strength of CP9 is believed to be many times stronger than the original. I really look forward to it. Quote. When Lu Chengkong thought of this, he couldn't help but look forward to the future. Since Nico Robin was met by himself, how could he let her go to Crocodile? As for how he translated those historical texts, it was none of his business. Something happened. So without Nico Robin joining the Straw Hat Pirates, will the Ennies lobby fight still begin? He was very curious about these things. However, no matter what you think or look forward to, it is useless to be curious. The most important thing now is to send Lucci to the hospital. Although these injuries can be cured with a single interest in Rob Lucci's body, it is best to deal with them, otherwise they will be infected by bacteria. It's not good. Rob Lucci has not yet realized the return of life. You must know that even what Rob Lucci in the original book realized is not the complete return of life. Because Lu Chengkong knew from listening to the glamorous queen's tone that the ability to return life could never be as simple as it appeared in the original work, so Lu Chengkong boldly guessed that CP9 who would return life in the original work had comprehended incomplete life. Return, or they haven't realized the real return of life, haven't learned everything, or their level of return of life is too low, and they can't reach the level that the beauty queen said. After Ennies lobby, doctor took care of Rob Lucci's wound, Lu Chengkong and others finally understood after being introduced by people familiar with the life of CP9 Nissan. It turns out that life in CP9 is relatively free, as long as it is not specially arranged by the world government. Usually they can move freely, and they can even choose their own tasks from some freely handed over tasks assigned by the world government, and earn merits while improving their strength. Rob Lucci, Jabra, and others got those devil fruits with their own hands like Lu Chengkong's conspiracy at the beginning, almost fighting for his life to get the devil fruits. Of course, Lu Chengkong can get the devil fruit is also luck. After all, not every ship with Tenryubito's entourage has devil fruit, but even so, Lu Chengkong was still alive and dead, and he was shot a few times in the end. Compared to Luffy was much luckier. In order to make Marine stronger and make more people work harder for the world government to serve the world government has developed this merit system for CP9 people. There are those who have changed their names, and those who have changed their fighting skills. There are even all kinds of devil fruits. Of course, Logia is almost non-existent, because the Marine who ate Logia in the Marine was specially trained to become the next admiral, so the executives in the Marine think that Logia is the strongest. Then it is a matter of course that the Marines who have eaten Logia are very precious. How could they be allowed to die so easily? It's really scary to put these things outside. The world government is indeed a behemoth. Although you have occupied many countries in the original Revolutionary Bureau, your background is really poor. It is far worse than the world government and Tenryubito. The hidden strength there are countless more, and the three admirals may all be just obvious powerhouses. Quote. Lu Chengkong looked at the order in his hand. Different devil fruits were marked with different amounts of merit. In it, he also found the fruit abilities of Rob Lucci, Jabra, Bluno and others in the original book, and even Khalifa and Kaku. All in the original. Lu Chengkong even guessed that Kaku and Khalifa didn't eat the fruit when they went to the water capital in the original book because they were worried that something unexpected would happen and they wouldn't be able to survive at sea, so the two of them didn't eat it. Only Bluno had a very good escape ability. The powerful Door fruit and the most powerful Lucci ate the cat and cat fruit. One is to escape with Bluno's Door fruit in order to encounter an irresistible situation, and the other is to maximize Lucci's fighting power to deal with various powerhouses. It can be said that the candidates for the tasks arranged by the world government have been reviewed many times. It seems that it is not so easy to fight against the world government. If you become a mortal enemy with them, you must have the strength to fight against it and at least protect yourself. Lu Changkong was constantly planning his own plans and affairs in the future, and at the same time he kept thinking about what he should do next, how to choose, but he knew very well that he had no luck against the Skyer strong backstage. What's the meaning? 53053 Even the daughter is not spared. In urgent need of support, asking for collections, flowers, and rewarding everyone's support is equal to the motivation for updating. With Lu Changkong's incomparably powerful shock before, even if Spandane and the headquarters marshal reacted, it would be useless. First, Lu Changkong's deliberately created false identity played a role, and second, because of anyone's CP9. Combat power is very important, and Lu Changkong and Khalifa are also members of CP9 and Marine, and Lu Changkong is so popular with CP9, if he blames all CP9s for the two wastes, then Sengoku will not be able to be at all. Take the position of marshal. These days, in addition to exercising every day and developing devil fruit abilities, Lu Changkong is familiar with the life of CP9. At the same time, he has also browsed through all the items exchanged for merits in CP9 in detail and found that he doesn't seem to need anything. Khalifa, what do you think our money will be used for? Over the past year or so, we have made almost 200 million Baileys. If we don't use it, isn't it too wasteful? Lu Changkong lay on the big bed and asked Khalifa, who was lying in his arms and drawing circles on his chest, said. Since we have to leave Marine sooner or later, what we need most to sail this sea is a ship, and to fight against Marine's ships, this ship must need a lot of arrangements, and these all require a lot of money. As for the people on the boat, they will think about it later. A good boat alone will cost hundreds of millions. This is still raw material. The precious tree, Adam, is priceless. Khalifa is worthy of being the best internal helper. In order to let Lu Changkong worry less, she has learned about all aspects of things, and immediately solved the problems for Lu Changkong. If it's Marine's core shipbuilding skills, there's absolutely nothing to say, but I absolutely can't trust them, and suddenly we want to build a ship. Didn't I tell them that we would leave CP9 at any time? Lu Changkong said, a little distressed, but his hands were no idle time, fumbled up and down on Khalifa's SUT. Although the body of the 8-year-old has developed to the point where only a 15 or 6-year-old boy can only have, the problem is only the height. The brothers under the crotch have not yet begun to develop their final development. Although the length and width are now available, the largest the problem is that he still can't. After all, he is only 8 years old now, and the foundation has been laid in some places, but the most crucial step is missing, so now he can only get by. The City of Water. There is a document that said the City of Water. Although the shipbuilder of One Piece, King of Pirates, died, his 2 apprentices are still there, and they both help build ships. As long as we buy them Baoshu, Adam, will definitely impress them. Khalifa felt that her souchong was covered by Lu Changkong's big hands, and kept kneading it. Although it was very numb and comfortable, she was still a baby after all. It was the first time she faced this kind of thing. Of course she felt ashamed, but she didn't refuse. As long as Lu Changkong liked it, she didn't care, and this kind of thing was normal for men and women who were in love. Although she was shy, she didn't resist. Then this matter has to be carried out in secret. I thought it was a lot of money, but now it seems that just buying materials is not enough. Lu Changkong, who was still having a headache just now about how to spend the money, is now worried about the money, but he is not worried either. How long is it to think of one person, Kaya's father, Kapal? This guy has grown richer and richer over the past year. Before he died, the defense measures in their home were still very high. As a businessman, the amount of money handed over to the world government every month is too much. This kind of machine that prints Bailey, even if he wants to die, the world government will not let him die so easily, and when he died unexpectedly, the protection of the world government to their home will be gone. So in the original Kuro as in before Kapal died, he didn't dare to disguise the housekeeper and mess around. When he died, he stretched his hideous fangs towards Kaya. Such a good printing Bailey machine is too wasteful to not save him. As for the disease, let Khalifa give him a holy light. That is, when it works properly, not only can he get the support of Kapal, but also get a delicious loli. Hee, I'm really smart. Lu Chengkong couldn't help evoking a wide smile when he thought of this, which made Khalifa's heart tighten, and the woman's super-sensitive intuition told her that Lu Chengkong at this time absolutely wanted to some bad things. Thinking of this, Khalifa suddenly became a little angry. While chatting with himself, he touched his body and remembered his affairs. Because he was still here to calculate so many things for him, Khalifa couldn't help biting Lu Chengkong's chest. It was a pity that at the moment she just took the bite, she couldn't bear to bite down, worried that the bite would hurt Lu Chengkong, but in the end it turned into a kiss with a little bit of force, which didn't do anything except make Lu Chengkong more comfortable. Useful, a woman's heart is really unpredictable. A woman's intuition is indeed the most sensitive. I just think about him and he can find it, but Khalifa seems to really love me, or she would bite down the bite just now. Although she will be jealous, she will definitely not make trouble without reason. As expected of my grandmother. Lu Chengkong thought to himself, and at the same time gently kissed Khalifa's little mouth. Khalifa seemed to feel Lu Chengkong's thoughts, and the corners of her mouth twitched up. Obviously her mood changed. Worry is joy. Then what we have to do now is to save money. Then this is simple, I have already thought about it. Lu Chengkong said all his thoughts just now. Of course, the delicious loli did not hide it. After all, based on Khalifa's current status in CP9, it's too easy to find out. Since it's unnecessary to hide it, and Khalifa's generosity in the past has already made Lu Chengkong appoint her as his eldest wife and also his first. The most important and indispensable person in life. Oh, it's no wonder that that you laughed so hard just now is like this. Not only are you trying to beat people's worth, but you don't even let their daughters go. You are really amazing, Khalifa said suddenly. His tone was full of sourness. He tightly lifted Lu Chengkong's waist, Chan Rao, as if to tell Lu Chengkong that you and I are, and at the same time, he was saying that you shouldn't mess around with me. Cough cough. Lu Chengkong coughed and smiled a little embarrassedly. After living together for so long, the two of them have long been connected. Of course he understood the meaning of Khalifa's actions, but he also agreed with Khalifa's thoughts. If Khalifa is really dissatisfied with himself and wants to stop himself, then Lu Chengkong will also give up, but a man is always a little selfish. Since he can't get it, he won't let others get it. Just take them with you. If you can't get it yourself, you won't let others get it. Of course, this is the worst idea. Looking at Khalifa's appearance now, he knows that his worst idea will never appear, so Lu Chengkong is very relieved about this. After all, his previous relationship with Khalifa has long surpassed the limit between ordinary men and women. To a point that words cannot describe. 54054 Make money. I suggest you do a two-pronged approach. Although there is nothing we need in the merit exchange book, there are a lot of things that are suitable for the people in our future ships. When our strength improves, we can organize a fleet similar to Whitebeard. Those of us wouldn't it kill two birds with one stone to use marine's things to reward those who have done a lot of work. And we can see that no one in marine has a bounty, and if there is one, we will earn double income. It won't take long for us to have enough money. Quote. Khalifa coquettishly gave Lu Chengkong a blank eye, but she didn't go into the matter. This is her mystery. Every time she clicks, it stops. First, she can show her generosity, and second, she can tell Lu Chengkong. She is a big woman, and Sanyu can't make people absolutely think that she is a person who cares about everything and is narrow-minded. Her mind is very delicate. Otherwise the original book would not have been able to fool Iceberg for so many years. CP9 can hide in the capital of water for so many years, no clues were found. Khalifa's credit is the greatest. Okay, I think the world government will never let go of the current CP9. Such a good labor force is too wasteful, and now the CP9 fleet's strength is still weak, and they have to improve their strength through a lot of battles in Shalu. This kind of killing two birds with one stone. The world government will never let go of the good thing that kills two birds with one stone. Lu Chengkong said very comfortably, and then Tuo dropped Khalifa's black underwear and stockings, and of course her gloves, revealing her jade hands. The skin like suet and white jade, the steamed buns that get fuller with age, the flat belly, and the mysterious little garden all attract Lu Chengkong's body and mind. Network. It's a pity that the current Khalifa and Lu Chengkong have not yet started the most crucial step of development. Although Su Shang Khalifa has begun to grow up plump, but the mysterious garden and Lu Chengkong's giant dragon have not yet entered the final step, so the two can only embrace Kai Luo. Being together, in Lu Chengkong's words, even if you can't really be Xiaohun, you have to have fun. With a plan, Lu Chengkong and the two became active immediately without being like headless flies. The people who were assassinated were basically pirates, and they could go to Marine to get bounties and merits. Under the double reward, they were around. Rob Lucci, Kaku and others also discovered this loophole, which is not considered a loophole, so they also followed the pirate mission. Due to their limited ability, they killed less than 20 million people, while Lu Chengkong and Khalifa chose between 20 million and 50 million, and there was no direct conflict between the two sides. For a time, the number of little pirates continued to decrease, and the pirates had fewer and fewer tasks, but other tasks were still piled up. The Marine headquarters also discovered this situation and immediately ordered the tasks of the pirates. No one can only do it every month. Take 10, as for other tasks, there are still no restrictions, but even so, Lu Chengkong and the others are all worth over 100 million, and each is dressed in gold and silver, making the nominal CP9 officer Spandam jealous. It's a pity that he has no way to do anything with his poor strength. Asking him to fight the pirates is basically a death sentence, so he can only see with his eyes every time, but he can't touch it with his hands. Of course, Lu Chengkong will not forget Juliana and Nico Robin while doing the task to make money. He secretly handed a part of Bailey to Juliana to let him build a pirate ship with good sailing ability. Let him be able to escape when he encounters a sudden facking situation. And for Juliana's friend Lu Chengkong, he is very caring. The first merit he exchanged was not a devil fruit, but a quick knife and 50 workers Yoshioka. One word exchanged and handed it over to Juliana, mainly Shiyu. After all, it took too long. He was worried that if there was an accident and the rain stopped, Gulina's combat effectiveness would definitely be much worse, and now she has to take care of a drag bottle Nico Robin to face countless pirates and Marines' attack. Although there are not many with a strength of more than 50 million, many ants can kill an elephant, and a weapon can be easily broken if used for a long time. After all, Shiyu is only the lowest level of fast knife, although it is also a famous knife, but after all, it is not a big quick knife and a supreme big quick knife. No matter how good the quality is, it is limited. Juliana was a little touched by this. Now there are countless masters, not to mention the supremely fast knives and great knives. Even good knives and knives are very rare. The price is not comparable to the original at that time. Bailey is not as depreciated as the original, but it is very valuable now. Every pirate's bounty is given out after careful consideration by the headquarters, but it is not as rich as it was later. In Lu Chengkong and others, day after day, year after year, time slips away quietly, no matter Lu Chengkong, Khalifa, or anyone in CP9. It is constantly soaring, especially with Lu Chengkong as the goal and the stimulation of CP9 members who practice more desperately than the original book, so if their strength grows up, it will definitely not be comparable to the original book. Holy Light. Today, a small island not far from Eni's lobby has become a dedicated venue for CP9. In order not to let the people in Eni's lobby know the strength of himself and others, Lu Chengkong chose this island as the most battle venue. Although the place is not big, every tree in the grove is very tall and lush, so even if there is a special monitoring device for pirates in this small forest, you can't see the situation here. After all, the mirror fruits, it's better not to say things for the time being. As for CP9 and others, Lu Chengkong is still very trustworthy. I really didn't expect Khalifa's fruit to be Logia fruit, and it is also the top fruit of light. How can this be played? It has strong defense, strong attack, strong recovery, and can move at the speed of light to make a hair, even if it is marine. The glint fruit of Admiral Kizaru in the headquarters is also just a branch of Khalifa's bright fruit. Kaku looked at the golden light of Khalifa not far away, like a goddess of war bathed in divine light, very speechless. Fortunately, I was kicked by Lu Changkong, otherwise Khalifa would stare at me and I would be absolutely utterly ruined. Jabra is very lucky now that Lu Changkong just gave himself a Renkyaku, Tempest kick. If Khalifa shot himself if the Logia fruit elementalization is already invincible, and Rokushiki's level is far superior to him, he was severely injured and then treated with the fruit of light before fighting. Jabra, who had such an idea in his heart, couldn't help but fight. Chills. 55-055 Lu Changkong vs Khalifa. During this period of fighting together, he and Kumadori were also integrated into Lu Changkong's circle. In addition to Kaku's threatening, he knew very well how terrible Khalifa was, and his methods were far more savage than Lu Changkong, so every time he saw him now Khalifa keeps his head down, because he has eaten the dog, fruit, and wolf-shaped ability, so he inherits the characteristics of a wolf. A satyr, he is worried that he can't control his eyes, so every time Khalifa appears, he either closes his eyes either they lowered their heads and didn't look at Khalifa. Lu Changkong and Khalifa were also very satisfied with this. But since Khalifa ate the Logia fruit, then Changkong should also eat it, and with Khalifa's temperament, if Changkong's fruit ability is not better than her, she will definitely not eat the fruit of light. What fruit is better than the fruit of Logia's light? Strong. Bluno couldn't help expressing his doubts when he looked at Lu Changkong who was fighting with Khalifa at this time. Look, that guy Lu Changkong came to this island because he didn't want the world government to know his fruit ability, but since he called us, you should know what to do. The cool Rob Lucci said flatly. It may be that he is not so cold to CP9 people. Hearing Rob Lucci's words, everyone nodded their heads to show that they knew, and at the same time they were focused on watching Lu Changkong, wanting to see what kind of fruit he had. Focus on watching Lu Changkong's performance. Hee, what a smart guy. He saw through my intentions at once, but since you are so curious, I can't hide it, and my fruit ability is just pressure to break through the original realm through Khalifa's bright fruit, mirror clone. I want the full text. Lu Changkong hummed Isho in his heart, and he didn't hide his fruit ability. Two Lu Changkong appeared on the left and right at the same time, and the aura emanating from his body told CP9 present that these clones were not simple. To confuse others. Yo-yo tilde it doesn't seem like a big deal. Although the two clones have fighting power, they are at most 5% of Lu Changkong's body. With these two helpers, it is impossible to defeat Khalifa with the fruit of light. Kumadori is rare without singing or reciting poetry. The speed of speaking is still a bit slow, but it is much better than when Usopp and Chopper are talking in the original book. No, this fruit is definitely more terrifying than the fruit of light. The strongest Rob Lucci's eyes flashed with horror. He was a little confused at first, but he knew Khalifa's temperament. Since Lu Changkong does not eat the fruit of light, then there is definitely his reason. When he heard the 5% strength of the main body, an idea emerged from his heart. Even if he was very calm and indifferent at this time, the appearance of this idea still couldn't help him. A look of shock appeared on his face. I understand too. Kaku, Jabra and others saw Rob Lucci's appearance, and they understood after a little thought. Maybe the mirror fruit's ability was definitely weak at first, and if the body's strength was not strong, it would be a tasteless fruit, but since the abilities of other fruits can continue to increase with continuous strength and training, why can't Lu Changkong's, now only 5% of the main body, then in the future 20%, 30 or even 50%, as for the latter, they really can't imagine it. Shigen Finger Pistol 3 combo. The next scene made them even more horrified, because the three Lu Changkong actually seemed to have the same wisdom, and said at the same time. The three used the shave at the same time to come in front of Khalifa, dodging the attack of the holy light. Shigen Finger Pistol 3 times hit Khalifa at the same time as if they were one. It's useless, but I have elementalization. Khalifa won't keep Lu Changkong's hands because Lu Changkong is his boyfriend and lover. As Lu Changkong's woman, she knows what she should do to make Lu Changkong more to be happy. For example, in actual combat with him, you must do your best, otherwise it will only make Lu Changkong angry, so Khalifa at this time completely regards Lu Chengkong as his enemy, and his tone of voice is of course different. "I'm sorry I caught it." Lu Chengkong saw that Khalifa turned into a golden light and escaped his Shigan, finger pistol, 3-hit combo. Otherwise, instead of being annoyed, he showed the appearance of a successful trick, which made Khalifa feel a little bit in his heart. As soon as she sank, she knew Lu Chengkong very well, and whenever he showed such an expression, it meant that someone was unlucky. Breakthrough. Lu Chengkong's eyes became pitch black, and there was no whiteness in his eyes anymore. Over the past few years, he has discovered that as long as he encounters the danger of his life, he will never admit defeat and have absolute confidence in himself. After entering this state, he fell into a state of emptiness like the powerhouses who opened the genetic lock in Infinite Horror, and the display of strength was much stronger, and in this state he found that devil fruits increase faster, and breakthroughs are easier. "This is the new ability I acquired after my breakthrough. I can see it clearly." Reversal, mirror image. Lu Chengkong said coldly. In this state, he can be said to have sealed all his feelings. At this moment, he is like an absolutely rational and terrifying fighting machine that will never let emotions affect his own strength and judgment. "It's impossible, even someone else's clone can be created." "Lucci, your guess is right. No wonder Khalifa will eat the fruit of light. This fruit is simply too perverted for the strong, the most powerful assistant ability, and it has actually been upgraded, and now the momentum of these clones has definitely increased by about 5% compared to before. God, this is still the beginning, if it continues to develop." Bluno roared in disbelief. Let alone him, even Rob Lucci, who had been mentally prepared before, was still dumbfounded when he saw the scene in front of him, and fell into a state of sluggishness. He should only be able to copy the opponent's body and strength, but the fruit ability should not be copied. "Let's talk." Fukuro Otonashi said with a bit of anticipation, keeping the last fluke in his heart, "But it's a pity that fantasy is beautiful, but reality is cruel." Holy light. 2 mirror clones with 10% of Khalifa's main body actually used Khalifa's devil fruit at the same time. Oh my god, they let no one live, even if the power is only 10% of Khalifa's. But to a clone with 10% of her will definitely allow Khalifa to reveal flaws in the battle under an absolutely rational attack. As long as Khalifa reveals the flaws and removes the elementalization, Lu Chengkong, who is staring at him, will definitely kill him with one hit. 56056 Enjoy Khalifa. "I lost," Khalifa said casually. There was no loss after the defeat on his face, but he said with pride, "This is his Khalifa man, proud of the man." After Khalifa removed the elementalization, Luolua walked to Lu Chengkong's side generously, and Lu Chengkong also disbanded the 2 clones. After this battle, Lu Chengkong can already confirm his previous thoughts. This mirror fruit is definitely not pure and only for himself. The ability of the mirror avatar used can also be used against others, but Lu Chengkong's current strength is that he must touch the opponent's body, even if it is only elementalized, to release the opponent's mirror avatar. Of course, this is only now. In the future, I don't know. And Lu Chengkong also got a piece of information. That is, the mirror fruit will gain some powerful abilities as the percentage of the clone's body strength increases. This time, it is obtained to create a mirror clone of others, so what about the next time? At this time, Lu Chengkong was full of expectations and enthusiasm for the future and development of the mirror fruit. This fruit is too perverted, and if used properly in the hands of the strong, it is simply the most perfect fruit. No, now your light fruit ability has just begun to develop, and it will become more and more perverted in the future, even in an elemental state for a long time. It is completely possible, and as your use and control of light fruit improve, I attack when you're in your pocket, you can completely spend the attacked part of the moment with local elements, which consumes less energy, and can make a powerful counterattack at the same time. Lu Chengkong is not at all proud, because in his previous life, he said that there is no garbage devil fruit, only garbage users are constantly lashing at him. Although this sentence is not completely correct, it definitely has the value of his existence, just like a rubber fruit. It doesn't seem to have much effect, but it has created a strong constitution for Luffy, and develop the second and third gears at the cost of shortening the lifespan. Although the cost is very high, the effect is huge, and Luffy can clearly he barely kept up with Lucci's progress when his body and strength were far inferior to Lucci's. The more powerful the ability, the greater the price. It is also a huge price for Luffy to gain such a huge power in an instant. Therefore, it is key to play steadily and strengthen the foundation. These abilities can only be used occasionally as trump cards. Instead of developing dependence, Luffy developed this ability in the early stage and developed dependence. As a result, he was so vulnerable against powerful players when he was in Sabayati Archipelago. I also know this, but now I can't reach the point where my heart is elementalized, so I don't dare to use it indiscriminately. If I fail in the battle of life and death, or if the time is a little slower, it means death. As the owner of the ability of the Fruit of Light, Khalifa certainly has this idea. After all, the two of them often exchange their experience in the development and training of the fruit, and at the same time, they also want to let the other party see their shortcomings, which is likely to benefit. There are many, after all, bystanders understand the truth and they understand the truth. Counting the time, it seems that Name was attracted by Arlong for her ability to draw charts at the age of 8, so Arlong came to Kokoyasi village at that time. Lu Chengkong returned to CP9 Feet's own room. After Khalifa went to take a bath, he secretly calculated that he was 2 years younger than Khalifa, and in the original book Khalifa seemed to be 25 years old, so he was 5 years older than Nami. Now I'm almost 13 years old, and Nami should be almost 8 years old. It's still too late to rush to Kokoyasi village, hee, as long as I save the ugly but kind-hearted Belmere, Nami and Nojiko will definitely treat them. Thank you very much, the strategy will be much easier then. So after having this idea, Lu Chengkong immediately took off his clothes and rushed into the bathroom. In 5 years, Lu Chengkong's height has exceeded the standard, and has reached the point of 1.75 meters. If not for his appearance, he still looks like this. The aura of green serenity that only exists in the 13th or 14th grade, may have thought that this was an adult. Not only that, Lu Chengkong had been looking at the crotch brother who had been looking through the autumn water, and the high-spirited dragon had finally risen, and it had grown to a super good length. After these years of development, the width and width have become more perverted. In the past life, his size was already superior to the yellow race, but now he is completely terrifying than the top size of those black races. Now he just wants to see his fighting ability through Khalifa, who is also growing more mature and plump. How strong is Kaiju? After all, he has been a virgin in 2 lives. He has endured very hard, and now he wants to realize his Pochu plan. Get Khalifa completely, and at the same time make Khalifa completely relieved, because his first time was given to her. Ah, don't pretend, come out. Khalifa first screamed, and then calmed down. Although Ri had slept with Kai Luo every night, but the restraint of her daughter's family, coupled with Lu Chengkong's frequent calls to China, all the information of the ancient traditional woman was instilled in her, which still made Khalifa feel ashamed. Lu Chengkong, who was watching her, also looked like a pig brother when he saw such a beautiful scene in front of him. The brother under his crotch was greatly stimulated and immediately rose up. Lu Mang, but it's really big, can I put it there? Khalifa saw the changes below Lu Chengkong and spat Lu Chengkong, but after Lu Chengkong's continuous edification, Khalifa is looking towards the most perfect traditional Chinese woman in the direction of development. Of course she knew what Lu Chengkong wanted to do at this time. Although she was ashamed to death, in the end she took a deep breath and kept encouraging herself to do it. Then she pretended to be generous and walked in front of Lu Chengkong, picking up a towel to wipe Lu Chengkong's body. It's really comfortable, no wonder so many people like to be the emperor, and the 3,000 in the harem can't compare to my Khalifa. Lu Chengkong couldn't help groaning comfortably, although Khalifa's movements were still very unfamiliar, and because it was the first time the reason is that the jade hand trembled slightly, but even looking at the beauty of Khalifa's delicate body, enjoying the beauty's sincere and diligent service, the enjoyment of the perfect combination of body and spirit is really cool. Really, with Lu Chengkong's praise, Khalifa smiled lightly, like 100 flowers in full bloom. Mei Yan was like a flower, and her trembling movements were stabilized. In addition, her enlightenment was very high, so the more she moved. Being more skilled, Lu Chengkong enjoys it even more. Without the tension before, every movement of Khalifa looks very natural and even has a natural taste. Sure enough, Khalifa has inherited all the advantages of traditional Chinese women. 57057 Eating Khalifa. Well, don't be in such a hurry. After enjoying Khalifa's jade hand service, Lu Chengkong rolled onto the snow-white sheets while holding Khalifa, who had already dried himself. One hand climbed on Khalifa's snow-white and proud plump. Khalifa is only 15 years old, but in terms of body shape at this time, she can completely compete with the 18-year-old Nami in the original book. Not only that, eating bright the fruit, Khalifa is full of a holy breath, like an ancient saint, giving people a sense of purity, making Lu Chengkong's heart unable to bear the idea of desecrating her. As long as it is a man, basically, after you have the power, you want to see something beautiful and want to get it. That's how women are, not to mention Khalifa at this time. Your eyes are so terrifying, full of violence and smugness. Fortunately, there is still tenderness in your eyes, otherwise I would have been scared to death by you. Khalifa said timidly, facing Lu Chengkong. Khalifa at this time, just like a little lamb waiting to be slaughtered. All of her powerful strength seems to have been lost, leaving only the timidity of the female Xing to face the strong male Xing she likes. That proves how much I love you and how perfect you are now. Although Lu Chengkong could not wait to eat Khalifa in his stomach, the love for her in his heart made Lu Chengkong's eyes very strange. There is greed, there is violence, but Yu Wang also has indelible tenderness and love, and it is the existence of love and tenderness that makes Khalifa not so afraid, otherwise she may be scared by Lu Chengkong's terrifying eyes at this time. Trembling. Absurd, Khalifa said in disbelief, but after listening to Lu Chengkong's words, she was not so nervous. In fact, her fear came entirely from the girl's fear of the unknown for the first time. But the first time for a woman is extremely painful, and now the giant dragon under Lu Chengkong's crotch is really too much, almost beyond the reach of Ji Xian that humans can achieve. I want it. Well, don't touch it, it's itchy, but it's very comfortable. As Lu Chengkong groped up and down, Khalifa, who had full foreplay, couldn't help crying, and the mysterious garden was getting better and better. The sheep intestines path inside also slowly flowed out, tempting mi juice. Wu Yi didn't tell Lu Chengkong that it was time to start. Khalifa, the first time it was a little painful, but it's over after a while. Lu Chengkong pressed Khalifa's sut on top of it and found that it was really weak and boneless, softer than the best sponge, and his skin was better than snow, as smooth as silk, as if Lu Chengkong could not slide him down even if his body was not stable. Well, come on. Khalifa took a deep breath and said firmly. A pair of tender Chushui eyes looked at Lu Chengkong's eyes without fear. I love you. Lu Chengkong also met Khalifa's gaze without showing weakness, as if to transmit his thoughts and all his love for her through the intersection of his eyes. Just as Khalifa was full of love in himself under his eyes, he was already in a state of obsession, when Lu Chengkong immediately drove the giant dragon under his crotch to attack Khalifa's narrow sheep intestines path, where the entrance of the hole could hardly be seen. Ah, it hurts. Khalifa, who was still intoxicated by Lu Chengkong's loving gaze just now, was immediately pulled back to the real world by the tearing pain from his lower body. The nerves flow all over the body and finally enter the brain. The super-sized dragon and Khalifa are only 15 years old now. Even if they develop in advance, they are still a little bit different from the girls who have grown up at the age of 18, and they still surpass human beings in the face. Ji Xian's dragon is a miracle if it doesn't scream in pain for the first time. At this time, Khalifa was like an octopus lifting Lu Chengkong Chan Rao. Although his body was very painful, Khalifa's heart was very sweet. She finally gave it to him, and she knew that Lu Chengkong was the first time. Then it is the first time for both parties, and his first woman is himself, so whether it is calculated by feelings or reasons, the position of the big lady, that is, the big lady, is only her, and she will also be in the future. You don't have to worry about Lu Chengkong being taken away by someone. After all, sometimes you love someone too much, and you're very sensitive. Now Khalifa has no worries anymore. After all, she knows very well that Lu Chengkong is definitely not the kind of person who likes the new and hates the old and abandons the old. She is definitely Lu Chengkong's favorite person now. If Lu Chengkong knows what Khalifa has in mind at this time, the thought will definitely burst into laughter, because in his heart, even if it is for Khalifa for the first time, whether he has a relationship with Khalifa or not, Khalifa will always come first in his heart. Until now, he still remembers clearly who lent a helping hand to him when he was lonely and helpless in another world and gave him a warm home. Who could stop Ye Wolf from forgetting his life and death for himself, chasing himself in the jungle, who accompanies him in every lonely night, who secretly goes to the town hospital to steal books to study medicine for his own sake, sewing and mending clothes, doing laundry and cooking. Although many years have passed, Lu Chengkong has always kept it in his heart as if it happened yesterday. Khalifa, from now on you are mine, completely belong to me, Lu Chengkong's woman, wife, and I must be your man forever and ever. Lu Chengkong's tone is very domineering and hugs Khalifa affectionately, said that although his words were very domineering, Khalifa was very useful, and even the pain on his body was completely forgotten. Well, I'm your wife, now, in the future, and always. Khalifa nodded with all his strength. When she was just Po Shen, women were the most emotional and the most insecure and needed people's attention. Although Lu Chengkong is the first brother, he is obviously doing a good job in this regard. You can see Khalifa's sweet face and happy look at this time. You can move now, I'm not in pain anymore. Khalifa knew that Lu Chengkong was very hard to endure, so when the pain in her lower body subsided, she forcibly endured the shyness in her heart and said it with a blushing face. Words of the dead. That's great. Lu Chengkong finally broke out like Faking's bull. The fire of a virgin for more than 30 years broke out in an instant. Lu Chengkong galloped across Khalifa's body like an electric pile driver. There were bursts of tactful pleas for love, shenchants that wanted to die, and heavy breathing. This night was destined to be a sleepless night for this loving couple. 58058 Stubborn Belmere. Among the four major sea areas, East Blue, under the most strict control of Marine, this sea area is very ordinary compared to the other three sea areas where pirate rookies are emerging one after another. At least nothing major has ever happened. I want it. But today, an extraordinary thing happened in a small village in East Blue. Kokoyasi Village, a very ordinary village on a small island in East Blue, today welcomed a group of pirates returning from the Great Waterway. But these people look strange, although they have human characteristics, but they also have the characteristics of various fish in the sea, such as octopus, cartilaginous fish, kissing fish. That's right, these are the specialties of One Piece, King of Pirates. The mermaid's forehead is not, it's the fish man. These fish man's faces are full of vicious murderous aura. At a glance, you can tell that the visitor is not good. Not only that, but on the sea behind them, there is a special product in the Great Waterway, the manatee. The name is also good enough, called Mu. There are two characters for cattle, which proves that I am not lying. Today this is the place where our fish man rule. You low races are only worthy of our fish man as slaves. Human beings are waste. The sea can only be controlled by our fish man. If you want to live, pay your life money. The boss of these fishmen, the Satooth shark fishman Arlong, led him to the Kokoyasi village and said to the bewildered humans. The powerful murderous aura and the strength far surpassing that of ordinary humans suddenly made these people living in the ordinary world scared and almost ran away, but these escaped people were forcibly caught by Fishman. Although they were not killed, they fell asleep. More than a month in the hospital is inevitable. Che, who do you think you are? I'll never pay you rubbish. Belmere, who was tough and full of blood, said immediately with disdain. Kill me, I want the full text. Arlong's face suddenly became extremely gloomy, but he didn't expect that human beings who were just trash in his eyes would dare to resist him, and even deny him face in front of so many people. He who likes to kill immediately roared. HMPH. Although Belmere is not strong, it does not mean that she will be afraid. She is not only a mouth-watering person. Her tenacity and vigor are deep into the bone marrow, even in the face of a few muscular people. She didn't have any fear when Fish Man came to her. In this respect, she deserved everyone's admiration. At least the men present were disgraced and didn't dare to resist. They can definitely kill a lot of Fish Man if they work hard, but unfortunately they have long been accustomed to submissiveness in the chaotic era, and they do not have the heart to resist. Wait, if you dare to kill him, the people here will definitely fight hard, even if you are strong, but everyone here will definitely kill some of you Fish Man by fighting against you. Ajien finally said at a critical moment. He showed the courage that a man should have. Under his leadership, all the men present were ashamed. In the end, they all mustered up the courage to pick up the sticks and the like around them as weapons and walked out. They are not so great, but because if these fishmen kill people indiscriminately, if they don't resist now, then who knows if it will be their turn in the future. Driven by this atmosphere and supported by this kind of psychology, more and more people will leave. Come out. Are you rebelling against me? Arlong was so gloomy that he was about to drip water, but he had to carefully consider the words in front of him that were trash in his heart. He also knew that Aegean was right. The fishman is very strong, but this is in the water. If all the people in the water can't kill a fishman, but now on land, although fishman's general physical fitness is the same as that of humans, but if they fought desperately against some of the weaker fishmons and could have easily died. Although he is addicted to money and not keeping his promises, he still loves his companions. This is something that many human beings who are extremely selfish and can betray their partners for their own selfish desires do not have. Their admirable side, Arlong too. We can hand over the money to buy our lives, but you are absolutely not allowed to kill anyone. Ajien also knows that they are the weaker side, and it is the best to save their lives. He also knows that the people behind him are not everyone. One is selfless, and they did it to save their own lives, so he didn't make any excessive demands. Okay. After a lot of deliberation, Arlong also understands what these people think. It turns out that they are all selfish people who are greedy for life and fear of death, but Aegean's performance has won his approval. Although his strength is a waste, the expression of his eyes is to tell Arlong that he is also not afraid of death, and doing so is also to save the lives of his family, so in order to prevent his deep fishman from being born, Arlong also agreed, not to mention that they need human beings to serve them. He worked hard as a slave, and now he has come down the stairs. Belmere, you are not afraid of death, but what about your two daughters? Do you want them to die because of you? When Ajien saw what Belmere had to say, he immediately took out Nami and Nojiko as shields. Okay, I'll give it. Maybe only these two daughters could make the stubborn her reluctantly let go of her temper, but there was no surrender in her eyes. After handing over her savings of 100,000 Bailey, it was a pity that one human life is 50,000 Bailey, she has no money. You still have two daughters, what about yours? Or which one do you want me to kill? Although Arlong admired the woman who had just rebelled against him, he wished the woman would say that he didn't have the chance to kill her. Lai Liwei, sure enough, what this woman said next made him very happy, and he almost couldn't help but start immediately. Who said that was my share? The 100,000 is my two daughters' share, my share is not enough. Belmere said frankly without any fear. You. When Ajien was about to say something, he was stopped by Belmere. Belmere is also a strong person. She is never afraid of anyone. She dares to resist anyone, even if she doesn't. This power will also be the same. After buying her daughter's life, she has no worries. I'm sorry, we can say that I don't have a family, even if it kills me. We are indeed not related by blood, but we are family. Even if we just talk about it, I want to be their mother. They are my children! Exclamation mark. Belmere, Nojiko, Nami, I love you both. Belmere knew that she was going to die, but she didn't care at all. She was afraid. The only thing she cared about was the two who came to her at no time. A little girl. Mom, Nami and Nojiko are still young, but under Belmere's teaching, they have been very sensible and strong since childhood, but they know what's going on. Their favorite mother is about to die, so the two of them have already the tears turned into tears, but unfortunately no one here is willing to lend them money, because they didn't have much money in the first place, and they basically handed it all over. Although they couldn't bear it, no one was selfish. In order to make the two children feel that they are not orphans and that they exist, the great mother gave up her life and gave her children the greatest love. This is life, this is mother's love. A man not far away looked ahead in this scene. Although the voice is very dull, it is full of emotion and even a trace of envy, because he is an orphan. 59059 Good Mother. It is recommended that I finish this novel, Naruto, The Bone Demon World, the monthly pass in December, that is, this month. Give the Bone Demon, and I will give my best to this book from next month. Thank you for your support, especially the brothers who gave rewards. You still have me. A sexy and charming man standing beside the man hugged his hand and held his hand at the same time as if to make this man not lonely again. Yes, I still have you. Lu Changkong, the man who put away his emotions, nodded in agreement. Then you can only die. Arlong deliberately walked towards Belmere step by step in order to establish his own prestige and at the same time cause great psychological pressure on these people, but Belmere's performance disappointed her. Now, this woman actually did not have a trace of fear in the face of death, and looked at him with a pair of eyes without showing weakness. Who gave you the power to kill here? You are saying that humans are waste. Fishman is a higher race. Huh, rubbish-like existence. Don't forget that you Fishman can survive in the Great Waterway because of the existence of Whitebeard. Without Whitebeard, you Fishman are nothing but playthings in the Tenryubito auction house. Just as Arlong was about to stretch out his hand to crush Belmere, a cold voice full of sarcasm and disdain suddenly sounded. Who? Arlong was full of piercing murderous intent at this time. This could be said to be the pain in his heart, his scar. He believed that humans were garbage, low-level beings, and they were Fishman. They were high-level beings, but they were Fishman. Man is relying on Whitebeard for shelter in the Great Waterway, which is a shame for him, but Whitebeard's powerful and terrible strength is not something he can resist. Although he is racist, it does not mean that he does not in his head. He knew very well that their Fishman would be absolutely miserable without Whitebeard. Of course it's me. I want the full text. Lu Changkong walked out with Khalifa. His eyes were full of ridicule and disdain when he looked at Arlong, exactly the same as when he looked at humans before. I'm going to die. Arlong had completely forgotten what was not allowed to kill at this time. His heart was full of murderous intent after his scar was opened by Lu Changkong, but it was a pity that he was suddenly seen before he even lifted his footsteps. Lu Changkong in front of him pinched his head with one hand and lifted it up, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move. Resisting, Lu Changkong's right hand clamped his head tightly like a vice. It's not impossible. Arlong's mouth can bite off a cannonball in one bite. He was lifted by that human with one hand, and his mouth couldn't be opened. Facing such a sudden change, the Fishman behind him couldn't help it. They couldn't react, and when they reacted, the first words they said were unbelievable words. Tell me, you Fishman are a higher race. So what are you now? Fishman can exist only because of the protection of humans, then humans are waste, then you are not as good as waste, now you, a higher race, are in mine. If you can't even resist in your hands, then you are not as good as a waste. Lu Changkong doesn't have any good feelings for such a person. After all, he is also a member of human beings, and he can only live by being sheltered by human beings. The Fishman who came down said it was trash. He could have a good impression. This is the unexplained hatred between races. No one is right, and no one is wrong. The key lies in who is the stronger side of the two parties, then who is right. The truth and the truth are always in the hands of the stronger side. Wrong and right are nothing but the same. The strong have the final say, so he was very disappointed with the performance of these humans just now, especially those men. He would be beaten if he fell behind. He hated anything like Confucius, comedy. He believed in when others beat you. Fist, then you will kill his whole family. Since you have offended me, you must be mentally prepared to be exterminated by me. Don't be too arrogant, kid. These Fishmons woke up immediately. were aroused by Lu Chengkong's words, immediately picked up their weapons and used their own stunts to charge towards Lu Chengkong. You guys are very good, dare to resist, but these are just overthinking, but it's good, at least it's better than the useless people behind you. Lu Chengkong's words suddenly made the human faces behind him speechless. But they knew that what Lu Chengkong said was right, and Lu Chengkong's strength made them dare not resist. Even the powerful Arlong just now could not move in Lu Chengkong's hands. The gap was really too big. Rangyaku Tempest Kick Storm. Lu Chengkong didn't even look at the coming fish man, he directly kicked the void, and a 360-degree circular vacuum slashed from Lu Chengkong like a tornado. His body was rippling in circles, and all the fish mons he passed were cut in half. At this time, Fishman's powerful constitution vitality became an existence that made them more painful, because of their strong after their vitality was cut in half. They did not die immediately, screaming on the ground for more than a minute before dying. In an instant, the incomparably powerful Fishman was actually killed by Lu Chengkong with one kick. The only one who survived was the Manatee Mu, the one in the original book who had never bullied humans. He had a simple, idiotic, and dull personality. This was completely broken by Arlong, and under Arlong's leadership, he was able to keep himself clean and never bullied any human beings. Later, he was injured because Luffy and others dared to fight against Tenryubito. All this means that he can live. The reason for coming down, if he was really that bad, Rayleigh wouldn't be friends with him. As for Arlong, of course, Lu Chengkong pinched his head and beheaded him by Rangyaku Tempest Kick. At this time, his upper body was still on Lu Chengkong's right hand. Until Arlong died, Lu Chengkong threw him to the dead fish man pile. You go back and tell Rayleigh, I will go to him one day. You are fine, you didn't hurt some innocent people for some unnecessary reasons. Since your dream is to open a takoyaki shop, then you will go to Sabayati Archipelago to find Rayleigh and let him drive with you. You won't be bullied by Tenryubito with him. Let's go. Lu Chengkong also has a good impression of this fish man, otherwise he will not let him go. Leaving the Manatee Mu as a sailing tool for him to go back to Sabayati Archipelago. After all, he is the kind of person who is indifferent to the world, then he will die if he fulfills himself. Yeah, to be honest, after Fisher Tiger's death for so many years, he followed Arlong and watched him kill many innocent people. He was very dissatisfied, but he was of the same family, and the people here all hated human beings. Yes, even if he wanted to resist, there was nothing he could do, so he could only keep himself clean and not be influenced by them, so he didn't feel sadness or hatred for the deaths of Arlong and the others. After all, they killed innocent people. But more and more miserable, so who did they seek revenge for? The murderer will always be killed. Your name is Belmere, right? Have you ever wondered what will happen to your daughter if you die? You are great as a mother, but if you want to protect your daughter, it's not just not afraid of death. That's all right, you have to have the strength to protect them. I am an orphan, and I know very well what the life of an orphan will be like. You are a good mother. I hope you can protect them well. Eat this thing. 6060 Nami. Nojiko's promise. Lu Chengkong took out a banana and threw it in front of her as he spoke. He was an orphan in his previous life and longed for maternal love, but these were not outdated expectations, and he had seen many irresponsible mothers treat them on earth. The performance is very disgusting. But seeing Belmere's performance with his own eyes just now brought back memories of him, and at the same time moved him very much. The shock was so great that he even forgot the purpose of his visit this time. At this time, he just wanted to finish a dream in his heart, that is, to let the good mother in front of him survive and have the strength to protect his daughter, so he gave the good mother the devil fruit he exchanged for his meritorious deeds. This is the zone fruit in the devil fruit, the cat fruit tiger shape. I hope you won't let me down. The leopard shape in the cat fruit was exchanged by Rob Lucci. He likes the speed of the leopard. The body is strong, the movement is flexible, the running speed fast, so he chose the fastest leopard among the tigers, lions, and leopards. After all, many things in this world cannot be evaluated with the inherent vision of the earth, especially the devil fruit. The strongest among the three on Earth is the tiger, but it may not be the case in devil fruit. It just depends on the user's use, expertise and development. Lucci has enough power with Rokushiki, but he thinks the speed is not enough. Fast, and he has a soft spot for the leopard, and the leopard's blessing of strength is weaker than the two, but in terms of speed alone, it is faster than the previous two. I want full text. When you search on the internet, you know that the tiger is the most perfect predator. It can be said that it is the most perfect existence in all aspects. It has everything in it, and its strength is definitely better than that of the lion, but the lion has the title of the king of beasts, but the strength is weaker than the tiger. Although the lion's strength is one of the largest among the cats, and the speed is very fast, but the strength is not the greatest. The strength and speed of the lion are not comparable to that of the tiger. Filtered out by Rob Lucci. The tiger is not only stronger than the lion, but also faster than the lion, only slower than the leopard. Before, Lu Chengkong watched Rob Lucci's choice between the leopard and the tiger tangled for a long time, and finally told him his opinion. Choosing what he likes the most, what he is best at, is just like when he gave up the logia fruit and chose paramesha, that is the feeling in his heart. So Rob Lucci's final choice was the same as in the original book. He chose a leopard. Of course, Lu Chengkong can only exchange the tiger shape of the cat fruit. As for the lion, he stayed there and seemed to be bought by someone. Kaku doesn't seem to be if he likes lions, his merits can also be exchanged. After all, his strength is only inferior to Lu Chengkong, Khalifa, and Lucci, but at that time there was no devil fruit he liked, so he exchanged 2 weapons, which is him of 2 knives. Later, I went to perform a mission, so even if I had a new devil fruit at that time, there was no way to exchange it, and at that time, I was worried about going into the water in order to perform the mission, so the world government did not let him and Khalifa eat devil fruits, so in the end, it was the time of the Enies lobby battle that he ate the Niu Niu fruit, and it didn't take long for him to make the Niu Niu fruit so powerful. This shows how talented he is, and even Lu Chengkong is very concerned about this. I used to YY once if he and Lucci were the same age and everyone ran the same line together, what would it be like? The possibility of not being on a par with each other may also be quite high, but this is only possible. After all, the further the Taoist value is, the more difficult it is to improve. Rob Lucci can become the strongest person in CP9 in the 800 years of the original book. Lu Chengkong was relieved after seeing Belmere eating the cat, fruit and tiger shape. With Belmere's stubborn character, after this time, she will definitely continue to develop the strength of the cat, fruit and tiger shape, even if it can't reach CP9. But it's still no problem to protect Nami and Nojiko in the most stable sea area of East Blue, so he also retired. Why do you say that? It's very simple. Lu Chengkong's sincere performance just now not only conquered Belmere, but even the 2 lowly looked at him with admiration, so he should leave. After all, he is still CP9, he came out to complete the task, and he couldn't disobey the rules of CP9 too much before he left CP9. Brother, my dream is to draw a map of the whole world. How about being a navigator for you when I grow up? My mother said that I should repay my gratitude. You saved my mother. I have nothing to repay you, only this way. At this time, Belmere hadn't died because of lack of money, and Nami didn't have to leave Kokoyashi village since she was a child to sail out to earn Bailey, so at this time, she still didn't like money as much as in the original book. But just now, Belmere almost died because of lack of money, so at this time, little Nami was determined to make a lot of money when she grew up. She must not let this situation happen again, although she is very sensible, but after all, I am still young and I have not experienced the changes in the original work, so I saw that the knowledge is superficial, and I did not find that money is not the most important thing. What really determines everything is strength. Although Lu Chengkong also saw this, but he is no point. After all, is Nami who doesn't like money still Nami? Moreover, Lu Chengkong believed that under the condition that Belmere did not die, and at the same time under her guidance, Nami would never be as fond of money as in the original book, because she lost Belmere without money, and she has not lost it now. And Belmere, a good mother, gave her good advice and would not go the wrong way, so Lu Qingkong was very relieved about it. Even if Nami really liked money, it was nothing. He believed that Nami was facing his own problems. It will never be like this at times, and it will remain as innocent as it is now. Me too, I don't know how to draw maps, but I can grow fruit, and I'll grow the best and most delicious fruit for you. Little Nojiko assured with the same serious look. Okay, I'll bring you next time if I need it, the future genius navigator, and the fruit master. There was a very innocent smile on Lu Qingkong's face, because Nami and Nojiko were in front of him. His memories in the orphanage made Lu Qingkong feel as if he had returned to his childhood. Instead of rejecting it, he agreed directly. Khalifa, who was beside him, also had a gentle and contented smile. This time, she was not jealous because she understood Lu Qingkong's feelings at this time. One Piece: The Legend of Creation, Chapter 61-80. 61.061 Hard Task. What ancient weapon? Hades. Lu Qingkong, who returned to the Enies lobby and came to the Judiciary Tower, was shocked when he heard what Spandam said. You must know that ancient weapons were mentioned more than once in the original book, although they did not appear. But from Crocodile's sentence that a single blow from an ancient weapon can destroy an island and make it disappear without a trace, we can see how powerful ancient weapons are. Network. That's right, this mission is sent to you only because the world government affirms your strength, so you must complete this mission and go to Alabasta to find out about Hades by any means. At this time, Spandam did not have the previous one. Despicable and idiot, but said solemnly, it is obvious that ancient weapons make everyone rush to exist, even the world government. If the world government gets a complete ancient weapon, the revolutionary army will even disintegrate absolutely immediately. It will be easier to clean up the 4 emperors and Shichibukai at that time. It seems that the world government has already noticed that Alabasta has news of Hades. It seems that there should be an undercover in Crocodile. It can even be said that the country is under the surveillance of Marine. It seems that this time it is likely to confront Crocodile. Quote. Lu Qingkong thought that he was going to fight Shichibukai. Although he was not the strongest among Shichibukai, after all, he was a genuine Shichibukai. He must not be underestimated just because he was defeated by Luffy. His true strength is even Rob Lucci in the original book. It is not his opponent, so it must not be underestimated. It seems that Spandam is not all idiots, at least he knows the seriousness of the matter, and it is also related to his promotion and making a fortune. No wonder he has a flattering expression on his face when he looks at himself. It's not the one who can command CP9 now. He, but me, was obviously also warned by Sengoku to know some of my false identity, otherwise it would never have been so with his ugly character, but it would have saved me a lot of unnecessary trouble. Lu Qingkong quickly understood Spandam's flattering appearance, but at the same time he despised Spandam in his heart, but he didn't show any of this, but asked a little seriously, this time I'm going to who will be. It depends on your Dao strength. After the test, you can decide how many people to go and who to go. Spandam was relieved when he heard Lu Qingkong's words, and it seemed that he was also very impressed with this mission. Interest, at least not against yourself, then you still have a chance to get promoted and get rich. So it is. Lu Qingkong showed a sudden realization. Although the current CP9 feat's strength has been improving rapidly, it still takes many years to check compared to the original work when it was hidden in the capital of water, and it will take at least 5 years to go. In the capital of water, their strength still has 5 years of cultivation and 5 years of improvement. These 5 years are also the fastest time period for their strength to improve. Therefore, although the world government is cruel, they do not want these developing elites to die. If the Dao strength value meets the requirements of the world government, then the elites who meet the requirements will definitely be selected. If the number of people who do not meet the requirements or the number of people who meet the requirements is too small, then all of them will definitely go together, then this task has become the right one. The baptism of CP9 allows them to face the real powerhouses. After receiving the baptism, their strength will increase faster, which is also killing two birds with one stone. This is the Dao strength tester developed by the madman in the Marine headquarters. Although Lu Chengkong did not directly say that he would accept this task, the meaning and questioning in his words had already told Spandam that he would accept it, and it was done. Lu Chengkong is the most difficult to handle, so other CP9 people are much easier to handle, so Spandam can be said to strike while the iron is hot. After all, this task is related to his future. Because of Lu Chengkong's incident, Sengoku has already told him a little dissatisfied. If he doesn't make some achievements, even with his father's help, he will be proposed that CP9 is no longer the commander. No need, I developed a very accurate Dao force value. That is, the ability to test the physical skill level, Rokushiki, gain skill, hand together, but because it was only developed not long ago, plus the current strength reasons, it can only be used once. Test 2 people, come 2 by 2. As for the commander, you don't need to test if your Dao strength value is 9, everyone knows it, let's go. At this time, Fukuro came out. At this time, Fukuro saw it's getting rounder and rounder. Although it's not as huge as the original, it won't take long at this rate of development to be as big as the original. Bastard, I'm the commander of CP9, I don't need this at all, and I have this thing enough. Spandam, who was exposed to the old bottom, yelled in anger, but it was a pity that Lu Chengkong's everyone involved in CP9 is more direct than in the original, completely ignoring him, and now even Fukuro is like this. This change is a big blow to Spandam. Why was my father so dashing and comfortable when he was the CP9 commander, but so tragic when I was doing it? Spandam Niu thought with a full face. Oh, has it finally been developed? Come on, then. Lu Chengkong was also a little curious about his own Dao strength value, although this was only a physical skill level test and not considered overall strength, but at least there is a reference. Take a look how much stronger these guys are than in the original. Lu Chengkong was also interested at this time and also very curious about how much the strength of Rob Lucci and others has improved because of his joining. Who will come first? Let's go. Fukuro Otonashi looked at the few people present and said, the person who faced this kind of test for the first time was, of course, everyone was very interested, even Rob Lucci. After some debate, the order finally decided as Kumadori, Bluno, Kaku, Jabra, Rob Lucci, and finally Lu Chengkong and Khalifa. Now let alone a few of them, even Spandam is curious. After all, the strength of Lu Chengkong and others is related to his road to promotion and fortune. Come on, let's go. After confirming the order, Fukuro Otonashi immediately rushed towards Kumadori. This guy was so ruthless that he used a staff to insert Fukuro almost without letting Fukuro open the zipper of his mouth and scolded him badly. This guy's response is not generally slow. Boom. Boom. Rokushiki Yuki, hand together. Fukuro Otonashi closed his eyes. It may be the first time to use it, so the test speed is a bit slow, but it is only a few seconds slower than the original. 62062 Dao Strength Test. Kumadori is 360, Bluno is 350. I want it. After Fukuro finished speaking, Kumadori and Bluno looked at each other and saw a hint of approval in each other's eyes. Although Bluno's Dao value in the original book is higher than that of Kumadori, it is higher, but after all, it will be 10 years later. Now Kumadori and Jabra are the oldest in CP9, so his strength is still better than Bluno at this time, and it will not be in the future. Try that Marine's machine. I think if you don't try it, you won't completely believe in Fukuro's ability. Lu Chengkong Isho, he could see the thoughts of the people present, so he couldn't help but say. Okay, so the two of them kicked hard on the Dao value tester. Of course, the guy Kumadori used the staff to insert it, and they found the Dao value tester and Fukuro's Rokushiki astonishingly. The game test came out exactly the same, no more and no less. Fukuro, you are really amazing, you actually developed such a physical skill. Kaku couldn't help but admire immediately when he saw that the two were exactly the same. Of course, don't look at who I am, let's go, now it's time for you and Jabra to pull. Fukuro Otonashi said very proudly, and then he volleyed directly towards Kaku and pulled Jabra. Kaku, 680, Jabra, 750. Sure enough, in the original book, Jabra would experience so much after seeing that Kaku's power value exceeded his own, because he had a power value before going to the water capital. They are all lower than him. You must know that his age is 12 years older than Kaku. He is the oldest in CP9, so he is very surprised and embarrassed that the youngest Kaku has surpassed himself later. It won't be such a big reaction, although being dumped is a bit of an influence. It's your time, Lucci, Khalifa. Novel.com, all eyes were on Rob, Lucci and Khalifa. After all, in their hearts, Khalifa's strength was no less than Lu Chengkong's, although Khalifa conceded defeat in the previous actual combat. But that's because Khalifa can't remain elemental for a long time. If it's a life-threatening battle, the outcome is unknown. This is their idea. After all, the idea that Logia is the strongest of the three fruits is deeply rooted for them. If it wasn't for Lu Chengkong's fruit ability as too abnormal, they would not be able to compare Paramesha's ability with Logia's ability, and Khalifa's is not ordinary. Logia, but the top fruit ability in Logia is the fruit of light. Come on. In the same way, everyone kicked, but because of Khalifa's clothes, all the men present except Lu Chengkong, including Spandam and Rob Lucci, were there when she kicked. He turned around involuntarily, and Fukuro Otonashi was even more powerful. He didn't know where he brought two small zippers, pressed them on his eyes, and then zipped them up. His sturdy performance made Lu Chengkong speechless. What's the guy's body like? What surprised Lu Chengkong was that after being kicked out by Khalifa, Fukuro Otonashi actually reached out and took off the zipper on both eyes. It looked exactly the same as before the zipper was removed, and there was no trace of damage, not even a single zipper. There are no wounds, which is really awesome. Lucci is 1200, Khalifa is 1700. Otonashi Fukuro's words surprised everyone present. Now Rob Lucci still has 10 years to become stronger, and the next 10 years will be his most improved strength. The fastest time period, so now he is normal at 1200. Although they were surprised, they reluctantly accepted Rob Lucci's usual performance. Now they are so surprised. No wonder in the original book that Lucci came back after 5 years and unexpectedly changed. Being 4000 would be so surprising. In the end, it's you, Chengkong. Fukuro Otonashi came over. He couldn't help swallowing, but he didn't know how strong Lu Chengkong was. Because of Lu Chengkong's intervention, Khalifa's strength was not only not in the original book. At the end, instead, it became an existence far beyond Rob Lucci. But what they are most interested in is Lu Chengkong's Dao strength. So now everyone's eyes are on Lu Chengkong, especially Rob Lucci and Spandam, who want to see the gap between themselves and Lu Chengkong. How big? One is to see if Lu Chengkong's strength is beyond the expectations of the world government. But now Rob Lucci's strength has exceeded the expectations of the world government. Of course, Khalifa is an exception. Come on, Lu Chengkong said with a chuckle, looking at Fukuro Otonashi, who was calm even in the face of Rob Lucci's 4000 Dao strength in the original book. His nervous appearance at this time was very funny. He is only 13 years old now. Even if you are strong, even if you use the fruit ability, you can't be stronger than Rob Lucci, who has been baptized in countless battles at the age of 28 in the original book, and he is satisfied that he has changed the original work after seeing Khalifa's power value. At the same time, he also guessed the level of his Dao strength. Come on. Fukuro Otonashi swallowed his saliva. After all, his current strength is still far from the original 800 Dao stamina, and it was unnecessary to use this ability for the first time to face Lu Chengkong without being nervous. And his Dao strength test also has a bottom line, that is, he can't test more than 6 times his own Dao strength value. Of course, this is what I'm talking about now and I won't know it in the future. 10 years after the original. Looking at the flying Otonashi Fukuro, Lu Chengkong's eyes flashed, his strength concentrated on his right leg and he suddenly kicked out. With a bang, Wu Fukuro flew out of the whole body, and loaded it on the wall like a cannonball. A huge crack appeared. It's not that exaggerated. The Tao value of the original Lucci 4000 is just to kick Fukuro and fall to the ground. I'm only 13 years old and I can't be stronger than the Tao value of the original Lucci 4000. Oh, I understand. Fukuro is using it for the first time now, and now his Tao value is also low, and this ability cannot exceed 6 times his current ability. My kick just now should have been close to or exceeded his limit, so this is the case. Quote. Lu Chengkong was a little surprised to see Fukuro Otonashi, who was kicked into the wall by himself, and even had a crack. He couldn't believe it, but he understood in an instant. Fukuro's Tao strength in the original book as Khalifa was only high, ranking second from the bottom, but now it has become the last one. The Tao value is lower than that of Bluno, it should be around 300, and Khalifa's 1700 Tao value is still within his ability. It was nothing within the range of the test, but now he should have exceeded his 6 times, which is more than 1800 Tao strength, so that's why Fukuro did this. How about Fukuro Chengkong's Tao strength? The first question was not Rob Lucci, but Lu Chengkong's wife Khalifa. As Lu Chengkong's wife, she is of course the one who cares most about Lu Chengkong's strength. 63063 exceeded the standard. I am now at 330 Tao strength. The limit that my hand can test at present is 6 times that of mine, which is 1980, but Zhang Kong's Tao strength value has exceeded the standard. I can't test it, it's really shameful. Let's go. Otonashi Fukuro didn't expect an accident when he used it for the first time. He never knew what embarrassment was, but his face was very embarrassed at this time. What exceeded the standard? Rob Lucci, Kaku and others said in disbelief. Although Khalifa is powerful, at least it has been tested. Now that Lu Chengkong has exceeded the standard, how could they not be so shocked? Compared to them however, Spandam was not surprised at all. He was just excited. He could calculate such a simple arithmetic, that is, Lu Chengkong's Tao strength value at least exceeded 1980, which was far beyond the expectations of the world government. Inside, then the stronger Lu Chengkong is, the greater the chance of completing this mission. Then let's test it with this Tao strength tester. The bottom line of this machine is 3000 Tao strength. Spandam immediately ran over and said diligently. Okay, Lu Chengkong can only kick one more kick, but this time it is not as shocking as before, but this is only relative. When Lu Chengkong's Tao strength value comes out, the current CP9 everyone was shocked and speechless for a long time. 2000. Rob Lucci stared at the numbers on the machine with a stunned voice, and his voice trembled a little. He knew very well that Lu Chengkong's Tao strength value was only 800 higher than him, but his combat power was definitely several times his. Because the Tao strength value is more difficult to improve the further back, the further the Tao strength value difference is just a little bit, the gap between the two sides is huge. Just like if the Tao strength value of the two sides is only one difference, then the strength of the two sides will not be much different, but each of 2000, 3000, and 4000 is a watershed. If the Tao strength value is if the Tao strength values of two people are more than 2000, then the difference is many times larger than when the difference is 1000, and the more you go, the more so. I want it. In the original book, Kaku is 20 more than Jabra, but Jabra actually said that the ability of adding devil fruit will not be worse than Kaku, just the difference of 20 is so big, not to mention the difference of 8 at this time. Hundreds, so the blow to Rob Lucci is not a big one. Okay, your strength has basically passed the test, but according to the arrangements given by the world government, if your strength exceeds your expectations, you can choose freely. Of course, you must be accompanied by 2 people with a Tao strength value exceeding 800. The happy Spandam did not order troops randomly, but let Lu Chengkong and others choose. If I don't go, it's not good if I accidentally tell the secret, and my strength is at the bottom. I also took a task before. I think that task is very helpful to me, so don't go. Otonashi Fukuro was the first to choose not to go, but it was not unreasonable for him to choose. The ancient weapon Hades wanted to investigate these classified information. If he accidentally leaked his words, it would be dangerous, and he knew it by looking at him. The second Dao strength test was the lowest because he made him suffer a certain degree of blow, so he also had to work hard to improve his strength, so he chose the mission of assassination instead of inquiring about intelligence. Is there a specified number of people or time? Although Lu Chengkong was both the captain of CP9 in name and in fact, he did not force anyone to go or not, but asked Spandam instead. 3 plans. If no one exceeds 800 Dao strength, then the above requires all CP9 staff to go together. But if there is 1 or 2, then 6 people go. If there are more than 2, then you can choose freely. The premise is just now. I said it too. Spandam was finally relieved at this moment, and now he was all about his own promotion and making a fortune. Khalifa and I will go, you can choose freely. Lu Chengkong nodded. Since there is no limit on the number of people, everything is easy to say, at least there will be no fighting. In the end, after some debate, the number of people who went to was finally determined. In addition to Lu Chengkong and Khalifa, there are Rob Lucci, Kaku, and Jabra respectively. As for the remaining Kumadori, Fukuro, and Bluno, they feel that their strength is too much low, so they chose the most suitable real-time combat mission, that is, assassination, and improve their strength and the use of Rokushiki through constant battles. Let's go. Now that the number of people has been decided, of course, he has to strike while the iron is hot and set off immediately, walking towards the sea train on the coast while looking at the information in his hand. It seems that the intelligence capabilities of the world government are definitely not strong in general. The strongest intelligence agency under their command is definitely not CP9. There must be a more powerful intelligence organization, and even most of Crocodile's things have been investigated clearly, including he can find out the secrets of the ancient weapon Pluto. It's really scary. People from CP1 to CP8 definitely don't have the strength to investigate all these information clearly, so it should be the talent in CP0 that the lizard man said. Have that strength. Can teach Khalifa, who is the weakest in the original work, to become the glamorous queen who surpasses Lucci's existence and can kill CP0 Feet's captain, then that woman should be the strongest in CP0. Lu Chengkong looked at the information on the intelligence and secretly analyzed the concealed information in his heart. Although Khalifa died in the original book, his younger brother has no goal of survival, or the goal is to kill the pirates, take revenge, and not become stronger. People with motivation and survival goals will never achieve success no matter how high their aptitude is. Now that Khalifa has itself, whether it is the driving force for change and the goal of survival, and it is very firm, now it has the heart of a strong man, and a heart that absolutely believes in itself, but if it is only by relying on it most, these Khalifa are closely following Rob Lucci's strength are barely equal to him. Among them, the most important role is the teaching and guidance of the glamorous queen. Without her teaching, Lu Chengkong and Khalifa will never have their current strength. The most important thing is that Khalifa's Dao strength test just now is only a test of physical skills, and the fruit of light has not been added. If you add the ability of the fruit of light, then Khalifa's real power value will definitely exceed 2000 or even reach between 2002 and 2004. After all, the ability of the top fruit of light in Logia is no joke. The ability of the fruit is even appreciated by the mysterious girl. If it is really just like the ordinary Logia fruit, it is impossible to gain the mysterious girl's eyes. 64064 Logia can beat. The one who knows the information of Pluto is Shichibukai's crocodile, that is, our mission this time must collide with him. Although Shichibukai is nominally Marine's person, but in fact, it is only through the rights given by Marine to obtain greater benefits. It's just pirates, so once their interests are involved, Shichibukai will definitely kill us without hesitation. Sitting on the sea train, enjoying the massage of Khalifa's jade hands and speaking out his thoughts, then he threw the information in his hands to Rob Lucci and a few others to see for themselves. The performance of Rob Lucci and the others in the battle made Lu Chengkong very admire. They were able to hide under iceberg's eyes for so many years, so that the other party could not be found or even trusted them. They were very good at completing these tasks. It seems that the world government is not only letting us inquire about the reputation information, but also let us face the crocodile and see the real powerhouse, and those who can survive are the real elites. Jabra, who ate the dog, fruit, and wolf type, was very cunning, immediately guessed the intention of the world government. This task is not difficult, but it is not easy at all. As long as crocodile is overcome, all problems will be solved. Rob Lucci analyzed the key points. The shadow of the famous tree. Everyone in Shichibukai has been rampant at sea for more than 10 years and has not been driven down by anyone. It is definitely the existence of a big pirate. Although crocodile is not the strongest in Shichibukai, the Logia fruit is definitely not something they can defeat at the moment. Don't look at crocodile being defeated by Luffy and think his strength is very weak. In fact, if he hadn't despised the enemy, Luo been betrayed, plus Luffy knew his weakness, and he actually backed away in the final battle, which made the poisoned Luffy imposing, and finally led to defeat. In fact, his real strength is definitely not worse than Gecko Moria, and even slightly better than Gecko Moria in a one-on-one situation, because both of them lack physical training, but only develop the fruit ability to an extreme point, so after their fruit ability was cracked, they were all in a hurry, adding Luffy's lifeless battle, Shao King's constitution, and unbeaten luck against the sky, then it would really be a miracle. This crocodile is definitely not simple. In a big event, when I met Don Quixote, one of the Shichibukai who offered a reward of 340 million, I was not afraid at all, and I dared to fight with one of the Shichibukai, the world's strongest swordsman eagle. Duel with eyes, and enough confidence to block his attack. And the most terrible thing, when he came to the top of the war, he attacked Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. These points are enough to show that crocodile is strong. Lu Chengkong, I thought to myself. In this quiet but still heavy atmosphere, Lu Chengkong and the others were each thinking about the task, and they only recovered when they reached the capital of water and boarded the marine ship to sail to Alabasta. You don't have to worry so much. Crocodile has an Achilles heel, that is, he has a great contempt for some unknown people, and his body lacks exercise, although he has developed the Logia rustling fruit into it. It's very powerful, but it's not invincible. Lu Chengkong said with a smile when he looked at the serious expressions on the faces of the people around him because of his own reasons. He is not too worried about the battle with Crocodile. He believes that he can win, because he is not fighting for himself. There is Khalifa behind him, so he must not be defeated. With this kind of thinking it is to believe that you will never have a problem. Although none of us here knows hockey, he will be very passive in the face of elementalization for a long time, but Logia's devil fruit is more passive than Paramesha and Zone in some situations. Shasha fruit is no exception. Kaku, you are not afraid of seawater. What if you put on a piece of seawater and sprinkle it on him? Although Lu Chengkong knows Crocodile's weakness, if he is alone, it is not a last resort. Wouldn't beat Crocodile this way. But now it's not just him, Rob Lucci and the others. These guys completely treat him as their boss, comrades in arms. If they have an accident because of their own reasons, I'm so sorry for them, so he still does it. Be prepared to bring some seawater to Kaku, who doesn't eat devil fruits. You want him to lose his fruit ability, then even if he loses a second of his physical lack of exercise, it is enough for us to kill him. Rob Lucci's eyes lit up. He really hadn't thought about this. After all, he is more than there is still a big gap between him being a 28-year-old man from the original book. No, in addition to locking sea stones on them, it is useless for people who eat devil fruits to simply sprinkle seawater on their bodies. Only by immersing in seawater will they become powerless and even use the ability. There is no strength at all. Generally, the power lost by a person with ability is proportional to the amount of water it contacts. The more parts of the body in the water, the faster the strength will be lost. Contact with a small amount of seawater or showering, rain, etc. will not affect the ability person. Lu Chengkong glanced at Rob Lucci and the others and found that they didn't know this, so he had to explain it to them. Since Crocodile won't be able to use the fruit ability, why did you let Kaku bring seawater? Jabra said with a puzzled face. It's very simple. What will happen to the sand when it meets water? Lu Chengkong's eyes flickered. These guys actually forgot the simple truth of the 5 elements mutually reinforcing each other. It seems that the prestige created by the Logia fruit has already made them, who are not high-level powerhouses, think it is true invincible and unbreakable existence. If it can't be condensed into sand, then it's not impossible for him to be defeated if he can't be elementalized, and if there is water, even if the water is absorbed by his ability, he won't die, at least he can save his life. After Lu Chengkong told Crocodile's secret, the terrifying Rob Lucci and others who were in a heavy heart immediately regained their energy, and their hearts that were not very confident also developed an amazing fighting spirit. Although the opponent was stronger than himself and others, at least it was not invincible. Yes, as long as there is a chance of victory, then they don't have to be so frustrated. It turns out that Logia is not invincible. It seems that it is not entirely true that Logia is the strongest of the 3 fruits. It was Lu Chengkong's words that completely subverted their cognition. At this moment, they have changed. His own inherent psychology is no longer that Logia is invincible. The change and growth of this kind of thinking is of great help to them. You must know that people who don't even believe that they can defeat the Logia fruit are already much weaker when facing people with Logia ability. Now they have improved their mental state, and this improvement is more rare than the direct improvement in strength. 65065 Alabasta. It's really hard to tell that the one in front of you is Alabasta. Since the mission this time is an ancient weapon, the marine ship given by the marine headquarters is very good, and the speed is not the same as the one Lu Chengkong was sitting on before, so far. The journey actually takes less than a month to arrive. Although it is not as good as the Sunshine Wanli, which has the wind and cannons, it is also very powerful. It is a rare good ship. At this time, Lu Chengkong has just landed in the kingdom of Alabasta. Looking at the oasis in front of him, it is impossible to connect with Alabasta 10 years later. It is no wonder that the revolutionary army rebelled, and a good oasis kingdom has turned into a big desert. It's already very good to kill him, but at the same time, Lu Chengkong has a higher opinion of Crocodile's strength. He can turn an oasis kingdom into a desert kingdom. His sandy fruit has been developed to a very powerful level. Although the Khalifa beside him is also a Logia fruit, and the ability of the fruit of light is much higher than that of the fruit of sand, but Khalifa will definitely lose in a real fight. It seems that Khalifa and I still have a long way to go. Whether it's physical skills or fruit ability, now I'm just an entry-level existence in front of those strong people, but it's still 10 years away from the original book. These 10 years have been enough for me to grow up to the point where I can fight against these powerhouses. Lu Chengkong clenched his fists involuntarily when he thought of this. His eyes were burning with a raging fire of fighting intent. This is what a powerhouse should have. Not afraid of all challenges, even if he is weak now. Husband, I will definitely not hold you back. The so-called husband and wife connection. Khalifa immediately noticed the change in Lu Chengkong's body, and 2 golden yellow rays of holiness burst out from his beautiful eyes. Let's go, I remember there is a casino here, go there and win some money. Lu Chengkong knew exactly where Hades' design was, but he wouldn't say it. If he said it now, it would be too attractive. It's too unbelievable for people to pay attention. Let's talk about it through Sand Crocodile. Anyway, Rob Lucci and others in the original book found the design of Hades in Iceberg's hands, so it's okay to say that you can get the information here. Is this too ostentatious? Rob Lucci asked suspiciously. Kaku and Jabra beside him also looked at Lu Chengkong with the same eyes. The matter of ancient weapons is of great importance. You think that we can complete this task by hiding? Put away those flukes. Since the Marine headquarters can give us this information, it means that the Marine headquarters or the world government has long ago. We arranged a powerful undercover agent in Crocodile, who has the ability to find out this information, so why not directly find out where the ancient weapons are? Lu Chengkong took a hat sewed by Khalifa himself from Khalifa and put it on his head, said his thoughts. You're saying the world government deliberately made us fight Crocodile? Rob Lucci said in a surprised tone. Yes, even if we hide the world government, we will try to inform Crocodile. Since the world government can find so many things, we don't need us to find any information about Hades. The most important thing they want us to come is to test the strength of CP9. At what point, whether you can retreat in the face of a Shichibukai, or defeat this Shichibukai, whether the success or failure is related to the next move of the Marine headquarters. Lu Chenggong explained. That is to say, if we can retreat or defeat Crocodile, then Shichibukai's position will also change. As Shichibukai, even CP9 people can't beat him, so keeping him will be of no use. What is the strength of the time? If we lose, it's nothing. The ones who die are those who fail the test, and the ones who survive are the elites of the elites. Said to come to Pluto, but in fact it is just to make Shichibukai a whetstone for CP9, and also to give Crocodile a warning, telling him that everything is given to him by Marine, and if he does something against Marine's interests, then Marine can also be. Taking it back, he also told Crocodile that everything was under Marine's watch, and it was best not to do anything stupid. Khalifa, who has the most delicate mind and knows Lu Chenggong best, immediately said the following words. Damn, don't we become pawns? Rob Lucci and Jabra, who were full of wildness after eating the animal fruit, immediately became hot, thinking that they didn't think of this in the original book. From the very beginning, we were Marine's pawns. The weak and the strong eat the fittest to survive, but we buried him in advance and replaced him with a stronger person. Marine has never cared about our lives and deaths, so don't risk your own life. Hand it into Marine's hands, or you won't know how it will die. Lu Chenggong was worried that they still trusted the world government as in the original book, but when they met Buster Call, they ignored their lives and deaths. Are we really just a dispensable pawn played by the world government? The three of Rob Lucci fell silent for a while, thinking about the same thing in their hearts. They were brainwashed by the world government since childhood, but they never thought of it. In this regard, if it wasn't for Lu Chenggong's reminder this time and the strong evidence in front of them, they really couldn't believe it. I just want to remind you, why is it worth your life, world government? Hee, unless you all eat the fruits of Logia and become admiral potential, otherwise as long as you have enough benefits, you can betray it. Lu Chenggong shaking his head, he said, without him, he is not angry at the actions of the world government, because this is the case in every major force, even the Revolutionary Army. This world is always respected by the most direct powerhouse. The weak can only be stepped on. With their powerful constitution, they soon came to the casino opened by Crocodile. Although it was not as prosperous as the original 10 years later, it was also the biggest casino Lu Chenggong had seen since he came to this world. Lu Chenggong, who had never gambled before, had a good gambling addiction. It's no wonder that so many people have gone bankrupt just because of gambling. This kind of interchange between bliss and extreme sadness is very exciting, and it can relax the tired body and mind. Lu Chenggong looked at the pile of chips on the gambling table in front of him. But he won it with one chip. Although it was the first time he was gambling, it was too easy to see through the opponent's whole cards or read the number of dice with his strength, hearing, and vision. Kaku, I didn't expect the taste of gambling to be so cool. Haha, it's really enjoyable, I bought this game big. At this moment, Jabra pulled all the chips with excitement like a gambler. It might be Lu just now. Chenggong's words made them very contradictory, so they urgently needed to vent, but they vented all the irritability and boredom in their hearts to the gambling table, and even the always calm Rob Lucci's eyes showed a trace of fanaticism. 66066 Goodbye Crocodile. Sir, you have already won a lot. This is the casino of Lord Shichibukai Crocodile. I hope you don't make trouble here. At this time, Crocodile's reputation was not as high as it was 10 years later, so these implied threats can be said directly. Obviously the performance of Lu Chenggong and the others made them think they were here to make trouble. Crap you, what do you mean? You've already opened a casino, and no one else is allowed to win money. Jabra, who was in a bad mood, and his temper was also very irritable, got angry at the first time, and Lu beside him Zhang Kong didn't stop him after seeing it. After all, he would meet Crocodile sooner or later, so wouldn't it be better to let Jabra pull him out in this way? Lucci, get ready. Lu Chengkong and Khalifa have secretly made preparations for the battle, but they are just a little worried that Rob Lucci will have problems with their strength because of what they just said. After all, the other party is Shichibukai. If so, people will die. Yeah, Rob Lucci, who had the best self-control, had recovered after venting on the gambling table just now. That is, Jabra was still going crazy there, but he didn't stop it. Obviously, he also understood Lu Chengkong's thoughts. Sir, facing Jabra, who was full of anger in his eyes, and with his powerful aura, the dealer who was just shaking the dice was immediately frightened, and just when he was about to say something, a voice helped him say the rest. It seems that you are here to make trouble with me, but since I have opened a casino, of course you are allowed to win money. Since you want to gamble so much, then I will come to play with you. One left hand is a golden hook with highly poisonous, there is a horizontal scar on his face, and a man in his 30s who is wearing a black coat with fur, often with a cigar in his mouth, walked up to Jabra and said in a casual tone. Okay. After Jabra saw the person clearly, VV's eyes narrowed, and at the same time, his irritable temper was also restrained a lot. After seeing no change in the faces of Lu Chengkong and others, he realized that they were deliberately letting themselves. Madness led Crocodile out. Since he entered the theme as soon as he came, there is no need for him to be afraid of Jabra. After all, wolves are never afraid of any enemy, even if the opponent is stronger than him, just like the original book. He knows that Lucci's strength is much stronger than himself. A lot of times the same dare to challenge him is like this. Dong dong. The way Crocodile picked up the 3 dice and shook it was very simple, as if he was just a novice, but Lu Chengkong already knew the result when he saw Crocodile let go of his right hand. Jabra is defeated. Lu Chengkong's ear is very keen, although his voice was very low, but Lu Chengkong, who had just focused his mind just now, could still hear the subtle changes in the dice cup. Why, if Rob Lucci turned into a leopard, his ears would definitely be more sensitive than Lu Chengkong, and he would definitely be able to hear it, but now he is in a physical state, and he didn't listen carefully at all, so I don't know what Crocodile did. What hands and feet? There is sand controlled by Crocodile in the dice cup. No matter what Jabra chooses, he can change it. Even if Jabra sees through the cheating, he can only gamble. Lu Chengkong did not hide what he knew. What an exquisite control. He really deserves to be Shichibukai. Even if his physical skills are poor, he can already become a strong man just by relying on his level of fruit. Rob Lucci thought to himself in shock. Big. Jabra thought for a while. His face was a little nervous, but in the end he chose to hear the points, but unfortunately it became small after driving it out. What? You cheated. Jabra's face changed greatly. He didn't realize how Crocodile changed the number of dice, so after seeing the result, he blurted out like a normal gambler. Oh, where did I cheat? I haven't touched the dice cup. Can you only win money but not lose money? Crocodile's tone was flat, but when he heard Jabra's ear, it turned into a kind of smugness. It looked like Jabra, who was already hot-tempered, broke out immediately. Damn, Renkyaku Tempest Kick Lone Wolf. Jabra, who was hot-headed, immediately used Renkyaku Tempest Kick, but the vacuum slash that originally attacked in a straight line turned into a wild wolf running and jumping towards Crocodile. CP9. Crocodile's eyes and pupils shrank, although when he saw Lu Chengkong and Khalifa, he knew that the world government had been paying attention to him, and at the same time remembered the scene when Daz Bones and Lu Chengkong were fighting, and he had already guessed in his heart. I knew the identity and purpose of the other party, but I was still a little surprised after seeing the physical skills that Jabra pulled. But this attack is useless to me. But the surprise turned into surprise. Since the other party dared to do something to him, he didn't need to be merciful. He turned the element into sand, and Jabra's Renkyaku Tempest Kick was immediately invalid. Let's do it. Lu Chengkong's eyes burst out with a terrifying fighting intent. He roared at the people around him. Rob Lucci turned into a leopard without even thinking, and kicked the Renkyaku Tempest Kick with a single blow, although there was no original in the book. The terrifying Rankyaku Tempest kick used when the water capital turned into a leopard man is terrifying, but looking at the sharp arc of the vacuum slash, most people will surely die when they encounter it, but unfortunately the other party developed the Logia fruit into the powerful Shichibukai. These attacks are equally ineffective against him. It seems that Marine doesn't want to tear my face with me. These guys should be sent by Marine to test me. Since they are chess pieces, I can only help you clean up with reluctance. Don't forget the identity of Crocodile, he is absolutely outstanding strategist. Compared with him, Kuro of 100 Plans, who is known for his resourcefulness in East Blue, was as simple as a kindergarten child, so he had already guessed Marine's intentions in an instant, but he didn't expect Marine to take him. Come make a whetstone for CP9. Elementalization. Light of Judgment. Khalifa looked at Crocodile, whose half-body was elementalized, and said in a cold voice. At the same time, the jade hands folded together and the void shot a hot gold against Crocodile, whose half-body was elementalized at this time. The yellow rays of light give people a feeling of nobility and inviolability. What kind of light is this? Isn't he glint fruit eaten by Kizaru? How can someone use light, and it seems to be of a higher level than Kizaru? Is it the legendary fruit of light? Damn, how could such a person be chess pieces? I understand that the hateful Marine actually used me as a whetstone for these guys. Since I killed them all, the fruit of light haha, the holder of the legendary ability will soon be killed. I killed you, you just wait for the heartache. Crocodile roared in disbelief when he saw the golden light that hit him instantly. 67067 PK Shichibukai. Tell you guys, Xiaoxi is going to be on the shelves on Thursday. Guys, get ready to stand up. It's an opportunity. Shave, silencer, Shigan finger pistol explosion. Lu Chengkong was very aware of the effect of Khalifa's ability. The moment he saw Crocodile being hit by the light of judgment, he immediately turned the speed to the maximum. He rushed in front of Crocodile, and his index finger, like a burning flame, shot directly at Crocodile's body covered by the golden Wang's light. Flutter. How is that possible? Crocodile shouted in horror, looking down at Lu Chengkong's body, which had pierced through his clearly elementalized body with disbelief, and seeing the blood rushing out of his chest, he suddenly became furious. Who is he? He is Shichibukai, the famous big pirate, who was injured by a little devil, but at the same time when he was furious, he was cautious and dealt with Khalifa's ability carefully. Damn, is this the ability of the Fruit of Light? That woman's ability has not been developed to a strong enough level, but it can make my body after elementalization become routine, and it is still in a situation that I don't know. Down, the surface is still sand, but it has turned into flesh and blood. It really deserves to be the legendary Fruit of Light, but this will not let you live, or I will die if you grow up in the future. Thinking of this Crocodile's eyes burning a killing intent that made the air cold, and the shot was full of power. Desert Sword. I saw Crocodile's arm suddenly turned into a giant sand knife, and slashed towards the nearest Jabra in front of him. Obviously, he wanted to break them one by one. At that time, there will be only one fruit that has not been fully developed. Khalifa is a good solution. Kami-e. In the face of this kind of straight attack, no one in CP9 is afraid. Jabra pulls his body to change immediately with the airflow generated by Crocodile's action, and escapes as easily as a piece of white paper. The slash of the sand knife. Trouble Rokushiki. Since a small-scale attack can't solve you in a short time, I will bury you in the desert at one time. Even if your Fruit of Light is strong, you can't seal my fruit ability. Go to hell, desert sunflowers. Quote. Under the control of Crocodile, the land in the casino suddenly turned into a sand dune. If it was an ordinary person, he would have been sucked into it long ago. Unfortunately, he was facing CP9, and he was still CP9 who had information about his abilities. After seeing the changes in the ground, everyone immediately used the moon step to lift off, and at the same time, they used their respective enhanced Rankyaku Tempest Kick against the ground Crocodile in the sky. Rankyaku Tempest Kick Kaniao. Rankyaku Tempest Kick Bele. Rankyaku Tempest Kick Wolf Stars. Rankyaku, Tempest Kick Air Cut. Rankyaku, Tempest Kick Raging Dragon. 5 different enhanced versions of Rankyaku, Tempest Kick flew out of the sky, and the destructive power of each move was many times stronger than that of the normal Rankyaku, Tempest Kick. It's really troublesome, Rokushiki. It seems that the ground attack is ineffective against them. But don't be complacent. Shichibukai is not as powerful as you can imagine, Shalan. Crocodile roared in his heart, his face full of hideousness killing intent. He had made up his mind that he would never let Lu Chenggong and others leave alive, especially Khalifa. The power of the Fruit of Light had cast a great shadow on him. Oops, Khalifa. Lu Chenggong's face changed greatly, watching the long destructed casino suddenly appear a more and more huge storm. The power may not be very big at first, but at that time Crocodile can still control. However, as time goes on, the power of the storm will increase to the level of natural disasters, and even Crocodile can't control it. Using this move here can easily kill Lu Chenggong and the 5 who can't be hockey in one fell swoop. It's also the first time I use it. I hope it will be successful. The Tear of Light. Khalifa's eyes flashed a decisive color, and the body developed a kind of aura of breaking the boat, and if you don't succeed, you will become a benevolent, and at the same time, the body exudes a kind of holy and inviolable golden light surrounded Khalifa. At this time, Khalifa seemed to be transformed into a goddess of light. He folded his hands together and shot towards him and others. Pushing it out lightly, all the golden light on Khalifa's body was concentrated on her jade hand in an instant, and then turned into a laser and sprayed out. Bang! Under the high-speed rotation, the storm full of nature's anger and power was like ice and snow meeting fire in an instant, making a huge roar and then being forcibly obliterated under the baptism of Jin Wang's light. It's a pity that such a powerful move at this time. Khalifa's consumption is also very huge. You can see that her ruddy face has turned pale as paper. The Fruit of Light is really powerful, but unfortunately you are all going to die today no matter what. The Desert Diamond Sword is dry and cracked. Crocodile's murderous voice suddenly sounded when Lu Chenggong and the others watched the storm disappearing in front of them with lingering fears. Oops! Rankyaku, Tempest Kick Dragon's Wrath. Lu Chenggong's expression changed greatly. He turned around and immediately used his most powerful Rankyaku, Tempest Kick Dragon's Wrath, and a line appeared in the air. Filled with rage, the blue and white dragon rushed towards Crocodile as if to destroy everything in front of him. It's too late, Crocodile said in a regretful tone, obviously looking like a rabbit died and a fox was sad. I saw Kaku and Jabra let out a scream at the same time. One was hit by the Desert Diamond Sword and fell to the ground, the other but it was sucked into a human being. If it wasn't for Lu Chenggong's Rankyaku, Tempest Kick Dragon's Wrath to force Crocodile away in time, Kaku might have been sucked to death. Kaku, Jabra, I want you to die. Rob Lucci glared furiously and roared, as if falling into madness. Countless vacuum cuts were kicked out by him, although he and Jabra were usually in the wrong way, like dog hair. Touching is always not pleasing to the eye, but once there is an accident, Rob Lucci will definitely work hard for Jabra. Just like now, not to mention Kaku, the two have grown up since childhood, and they are among the CP9 people. The relationship between the two is the most iron, as you can see from Rob Lucci's maintenance of Kaku several times in the original book. Hey, angry, but don't worry, you will be like them soon. Crocodile looked at Rob Lucci who was angry, but his tone became very gloating. Obviously, he had dominated the entire battlefield at this time, thinking that I have already won, but it is a pity that sometimes I am too proud when I have not completely killed the enemy, but it is very dangerous. Kaku, throw it out. Although Lu Chenggong's eyes were gloomy and cold, he did not lose his mind. He yelled at Kaku, who was about to become a human being, and at the same time used shaving and silencer to give a victory at this time. Crocodile, who looked like a man, shot at him. What? Crocodile instinctively felt that something was wrong, and a sense of danger suddenly rose in his heart, and immediately instinctively wanted to be elemental, but Khalifa, who had been lurking and hadn't shot, did. The Binding of Light. Khalifa suddenly used an aperture at the critical moment, and shot it at Crocodile's body at the speed of light, forming a halo tied to his body. The body that was supposed to be elemental was actually stuck. Cannot be elementalized. The terrifying ability of the Fruit of Light was finally gradually developed by Khalifa. 68068 Crocodile defeats. Damn, does that woman have any strength after using such a powerful move? Why does the terrifying power of the Fruit of the Light exist in this world? It is simply destroying the balance of the devil fruit. Damn it for me. Although the binding of light can block Crocodile's body that was originally going to be elemental, but Khalifa, who has used powerful abilities many times, has almost reached its limit. After all, the ability of the Fruit of Light is so abnormal, and the consumption is several times that of the ordinary Logia fruit, otherwise it will be true. Disrupted the balance of the world. Bang! Khalifa, who has reached the limit, is the shackle of light that can only barely block Crocodile's body for 1 second, but this short time is enough to change the outcome of a battle. Brush. Just when Crocodile opened the aperture on his body and was about to use elementalization, a lot of seawater poured on him, making his body unable to elementalize. If other Logia-capable people were drenched by these seawater when it arrives, it is absolutely peaceful. Continuing elementalization has no effect on combat effectiveness, but Crocodile is a rustling fruit, and the most powerful place is his weakness. The rustling fruit can absorb all the water in people. It is very powerful, but he is also afraid of water. Oops, how did these little devils know about this weakness? The sense of crisis in Crocodile's heart has grown bigger and bigger, and he has even smelled the smell of death that he hasn't smelled for many years. He shouted. Go to hell, Crocodile, Renkyaku Tempest Kick Dragon's Wrath. The Renkyaku Tempest Kick that comes out at close range is the most powerful in Rokushiki, let alone Liu Chenkong's. Renkyaku Tempest Kick, the furious dragon bombed Crocodile directly, and the huge impact pushed him out. Ah, Crocodile didn't forget to let out a shrill scream while flying in the air. It was good that he didn't die immediately in the face of such a powerful attack after not exercising for many years. There was not much seawater on him, and he was quickly sucked up by him using the rustling fruit, and then when he was hit by Renkyaku Tempest Kick Dragon Fury, he was basically able to elementalize, so although he suffered a huge trauma, but he still did not die immediately. If you want to leave, today is your day of death. Liu Chenkong's attack was over, but Rob Lucci's had just arrived. The next time Rob Lucci was in a state of extreme anger, and his fighting power was raised to the extreme. A huge blue Oscar was kicked out of the air by him and flew towards Crocodile with incredible speed. Little devil, don't be complacent, even if you find out my weakness and hit me hard. If you want to kill me Crocodile, it's still early for you, Sansiryu Sandune. Crocodile's face was ugly and terrifying. He never thought that he would be killed. A group of little devils who were so weaker than him calculated and even seriously injured, but it was not enough to kill him. At a critical moment, he turned the sand into a 3 sun and moon shape to block Rob Lucci's birds. At the same time, a storm began to roll up in the sky. Obviously, he was already preparing when he was hit. As expected, he was a strategist, and his mind was really meticulous. Take Jabra. Liu Chenkong's expression changed, and he laughed bitterly in his heart. He knew that he had lost the best chance to kill Crocodile, but he didn't care, because he had the confidence that he had been defeated by himself. Even if the enemy is stronger than himself now, he can only be defeated by himself when they meet again, so he resolutely chooses to retreat, and at the same time, the ground is about to be affected by the storm. Kaku kicked up and used shaving to retreat. Go. Damn, let him go. Rob Lucci roared in disgust, but in the end the reason in his heart calmed him down and lifted Jabra, who had been seriously injured and was about to pass out, and at the same time used Renkyaku Tempest Kick to attack him. He stepped back, and his eyes were full of unconcealed worries when he looked at Jabra. Obviously, he was very concerned about Jabra, who seemed to be wrong, just like the original Enies lobby. After the battle, Jabra could be seriously injured. Rob Lucci discarded the so-called dignity and face, and even put down his bad temper in the street to earn medical bills for him. This is just a way for them to enhance their relationship, just like Sanji, and Zoro of the Straw Hat Pirates. The two usually fight each other for trivial matters, and they are very concerned about whether the other party is not. It was pleasing to the eye, but when he met Bartholomew Kuma at Gecko Moria, he stood up without hesitation, only to be knocked unconscious by Zoro in the end. Otherwise it would definitely be Sanji who suffered Luffy's physical fatigue and injury. It's nothing, since he lost this time. Then next time we meet, when my strength becomes stronger, he will already lose. Liu Chengkong shook his head indifferently. His tone was full of confidence, and looked at on the other hand, the terrifyingly pale Khalifa. Liu Chengkong's tensed heart relaxed after seeing Khalifa hand him the look that he was okay. Let's go, the people around here are gone. Go back to the boat and stabilize Jabra's injury, and when Khalifa recovers, Jabra will be fine, and Kaku is even more afraid. Just throw him into the sea, it's alright. Liu Chengkong is a typical example of standing and talking without fear of back pain. Kaku, who was already scrawny like a 7-year-old, was suddenly fainted by Liu Chengkong's heartless words. Yeah, although Rob Lucci was full of unwillingness, he could only nod his head in the end. After all, Crocodile had already left. No matter how reluctant he was, he had no choice but to cure Jabra first. Under the full speed of the road, Liu Chengkong and the others quickly returned to the boat by the sea, and Rob Lucci immediately roared as soon as they got on the boat. Let the ship doctor get out. If he dies, then all of you will bury him with him. Rob Lucci's face was very cold, but his performance made Liu Chengkong nod secretly. What is the ultimate killing weapon? In fact, these are only for the enemy. The side that will be exposed, will not be the case with any one Rob Lucci of CP9. Crazy-faced cat, don't look at Lao Su who can curse Lao Su to die now that he is injured. Even if you die, I will not die. Jabra said stubbornly with a weak and floating mouth. In fact, by looking at his eyes, he knew what was in his heart. Now he is very moved, but as a sinister and spicy wolf, he will not put it on the face. Really? Then you won't die and show me. Rob Lucci didn't know what Jabra was thinking, and when he saw Jabra's appearance at this time, his tone was not so cold, and surprisingly he didn't compete with Jabra. Instead, he followed his words. 69069 You don't need to choose a place to sleep. At this time, Liu Chengkong and others, who had already driven back to the Marine headquarters, were completely unaware that there was another scene on Crocodile's side. The damn fruit of light is actually so perverted. Only this strength can prevent the elementalization, and the ability to destroy Logia can be developed if it is developed. If this woman is allowed to develop, then Shichibukai and the 4 emperors who have the ability to use the fruit are not dead. It's troublesome now. Crocodile watched the doctor in front of him heal himself in the basement of Alabasta, but his heart became active. You little bastards let my crocodile suffer this kind of damage. It's just a shame. You wait for me. When my injury recovers, I will kill you even if I give up my identity as Shichibukai. Huh, I don't believe it your world government can offend so many pirates and Shichibukai for one woman. Crocodile thought very resentfully, and at the same time, one after another of poisonous schemes continued to form in his heart. When I get the ancient weapons, whether you are Marine or the world government, you can only bow down to me Crocodile. Crocodile couldn't help but think of the ancient weapons in his mind to conquer one country after another. Whether it was the 4 emperors or the revolutionary army, the world government couldn't help laughing wildly at the sight of its own avatar. This proud guy didn't realize the reason why he lost. Not only because Liu Chengkong is familiar with his weaknesses, but also because of the double restraint of Khalifa's fruit of light, and more importantly, his body is so poor that without the ability of the fruit, his strength is almost the same as that of an ordinary pirate. The core factor of his defeat was that he was too arrogant, and he didn't take Liu Chengkong and others seriously at all, completely thinking that his failure was only the reason why the other party knew his weakness and the fruit of light, otherwise they would definitely die. In fact, if Crocodile regards Liu Chengkong and others as strong opponents from the beginning, and fights seriously, if he exerts all his strength at the beginning, even if the fruit of light is strong, at this time, the ability of the fruit of Khalifa cannot defeat Crocodile at all. As long as he is careful to hide using a wide range of abilities on the side, Lu Chengkong and the others are sure to die. At this time, he is basically the same as the mistake he made when facing Luffy in the original book. Marine headquarters. The Marshal's office was crowded with people at this time. Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral and Chief of Staff Crane, Marine Hero Garp, and the 3 admirals were all surrounded here, except for the heartless Garp. It was Kuzan who also showed a rare seriousness, and Akainu even had a murderous look on his face. If it wasn't for Kizaru and Kuzan holding him down, maybe this guy would have exploded. I really didn't expect that. I originally planned to get rid of Lu Chengkong and Khalifa through Crocodile, the guy who dared to fight ancient weapons, and then let that adult's anger transfer to Crocodile. We will take action to get rid of Crocodile at that time. I can gain that lord's favor, but I didn't expect Lu Chengkong to actually defeat Crocodile and even almost kill him. Marshal Sengoku said with a headache at this moment. These are not important. The most important thing is that the woman named Khalifa actually has the top fruit ability in Logia, the fruit of light, and now it can be basically determined. These 2 people are definitely valued by the adult, otherwise, there is absolutely no way that their strength will bear such a strong fruit, but this man disturbs me more than Khalifa. Quote. Chief of Staff he, as the Chief of Staff, can enter this kind of meeting as Vice Admiral, and you can see that he is not simple. Seeing the light of wisdom in her eyes, that is, only a wise man who has devised a strategy to win 1,000 miles can see through everything. Strong analytical skills, even Marshal Sengoku cannot ignore her opinion. What? The fruit of light is okay to say, this kid is just a user of Rokushiki, and the Taoist value is only 2,000, how powerful can it be? Akainu, who once knelt down to Lu Chengkong, said with disdain first. His eyes were full of contempt for Lu Chengkong. Akainu, if you still look at him with this kind of vision, then one day you will die in his hands. You think it will be so easy for someone who can be seen by that adult, since Khalifa has the fruit of light, then you think this man will not have a strong fruit ability. Crane reprimanded Admiral Akainu without giving any face at all. Akainu's face immediately flushed red. Obviously his emotions had affected his judgment. Otherwise he would never have said such an idiot. Thinking about it and knowing that one has bright fruits, then will it be bad to be with her? It's more terrifying than Khalifa. It's true that the fruit of light is very powerful, but at least we know that even if we encounter any emergencies, we can have a targeted strategy, but this kid has been hiding himself so far. Ability not to let us know. Don't tell me you don't know what that means. Crane said without giving Akainu a chance to continue. You mean that this kid didn't trust us from the very beginning when he saw us, and even said he was guarding us, so that he could keep a whole card when he left Marine. It was really scary. At that time, he seemed to be only 6 years old. It's terrifying to have such a scheming. If this child is immortal, he will be a terrifying existence in the future. Sengoku also realized the seriousness of the matter and his face was very ugly. It's useless to say this now. We can only see one step at a time. Compared with these, I think the most important thing is the attitude of the adult. We just don't know what her attitude is, otherwise we don't have to do that. Passive. Kuzan thought for a while and said his opinion lazily. Continue to spy on him, but you must not let him find out. It's better to find out if he has eaten devil fruit, or know his fruit ability. Sengoku took out a phone bug and instructed to go on. And then they had to break up the meeting. Do their own thing. Akainu, I hope you calm down and don't lose everything in Marine because of your impulsiveness. Now he is still a member of Marine, at least on the surface. As long as he is still Marine, you can't mess around. Sengoku said when Akainu was about to leave, he suddenly opened his mouth and said, Akainu's temper he was very worried that he would mess up. I know what to do. Akainu growled through gritted teeth. And even left the marshal's office. This guy is still so irritable. Garp, why don't you talk all the time? Sengoku first let out a helpless sigh, and then he was a little surprised why Garp didn't speak anymore, so he looked over and suddenly saw something that made his eyes hot in one scene. The famous hero Garp actually fell asleep in such an important meeting. Bastard Garp, don't you know that this is the marshal's office? It's fine if you don't speak at such an important meeting. And you're still sleeping. I think you're going against me on purpose. A terrifying roar shook the world in an instant. The sound came from the marshal's office, and the sound was so loud that it spread throughout the entire Marine headquarters, causing some Marines to tremble and think that something major had happened. 70070 Boa Hancock. It's on the shelves on Thursday, that is, tomorrow, please support it a lot. By the way, from tomorrow to Sunday this week, that is, at least 5 updates a day for 4 consecutive days, everyone will do your best. Huh, Jabra, I thought you were dead, but I didn't expect you to recover so quickly. It's a miracle, let's go. Fukuro Otanashi, a small island not far from Eni's lobby, looked at the bandages all over his body. Jabra said softly. Go away, I won't die if you die. I'm very strong. How could a small Shichibukai kill me? Jabra looked a little embarrassed. After all, he didn't do much in this battle, but instead the first one was knocked down by K. It was a shame. It turns out that the wound on Jabra's body came from the wound, but it was hit by Crocodile's Desert Diamond Sword, so how did they survive in the original book? Lu Chengkong stood aside and looked at Jabra's belly. The wound thought strangely. Why are you so silent, Kaku, isn't it like you? Lu Chengkong suddenly realized that Kaku, who was on the side, rarely spoke, so he couldn't help but walk over and asked. Hey, it's hard to say. Kaku said with a deep look as if there was something unspeakable. Ah, I understand, it's hard to say a few words, so you can say a few more words. I think you can explain a few words clearly. Lu Chengkong also pretended to be ignorant of the world and asked. Puff. Hearing Lu Chengkong's words, everyone present couldn't help laughing, especially Kaku, who was still pretending to be deep just now, looked very strange like a duck pinched by his neck. Don't look at me like that, I'll be very shy. Lu Chengkong turned around and said as if I was shy and embarrassed. Vomit. Except for the people present after Khalifa who almost didn't spit it out, even Rob Lucci's facial paralysis had his Adam's apple rolling up and down. Obviously, he was not much better. Huh, no, I also want to collect the money. Lu Chengkong picked up the poster that fell from the sky and looked at the seagulls who had not left. He was a little speechless, but he was still not so bored as Nami for a little bit. Qian and a seagull argued and bargained, took out a Bailey from his pocket and threw it on it. The face value of this Bailey was enough to buy hundreds of such posters. The seagull immediately glanced at Lu Chengkong with a grateful expression. Then it flapped its wings and flew away. These seagulls are hard enough. The whole sea is flying around, especially the seagulls in the Great Waterway have to deliver newspapers in the face of their own harsh environment and weather. If you can help, please help. Lu Chengkong said with a little sigh, for the life in the world of One Piece, King of Pirates, what he admires most is not the strong, but the seagulls who are unknown and unnoticed, so he will never give money to seagulls because of their strength, but every time is to give 100 times as much Bailey. It is also because of this that Lu Chengkong and these seagulls who have met have a good relationship. He can receive any posters first. Obviously, these seagulls who know themselves have told other similar things about themselves. Otherwise, it will not be so effective. No, she actually came out, and she got a bounty of 80 million berry at one time, and this is the most chaotic era where pirates are constantly emerging. There is no one who can get such a bounty at one time, and now it actually appears. If Hancock was born in the Luffy era, it might have exceeded 100 million at a time. Lu Chengkong looked at Boa Hancock, Esme Yan like a flower on the poster, a high-altitude queen who ignored all life. Immediately in my heart, I thought of the lowly from 7 years ago, but a big change has taken place in comparison. What's wrong? I'm so fascinated, Is it her? Wow, she has changed a lot, such a beautiful woman. Although I knew she was beautiful when I saw her before, I didn't expect that she would be beautiful enough when she grew up. Upside down all beings. Khalifa on the side saw the strange expression on Lu Chengkong's face looking at this poster, so he couldn't help but walked over and looked down, and instantly remembered who this woman who has changed a lot was. Yeah, she is terrifyingly strong now. At the age of 19, she can already use the 3-color hockey very skillfully. I think she will soon become Shichibukai with her strength. With her strength at this time, she is in Shichibukai. Definitely in the top 3, Crocodile is sure to die if she meets her. Quote. Lu Chengkong remembered the Boa Hancock with Haki soaring to the sky in the original book. If she didn't make a move, she would be earth-shattering every time she made a move. Because of her own influence, she had no psychological shadows like Khalifa, but had a huge power to become stronger and a strong force. The strength of the two women in the heart of the writer is countless times stronger than the original. This is true of Khalifa, and the same is true of Boa Hancock. While seeing this poster of Boa Hancock, Lu Chengkong also remembered a promise he made to her. When she was famous, it was when she went to find her. The corners of his mouth couldn't help evoking a happy arc. She's really beautiful, will she fight with me? Maybe it's the influence of eating the fruit of light, and Lu Chengkong's moisturizing Khalifa is much more than the original Mei Yan. A beauty with two extremely contradictory temperaments. Just her back or her temperament is enough to make people fall under her pomegranate skirt, but Khalifa, who was very confident in herself at this moment, saw Boa Hancock's appearance after that. I felt a little less confident. Don't think about it, be confident in yourself. In my heart, you are as beautiful as her, and in fact you are. Lu Chengkong looked at Khalifa with a nervous and worried expression, but he didn't know what she was thinking. He immediately hugged her in his arms and comforted her a little funny. What Lu Chengkong said is also true. Khalifa is more beautiful than the original book, although there is still a little difference in appearance compared to Boa Hancock, but it is also a stunning stunner who turns all living beings upside down, plus she is in Lu Chengkong's heart. Unique existence, even if Boa Hancock is 10 times more beautiful in beauty, it can't be changed. I've thought about it too much, but she's really beautiful. Khalifa's worries disappeared when she saw Lu Chengkong's eyes full of unconcealed love and his sincere words. His mouth was still involuntarily admiring. Her beauty is unique, but so are you. There is no need to belittle yourself. You are you, she is her. There is no need to compare your weaknesses with others' strengths. You also have advantages that she can't match, such as you will give me. When Lu Chengkong said this, he deliberately said some secret things, which immediately made Khalifa blushed. In the end, he couldn't hold back the shyness in his heart and threw himself into Lu Chengkong's arms. After hearing Lu Chengkong's words, she didn't say anything. While thinking wildly, she also understood that although she was beautiful, she was invincible and incomparable in Lu Chengkong's heart. 71071 Lucci changes. Don't say it. Don't say anything shameful. I won't do it for you if you say it again. Khalifa covered her ears and buried her small head in Lu Chengkong's arms and said in a muffled voice. In fact, Lu Chengkong's size and stamina are really too perverted. Even if Khalifa uses the fruit of light to continuously treat his body for a long time, it will be useless, so Lu Chengkong's tinkering and Khalifa think that as Lu Chengkong the wife must satisfy her idea. With the double support of Khalifa's self-esteem, she gave up her shyness and began to serve Lu Chengkong's dragon with her red lips every night. Now when Lu Chengkong mentions it, of course she can't help it. Get shy. Jabra is pretty much better now. I didn't expect that they haven't seen their strength improve so much in a few months, especially Fukuro, who has improved so quickly despite healthy competition. It seems that in the future, the Straw Hat Pirates will face they are enough. Lu Chengkong thought to himself, he knew the character of the Empress very well from the original book. If he didn't go to her, that guy would definitely kill the Marine headquarters at all costs. Khalifa, let's go, it's time to honor Hancock's promise, otherwise she will rush to Marine headquarters desperately, and it will be troublesome then. I think you miss her very much. Lu Chengkong looked to the side. Khalifa said with a chuckle. Yeah, Khalifa is now relieved, no longer worried that Lu Chengkong will threaten her position because of Boa Hancock's reason. Being troubled by these feelings, these thoughts have been suppressed. Now that there is no emotional troubles, the thoughts in my heart suddenly burst out. Lucci, I have something to leave for a while. If the mission from the world government comes down, you can discuss with Kaku and Jabra, but I hope you remember that if the mission fails, you can come again. If you die, then it's really gone. Lu Chengkong said with a serious face. Rob Lucci nodded equally seriously when he heard the words. At this time, because of Lu Chengkong's words, he was a little awake. He didn't blindly trust the world government. He has learned to look at the world government with a scrutiny. So once he threatens the CP9 members, Rob Lucci will never do it. Then everyone, see you for a while. Listening to Lu Chengkong's voice, it seemed a little ethereal, as if he was going to be away for a long time, which was actually the case, because Lu Chengkong not only went to Boa Hancock this time, but also to learn hockey. After he experienced the battle with Shichibukai Crocodile, he found that he was too passive when facing the Fruit of Logia. If it wasn't for the restraint of the Fruit of Light of Khalifa, he and others would be considered too scheming. How could Crocodile not? It is impossible to win even in the eyes of yourself and others. So he knew it was time for him to learn hockey. He always had a feeling before that Rokushiki seemed to have some kind of flaw, and now he found more than one flaw in Rokushiki, because he had already discovered the first flaw, which was lack of the style of using hockey. People who use Rokushiki perfectly can face any strong person except Logia, but when facing Logia, they are very passive, so Lu Chengkong feels that it is time for him to develop the original book that does not exist in it. Or an ability other than Rokushiki that didn't appear. Although Hockey knew about it in his previous life, there was no specific method for cultivation, so when he saw Boa Hancock's bounty, he immediately thought of two places. The other place on Amazon Lily Island was Sky Island, and Amazon Lily Island was not to mention. All Lu Chengkong knows is the whole world of One Piece, King of Pirates. That is, only Amazon Island has a very complete hockey cultivation method, whether it is observation hockey, armament or conqueror, so he knows that he wants to. You have to go to this place to learn hockey, because Marine will never teach him. The second place is Sky Island. There are not many people who can use hockey, but there are some people who can use observation hockey. In addition to God, Enel, there are also the 4 priests and a little girl who knows the mind. As for Enel's heart net, it is even more advanced. The first 4 priests and the little girl's heart outline is equal to the shaved Lu Chengkong when he was a child. They are all half-finished products, and they are not really observation hockey. Only the level of Enel is the real observation hockey, and it is the kind of strong pervert. Since there are so many people in that place with this ability, of course he has to see it, and the oxygen above the Wanli High control is extremely lacking. The place is a good training place. How could Lu Chengkong miss it? Well, I don't think the two of them will come back for a while. He has a feeling that the two of them will leave here one day, and the speed of their strength improvement, I think when they come back here it will be stronger, and if we don't hold on tighter, the distance will become wider and wider. Rob Lucci said to the people around him immediately after seeing Lu Chengkong and Khalifa out of his sight. Lucci, don't worry, I will definitely surprise them when they come back. He is not the only one who will become stronger, in the words of Chengkong. Kaku said confidently, but unfortunately he hasn't. After a while of confidence, the complexion went down. But Kaku, did your hemorrhoids heal so quickly? Will such a fierce battle cast a shadow on the hemorrhoids? Let's go. Obanashi Fukuro suddenly opened the zipper on his mouth and said softly. Asshole, I've said many times that I'm not hemorrhoids, and even hemorrhoids were more than 7 years ago, and all the hemorrhoids are already healed. What are you talking about? Aren't you trying to get along with me? Kaku's face was blue and purple, and he looked at the strange eyes when people around him looked at him, especially Jabra, who was already laughing like no one else, and immediately asked Kaku to chase Fukuro to fight. Maybe you're right, their lives are the most important. Rob Lucci stood aside and looked at everyone in CP9 with a happy smile on his face. He couldn't help but feel better, and thought to himself. Road. What? You said those 2 guys left. Do you know where they went? When Sengoku knew that Lu Chengkong and Khalifa had left, in the office of the Marine Headquarters Marshal, he immediately took all Admiral and Garp, Crane call out. Come over to discuss strategies. I don't know, because the two of them have a good relationship with the other members of CP9, so we didn't ask the people from CP9 in order not to panic, so we still can't find out where they are. The words made Sengoku's face very ugly. 72072 Hancock. S. Wisdom, on the shelf, everyone stand up. I think I know where the two of them went. Crane said suddenly. Everyone's eyes were focused on her for a moment, even Kaku. Vivi opened his closed eyelids. The two of them should have seen this little girl's reward, so he went to find her. Crane said while laying down the reward in front of Sengoku, beautiful, powerful, noble, and cold. The appearance of Boa Hancock appeared in front of everyone. She, Kizaru, who didn't go to Sabayati Archipelago, said blankly, but Akainu's face turned blue, because he remembered clearly that he knelt down to this woman when he was a child, which was a shame for him. You didn't go to Sabayati Archipelago. I don't know, there were 5 people who were with Lu Chengkong at the beginning, but I now guess that only 3 were selected by the adult, and the other 2 were just the sisters of this woman, who were kidnapped. Follow them along the way. Crane's eyes were filled with the light of wisdom, and he eloquently analyzed. No, it's troublesome now. Sengoku, Akainu, Kizaru, Kuzan, and even Garp opened their eyes and exclaimed. With that man's head, he absolutely refused to find his own shortcomings after facing Crocodile. After he went to Boa Hancock, he absolutely knew about hockey. This woman is the owner of Conqueror Hockey and has the qualifications of a king, so Lu Chengkong and Khalifa will definitely not bad. Even Hockey, who is probably the chosen one among millions of people, is someone who has the aptitude of king above people. Sengoku's face is now ugly and scary. He knew very well that the relationship between Lu Chengkong and the 3 of them was absolutely good, but he never thought that Boa Hancock was actually the queen of Amazon Lily Island. Before, he had always focused on Lu Chengkong and Khalifa and ignored it for a while. With the attention to Boa Hancock, and Boa Hancock has not been very low-key all the time, now it is a sensation when it comes out. In this extremely chaotic era, he was able to get a bounty of 80 million berry for the first time, and he was also the owner of Conqueror Hockey. If Lu Chengkong was asked to find her, based on their relationship, Lu Chengkong and Khalifa would definitely know regarding the hockey thing. When the time comes to learn the use of hockey and their growth rate, even Marine Admiral will no longer be afraid, and it will be uncontrollable at that time. Crane, what do you think we should do? Sengoku's face changed constantly, and the look that was a little obscene became even more ugly and unsightly. What else can I do? Don't you want to send Admiral to kill the 2 of them? The only thing you can do now is to repair the relationship between the 2, and at the same time bless the 2 of them that they are not the owners of Conqueror Hockey, or that they will not learn hockey. The Crane's voice was also bitter. It was the first time in many years that Marine was so useless. Even in the face of Roger, Whitebeard, Golden Lion and others, Marine has never been in such a situation, but now how could they be in a good mood for the few weak Lu Chengkong people who were restrained everywhere? Hey, it's really passive. Sengoku was silent for a long time and finally he could only hold back such a sentence. In the end, it was nothing like before, but he still kept a bit of luck in his heart, and hoped that it was really like what the Crane said. They don't have the qualifications of kings, or they can't learn hockey. It's normal for him to think so. The world of One Piece, King of Pirates is so big and there are so many people, but how many can learn hockey? How many strong people can use hockey? There are a few who have the aptitude of a king and can grow up smoothly and learn how to use Conqueror, so it is normal for him to have this fluke in his heart. After all, hockey is not so easy to learn, especially those with the aptitude of kings. It is more difficult for these people to learn hockey. It can be said that the higher the level of hockey, the more difficult it is to learn. It is no less difficult to be familiar with using Conqueror. God, how many people can achieve the level of Roger, Whitebeard, and Golden Lion? Even Luffy, who is under the full teaching of Hades 2 years later, is only able to release hockey initially. Facing real powerhouses such as Admiral level still has no significant effect. Not to mention the extremely depressed Sengoku at this time, the Snake Princess who just returned to the Amazon Lily Island from the expedition at this time is also about to become the Pirate Queen, and the glamorous tyrant Boa Hancock is very excited to see the bounty he bought from the seagull. After so many years after waiting for so long, she kept exercising and desperately improving her strength. In order to learn how to use Conqueror, she almost died several times because of the promise she made at the beginning. Now she has done it, and what she is waiting for is his arrival. Is he coming? I haven't seen him for so many years, I don't know how he is now. Why hasn't he come for so long? My bounty has been out for about a month. Did something happen to him or he was killed by marine or a pirate? Boa Hancock's complexion began to change drastically when he thought of this, making Boa Sonda Sonia and Boa Marigold, who had become very huge, a little speechless when they saw it. After so many years, the eldest sister still misses the man who has only known each other for a day, but although they don't care on the surface, the two of them actually remember the events of that night very clearly. They really can't imagine how the three sisters would be, so they don't have much resentment that their eldest sister, whom they respect and love the most, will miss a man so much. Back in the palace of Amazon Lily Island, Boa Hancock, who was leaning on the bed with a graceful posture, his face changed constantly, sometimes sweet, sometimes happy, sometimes looking forward, sometimes worried, sometimes angry, and let Gu Luoli on the side beat saw. 9 Snake Island. There was a very bad premonition in the heart of the former emperor of the previous generation. The aptitude of Snake Princess is the best among the queens of all dynasties. More importantly, the current Snake Princess has a strong heart, and the heart that desires to become stronger is more powerful. It is not found in the original work, so whether it is aptitude, mood, or luck, Snake Princess is simply the most perfect queen, so I don't want Snake Princess to have any bad situation. Did she also have that disease? Is it troublesome now? As far as I know she has never had sex with any man, and she is so arrogant that any man can get into her eyes. Is it because Boa Sandersonia has no intention of it before? The person mentioned in Gu Meliusa thought of this, and she actually had a shocking killing intent towards Lu Chengkong. He would never allow a perfect queen like Boa Hancock to have any flaws, and she would not allow her to die in lovesickness. So the land had killing intent towards Lu Chengkong, but unfortunately, Boa Hancock, who was already powerful now, immediately discovered the change in Gloriosa. 73073 Challenge the Windless Belt. What do you want to do? You want to kill him and say how on earth did you know of his existence? Boa Hancock's position as an empress is not just based on her beauty and strength. Her kingship is not that simple. Gu Luo, after she saw the changes in Li Yusa, she actually guessed Guluoli Yusa's thoughts clearly in an instant. Although the gap between anime and reality is really big, anime infinitely magnifies the good side, infinitely shrinks the bad side, infinitely strengthens the protagonist, and completes the supporting role to set off the existence of the protagonist, but in the real world, there is no such thing as the so-called supporting roles, and protagonists can only be said of the strong and the weak. At least the original book does not reflect the wisdom of Boa Hancock as the queen, but think about it, if Boa Hancock is so successful, then she is the protagonist instead of Luffy. So simple. Sheji, you have to know that you are the queen of 9 Snake Island, and everything you do is related to the future of 9 Snake Island. Gu Luoli can usually give in when it comes to 9 Snake Island, but once it is related to 9 Snake Island, the absolute position is absolutely very firm. So what? I only know that if it weren't for him, I would not be an empress but a slave of Tenryubito. When I needed help most, it was not the people from 9 Snake Island who came to save me, nor you, the former emperor. Bring someone to save me. Empress decides to do what no one can stop, let alone you outdated emperor. Boa Hancock said, but there was no face for Glorori to beat Saw. At this time, she was more noble, arrogant, and domineering than the original book. In the original book, it was because of Tenryubito's reasons and influence that she was arrogant and liked to dominate others, so her arrogance in the original book had a feeling of lack of confidence. They just didn't notice it. But the current Snake Girl is not comparable to the original Snake Girl, but she is a perfect powerhouse, without any flaws in her mood. She speaks with an innate arrogance and domineering, just like a supreme emperor. The emperor is generally, and absolutely does not allow others to disobey her, so she is extremely domineering when she speaks at this time, and she is full of confidence, no matter who she is facing. You, Glori's face changed after beating Saw, and she wanted to say something, but she has known Boa Hancock's temper for so many years. Once she gets angry, no one can stop it, and she also knows that Boa Hancock is right. After she was captured, Nine Snake Island did not send anyone to save them, and the relationship between the three sisters and Lily Island caused a crack, and this huge crack is not so easy to mend. HMPH, if he has anything, I want all of you to bury him with him. Boa Hancock said in an icy biting tone, at the same time as if to show how determined he was. He even used Conqueror Haki. The powerful Haki instantly shrouded the hole in the room. The pressure caused by the terrifying aura, even the former Emperor Gloriosa changed his face. She did not expect that man to have such a high status in Boa Hancock's heart, so high that she could completely give up the 9 snakes. Everything about the island. Just when Boa Hancock broke out Conqueror Haki because of Lu Chengkong's affairs, Lu Chengkong and Khalifa were on the Marine's ship and came to the windless belt of 9 Snake Island, but facing the sea in front of him, countless huge shadows appeared on Lu Chengkong and others. Can only stop. Khalifa, it seems that we can only use Moonstep to pass. Lu Chengkong looked at the sea in front of him, and there were even a few sea kings that were relatively close to him and others. Immediately use Renkyaku Tempest Kick to kill these sea kings. The class has been wiped out. The current Lu Chengkong is not comparable to the strength when he went to find Juliana before. With one move, Renkyaku Tempest Kick killed a few sea kings in an instant, and even cut the sea. Although our strength is much stronger than before, we don't know how far the windless belt is from Lily Island. If we stop halfway, it will be very dangerous. Do you really want to go? Why don't we find a way to notify the Hancock inside, let her come out and save us? Although Khalifa misses Boa Hancock very much, it is nothing compared to Lu Chengkong's safety. Hee, the strength of our old friends has far surpassed us. It would be too embarrassing if we couldn't even overcome this obstacle, and this is an opportunity for us. Back then, under the moon step, my fruit ability broke through. Now, I already had a flash of light when I fought with Kigo Kettle. I didn't know when it was time before, but now I know, that is the return of life, and I want to understand life under the oppression of external pressure. Return it. Lu Chengkong said this in a very firm tone, which made Khalifa nod helplessly. And don't forget that we are no longer what we used to be. In addition to Rokushiki, we also have fruit ability. Only under great pressure will our strength increase rapidly. This time you don't use the speed of light to move. We can definitely succeed. We can even defeat Shichibukai. Are we still afraid of a windless belt? Lu Chengkong said arrogantly, and immediately infected Khalifa beside him. She was also worried and confused, concerned about Lu Chengkong's safety. She lost her usual calmness and wisdom. Okay, nothing can stop us from joining forces as husband and wife. Khalifa said with a happy and determined face, holding Lu Chengkong's left hand. That's right, let's go. Without a word, Lu Chengkong stepped on the air and floated into the sky with his powerful explosive foot force. Khalifa on one side did the same, closely following Lu Chengkong's side, stepping over with Moon Step. The two of them are the number one in the world of One Piece, King of Pirates. Reversal mirror image. Lu Chengkong stretched out his hand and tapped on Khalifa's body. His eyes twinkled. One mirror image was Khalifa, the other was himself at the same time, and he also used Moonstep to follow him. By the way, I forgot, let's talk about the reversal and mirror image of the mirror image fruit. There are also restrictions. If you want to reverse the mirror image of the opponent's strength must not exceed twice your own. Otherwise, the mirror image created will not have the strength of the opponent's body, but the strength of the own body. However, the fruit ability can still be used, which is the limitation of reversal and mirror image. Once it exceeds twice, then the object of the percentage of strength of the reversed mirror image will change from the strength of the other party to the percentage of own strength. The stronger the ability, the more limited it is. This is normal. Otherwise Lu Chengkong touched Whitebeard and reversed a Whitebeard's mirror image. Isn't that invincible? Khalifa, you don't need to use your fruit of light on me, use it on yourself. Now we are breaking through separately. you have to break through the inherent realm of the fruit of light. I want to understand the return of life. Don't worry about me. Lu Chenggong finished talking to Khalifa immediately after entering the battle state. That mysterious feeling came again, and at the same time Lu Chenggong's eyes had turned pitch black, and for a moment Lu Chenggong felt as if he had entered an ethereal state. 74074 Breakthrough. This state is really strange. At this time, Lu Chenggong only felt that his spirit covered all parts of the body, organs, and even cells, as if he could control every part of his body, even cells, as long as his thoughts moved. Become a member's own weapon. It's this feeling, life is returned, and you have complete control over every part of your body, from organs to small cells. Every place can be turned into a weapon to use rokushiki, and even a single hair can become as hard as iron. The weapon. Lu Chenggong's expression remained the same, giving people a feeling of loneliness as if the sky were falling apart, as if at this moment even the sky was falling apart and the earth could not change the color of his eyes. I finally understand, the secret of returning life. This is no longer a simple inner body cultivation. Just like hockey, it is already a spiritual cultivation, dispersing one's spiritual consciousness to the cells, internal organs, hair, toenails of the whole body. The hair on the pores can all be manipulated freely. Just imagine how terrifying the hair on the whole body can be. Even the hair on the pores can become weapons. Those who use the return of life in the original work only realize the return of life of the semi-finished product, and even the return of life the lowest level has not been reached, otherwise the strength is definitely not only that. Quote. For a moment, Lu Chenggong only felt that an invisible door was open to him, and there was endless profound knowledge that could make him stronger. It was just waiting for him to go in and dig and integrate into one. Although it is very difficult to comprehend the return of life, even if I know the methods and mysteries now, I have only reached the most preliminary level, distributing my spiritual consciousness to every part of the surface of my body, and everything in the internal organs of the body cannot be reached at all. Let alone small cells. If I can control cells, how strong my body will be. The premise to understand the return of life is to have a strong enough physique and will. Of course, the premise is to have a strong spiritual cultivation. Because of the long-term use of fruit ability, the spiritual power is also more and more powerful. When you exercise to a strong point, it will be easier to comprehend if you are exercising. Lu Chenggong thought to himself. Khalifa, let's go. Lu Chenggong's eyes were full of self-confidence, which made Khalifa on the side happy. She knew that Lu Chenggong should have realized the return of life, otherwise he would never show this way, and at the same time, a feeling of joy rose in his heart. This kind of competitive heart, the whole body immediately burst out with golden yellow and holy light, like the ancient saints, aloof and inviolable. Return of life, Kami-e martial arts. Lu Chenggong immediately used the same ability as the Kami-e martial arts used in Robluchi's original work. Not only that, the Kami-e martial arts Lu Chenggong used was more powerful than Robluchi's. Subtle, the speed of improvement is even greater, because what he needs now is to save physical strength and increase speed, and strength does not need to be strengthened. Is this the return of life? Khalifa on the side did not have Lu Chenggong's ability to comprehend anything in such a strange state that her eyes became pitch black, so she realized that she was more sleepy than Lu Chenggong. Yes, but it may be because of the fruit of light. Khalifa's aptitude seems to have become better than before. Her aptitude was very good before, but it is still a little worse than Robluchi. Yes, but now it is not only not worse than Robluchi, but even better. So in the end, Lu Chenggong and Khalifa can only attribute these credits to the fruit of light. In fact, it is the same. The divine power of light has washed Khalifa's entire body and even his spiritual soul. Ability development and improving Khalifa's aptitude will get better and better, and the soul and body will become more and more pure. Of course, it is 1,000 miles in a day to practice. It is far from what it used to be. It can be said that Khalifa's aptitude and cultivation speed are accelerated with the improvement of the ability of the fruit of light. And it is this special ability that makes the mysterious girl continue to appreciate it. Therefore, Khalifa sometimes finds that his body is covered with unknown black viscous substances. Those are the impurities in his body and soul that have been excluded by the power of light, but Khalifa himself does not know it, but time after a long time, she also discovered this mystery more often. After all, she is not a fool. I seem to be able to do it too. Khalifa saw Lu Chengkong's changes, and a sense of enlightenment suddenly rose in his heart, as if his brain was suddenly stimulated, and his potential was triggered, and the light on his body became even more intense. The dazzling and holy, Khalifa's body began to change. It became more slender and thinner than before, and the chest was full because the body became more slender, and the waist became more gigantic, as if it was going to burst at any time. Clothes broke through normally, and at the same time, the distance that had been opened a little bit quickly closed back. Although everyone has their own advantages and strengths, I have that unknown mysterious state, and Khalifa also has the bright fruit of continuous improvement of aptitude and cultivation speed. This is what Li Bai said about losing my talent. Will it be useful? Lu Chengkong thought about it for a while, and then he thought about these thoughts in the later stage, and his mind moved. Bathing light. Khalifa's mirror clone immediately used the ability to restore physical strength and eliminate physical fatigue on the main body, but unfortunately only 1/10 of the main body's effect, but even so, it should not be underestimated. The most important thing is this ability. The potential is terrifying. Don't look at the abnormal ability of reversal mirror image. The more powerful the ability consumption or restriction, the greater the time of existence of this reversal image mirror is only 1 minute. This is only after the ability of Lu Chengkong's fruit has been improved so much compared to both. With such an effect, if it was only in the past, it might exist for more than 10 seconds. Not only that, the consumption caused by the reversal and mirrored clones using their main body's ability is all supported by Lu Chengkong's main body, so the consumption of the clones summoned by this ability will be so great, and the time of existence will be like this. The shortness is exactly the same. Although Khalifa's clone can continue to use this ability on himself, the premise is that Lu Chengkong's mental power can support the required consumption, otherwise this Khalifa clone can't use her body's fruit ability at all. But fortunately, the avatar of the mirror image and the mirror avatar of the main body summoned by Lu Chengkong also have one thing in common, that is, unlimited physical strength, which is very terrifying for the strong physical skills. It is very terrifying under the blessing of physical strength, so although Khalifa's clone cannot use her abilities infinitely, she can use her unique Rokushiki indefinitely. That is the so-called fly in the ointment. There is no perfect ability. As long as you continue to complement it with your own efforts, the ability of the fruit can eventually reach infinitely close to perfection. 75075 Margaret. Is that Nine Snake Island, or Amazon Lily Island? Although it is very big, it is like a small kingdom, and there are definitely some huge secrets hidden in it, just like Hockey's cultivation method. Lu Chengkong continued to bathe the light. Although his head became heavier and heavier, his eyes were still full of energy, and there was no sign of exhaustion. This can fully reflect how strong and strong his will is. Come on, the body is about to reach its limit. Lu Chengkong said to Khalifa, who was also similar to himself. Although he was very determined to withstand the fatigue of his body would collapse if he kept it like this for a long time. After all, his body is not like a rubber man, so he can only clench his silver teeth and increase the speed of moon step to the extreme for a moment, rushing towards the island ahead. The light of the bath restores me, my ability breaks through. Khalifa snorted coldly. The golden light, which had already become dull due to long-term use, seemed to be blessed by some kind of blessing. The dazzling, destructive rays of light, all the fatigue of the already very tired body seemed to be forcibly removed for a moment. The body returned to its heyday, the speed suddenly increased, and in an instant, it crossed the distance in the middle and came to the island of 9 snakes. Superior. I'm really exhausted, but the harvest is really huge. Lu Chengkong's face was ecstatic, although his physical strength had reached the limit. Now after landing, the huge pain from the muscles around his body made him grin, but compared to the harvest these are but trivial existence. Yeah, now I can be invincible even against Kigo Kettle in a short period of time, and if we join forces, we can even defeat him. Khalifa is also full of ecstasy and said that although in a one-on-one situation, he will lose to Khogokdal, but if he joins forces with Lu Chengkong and the ability of the mirror fruit to sneak attack, then defeating Khogokdal is definitely not the case. The problem, if it is to prove the battle, it can only remain undefeated in a short period of time at most, or even gain the upper hand, but it is difficult to escape a defeat after a long time. After all, the gap between frontal combat and sneak attack is very huge. Who are you? Huh? Why are you different from me? Is this the man Kikyo's sister said? It looks so strange. Just as Lu Chengkong and the two were recovering from the enormous physical strength, a young voice suddenly remembered that a loli who looked similar to Lu Chengkong came out, but of course it was not as good as Lu Chengkong in terms of development. At most, it is about the same as a 14 or 15-year-old girl. At this moment, this Lolita, who has the same golden hair as Khalifa, is looking at Lu Chengkong with a curious and scrutinizing look at the difference between Lu Chengkong and herself, and she is surprised when she speaks, but her appearance is very cute. You can already tell when you are a beautiful embryo at a young age, and when you grow up, you will definitely be a stunning stunner. Ah, Nine Snake Island is forbidden for all men to enter. Once found, they must be killed. Suddenly, Loli, who was like a little sheep just now, pulled out a sharp arrow from the quiver tied behind her thigh and pointed it towards Lu. Shooting from the sky, Khalifa didn't attack because she was a woman. Quick flash. Lu Chengkong's face changed. He already remembered who this Loli was. Margaret, in the original book, she helped Luffy a lot, and she was a very kind-hearted person, but if you underestimate him because of this, if you do, then you will be miserable. You must know that his arrows can only be dodged even if Luffy is not hockey. People who don't know hockey will die very badly. Boom. Sure enough, the place where Lu Chengkong was standing just now had a bomb blast. Although it was not as powerful as the original, it was possible to use hockey initially. It was indeed a Nine Snake Island where all the people were soldiers. It is no wonder that there is no library in Boa. Before K became Shichibukai, the Marine headquarters did not come to capture this place. Everyone was a user of hockey. Even a strong attack would have to pay a huge price. It led to the comprehensive strength of Nine Snake Island becoming stronger and stronger. Hiss tilde, Khalifa looked at this and couldn't help taking a breath. It wasn't the destructive power of this arrow that made her so out of shape. The destructive power caused by their Rokushiki fruit ability was more powerful than this, countless times bigger. What really surprised her was that at the moment just now, she actually had a feeling that if she was hit, the elementalization would be ineffective. She knew very well that this feeling was definitely not an illusion, but a real existence. Although, those who don't master hockey are not really high-end combat power, first-class powerhouses. Khalifa only believed Lu Chengkong's words at this moment. Hockey's destructive power seems to be far less than that of many fruits. Especially Logia. But in the real battle, those with fruit abilities will undoubtedly lose in the face of hockey users. The more advanced the hockey practice is, the more terrifying the person is. You can see from Whitebeard. In the case of serious injury, he defeated Admiral-level Akainu in 2 attacks. If it is one-on-one, 3 Admiral is not a one-on-one enemy of Whitebeard. Khalifa, don't do it. I want to try hockey's ability. Personal experience is the best way to learn. Lu Chengkong looked at Khalifa, who was about to shoot, and said immediately, although he was very tired, but in a short time still recovering a certain amount of physical strength, and the other party's body training is not at home except hockey, so it is not a threat to himself. Yeah, Khalifa heard the words and nodded immediately. She also understood Lu Chengkong's thoughts, so she also stood aside, but her eyes were fixed on Lu Chengkong, thinking that she was planning if something happened to Lu Chengkong. She immediately took action. With the fruit of light, her body was not tired at all. Instead, she was mentally fatigued because of the repeated use of the fruit. Therefore, her strength did not decrease in any way. This is the horror of the fruit of light. Place. Other Logia fruits are at most both offensive and defensive, and there is also an elementalization for evasion, but Khalifa is both offensive and defensive at the same time. Recovery, speed, durability, evasion, and movement. And it is precisely because of this that she is qualified to be praised by the mysterious girl. HMPH, don't underestimate me, I'm an elite warrior of Amazon Lily Island. Margaret suddenly felt that she was underestimated, her small nose wrinkled, she snorted softly, and said delicately, but she was angry. The puffy look doesn't look fierce, and some are just cute. Really? Then you can show me your strength. Lu Chengkong also came and joined. This blonde loli is also a bit interesting, but the more important thing is her. 76076 The audience is sluggish. A minute later, Lu Chengkong had already subdued the blonde loli, but he didn't do any harm to her, he just exhausted her physical strength. Lu Chengkong just shaved, Cami E and Moon step rotating and moving around her. He didn't use any attack skills, but his eyes were focused on Hockey, who was watching Margaret, hoping to see some clues from her. It's a pity that Lu Chengkong, who has never used Hockey and has not awakened Hockey, has no clue at all except that he knows what Hockey is, until Margaret shoots all the arrows on her quiver. Only after that did Lu Chengkong stop. HMPH, can't you look at it? Margaret pouted and stomped her feet unhappily. Why do I look down on you? Lu Chengkong, who was a little annoyed at first, said a little strangely when he heard Margaret's words. It seems that he has never hurt you, right? You have it, otherwise why don't you attack me? You only know how to dodge, don't you look down on me? After all, the blonde loli is still young, not her 10 years later, and her tone is actually kind of coquettish. The taste is here. Okay, since you want me to attack you so much, then I'll attack you. Hearing this, Lu Chengkong's mouth corners VV raised, shaved and silenced instantly disappeared in place, before the blonde loli had time to react. In front of her, an index finger exuding a breath of death slid straight into her head. What's wrong, stupid? When Lu Chengkong's index finger was about to pierce Margaret's head, he stopped and just clicked on her little head, but it was the first time he was so close to death. Margaret, who was full of fear, finally had a layer of water mold on her beautiful big eyes, obviously looking like she was about to cry. Hey, it's very bad for you to be like this. I was hiding from you just now and you said that I looked down on you. Now I attack you and you cry again. Is this the strength of the elite warriors of Nine Snake Island? Lu Chengkong didn't have a good way to deal with the girl's crying, so in the end he could only provoke her. I didn't cry. You are not allowed to insult the soldiers of Nine Snake Island. I'm still young now. When I grow up, I will definitely beat you all over the place. But the effect is still very good. Margaret's tears evaporated immediately, and she stood up and said fiercely. Then I'll wait for you to hit me, but before that, you should take me to Hancock, the queen of your Nine Snake Island. Lu Chengkong waved his hand indifferently and said. What? You dare to call Lord Snakeji's real name directly? You are going to live, shut up. Margaret's pretty face changed. She was kind-hearted and knew that Lu Chengkong had been letting her just now. She didn't have any intention to hurt her. So based on the idea that you are good to me and I am good to you, Margaret jumped up and covered Lu Chengkong's mouth to prevent him from continuing to speak. At the same time, her small head he glanced around and found that no one was there before he breathed a sigh of relief, but this posture seemed very ambiguous. Okay, now you don't believe what I say, let's go, take me to see Hancock. Lu Chengkong knew that for the people of Nine Snake Island, there was no difference between men and women and no scruples, but it's not good to hold such a 14 or 15-year-old girl by Khalifa's side. After all, it's even worse when Hancock thinks he has any special hobbies, so Lu Chengkong's fans put Margaret from his body. Come down and let her lead the way. But Margaret was still young after all. Lu Chengkong didn't do anything to her before, but made her a little girl with a purer mind than in the original book, and she knew it very well. Snakeji hates men very much, and if she takes this person who she likes to her, she will be doomed. Don't worry, since I dare to find her, there is my barrier, so don't worry, lead the way. Lu Chengkong smiled kindly, his tone was very easygoing, whether he was from the original book or from the original now I love it from the bottom of my heart. Okay. In the end, Margaret could only nod her head, and she could only laugh bitterly in her heart. Can I still stop you if you are courting death? But although she thought so in her heart, she was also thinking about what she would do if Lord Snakey really wanted to kill the man in front of her. Boa Hancock's castle, even though they had their own ideas. Ah, what is that, such a strange person? Margaret, how did you bring this strange person back? A very tall woman said to Margaret in front of her. He's a man, and he said he wanted Lord Snake. Margaret was indeed a good boy, she said truthfully. You bastard, do you know what you're talking about? Don't you know the taboo of 9 Snake Island? It's already a capital crime if you don't kill you when you meet a man, and now you're bringing him back. How many times do you want to die? As the captain, the Kikyo said with a hateful expression. But he said he knew Lord Snake. Margaret's face was full of grievances after being reprimanded so harshly by the captain, and her voice became quieter. Didn't I tell you many times that humans outside are very cunning? Especially men, they are. Just when Kikyo was about to teach Margaret a lesson on the spot, Lu Chengkong had no choice but to come out and stop him. After all, the feeling of being ignored is not very good. Okay, don't scold her. I also know the taboos of 9 Snake Island, but if your Lord Snakey wants to kill me later, just stand and watch. Lu Chengkong said nothing at all. Giving Kikyo time to break out, he immediately yelled at the very tall building ahead. Hancock, if you don't come out, your old friend will be beaten to death by your subordinates. Oh my God, he's tired of living. He actually dared to call Mrs. Sheji's real name in public. He really won. In an instant, the warriors of 9 Snake Island, who had come over and watched Lu Chengkong and others vigilantly with bows and arrows, they exclaimed as if the pot had exploded, and Kikyo was worried that the Snake Princess would blame Margaret in order to save Margaret's life, so she shot it immediately, but just pressed the button just when she was about to shoot. The scene made her stunned. Not only she, but also all the women on 9 Snake Island that she saw nearby were stunned. Damn, you dare to kill Empress's savior, are you tired of living? As soon as Lu Chengkong's voice came out, Boa Hancock's beautiful voice covered by Conqueror Haki immediately floated out from the castle, and the powerful aura passed by. Some weaker women were immediately suffocated and fainted. 77,077 Hancock reunited. Wearing a cheongsam, revealing a slender white leg, this beautiful leg alone is enough to make all men fall for it. Boa Hancock is indeed a comprehensive powerhouse, and his speed is terrifying. In the blink of an eye, even Lu Chengkong only felt in front of him. As soon as she spent it, she was already in front of her. Such a fast speed, such a strong explosive force, as expected of Shichibukai, this is the real first-class powerhouse. Lu Chengkong's eyes narrowed and he thought in surprise. Okay, Hancock, forget it. After all, I violated the rules of your 9 Snake Island. Let's forget about this. Lu Chengkong was also very moved when he saw Boa Hancock with awe-inspiring killing intent. After knowing each other for a day, Boa Hancock, who has been apart for many years, would behave like this because of his own words. It would be false to say that he was not moved. Hey, you are all gone. You are a member of the 9 Snakes Pirates from today. This is your reward for bringing your friends from Empress. Boa Hancock understood the origin of the matter under Lu Chengkong's explanation. Immediately afterwards, she showed a clear reward and punishment, and said to Margaret, who was standing on the side and was still in extreme shock. Ah, thank you, Lord Snake. Hearing Boa Hancock's words, Margaret regained her senses in shock, and immediately said in a trembling and excited tone, and her eyes were full of eyes when she looked at Lu Chengkong, unbelievable. She also thought that Lu Chengkong said it casually, but she didn't expect that he actually knew Lord Snakey, and seeing how familiar and nostalgic looks on their faces, it was obvious that they had a very good relationship. Okay, little sister, this is the so-called good people have good rewards. I'm waiting for you to beat me. Lu Chengkong was very satisfied with Margaret's expression, he said with a smile, and then went to Boa Hancock's meeting with Khalifa. Led to her residence. Wow, Margaret, you are amazing. You actually met a friend of Lord Snakey, and you can join the 9 Snake Pirates and fight with Lord Snakey at such a young age. I really envy me. Super long legs. After Boa Hancock left, she said with a look of envy and jealousy. Okay, this time, Margaret, you were lucky. I didn't expect that man to be a friend of Lord Snakey and also a savior. If that person is lying to you, then you are really dead. Next time you want to be careful not to mess around. Kikyo saw that the scene was a little chaotic and that the women in front of her were a little eager to try, worried that they would bring people back in the future and immediately die. Oh Tilda, the long-legged girl and others immediately dismissed this idea. After all, although they are not in the world, it does not mean that they are stupid. Of course, they know that if the people this time are those fake films outside, then Margaret will definitely it's dead. It can only be said that Margaret is lucky, and these things can't be imitated. Where have you two been all these years? I've been looking for you since I became the queen, but I couldn't find you. Boa Hancock asked with an excited expression immediately after bringing Lu Chengkong to his room. We entered the CF9, a secret intelligence agency directly under the world government, for death training. Now that we have achieved something, we came to you after seeing your bounty. Lu Chengkong not only spoke with a tone like a spring breeze. For a time, the three of them felt as if they had returned to the time period when they were children many years ago. Although they had known each other for a short time, they had established a very strong and profound friendship. Yeah, I was also surprised when I saw your bounty. I didn't expect that the girl who was mentioned as a slave would actually become the queen of Nine Snake Island, and her strength became so powerful. Khalifa, he said without any scruples. If it was someone else, even the former emperor, Boa Hancock would immediately freak out. But the words came from Khalifa's mouth, but she turned a blind eye, as if the person who said it was not her, so that Jiyu Luoli beat Sa on the side and shouted that it was unfair. She just mentioned it accidentally and was beaten once. Now this woman said it face to face and was so direct that nothing happened. Cough. Morning. The concubine never thought that she would have the qualifications of a king and be able to use conqueror haki. These are not thanks to the haki cultivation method left by the emperors of Nine Snake Island, whether it is conqueror, armament, or observation. Haki has a very detailed training method, so I can improve so fast. Boa Hancock, who was supposed to call himself empress, couldn't say it in front of Lu Chengkong and the two, and finally he could only call himself a concubine. Congratulations to you, but this time I came to you to ask you for something other than a simple retelling of the past. Lu Chengkong said that Khalifa on the side became serious. After all, this matter is related to Nine Snake Island interests. Even if the relationship between Boa Hancock and them is good, they may not be able to agree. After all, Boa Hancock is not only their good friend but also the queen of Nine Snake Island. What's the matter? Don't be so serious, the concubine will help you all that she can do. Boa Hancock said with a little amusing. If she was seen by outsiders at this time, she would definitely fall into a sluggishness and even cause a big earthquake. Is this still their proud, noble, powerful and glamorous Lord Snakey? You also know that we entered CF9. Currently, we are all tools of the world government, but Khalifa and I are all pursuing freedom and have no interest in becoming a tool. But once I leave CF9, the traitors of the world government will pursue them with all their strength. Killed. You also know that the original identity can't be concealed for a long time. We didn't touch Marine's interests before, so Marine turned a blind eye to Khalifa's little actions, but once Marine's interests are involved, I think these illusory scruples may be them. Wouldn't mind sending Admiral to kill me and Khalifa directly. So I want you to teach us how to use haki, or even just awaken haki. Lu Chengkong said seriously. What did I think it was? These trivial matters, wait. Just when Boa Hancock agreed immediately, Garoli Kusa, who had not spoken, immediately refused. Haki's cultivation method is the secret of our Nine Snake Island, and it is absolutely not allowed to leak, so please come back. Jiyu Luoli beat Shui and refused. Shut up Empress, now I'm the queen or you are the queen. Are you blocking what Empress is going to do? If you're wordy, I'll just leave Nine Snake Island. Boa Hancock's face darkened. He didn't expect the critical moment this guy actually ran out to make trouble, Didn't this make her humiliated in front of Lu Chengkong and Khalifa? Let me go, Sheji, you are the queen of Nine Snake Island. How can you do something harmful to Nine Snake Island? Let me go. It's a pity that Boa Hancock opened the window before she could finish speaking. Throwing it out, Boa Hancock even worried that she would come back too soon and used hockey to push her further away. Okay, don't worry about it. It's fine when she doesn't speak. These little things are on my shoulders. By the way, how long are you going to stay here? Boa Hancock clapped his hands and said casually. Like this suddenly it made Lu Chengkong and Khalifa speechless. 78078 Pride. It can't be more than a year. If it takes too long, it will be very troublesome. That's what I plan to do. After I learn hockey here, I will go back to Annie's lobby and then take a random mission and then go to Sky Island. Lu Chengkong was speechless. He still had to answer Boa Hancock's words, and he quickly said his plan without concealing it. The two of them were deeply moved by Boa Hancock's righteous help, especially Lu Chengkong. He knew very well how precious the hockey cultivation method of Nine Snake Island is. The entire One Piece King of Pirates world, even Whitebeard, does not have the hockey cultivation method. Even Luffy and Boa Hancock in the original book did not hand over hockey's cultivation method. Obviously, the matter of Tenryubito still has a great influence on the Boa Hancock in the original book, and the hockey cultivation method of Nine Snake Island is related to the best interests of Nine Snake Island. Boa Hancock can see how much she cares about Lu Chengkong and the two of them if she agrees directly without thinking about it. Compared with everything in the original book, Lu Chengkong and the two saved the three Boa Hancocks, and let them get rid of the fate of becoming slaves. For Lu Chengkong and the two Boa Hancock three sisters, they have always been grateful. In this way, Boa Hancock agreed so forthrightly, because to her, the people of Nine Snake Island gave up on her when she was most helpless, but Lu Chengkong and others rescued her when she was most helpless. The gap is too great to make up. In particular, Buluoli Beat Saw has never come to save her. That is, when she knew that she has the qualifications of conqueror, she did her best to cultivate her. The combination of these reasons caused Ju Snake Island in her heart and Lu Chengkong. The difference between the two is so huge. What? You left in just a year? That CF9 take me there when you leave, and I'll help you kill all those guys. Boa Hancock immediately spoke his thoughts and said terrifying words. But her tone was indifferent. Hee, CF9 is basically my people. I just want to go back to take the wealth of the world government. There are a lot of good things there. The merits we got for defeating Shichibukai's Kegokville before can be exchanged for a demon fruit, or a famous knife. If you don't take these things away, it will be too cheap for them. Don't worry, I will leave as soon as I go back, and we will have more opportunities to be together in the future. Lu Chengkong said with a light smile. Oh, you mean that you will come back here after you go back and take those things? Boa Hancock obviously misunderstood what Lu Chengkong meant, and said with joy on his face. No, Khalifa and I will go to Sky Island. There may be something we need there. Well, don't be like this. I didn't say I wouldn't go with you. Lu Chengkong looked at Boa Hancock with an emotional expression like a little girl. Said with a somewhat amused expression. That's great. Boa Hancock suddenly smiled, and Khalifa and Lu Chengkong also laughed after being infected by her smile. That night, Lu Chengkong and Khalifa stayed in Boa Hancock's room and had a long chat with her and her two sisters, telling each other what had happened over the years until they fell asleep late at night. Boa Hancock woke up the next day and found that he and a man had slept in his boudoir all night. Although they didn't hug each other and nothing happened, but even so, she still blushed. It's a pity that after noticing the appearance of Lu Chengkong and Khalifa at this time, he was actually very annoyed and felt a sense of grief in his heart. How could the two of them be like this, sleeping together and being so natural and sweet, are they both? At this moment, an idea appeared in her heart, and the appearance of this idea was like a seed usually buried deep in her heart. It took root and sprouted up in her heart at an alarming rate, even if she didn't think about it or admit it. The two of them have come together day and night. Boa Hancock thought that his face was a little haggard, and he lost his previous strength, but gave a kind of pitiful look to a wounded girl, which makes people bear it at first sight. He couldn't stop holding her in his arms and comforting her. Just when Boa Hancock didn't know what to do, a soft snort pulled her spirits back. She immediately put away these thoughts and organized herself as much as possible to keep herself the same as before, try to be as natural as possible. Get up, wash your face and then I'll teach you hockey. Although Boa Hancock tried to be natural, the smile on her face still gave a bitter feeling, at least Lu Chengkong could see it at a glance. What's going on? It's still fine. Why did I wake up like I'm very unhappy? I'm still wearing my clothes. I didn't do anything to her. How could this happen? Lu Chengkong thought with a puzzled look. After seeing the Khalifa in my arms after the film, I suddenly realized. It seems that Hancock has fallen in love with me, but it's too fast. I only knew her for 2 days. To make her fall in love with me. There was no slave scene in the original book, and I didn't beat Tenryubito. How did she like me? It's so weird. Lu Chengkong was very proud at the same time. After all, Boa Hancock's beauty is unquestionable. The female emperor of the pirate world has more powerful strength than in the original work. Elegant, graceful, full of breasts, willow waist, slender white and tender legs, any of them can make those women become attractive to men, not to mention that all these beautiful things are concentrated on her. If this is the case, then I can only accept it. Anyway, Khalifa's status is unchanged. Maybe in my heart, besides Khalifa, this woman is the most important to me. After all, I have experienced life and death when I was a child. And he is so loyal to himself. Lu Chengkong thought to himself while he woke Khalifa, washed his face, and led Boa Hancock to an open space. Okay, I'll teach you 2 hockeys from now on, but before that, I want you to be prepared. Hockey's practice can be said to be a life and death experience, if you don't have the determination to die. No, there is no failure. If you are determined to succeed, then I advise the 2 of you to give up. Boa Hancock said with a serious face when he transformed into a master at this time, and he couldn't help but think of the scenes when he was learning the 3-color hockey, and he couldn't help but fight a chill. 79079 Hancock's strangeness. We have dealt with death many times, but it is not possible to want my life for the time being. Come on, Lu Chengkong and Khalifa looked at each other and said in unison. Really? Since that's the case, let's start. Seeing that the 2 of them acted in such a consistent and tacit understanding, Boa Hancock was more certain of her previous guesses, and felt even more irritable, but in order to maintain her good image in front of Lu Chengkong, but it was abruptly suppressed. Then tell you 2 about hockey before that, which can be divided into observation hockey, armament hockey and hockey. The more special conqueror hockey. Observation hockey. Hockey senses the position and number of characters, and can even predict the opponent's movements. Armament hockey, if used for defense can be the hardest armor, can bounce off the opponent's attack, if used for attack can be the hardest blade. This kind of hockey can also ignore the fruit ability. This is in addition to finding the weak point of the fruit, the only hockey in the world that can crack the fruit ability, and armament hockey can be attached to some weapons to increase its destructive power, such as hockey wrapped around ordinary arrows to shoot stone. These 2 types of hockey, but the average person is too weak to notice if they don't practice, and these 2 types of hockey can be strengthened through practice. And the next is the 3rd type of hockey, conqueror hockey. This kind of hockey is quite special. It can be said that among millions of people there is only one person who has the hockey of the so-called chosen person, that is, the king's qualification, that stands above people. This type of hockey is a hockey formed by its own strength. It cannot be cultivated and improved, but the conqueror hockey will also be enhanced through the enhancement of its own strength. It can only be controlled. If it is not well controlled, it is best not to use it, because it will hurt yourself. Mastering all 3 kinds of hockey is not an overnight thing, and many people only focus on mastering one. Okay, all the explanations have been explained, and now I will show you, Khalifa, you are the ability of the Logia fruit, if you fight against you, you will be the one who can best reflect this effect and hit me with all your strength. Boa Hancock explained all 3 Haki abilities in one breath and then said to Khalifa. Okay. Khalifa didn't refuse either, because she knew that the best way to master Haki was to experience the mystery of Haki, so she didn't refuse to turn into a light and rush towards Boa Hancock directly. It's useless. This kind of light-like movement speed would be in a hurry if faced by an average strong person, but for me, who is familiar with using observation Haki, it's useless. I saw Boa Hancock shook his head. Her tone was extremely relaxed, and she didn't take this terrifying speed into consideration at all. While speaking, her footsteps moved, her body shifted a little to the left, just right to avoid the Shigan used by Khalifa at the speed of light. Finger pistol. How is that possible? Khalifa said with a look of disbelief after recovering, although she already knew in her heart that Boa Hancock was using the observation Haki she just said, but she said so, but she still couldn't believe it without experiencing it firsthand. But just now, she clearly saw that Boa Hancock had already reacted in advance before she shot, and she had shifted to the left before she moved. It was terrible. This is observation Haki, which senses the position and number of characters, and can even predict the opponent's movements. I just used this ability to avoid your attack, so come on, this time it's armament. Although Boa Hancock was very uneasy. Happy is very irritable, but he is disciplined in teaching, and he is simply the most severe teacher. Okay, the light of judgment. Khalifa's face sank, his hands were empty, and a dazzling golden holy light bloomed on his body, and then all the holy light on his body concentrated on the jade hand and shot at Boa Hancock in an instant. Broken. Boa Hancock's expression did not change. This time, he did not use observation Haki to predict the attack to dodge, but stood still. The moment the light of judgment hit her, an invisible layer of Haki covered her. It formed the hardest armor, and actually bounced Khalifa's light of judgment abruptly. This is armament Haki's defensive stance. When you're ready, you can elementalize or move at the speed of light, so that you can show armament Haki's attacking stance more clearly. I'm here, Boa Hancock said after seeing Khalifa immediately after entering the elementalization. Haki was placed on the jade hand, and it was a little bit away from the elementalized Khalifa. Boom. Khalifa's face changed, and her body that had been elementalized was instantly resolved. Not only did such a huge invisible force push her whole body out, but it was Boa Hancock's control of the power and Haki to the least. Otherwise Haki would become the hardest. The sharp blade then directly pierced Khalifa's body. Shaving. Lu Chengkong on the side immediately used shaving to come behind Khalifa and hug her body that was still flying backwards, but the huge force still pushed him back a good meter before stopping. What a powerful Haki. Boa Hancock, who is only 19 years old at this time, is definitely no worse than when he was 29 years old in the original book, or even worse. Even if Admiral encounters her, the possibility of being defeated is very high. Lu Chengkong couldn't calm down like a huge wave in his heart for a long time. Although he knew that if Boa Hancock hadn't fallen into Tenryubido's hands and became a slave, his strength would definitely be much stronger than the original, but he never thought it would be so much stronger. They really got together. How could my heart feel so uncomfortable? Khalifa is my good friend Lu Chengkong. Yes, I should be happy for them when they come together, but why does my heart feel so painful, as if being stabbed by a needle? Boa Hancock's face was a little pale, and his body was shaking a little, as if he was about to fall down at any moment. Lu Chengkong saw Boa Hancock's change and his complexion changed. He hugged Khalifa and came to Boa Hancock's side and directly supported her. What's wrong with you? Lu Chengkong really didn't know what was going on at this time. How could it be so serious that he was about to faint now? Even if she likes her, but she is already beside her, there is no reason to be lovesick. Concubine. Concubine doesn't know about it. I just know that my heart is very painful. Boa Hancock saw Lu Chengkong hug him, and watched with concern that his heart that had been stabbed miraculously recovered. Come here. At this moment, she feels as if she is wrapped in a warm spring breeze. Very comfortable, but she still points to the position of her heart very honestly. 8080 Khalifa, thoughts. Lovesickness. No, you can feel lovesick when you stand next to her, which seems to have exceeded the limit of lovesickness. Lu Chengkong looked at the pale face of Boa Hancock and the appearance of lovesickness in her original book. I was speechless after comparing. Then take a break first, at least take it slowly for a year. Don't worry, there is no problem with your body when you practice hockey, right? Khalifa also said worriedly on the side. Obviously she didn't know the inside story is that there is something wrong with Boa Hancock's body, and he has even used the holy light to treat Boa Hancock's body. It's okay, I'm better now, let's continue. Boa Hancock slowly stood up and found that he had recovered. Although it was a bit strange, he didn't pay much attention to it, and immediately resumed the topic just now. Finally, it's Conqueror hockey. This time, it's not only for you Khalifa, but also for you in the sky. Having experienced the baptism of Conqueror is very helpful to awakening hockey, and it can also improve the resistance to hockey, so you are ready. Boa Hancock looked ready at this time, and his previous morbidity was no longer at all, and he spoke powerfully, making Lu Chengkong very speechless. Come on. Speechless, Conqueror still has to feel it. After all, the benefits are so huge, and they can also improve their toughness, resistance, etc. Of course, such a good thing must be tried. This is Conqueror hockey. Boa Hancock's face sank. His eyes burst out with terrifying majesty, as if she was the Empress of the Sea, high above and unattainable. Lu Chengkong and Khalifa felt a very strong momentum in an instant. The oppression on the body is not only the oppression of the inner body, but also the oppression of the spirit. In an instant, they only feel that their heads have become a little confused. In the end, he fell to the ground in a very unsatisfactory state, but fortunately they had experienced the baptism of hockey, a mysterious girl who was called a pervert before, and his will was very strong, so even if he was unwilling, he still clenched his silver teeth and did not fall into a coma. Past. It's terrifying. We have no resistance just by releasing it. How can we fight against each other? It seems that I underestimate the world. Boa Hancock is at most Admiral level, and has not reached Roger or Golden Lion yet. Whitebeard, Garp, Sengoku, etc. But even if I release hockey, I have no resistance, and even Hancock has not released his full strength at this time. If he releases his full strength, he and Khalifa will definitely be suffocated and fainted immediately. Lu Zhongkong's face was pale, his body trembled constantly, and he barely recovered after several minutes. Is this the Conqueror? It's scary. It's as expected that only one person in a million can have it. Khalifa was also dripping with cold sweat, and said in a terrified tone. Strange. Boa Hancock looked a little weird at this time, especially when he looked at Lu Chengkong. What's wrong? My heart hurts again, Khalifa hurriedly asked after hearing this. I'm fine, but the sky looks strange. It is very difficult for people without hockey to resist Conqueror, although we have all experienced the hockey oppression of that little woman before, and our resistance is superior to others, but the breath of Chengkong just now was too strange. Boa Hancock felt a little ashamed. He knew that Khalifa and Lu Chengkong had come together, but he still couldn't help but put a foot in. Now facing Khalifa's clear water worries, she felt a little uncomfortable. Generally speaking, people with the aptitude of kings will exude their own unique breath when facing the oppression of Conqueror. If it is the owner of Conqueror hockey, it will be triggered a little bit of passive resistance. If not, there will be no this kind of aura. Khalifa, you didn't have anything just now, but Zhongkong obviously didn't have anything. But just when I was about to put away hockey, I found a palpitating aura on his body, as if he was facing a ferocious like a terrifying demon. This is not the qualification of a king at all, the breath of a conqueror. Didn't you say that there are only 3 kinds of hockey? Does Chengkong have a 4th kind of hockey? Khalifa hurriedly asked after hearing about Lu Chengkong's condition. I am also wondering about this. I have seen the understanding, application, practice, experience and explanation of hockey by the emperors in the 9 Snake Island. I have never heard of the 4th type of hockey. Maybe it is a mutation. In the end, Boa Hancock could only summarize the changes in Lu Chengkong to the mutants, and in the end it was nothing. Okay, Now everything I know about hockey has been explained clearly. Take a rest and start practicing in the afternoon. Boa Hancock said and immediately sent someone to prepare breakfast, and then sat next to Lu Chengkong and accompany him. Chatting in a sentence. It seems that Hancock really likes Chengkong. Khalifa, who didn't know what was going on just now, was able to confirm that Boa Hancock absolutely fell in love with his man through a morning of secret observation, although you in her heart were very uncomfortable, but she still didn't say anything. First, she knew that she was really unable to satisfy Lu Chengkong. Even if she closed her mouth and used it, she couldn't be satisfied. Second, Boa Hancock was her only boudoir close friend besides Lu Chengkong, and she really didn't want to suffer because of something that had not happened yet. The relationship is very rigid. The third and most important thing is that she knows that her man will never be the only woman in the future, and no matter how many women he has in the future, she will be the most important person in Lu Chengkong's heart, and her status is unshakable. That being the case, then why not let Lu Chengkong find something he likes, and he won't get along with him, and he won't make the family very chaotic, and the most important thing is that Boa Hancock has the best relationship with her. Rather than let Lu Chengkong find some if you don't like someone you don't know, you might as well find a good friend of yours. Besides, if you love me, the fat water will not flow to the outside world. If she does this, Boa Hancock will definitely feel good about herself, and she will definitely stand on her side in the future. She cannot care that Lu Chengkong has other women, but she is absolutely not allowed to have. Other women came to destroy the warm home created by them and Lu Chengkong. With the addition of Boa Hancock, it would be easier to maintain, save worry and effort, and they could keep a close eye on Lu Chengkong. Hancock, come with me later, I have something to tell you. Khalifa, who had such thoughts in her heart, immediately put these thoughts into action and said suddenly to Boa Hancock beside her, making her a little confused for a while.